Hello and welcome to a very, very special edition of Morning Brew, I guess. Hello. I'm attempting today to try and go out. I'm actually got to set things up because I'm not just going out on YouTube. In a moment, if I press the magic button over here, I'll also be going out on Twitch. If you look me up on Twitch, I'm on Graham David Hughes. Let's start streaming there. Let's start streaming. Yep, and that is streaming. So let's get going there. That's all good. I've also got my trusty little TikTok-y thing because I can do it live on that apparently. But I'm using my old phone. When I turned it on, it said "Welcome to Ireland," so that was a bit of a worry. I've got to give access to my microphone. Sorry, everyone in the chat. Welcome. You're 39 seconds late. Yes, Fearlands. I wasn't. The TV wasn't. The TV was. It was taking too long to turn on. So the TV's on behind me, so you can prove that it is actually live. I've got my what's it called? Time thing. Clock here. Hey. Yeah, we're going to be going through every country. Well, I've got all my Lonely Planets along here. It's all in alphabetical order. Starting with Afghanistan at the very end. Should I go and get the Afghanistan? Let's get there you go, Afghanistan at the very end. But we're going to be using this book mostly, which is the one at the end, which is The World, because I don't have a book for Yemen or for, that's in the Middle East book, or for Zambia or Zimbabwe. Hang on. There we go. Sorry, I've just been leaving people hanging on there. Hey. And Mike. Oh, I see. Sorry, everyone. I'm just doing some housekeeping on here. How do I change this? Properties. There you go. Defaults. USB streaming mic. Hello, people watching on Twitch. You're watching on Twitch, and if I give my permissions, just give them out like candy. App permissions to TikTok, microphone. Yes, you can use my mic. Okay. Right, allow while using the app. Okay, and then that's it. Is that it? Will that work now? Will that work? Sorry, this is still going on while there's a lot of prep last night. Didn't get much sleep, which probably wasn't the best start to all this, but never mind. It's just turned itself off. The phone has just turned itself. That's really handy. Thank you, Mr. Phone. There's an expression for this. I think it's FML. Let's stay to the back of that. You tell I'm using an old phone. What is even happening here? The screen's gone off. Oh well, never mind. Hello everyone. Strap in. We're going to be here for a while. Oh, the screen's come back on now. It appears to have reset itself. That's not a great. That's not that's not great, is it? Where have we got in the chat? We've got Daylight M in the chat. We have got Ms. Paula Thomas. Hello. We've got GM Lovely in there. I haven't seen you for a while. Hey, GM Lovely, how you doing? Fun fact, Twitch is about 3 seconds behind YouTube. Ooh, that's interesting. Okay, so, right. Go to live. It's alive. Oh my God, this phone is so slow. It's embarrassing. It's just embarrassing me with its slowness. Am I allowed to do it? TikTok isn't responding. Great start. I don't know what to do about this because I don't know if it's going to let me. It's just not going to let me. Right, let me just move this. So I've got a little thing that's set up over here, and then if what can I do on here? Spin this round. Okay, I guess there we go. Okay, TikTok isn't responding. Well, you better respond. Hello, hello. I don't know why my sound turned off there. I'm having technical problems at the kazoo. How did that happen? I didn't touch that? I've got one computer here and I would do it. I don't know. Anyway, so looks like sound's going out on everything now. TikTok, yeah, it seems to be doing. I can invite Sophie to join as a guest. I've never streamed live on TikTok before. This is really fun. So hello camera 1, hello camera 2, hello camera 3. Hello, right. Are we doing this then? Guinness World Record attempt. This is going to be my fourth Guinness World Record. My first one is for the fastest time to visit all countries by public surface transport. That was achieved by me between the 1st of January 2009 and the 31st of January 2013. I don't want to bang on about how awesome I am because that'll get boring very quickly. But I will say that I was the first to do it. I was the first to envision it being possible and actually putting everything together in place in order to it to happen. Don't forget, a lot of people at the time said, including the travel editor of The Guardian, said, it cannot be done, you will die. And I didn't die, which was nice. But I did it. I did it. I proved that it was possible. It would only take one country to deny me entry and I wouldn't have that Guinness World Record. My other record is for the most countries visited in 1 year, which is 133. Now, it's quite easy to beat that one. That is very beatable. Oh, hang on. I'm just noticing that my phone is not actually charging. That's really unhelpful. It's not 87%. I'll just watch it go down. It'll be fun. Good luck, Graham, says Sid. Oh, thank you very much, Sid. Thank you. Listen, one of the things I want to do while I'm doing this, right, is I want to raise money for the Good Law Project. But if you want to give me super chats, that's fine. But what I'm thinking is if you give money to me and then I pass that on to the Good Law Project, Google takes a third of the money. They take a third of the money. So I'm going to give you the link here to the Good Law Project. I'll put it into the chat there. Also, since I've got loads of time, don't know why I'm rushing. Do you know what I mean? It doesn't matter what time I start. I could just start at the 9:30, then be a bit more prepared and actually have the thing going on TikTok. Hi TikTok, how you doing? Why is people? It's just asking me to invite people as guests. Hello Riley, how you doing? Good luck, Graham, says Viper Scott. Thank you, Scott and Viper Sid and Viper Scott. Viper Sid and Scott. So yeah, I'm gonna put this into the blurb as well. So if you're minded, maybe you could have a little thing where you give a little bit of money, a quid or something for every hour I go over, whatever. That's up to you. But if you do want to help out our trans friends and neighbors and lovely people, you need to go to this link that I've just put in the. Oh, hang on, I've got loads of links in here. Watch it here. Support the Good Law Project. Oh, did anyone watch? Did anyone watch the video of me? Did anyone see it? I mean, it's a bit early to be getting up and watching an hour of me talking about stuff. Support the Good Law Project. There we go. Save. Okay, cool. Right. That's all done now. Ooh. Okay. Right. Whew. But catching my breath and cooling off, then on to breakfast. I know how you feel. So this morning I am going to be talking. Well, this afternoon, tonight, through the night, for as long as I can. I'm going to be talking about every single country in the world. I hope. It should be a bloody good laugh. I hope. Pin that link in the chat. Oh yeah, that's a good idea. You see, you're full of good ideas. Did anyone watch the video? Go Graham. Never cheered on a record attempt before, says DTK371. Hello. Talk Madia, you won't get in trouble for broadcasting live TV. No, it's out of focus. I think I'll be alright. It's a bit out of focus and it's just there in the background. Do you know what I mean? But yeah, it's just to prove that this is going out live, and I didn't pre-record like for 48 hours of me sitting here somehow responding to your messages. Somehow, I don't know. Anyway, so we are 11 minutes into the longest solo live stream attempt. And we're going to talk first of all. Maybe put the link in the screen for all to read. Yeah, no, I've put it as a thing on there, so we'll be good. I should have like a little banner that comes up along the bottom, shouldn't I? You'll be a bit more prepared for that. By the way, all these stamps around me, see these stamps in the background here on the main feed, on the YouTube feed, they're real stamps from my actual passport, which I think is really, really cool. This logo here, I just typed into Google, like passport stamp backgrounds, so they're all fake, they're all not mine. But these ones here are actual ones. You can actually read, if you're on a big screen, you can probably read that's Cameroon there, Cameroon, and then that's Dominican Republic, St. Vincent and the Grenadines. That is going into Albania in 2007. There's Moldova up there, Moldova stamp. And then what have we got down here? Can't see. Covered up. Oh, look over here. Prior. That's Cape Verde. That was my exit stamp for Cape Verde. When I escaped. Escape from Cape Verde. With a little bit of luck, Graham, make it through the night. Yeah, I heard you, veg pie. I woke up then. What? If you run out of topics, you can always revert to the ridiculous SpaceX XAI flotation. Well, there's 201 countries to cover and 16 territories, so I really doubt I'm going to run out of things to say about stuff. But let's start with Afghanistan. Okay, so Afghanistan, obviously one of the most unfortunate countries in the world in many ways. It was created as a buffer zone between, there's a ticket in here for London St. Pancras. Oh, that's quite cool. A train ticket, Paris Nord to London St. Pancras. Wow. When's that? What date is that? It just says 0602. So I don't know when that was, but there you go. Ticket from Paris Nord to London St. Pancras. Ticket. Just don't know why I've got a ticket in there. Not going to Afghanistan. I've been to Afghanistan. I've been to Herat in Afghanistan, which is what the page it was on Herat where the ticket was. That must mean something. Which is in the top of the country, so the northwest, as we like to say. And Afghanistan's a really unfortunate nation. It was created as a buffer zone between the British Empire in South Asia and the Russian Empire in North Asia, all those countries that end in the word Stan. And it potted along for many years. Famously, it was where Roxanne, who was the wife of Alexander the Great, came from. He married an Afghan woman, apparently. And it's a group of, it's an artificial country put together by white people from another place, like a lot of countries are. We'll find that happening again and again around the world. If you want to hear more about that, I really recommend this book, Empire World. There's also Empire Land as well, but Empire World's the sequel, how British imperialism has shaped the globe. Really interesting read, and it's not just slagging off the empire for happening, but oh my god, some of the crimes committed. Jesus Christ. One angry pagan. At times like this, I feel blessed that I don't live in a fucking city. Can I just say that it's 18 degrees here? Like, this is Durham. It just never gets hot. It just it's just like, oh my god, I'm dying. That's the temperature there. If anyone cares, got the temperature. Can't quite see it on the old ticky-tocky. You ticky-tocky bastards. No, I'm joking. You're not bastards. You're lovely. But yeah, Afghanistan was a collection of tribes that were sort of smushed together against their will. And then in the 1830s, the British turned up and said, right, we're going to go to Kabul. And if you ever read the Flashman novels, the very first Flashman novel called Flashman is about the devastating British retreat from Kabul. I think it was in 1842. Lord Elephantine or something his name was, Lord Elephantitis, who was an absolutely idiotic idiot. Basically, they tried to negotiate their way out of Kabul to walk the long walk to what's now Pakistan. And they all got picked off on the way. And it wasn't just soldiers. It was the soldiers' wives, the soldiers' children. They camp servants, stuff like that. It was particularly grim. And then if you read the novel Kim by Rudyard Kipling, you might know about The Great Game. As far as I'm concerned, The Great Game 2.0 is happening right now, but that's another story. But yeah, it's a competition it referred to competition between Britain and Russia over control of Central Asia, which obviously Afghanistan, being very Central Asian, plays a central role. And yeah, and you know, at the start of the 18th century, much of Central Asia was unknown, but it had been part of the Silk Road for hundreds of years, you know, generations of people working the Silk Road to places like Samarkand, is it, in Uzbekistan, a place like that became really famous as stop-offs along the Silk Road from what's now sort of I guess Eastern Europe, or the, you know, what we call the Middle East, but should be called West Asia, and China, going through the old Jade Gate there into China. But yeah, and then there was the first British Anglo-Afghan War, in which the Afghans won. Then there was a second Anglo-Afghan War, in the 1870s or something, and the Afghans won. And then there was another one in the 1910s, and I think the Afghans won because whatever the British were trying to do, I think that was one of the first times that bombs were dropped from planes was in that war. Unfun fact. And we lost again. And then the Soviet Union decided to invade in 1979. And they lost, and then the coalition of the willing invaded in 2002 after the September the 11th attack, and yeah, they lost as well. So let that be a lesson to you. If you want to read some really good books about Afghanistan, there's a book called The Kite Runner, which I really, 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 really recommend, and 1,000 Splendid Suns as well, to get into sort of what Afghanistan and what the expat community of, well, you call it diaspora, don't you? The Afghan diaspora around the world. Yeah. 24 degrees now in my wee town. Why have you got wee in your town? Thames water, innit? Chicken drumsticks aren't any good for playing the drums. Too short. Try emu drumsticks. Yes, that's a good idea. My city's not so bad. So Sheffield Steve. If you can get one of our 4 million plus trees for shade, you're all right. But it's a journey for me to get them. I will burn up right before I get under one. Oh, God. That's not good. Anyway, listen. So I got into Afghanistan, since you asked, from Turkmenistan, which is one of the most difficult countries in the world to get into. They had this podgy dictator called Turkmenbashi, Trump Membashi. And he wanted loads of gold statues of himself all over the country. So there's loads of gold statues of Turkmenbashi in Turkmenistan. But we'll get into that in, I don't know, about 36 hours time when I get up to the T's. But yeah, I came over the border. I went through a place called Merv and a place called, what was it called? It was like two names. There was Merv and then there was like Maria or something. I don't know. I'm gonna look it up in my book of the world. Hang on a sec while I look up Turkmenistan, even though we're supposed to be talking about we're supposed to be talking about Afghanistan, but never mind. Oh, this is great. This book has got so many maps. I love a good map. Sao Tome and Principe, been there. Scotland, never heard of it. I'm joking. I'm going to Scotland actually in a few weeks' time. It'll be lovely. I hope the weather stays nice. Not that I'm allowed to go out in weather like this because I will die. Breakfast time. Let's see if we're still rolling on. Oh my God, we keep dropping out on Twitch. So good luck. He probably streams on YouTube. A lot of lag. Saying yeah, sorry about the lag. Sorry about all the lag. But yeah, hopefully you can hear me. If you go onto my YouTube page, it's Graham David Hughes, so it's the same thing, but you'll probably get a better signal, and it's going out in it. This is the Twitch is going out in HD. Hello, you're going out in HD. You're going out in HD. You're going out in 4K. You're going out. I don't know what you're going out in on Twitter, TikTok. Sorry, it's just to prove that I'm doing this. I even got the full sign off the Guinness World Records. You know. By the way, I've also got a cold. I should explain that if I'm start blowing my nose a lot. I've got a cold. I've got a sore throat, and my back is killing me. But you know, I'm in the peak of my prime. Where was it going to go to? Taiwan? No, I don't want to go to Taiwan. I don't want to go to Moldova. Papua New Guinea. I can't remember how alphabets work. How do alphabets work again? Is there a world record attempt for someone to watch an attempt at world records last stream live? I guess so, but how would you prove it? That's the only problem. How would you prove that it was definitely you and not someone else just typing things in using your name? Your name, Dodoma. It's the capital of Tanzania. Thailand. So it's going to be after that. I wonder if it's got Tibet in here, which is nice. Timor-Leste, Tonga, Tunisia. It says Turkey, not Turkey. Let's have a look. Mary, yeah. So I said Maria, didn't I? Yeah. There's two places right next to each other in Turkmenistan called Mary and Merv. That's it, not Marv, Merv. Got a sore throat. Don't suck a fisherman's friend. You'll cancel the stream. Yeah, I'll try not to. Anyway, so I got to a place called Tagtabazai, and that's where I crossed the border into Afghanistan. And I only spent a day there. Didn't spend too long in Afghanistan because it's a dangerous place. Even when I went there, which things had settled down a bit, but there were still explosions going on at the side of the road and stuff. It wasn't particularly. So yeah, I came across a Turk Hundi on the Afghan side. Went down to Herat. Spent the day in Herat. There's a beautiful mosque in Herat. I had a t-shirt on. I had a K in the Gang t-shirt on. I'm trying not to swear on this chat. I had a K in the Gang t-shirt on that said "Watch out for men with beards" and had a picture of Osama bin Laden on it and Rolf Harris. Prescient. How did he know? How did he? Anyway, so yeah, this is before it all came out, by the way. So yeah, I went down to Herat, and these places are like really, really ancient, but a lot of the places have been destroyed over the years by crazed warlords, not least the Taliban, who famously blew up the Bamiyan Buddhas, which is a bit sad. These two massive Buddhas carved out of the wall, carved out of the cliffside. They now lie in rubble. And then the mosque that I went to, the Friday mosque there, is 800 years old. It really is one of Islam's greatest buildings. Great buildings of Islam. So there you go. That's a little bit about Afghanistan. Obviously, I've got to catch up my time a little bit at some point. But next up should be Albania, I think, which is funny because there's a stamp for getting into Albania here. Where did they see the stamp for getting into Albania? There. That's a stamp for getting into Albania. There. So yeah, Albania. Obviously the capital. Oh, sorry, I should have said the capital of Afghanistan is Kabul. So the capital of Albania is Tirana. The fisherman has a very lucky friend. Yes, it does. Hi, you went to Afghanistan with a K in the Gang t-shirt on, legend. Yes. There's a picture of me at the Friday mosque in Herat. Look at this. I've got my lapel. Oh, that would have annoyed me. No one told me. It's like when you got something in your face, no one tells you. They need Rory Stewart back. What Afghanistan does. I don't know how long he'll last. Hello, welcome to my Guinness World Record attempt, where I'm trying to do the longest possible solo live stream. Just so you know the rules, I'm allowed 5 minutes of a comfort break every hour, right? So every hour I can bank 5 minutes. So after 6 hours of streaming, I can take half an hour off to go to the loo or have a little sleep. What I'm going to try and do today is I'm going to try and go through just as long as I can. But when I go to the loo or whatever, I'm going to make a note of the time on the clock when I leave and then the time when I get back, so we can take that off the final score. Because obviously, if I'm not at the camera, it's not a stolen live stream. You can't just tell. People are like, but people have done live streams for years, and I'm like, yeah, they just turn a bloody camera on. It's not like they're staying awake. Anyway, but yeah, according to Guinness, it's 45 hours, 45 minutes I've got to beat in order to get a record here. If they deign it acceptable to give it to me, which I don't know if they will. Are we allowed to leave? Oh yeah, something else, Cuthbert, my friend, you are allowed to leave. something I should point out. I am going to have to stop my YouTube feed. And this is the reason why I'm doing it on multiple feeds, right? I'm going to have to stop my YouTube feed at some point because of the political situation. No, because if you do a stream longer than 12 hours, it doesn't save it. This is Google stopping people from taking the piss and doing a 4K video stream for days and days on end. So after 12 hours, it doesn't save it. So at 11 hours and 45 minutes, I'm going to stop this stream here. I'll keep the others going. I don't know how long I can continue on with them, but to prove it's continuous. But I will have to stop it. Should only take me a minute. I can start another one straight away. But just so, in case you were wondering, like, why is this live stream only 12 hours long? It should be 20. That's the reason. You get 5 minutes an hour for a break and have time to log your trips to the loo. Are you sure you're not just working for Amazon? Very good point. I like that. If I've been on for 6 hours, I'll be like Paulie from The Sopranos over here. I'll be needing to take a wicked dump. Is that the Pine Barrens episode? Stop at 11 hours 30 minutes, Graham. I would, my friend. Well, yeah. It should be all right. We'll see what happens at 8:30 tonight. See, the problem is it'll be like kind of regressive, won't it? Then again, I've got to do 45 hours. What was it? 45 hours and then 45 minutes. So if I lose 15 minutes each time I start again, so if I do like chunks of 11:45, 11:45, 11:45, 11:45, that gives me a total of that gives me a total of 45 hours, and I don't know why this is taking me so long. I'm not feeling my best today. 20, so that carry the 2. So that's where are we going here? 4, 4, 8. It's because I've written the numbers so badly. 16, 18, 18. Okay, yeah. 18. So yeah. Oh, brilliant. Right. So yeah, if I knock off 15 minutes per chunk, that should give me a total of 45 minutes and 20 seconds, and then the last one can be I'll probably do that. 15 minutes. Okay, maybe it's hay fever, Graham. I don't think so. Well, I've not had hay fever before, though. Catherine's had galloping hay fever the last couple of days, so I don't know. Maybe it is. Maybe I'm getting feverish in my old age. Anyway, Albania. It's in if you're wondering where Albania is, it is in Europe. It's in eastern southern Europe, I guess. It's sandwiched against the Adriatic coast, to the Adriatic Sea, and we've also got to the right of it, you've got Kosovo and northern Macedonia. To the south, you've got Greece, and to the north, you've got Montenegro, which used to be Serbia and Montenegro until 2007, and then it broke away and became a republic in its own right. The second youngest member of the United Nations is Montenegro. The youngest is South Sudan, which became a country in July of 2011. Do you need to fill out a timesheet for flexi hours? I don't know. Anyway, Albania, famous for being a place where they nod their heads to say no and shake their heads to say yes. Ruled by a gobshite for many years. He had like a gobshitey name. Hang on a sec. Get me old Europe on a shoestring. There you go. I'm going to be getting loads of books out from along here. I'm sure his name was like Zog the Slork or something. They didn't have a very good time of it. Hoxha. The Albanian Communist Party was founded with Enver Hoxha as the first secretary, and the communists led the resistance against the Italians and then the Germans, so they were invaded by Italy. And Hoxha ruled until his death, until 1985, and he from 1966 they experienced a Chinese style in what's it called? a cultural revolution. Agriculture was collectivized and organized religion was banned. So, you know, that's not great, is it? By the way, just before I go on, I got loads of biscuits. Look at that. Check out me hobnobs. Oh, upside down. Check out me. Look at all the rich tea I've got. This is going to keep me going. I've also got Crown Jewel biscuits, milk chocolate digestives, and I've got some banana chips, some little. That'll keep me going, I think. I hope. I don't know. Maybe. Perhaps. We'll see. We'll have to see. Anyway, so, after Hoxha died, there was a period of instability, basically. But then when the Berlin Wall came down and sort of the East sort of fell apart, Albania didn't really want to have much to do with the other countries nearby, because it used to neighbour Yugoslavia, and then its Yugoslavian neighbours turned into 3 different countries. But yeah, Albania used to be bigger than it was now. Albania is the only country in Europe where the main religion is Islam. It used to be bigger. In fact, a lot of what we now know as Kosovo was actually Albanian at one time. That's why there's so many ethnic Albanians there, much to the chagrin of any Serbians watching this. But there you go. Today, Graham is powered by McVitie. Every day I'm powered by McVitie's. Greatest thing. Got a pile of custard creams next to me, lol. No ginger. Are you crazy? Of course I've got ginger nuts. Why would I not have ginger? Of course. How very dare you accuse me of not having ginger nuts? Oh my God. I love you. But sometimes you can be so cruel. Anyway, so Albania, it's a really lovely place, actually. One of the fascinating things about Albania is, well, not fascinating, but interesting things about Albania is they've got all these little, when Hoxha was in power, he made all these little bunkers. Like there's like hundreds of them all along the coast of Albania, and obviously it's a big coastal country, sort of, it's that shape. And these concrete bunkers are still there, and loads of people use them to have sex in them. Which is a bit weird, because if you've ever been in one, they do stink of wee. But yeah, so there's loads of these concrete bunkers that no one can do anything with. So, yes. And, yes. So there you go. I'll put my Europe away, because next up, we're going to... Was that a bit of a short shrift for Albania? I think it's Algeria next. I used to work with an Albanian chap, lovely guy, very self-deprecating. He described himself as a crap software engineer. Yeah. Seems like a top chap. So yeah, what's worth going to see in Albania? So I should have mentioned in if you go to Afghanistan, Herat is worth seeing. All right, a lot of the country's in ruins, but Herat, go see the mosque. If you've got to pick a place to see, I would pick that over going to see the Buddhas that aren't there anymore. Albania, top things to see. There's the Albanian, there's the Lake Coman ferry, which is quite famous. One of Albania's undisputed highlights, a superb 3-hour ferry ride across Lake Coman. There is a place called Barat, which is worth seeing. Not Borat, Barat. And then there's the Accursed Mountains, which I love. So there's a mountain range in New Zealand called the Remarkables. So they looked at it and went, "It's fucking remarkable," and they went, "Yeah, that's what call it, the Remarkables." That's my New Zealand accent. It's a bit like my Aussie accent, except it smells like that dish. And also, like in Australia, there's a Lake Disappointment, which I love. And it's usually a dried up lake, so that makes sense. And there's also a Mount Misery. But yeah, there is the Accursed Mountains offer some of Albania's most impressive scenery. Well worth checking out. It's called the Accursed Mountains. Why would you not want to go there? My favourite name of a place in the world is a place on Pitcairn Island. Pitcairn Island. And it's just called Oh Dear. I wonder if that's in this book. Let's have a look. Oman. Pakistan. Pitcairn, Palau, Jellyfish Lake, Papua New Guinea, Paraguay, Peru, Philippines, Pitcairn. It's there. Yay! So I'm going to read some of the places. Maybe I should do this when I get to Pitcairn, but I've never been to Pitcairn. There's a place called Bop Bop. There's a place called Down the God. There's a place called Bitey Bitey. There's a place called Johnny Fall. There's a place called Where Dan Fell. There's a ginger valley, and you won't believe me, but there is actually a place just there at the bottom called Oh Dear. That's the name of it's called Oh Dear. Come on, what's not to love? Anyway, Pitcairn. Well, I will talk about Pitcairn because I get to talk about the Mutiny on the Bounty, which will be loads of fun. But yeah, that's Albania for you. Got nothing to do with the Mutiny on the Bounty. I don't know why I went over there. But yeah, hello if you're just joining us. I'm trying to do a Guinness World Record attempt. And I'm going to be talking about every country in the world in alphabetical order. So far we've done Afghanistan, we've done Albania, I guess. So we move on to Algeria. So if you look at the map of the world, Algeria is at the top of Africa. It's the top of the world, top of Africa. Maybe I should, maybe I'm thinking now, which is always a bad idea. Maybe I should. I feel like I'm slightly out of focus. I never feel like I'm in focus on this camera. Maybe I should try and be very clever. If you have a Ginger Valley, my advice is to shave. Hey, and just up the road is How Sad and Never Mind. It could be. No, what I'm thinking is I could show you on the map where these places are. Do you reckon that'd be smarter? Should we do that? Okay, let me. Now, what you have to do for this, because I've fallen into this trap before. I don't want to dox myself. So what you need to do is Google Maps. You need to open up a what's it called? One of those incognito modes. You need to open up incognito mode, because if you don't, Google Maps has a really bad habit of every time you click on the drop-down box to type in the new location to go and see, it tells everyone what your address is. So you end up doxing yourself, which isn't good. So there you go. I'm just going to double check that if I type into Google Maps here, it doesn't come up with my address. No matter what I put in, it doesn't come up with my address. That is a good thing. Right. So, do you know what? I used to do a thing where it let me do. You could see the globe rather than the. You could see the globe. There was like a globe mode, wasn't there? Public transport, more. Map type, default, travel time, street view, cycling, wildfire, the terrain. Where's that globe view? Globe view. Yes, that's what we want. I knew it was possible. Okay, now all I need to do. Sorry, I'm producing while I'm doing this, but for the regulars who watch me on these shows often, you'll know it's always a bit like this, isn't it? So let me just set this up so you can actually see it. There we go. Google Maps. Yay, it worked. Okay. Cool. I'm just setting it up. Lad. Just setting it up. Don't worry. And then actually, better if I use that one, I think. I'm not doing today's papers, am I? We're trying not to talk politics too much today, because you might have some new people coming to watch, and I don't want to alienate people by yakking on about politics too much, as I often do. We don't just talk about politics on this. It's a globe behind you. As you drop the seat. No, I'm not going to swear on this. That's my Lego globe. We put that together. That was lots of fun. By the way, this is my book. If you want to buy my book, it's Man of the World. I should put that into the chat as well. You can buy my book about my travels around the world. I'm actually the first person to visit every country in the world without flying. Did I mention that? I think I mentioned it, but I think I got away with it. Right. I've just got to crop this a little bit. The top is cropped too much. Hang on a sec. I'm going to sort this for you. Do not worry. Do not fret, my friends. We're going to have a wonderful, wonderful world to look at. as I whiz around it, talking about places that you may or may not ever go to. Ooh, well, that's not working. Oh, because I clicked on the wrong layer, Graham. Ah, there we go. Oh, that looks beautiful, I think. I don't know. Does it look beautiful? Oh my God. I'm having one of those mornings. So, that'll be why. That'll be why. What is even happening here? Oh, no. I don't want that. Don't want that. I want that. So I'm messing things up now for next time I try and do the papers. Whoopsies. Just 150. Okay, so let's just go up from there. We do need some chuckles. If someone wants to throw some jokes into the chat, you are very welcome to do so. Okay, right. I think I'm ready. This is only going to go out on YouTube, so the rest of you, sorry, maybe watch on YouTube, and then you'll be able to see what the hell I'm talking about. But you can, I'm sure you can imagine. I've got to be very careful not to press the wrong button. If I press the wrong button, something bad might happen. Do you know what else I should do before I go on? I'm going to set up a super chat goal of, I don't know, anything. But the super chat thing's not been working the last few days, has it? But if I get some more super chats, I will release the confetti. But I don't know if I deserve any yet because I haven't gone over the normal time that I normally do a show. If I go anything other than over 8 hours, I think is my longest show so far on this, maybe. Oh no, 12 hours. But then I did have a sleep in the middle of that one, so that didn't really count. But we will release confetti if we get some super chats in. Is he timing us? Yes, I'm going out on Twitch and I'm also going out on TikTok. Hello, TikTok. How you all doing? It's asking me to invite people. I don't need to invite people. I'm just saying hello. The gigantic theropod dinosaur. I can't say that. What's brown and sticky? A stick. What's brown and even stickier? A sticky stick. Very good. I like that. What did the bartender say to the fruit fry last round? What did the bartender say to the fruit fly last round? I don't get it. Sorry. Comic Sans walks into a bar and the barman says, "Oi, we don't serve your type." Anyway, so yeah, let's go over to the world. The Hughes of the world. Hello. There's the United Kingdom there. Hello. That's Britain sitting there being a twat. And then, oh, sorry, I wasn't supposed to swear. And then over here, we have Afghanistan. There you go. So if you're wondering where it is there. You can't really see the boundaries too well here, so I'll press that so you can. So there's Afghanistan. So there's a little narrow bit coming out the top here. Looks like a kind of weird musical instrument. And there's Herat. That's where I went. Herat. Do you know what? That's too small to see. I'm going to just bump that up. There you go. Yeah, I can see it now. Except the Google Maps thing has appeared in the top corner there, which I didn't want to happen, but there you go. Let me just make that a bit smaller. So, I've got my words up too small on the screen for people. But there you go. There's Herat there. That's where I went. And I came across the border here. See, there's Mary. Told you there's a place called Mary. And then I went for Herat. And then I came across the border into Iran. I went to Mashhad in Iran. I went to there. So yeah, there's Herat there. If we have a look at some of the pictures, I guess you can get a feel of it. That's the mosque there. That's the Friday Mosque. And then there should be a pillar somewhere. There's like a random pillar. I don't know. And there's a fort. I forgot to mention there is a fort there as well. I thought there was a fort there. And then we're going to go over to Albania, which is over here, like I say. Montenegro to the north, Kosovo, Macedonia to the east, and Greece to the south. And there's Tirana, the capital. We can show that. There it is. And you know what? It is a bit of a post-Soviet, well, it was never Soviet, but it was communist, post-communist Eastern European type place where a lot of stuff is made of concrete, like in the South Bank. But it does have some beautiful buildings. So, for instance, there's that mosque there that just popped up, but then it disappeared because I moved the mouse too much. It does have some nice places, but then it's got a lot of these office blocks, tower blocks, living blocks, blocks. You can have a block party in your block. Anyway, so Afghanistan was a bit of a bitch to get a visa for. I've got my old passports here actually. Well, I haven't got all of them because I had to send a couple of them off to the passport people. I need to send a letter to them actually. But yeah. Oh, there's Mongolia. That's the one for Monk. Can't see it. Can you? It's too bright. Oh, never mind. I know what it says. Eritrea. What's this one? Saudi Arabia. Afghanistan. There's my Afghanistan visa. There you go. And it is visa number 0085. That's it. Visa number 0085. I think you can see that on the TikTok one. So you can see it on that one. Yeah, probably just about. And then there's that. But yeah, just I don't think there's anything in there that I shouldn't be showing to the screen because it's a very old passport. I don't think you can do anything with it these days. But yeah, maybe you found out when my birthday was, but sort of a massive public record, isn't it? What else have we got? I thought it was called a walk run. Yes, a walk run. So that's Albania, and now we're going to go over here to Algeria. There's Algiers there. So now Algeria is the biggest country in Africa. When we zoom out from Albania and then you look at Algeria here, you can just see how absolutely massive it is. It is mammoth. It is a mammoth country, and it's in Africa now. I have a couple of books about Africa, but I'm gonna. This is the Africa guide that I took around Africa. Hello. That's the Africa guide that I took around Africa. It's... oh, hang on a sec. As you can see, it's been ripped in two. I did this with my Southeast Asia book as well. That was ripped in two because I'd been to all the countries in one half. So I ripped it in two, so I didn't have to carry the whole thing around, and posted it back to myself so I could reunite the book at some point in the future. Obviously, this is well worn. I spent the best part of a year in Africa, just getting around. No, it wasn't a year. 6 months, maybe. 6 months, maybe a bit more. Maybe about 8 months, something like that. Yeah, 8 months. Spent about 8 months in Africa. But I first tried to get to Algeria in the spring of 2009, and I went over to Tunisia on the ferry from Sicily. I got the ferry over with my friend Laura, who is now she's a BAFTA nominated filmmaker. She's brilliant. Anyway, yeah. So we got on the ferry, went over to Tunis, and then I tried to get over the border into Libya. Now, I've been to a few places around Southeast Asia. I've been all over South America, Central America. I've been all over, the Europe, obviously. And I was a bit of a surprise. It was the first border where it was all barbed wire and custard. It didn't seem to want you to go across the border, and I was like, can I just go over and then clock in that I've been to the country and then come back? They're like, no. So they're like, go and get a visa. So I go back to Tunis, the capital of Tunisia. I say, can I get a visa I went to Libya first, and then I tried to get into Algeria as well, and went to both embassies, and both embassies, no, you've got to go to London. So I went back to Sicily with my tail between my legs. My mum and dad were supposed to be meeting me in Barcelona, so I kept them waiting an extra couple of days. And but I did manage to get back to Algeria just in March of 2010, so nearly a year later. I'd gone through all the other countries pretty much in Africa, with the exception of Eritrea at the time. And I went home to the UK. I got visas I needed traveled overland home to the UK, got the visas I needed for Libya and for Algeria. And then I crossed over the border into, I had a day in Libya, right? On my birthday, actually, it was the 28th of February. So I had a day in Tunisia. And then I then realized, as I was heading back to Tunis to then go over to Algeria, that my visa that I've got in the middle of February from London only lasted 2 weeks. So it ran out the day before. I got it on the 14th, it ran out on the 28th, and I'm like, looking at it going, you've got to be kidding me. So I had to go to the embassy in Tunis, the Algerian embassy in Tunis, and practically beg them to not send me all the way back to London to get another fucking visa. But yeah, they sorry, don't swear. But someone beep that. But yeah, they did. They actually, they were grumpy about it, but they were good about it, if you know what I mean. But they did actually say, oh no, we'll amend it so you can go through. SG, thank you very much for the £5 super chat. Morning all, been away for a bit, wants to come over and say hello to all wonderful people in the chat. Encouragement to Graham. Oh, thank you. Yeah, thank you. Black Dot is in there with trans flags, and so is Gallifreyan Ren. Hoist the colours. Joe, let's change all the Union Jacks that are everywhere up halfway up a lamppost. Let's change them all for trans pride flags. I went to IKEA at the weekend, right? To where I got this chair from, and they had the progressive pride flag up, which I thought was brilliant. Especially at the moment. Ren, you made me go all self-conscious. Probably a good thing though. What? I can't tell you how often the same thing happens to me in various ways. Lol. His stream is restricted. Whose stream is restricted? What? Whose stream? Cuthbert, whose stream is restricted? Shouldn't be. Maybe it is. I don't know. Is that what's that on? Can you let me know? Because I've like literally got no. I've got no backup here. I'm flying solo as always. Anyway, so we're gonna go back to the map here. So as you can see, Algeria is an absolute beast. It is the biggest country in Africa. That used to be Sudan, but then Sudan split into South Sudan and Sudan, so it isn't anymore. But you know, even for a massive place like Africa, it is a very massive place. It's actually bigger than the DRC, the Democratic Republic of Congo. You look at the map there. If you're watching this on YouTube, you could be minded to think that the DRC is actually bigger than Algeria, but it's not. Algeria is the biggest. But this is the legacy of the French. Basically, when they came to Africa, they just wanted like big areas of the map. So they took Algeria, they took Mauritania, Mali, Niger, Chad. They were all French outposts. And maybe Mauritania was German for a bit, but then it became French. And so they had this huge swathe of the desert that was under French control for many years. Algeria itself, I mean, this is an ancient country, at least Algiers is. It's been around since, pre-biblical times. And there's been a constant human presence there, but most of the country is quite simply not there. No, it is there. Most of the country is desert. If I go to the layers, you can see just how desertified it is. You got this thin strip of green at the very top here, along the Mediterranean, but the rest of it is very, very much the desert, the Sahara Desert. So yeah, I'll just go to the map because I just wanted to say something as well. If you ever want to do a lap of Africa, right? So you want to drive around Africa. So what you could do is you could come down from Spain, right? And then go away. I don't want this thing coming up. How do you get rid of this thing? I don't want this thing. Go away. I don't want to share this map. Go away. You can come down from Spain, right? You can get a ferry from here, from over to Ceuta over here, or you can get a ferry from Gibraltar. I think no, you can get a ferry from Gibraltar. I didn't know you could do that. No, Algeciras, yeah. Get a boat from Algeciras down to Ceuta down here. This is actually a little bit of a Spanish exclave of Morocco. They don't mention this. There's Gibraltar and there's Ceuta. They make up the two pillars of Hercules on the way out or in of the Mediterranean Sea. They don't have a sand shortage though. No, they do, Russ. They do. I'm glad you said that, Rush, because I can correct you. You're asking about them having a sand shortage in Algeria. They do. They do. I once met a guy in Kuwait, and his job was getting aggregate in. Aggregate is in sand into Kuwait. And you're like, but this country is 99% sand. And he goes, yeah, but it's the wrong type of sand. Can't use it for construction. Can't use it for cement. You can't use it for concrete. It's the wrong type of sand. It's more spherical. because it's very fine. It's a very fine sand in the Sahara and and in the Arabian Desert. And so yeah, the expression selling sand to the Arabs, there are people who actually do that for a living because they need to import sand from elsewhere, and more gritty sand that actually locks in to be particles locks into each other a lot better when you're constructing things out of it. So there you go. Anyway, so yeah, when the Spanish people go on and on about Gibraltar, maybe point out Ceuta is just there. It's just there, man. See, it says Ceuta, Spain, and you're like, hang on, that's not Spain. That's Spain. There's a Spain on it. What's this? Why does that say Spain? That's obviously Morocco. Well, it's not. They've also got this other place here called Melilla. And this is also part of Spain as well. So there you go, Spain. You see, that's another part of Morocco. That's actually Spain. Anyway, the reason why I'm telling you this is because if you want to drive around Africa, you could easily come over here. This is the way you go for the Dakar Rally. You go through Western Sahara. You go through Mauritania, through Nouakchott. You say hello to the iron ore train as you go. And then you go down through Senegal to Dakar, then you finish the Dakar Valley, but then you can continue on. You can pop through the Gambia and then back out the other side. I did that into the Casamance province here in southern Senegal. And then you can actually go through Guinea-Bissau, but this road into Guinea is not great, but I mean, you can do it, I guess. And then you can keep going. You can go through Guinea, go through Sierra Leone, go through Liberia, go through Cote d'Ivoire, Ghana, Togo, Benin, Nigeria. You can go through Cameroon. You can. You don't need to go through Equatorial Guinea. And if you look like it might be a bit difficult, not impossible, but you might want to give that a little bit of a swerve and go round it. It'd just be easier. It's easier to get into Gabon than it is to get into Equatorial Guinea, unless you're American. If you're American, they let you in like nobody's business. And then you could keep going down the coast here through the Republic of Congo. Through this bit here, this little section here, that's actually part of Angola, which is kind of weird. You think, is that part of the Congo? Is that part of the DR Congo? No, it's part, because there's two countries, Republic of Congo, Democratic Republic of Congo, two different countries, don't get them mixed up. One has the capital Brazzaville there, and the other one has the capital Kinshasa. Quite hard to notice because actually the word Brazzaville gets taken away when you... Are they the two closest capital cities? I don't know. Anyway, so yeah, you could go through this little bit. This little bit. No, I wouldn't actually. Is there a road? Yeah, there is. You can go through that little bit of Angola if you like. I think visas might be a bit difficult. What I'll do is I'll drive to Kinshasa. I'll take a left at Dulisi here, and there's a train. But you know, I just said you're in a car, electric car, of course. Go over the ferry across the mighty Congo River from Brazzaville to Kinshasa. There's a ferry there that goes over. Doesn't take very long. It's about 45 minutes or something. And then you cross down into Angola, go through Luanda, one of the most expensive countries in the world. And then through Namibia. You'll have loads of fun going through Namibia. This is where they filmed Mad Max Fury Road. Beautiful, beautiful country. And then down into South Africa, all the way to Cape Town. And you can go along the coast here through George to Gerber. I don't know how you pronounce that. And then up to Durban, where you can get a Durban bunny, which is awesome. And then up to, you can come up here. You can either pop into Eswatini if you like for a laugh. Go and say hello to the king and his 17 wives. Or you can go straight to Maputo here. Actually, it doesn't look like there's a road. Oh, yeah. Okay, you have to go through Eswatini. You don't get any choice in the matter. So yeah, go through Eswatini. And then get back onto the coast road up here through Mozambique. Now, you might have trouble North Mozambique here. Getting across this border might be a bit of a pain. I can't actually see. There's not. Oh, there's a ferry. There's a ferry there. So yeah, maybe you could take that ferry. Gillian Hope, thank you very much for the £5 super chat. Good luck, Graham. If anyone can talk interestingly for 48 hours, it's you. Well, I hope so. I hope so. Got a lot of countries to get through. Then you could pop up all the way up here to Dar es Salaam, which isn't the capital of Tanzania. That's Dodoma. And then you'll go up here to Tanga. And then you'll go up to Mombasa. And then while you're over here, you could make a little detour over to Uganda, and you could go to a place called Ginger, which is just there. There's Ginger. Oh shit, hang on. Didn't mean to press on that. Sorry. Just roll over. There you go. Ginger in Uganda. That's where I got the name for Ginger Island from. Oh yeah, we've been going for an hour. Woo! Yeah, come on, let's do it. Don't remind me about Don't remind me about... Hang on. Stop. What's happening here? Don't remind me about Mad Max Fury Road. Excuse me? How very... It's the greatest movie ever made. It's up there with Casablanca and Citizen Kane and Crank 2. He was dead, but he got better. Some people. Is the ferry called Brian? Hey! Actually, that's a really good idea. Maybe I should make a ferry on to my island and call it Brian. Call it Brian. Anyway, where was it? So we're coming up through Mombasa in Tanzania. That's where a lot of boats go out to places. And then you're going to run into this problem. The problem is Somalia. And no offense to Somalia, but it's a bit of a problem. I would cut off that little horn, that bit, the Horn of Africa. I would just cut it. I'll go into Kenya, I'll go to Nairobi, I'll go up to Marsabit in Kenya, been there a couple of times, and then I'll cross the border at Morale into Ethiopia, and then what I'll do once I got there is I go to Diradawa over here, so up through Ethiopia to Diradawa, and then I will go to Djibouti, and then see the coast again, I guess. If you're feeling brave, you could go through Somalia. There is a road going through Somalia, as my friends on YouTube can see at the moment, but I wouldn't recommend it. So just clip that little bit, clip the horn as if you're making Chinese medicine, and then you go to Djibouti, and then again, Eritrea is a bit difficult. Eritrea has been run by a military junta for the last fucking 35 years. So good luck getting there and away and over the border and stuff. I managed to get my Eritrean visa from Jeddah in Saudi Arabia, which was a clever thing to do because it only took it was supposed to take weeks and it took me half an hour. If I got it in the UK, it would have cost a fortune. It would have cost a fortune, but it didn't. Yay! Only 47 hours to go. You're doing great. Thank you very much, Kev. See, thank you. So yeah, Eritrea. I would probably give that a miss. So what I would do, right, if I was driving, I'll go through Ethiopia. I'll go to Gondor. I'll definitely go to Gondor because there's castles there. You see that in Ethiopia? Castles, medieval castles because it was the Abyssinian Empire. It was like this huge, massive empire that spread for thousands of miles in every direction, which is really cool. A little contribution for throat lozenges and coffee. Best of luck for the record attempt. Hope you nail it, but you need to pace yourself, says Kirsty McTeer. Yeah, sure. I thank you very much, Kirsty. And yeah, I do need to pace myself. Do I? I'm only sitting down and talking. It's kind of what I do best. But yeah, I might not do this, right? Can we be real for a moment? This is a Guinness World Record attempt. This is an attempt to do the world's longest live stream. Whether I actually do it or not is another matter entirely. So we will see. We will see. We've got some people joining the live though. That's quite nice. Hello everyone joining live on TikTok and on Twitch over there. I've got like a stream chat up on my laptop, but it's teeny tiny. Anyway, teeny tiny like Djibouti. So where was I? Yeah, Ethiopia. You need to see that, don't you? So yeah, I'll go through Ethiopia, and then I would go up to Gondor, and then over. There's a road here that takes you up to. Well, you can go all the way to Khartoum if you like, but yeah, if you went over to Port Sudan, you'll see there's no road here. Like, there's just nothing. I mean, I don't know how you get to these little places. I assume there's a dirt track or something. But this area here is contested. See, it's dotted lines. This is between Egypt and Sudan. And basically, whoever takes this little bit of barren land here has to give up this bit. So no one wants to take that because they'll have to give up this. It's very confusing. Anyway, I wouldn't go that way. I'll go up the road from Khartoum. And then get get the ferry over to Abu Simbel, and then oh no, you can't get the ferry you can't get the car on the ferry on the ferry. Sorry, there is a road that goes over the border. It was closed for many years, but when I was crossing the border in 2010, I think. I was chatting to some people who were coming across on a bus, and they were going to be the first people to ever go across on a tourist bus across this border. So hopefully it's working. Do you know what isn't working? Andrew Ray is pointing out that Confetti is overdue. So for those of you who are new here, hello. If we get 5 super chats in a row, all you need to do is go 3, 2, 1, and we release the confetti. Yay! Everyone on the TikTok and everyone watching on Twitch is like, what the hell is going on right now? There's an animation that's just come up. So just imagine that animation that says confetti, and then all this confetti falls down on your head, which is nice. Well done, Mike Dix. What's Mike Dix done? What's Mike Dix done? Do you have proof of inside now? What's this? Mike Dix. Where's Mike Dix? Where's Mike? I can't see your message, Mike. Damn it. Why can't I see Mike's message? Oh, there you go. MRI scan done. Glad to see you haven't given up yet. Oh, brilliant. Glad you had your MRI scan done. I hope you remember to take out your magnetic willy ring, because that can be quite painful. But yeah, so well done. Well done, mate. And confetti, says Dish. Yay, confetti. I don't know why the goals are not working anymore. I don't know what, if someone can write to Google and say, hey, why doesn't this work? I don't know. Maybe it was set up by the same person who set up the Google Live on a phone, which is dreadful. Oh, hang on. We have detected, oh my God, I've inactivity on my live. So I've got to drag the puzzle. I've got to be active on my live, or it turns off on TikTok. Who knew? Hey, Minty, how you doing? Hi, Elizabeth. Got me friends in the chat on TikTok there. That's good. So I've got TikTok, got Twitch, got YouTube. Anyway, I've got YouTube. So yeah, I'll just do one super chat of any color, right? All the colors, and I'll see if that works. And see if that makes the confetti trigger if we're watching it on YouTube. Anyway, so back to Abu Simbel. So this is Lake Nasser, the biggest lake in the world. And then you go past Abu Simbel, which is where that's the tomb of, not the tomb, but the monument of Ramesses II, possibly the king, the pharaoh from the Bible. And it's that one where there's 4 of them sitting in a row. The Shelley, the Shelley. Was it Shelley or Byron? I don't know. Probably Shelley. Poem about Ozymandias was about him. Anyway, so yeah, up to Aswan. So yeah, you can take this road. This is the 75. And what you could do here is you could go to the coastal road and then go up the coast. Hurghada up there, and then you could get up to, I guess, Port Said. You could. And then to Alexandria. This would be really fun. And this is the lovely bit here because you get to go all the way along the coast. You get to drive along the coast all the way. You go to Benghazi, as Americans like to say. And then you go to Sirte, and then you go to Tripoli, the 3 cities. Tripoli, like Tripolis. Megalopolis, like a big city. Tripolis, 3 cities in Libya, which is lovely. And then across to Tunisia, you go through Sfax. They have a great train that comes into Sfax. Is there a picture of the train? Show me the train, Sfax. The Sfax of life. I was stuck in Sfax for a couple of days. And then up through Tunis. And then you can go, like what I did, across the border here. You get to Tabarka. And then you go over to El Kala. And the border's halfway between them. I think, did I stay in El Kala for the night? I think that's where I stayed. Yeah, that looks familiar. Yeah. I stayed in El Kala when I went there. Stayed there for the night. And then went back into Tunisia. To be honest with you, if I was getting sponsored like by an oil company to visit every country in the world without flying, I would definitely spend more time in each country. But I wasn't being sponsored by an oil company. Lonely Planet didn't really pay me very much for, if anything, for making a TV show for them. So I was kind of I was kind of using my credit card quite a lot to travel. So I didn't really want to spend any money when I didn't have to. Because there wasn't an unlimited sum of money offered to me, unfortunately, for as long as it took me. So yeah, there was a few little, I mean, not being able to fly was one thing, but also just not having like loads and loads of money. Whenever you see someone do these kind of things, like mad trips around the world, they're usually nepo babies, and they're usually flying first class, and there's like pictures of them in business class, and smoking a cigar, going, "Oh, I can smoke on a plane." Oh. I don't hate them. But yeah, I don't think that's very aspirational. I think when you've got a foul-mouthed Scouser visiting every country in the world off his own back and, just running up a massive load of credit card debt, which I'm still paying off, I think that's a more honest way of doing it. But it shows that it can be done, and you don't have to be, little Lord Snooty fucking moneybags. Stop swearing, Graham. It's very hard not to swear when you're so used to swearing on these shows. There's 4 statues sat in a row because they were a famous barbershop quartet, says Galafayman. Do people keep cock rings on all the time? Bit of an innocent. Well, I mean, I could imagine they're a bit tricky to take out. Prince Albert, so no one can let him out the can yet. Yeah, Prince Albert couldn't have he couldn't have an MRI. Well, actually, no. What you do is you use aluminium, don't you? Use a non-ferrous metal. You should be all right. But would you risk it? Would you risk it for a biscuit? What if you got nipple piercings? Oh. Yeah, don't risk it for a biscuit. Take them out. I didn't actually need to write her name in. What? I'm sure Google will listen intently, says Cuthbert. Ever the Scouser, it's called a Prince Albert. Yeah, I know it's called a Prince Albert. After Queen Victoria's husband. And famous wearer of one, along with Zippy from Rainbow. He had a... My name's Zippy. Zippy the orange gimp. Anyway, so moving on. So then you could drive through Annaba and through Bijara and then through Algiers, the capital of Algeria. Then you could go through Oran, and then you'll get to here. You see this border here, right? To try and finish off, because you're going to try and go across to where you started here, and in up here in Ceuta. You're going to try and get there, right? Right? You're going to try. That's what you're going to try and get to. That's what you're aiming for, right? Tough luck. This border's closed. This border between Algeria and Morocco is closed. I don't know if it's still closed today. It was closed when I went there because they've been arguing about Western Sahara ever since Western Sahara was a thing. People think that Timbuktu is in Algeria. It's not. It's in Mali. There's Timbuktu down there. Hello, Timbuktu. Timbuk Taylor. And Algeria. A very, very ancient place. It's a beautiful place. I would recommend going there. There's quite a lot to see. It's 1,200 kilometers of coastline, which is remarkable. 90% of Algerians live along the littoral strip, and the port city of Oran. Constantine is worth seeing. Annaba. Definitely Timgrad. And when I went there and spent the night, I went to this place Alcala here, and you know what, it was lovely. Kids were outside that cathedral mosque, whatever it is, that building. There were kids in the courtyard outside it, like playing a game of footy, and it was so normal. Like, everyone seems to think that these different places around the world are just so different. They're so different to us. They're so foreign and exotic, and I mean, the weather might be different, the flora and fauna might be different, but people are all the same. People just want, they just want nice things. They just want nice things. I'd like to go to Malta, but I imagine it's both too hot and getting gluten/lactose food will be difficult. I don't think it'd be too difficult, Gallifrey, man. Go in winter as well. If you go in winter, it's not hot at all. Thoughts on Google Maps versus Google Earths? Google Earth is better because Google Earth allows you to do a lot more things. And also you can go back in the past on Google Earth, which I really love. Anyway, so that's Algeria. Wangled on about that a bit too long. I'm going to have to skip over the next few, aren't I? So what comes after Algeria? Probably Andorra. Let me just check. Argentina, Anguilla, Angola, Andorra, Algeria. Yeah, it is Andorra. Andorra. We all adore Andorra. So let's talk about Andorra for a moment. Any Bell and Sebastian fans in the house? I don't know. Was he going across the Pyrenees? I think he was. So let's zoom out from Algeria. Here, there's Algeria. We're going to zoom out from Algeria, and then we're going to zoom into Andorra, which is like sandwich there between France and Spain. And it's a bit of a weird place. It has a seat on the United Nations. Old Andorra there. It's up in the mountains. As you can see, there's the mountains. Oh my God. But when I go to the mountain view, you can't see the borders really, can you? Right up there in the Pyrenees. Wow, look at those mountains. It's really impressive. And then if you're traveling down from France to Spain and you want to stop in, the only problem is Andorra, a bit like San Marino in Italy, surrounded by Italy, doesn't have a train station. So if you're trying to get there, you've got to get in by a car or a coach. So I've been to Andorra a few times in my life. The first time I went, I was about 6 years old, I think. It was mid 80s. I was wearing a Ghostbusters t-shirt, a French Ghostbusters t-shirt. It's up in the mountains, and one abiding memory I have of Andorra is going there as a kid in our camper van, or clapped out old camper van, and going down the hill. We were listening to Harry Chapin's 30,000 pounds of bananas, or 20,000 pounds, but I forgot how many pounds of bananas it was, about a trucker going into Scranton, Pennsylvania, whose brakes give out, and he crashes and there's all these bananas everywhere. As we were listening to that, the brakes gave out on our camper van, and my dad had to use engine braking and the handbrake in order to stop us from going over the edge of a cliff. That was a bit scary. But yeah, we survived. It's all right. Yeah, we made it. But Andorra is famous for its skiing. Obviously, people go there to ski. Again, like a lot of places that I'm going to be talking about today, it's a beautiful place. It's right up there on the mountains. You can see the pictures coming through there on Google if you're watching this on YouTube. And yeah, it's all very cool. Paleontologically speaking, Andorra is pretty bland. This is the main stream, I believe, as Graham normally streams here. Yes. I have no piercings, but I hate MRIs. It's noisy claustrophobia tube. I've not had one. I think Freddie was born in Zanzibar. Yeah, he was. Which is now part of Tanzania. It's the Zan in Tanzania. Because it was Tanganyika, and Zanzibar. They smushed them together to make one country called Tanzania. Yeah, let's get into it. Anyway, Andorra, La Vella is the capital of Andorra. And like I say, it's a lovely place. Not much to say about it. It's got a weird setup. So let me explain what the setup is of. I'm sure it's written in here. Andorra. We all adore Andorra. It is. It doesn't have the actual political situation. It used to be ruled by the King of France and a Bishop of Spain or wherever, and as a they had joint custody over the kid. And then when the French had their revolution, it's now the president. So the president of France is also the sovereign ruler of Andorra, along with a bishop from Spain, I think. Anyway, so there you go. I'm too squeamish for this chat. God. Let's not talk about this then. I don't want squeamish people to be scared off by talking about going into MRI machines with bits of metal attached to you. So what have we got after Andorra? What comes next? I love the way I'm looking at this book. I could just literally get a list of alphabetical countries, but what is a country is always argued about. I was looking in the Africa book. No wonder I couldn't. It's like, what's next? Why is it telling me about these cities? So after Andorra, we have Angola. So let's head on down to Angola, in the south of Africa. So we'll go down through Africa, down here. There's Angola there. Luanda, the capital. So when I went to Angola, I came across the border here at a place called Noai or something. Was it here? Noqui. There you go. That's where I came across the border here. A place called Noqui. There's Noqui like home. So yeah, Matadi there on the part of the Democratic Republic of the Congo, if we can just get that over there, border. That's actually a bit of a town. There's a bit of things going on there. You cross the border and there's just nothing there. And I waited in a car for like an entire day for us to move. I think I spent the night sleeping in the van. It was a pickup truck. And I spent the night sleeping in the pickup truck, and then we finally left in the morning, but it wasn't the morning, it was the afternoon. And then we went to me Pala here, and then down this road, which was essentially, if you can imagine, a dried up riverbed, more than a road. We ground our way down here. Now, my problem was that I only had a visa for 5 days. I could only stay in Angola for 5 days. So by the time I got to Tomboko, I'd already used like 3 of my days up. So I managed to get to, I think I got to Tomboko, and there was the pickup truck I was on got raided by the police, and they decided there were lots of illegal immigrants on it, and so they got carted off by the police, and I had to get onto another pickup truck, and then that took me into town, and then thankfully there was a coach that was going to Luanda. It didn't have a seat on it, it was full, but the coach driver kindly let me sit on the, I don't know, the bit that covers the differential, I think, on the bus. I don't, whatever. You know, the gear stick behind it, it had like a bit of a mound, so he put a bit of carpet on there, so I sat on the carpet just behind the gear stick of this coach, and we trundled into Luanda, where one of the most expensive cities in the world. A can of Coke when I was there was like $7 for a can of Coke. It'll be a lot more now. Angola is an oil state. It makes all its money through oil. Doesn't need you. Doesn't need tourists. Doesn't need anything. Just needs the oil. Angola used to be part of the Portuguese Empire. Portugal pulled out in 1975. Trashed the place on the way out. They burnt buildings. They poured concrete into wells. They pushed cars off cliffs. All kinds of stuff. They were like, "Oh, you don't want to see it? We'll trash the place on the way out." And Angola fell into civil war for the next 20 years as a result. Thanks for that, Portugal. I'm not saying that Britain did any better in its imperial machinations. Just look at what happened with partition in India for more evidence of that. But yeah, Angola was a Portuguese territory along with Mozambique and Guinea and Cote d'Ivoire. Cote d'Ivoire? No, sorry, that was French, obviously. Along with Cape Verde. Yeah, Angola is. I spent like 3 days getting to Luanda. And then I had 2 days to get to Benguela, to Lubango, and then down to the border with Namibia, which was fun. I got down to Lubango, and I was like, "Oh, I'm nearly near I'm nearly near the border now." And then I was waiting on a coach, and I was the only one on it, and it wasn't moving. And I'm like, "Is this going to the border?" He's like, "Yeah, it's going to the border." I'm like, "When is it going to the border?" And cause they got me money out of me. That's all they wanted. The bus wasn't actually leaving till the next day, I don't think. So I ended up getting off that bus, getting onto another one, and then that took me down to the border, and I crossed the border here at Oshikango. That's where I crossed the border, and I'm getting to the border, right? And the border closes at like 6 o'clock. Okay, the border closes at 6. I'm looking at my watch, and it's like 5 minutes to 5, and I'm like, it's okay. It's 5 minutes to 5. I've got an hour, right? And we pull up, and then I don't know whether I read it in my book or someone on the bus told me, but different time zones, mate. The time zone in Angola was an hour ahead, I think. So it was actually, the bus got in at like 5 minutes to 6. So I had to run like a crazy person to the border. They were literally closing the gate of the border as I was like running towards it. They're closing, and I'm like, just one more. And they're like, oh. And it's like 1 minute to 6 their time in Namibia. And the woman who was in the little window, with the little blind, she had the blind down and knocked on the window, and she like pulled the blind up, looked really grumpy at me, looked at my passport, stamped me in. Go away, I want to go home. And then I got into Namibia. If I hadn't got in, my visa would have run out, and I could have been deported. If I'd left it till the morning, I could have been deported. Which is fine. I'd want to leave anyway. But I have a feeling that if you get deported from a country, they tell all the other countries, like they have a thing in cities, like in Liverpool and Manchester and Newcastle, where if you're known as a wrong-un for going out to clubs and stuff and bars and pubs, all the bouncers will know you, because they all send messages to each other, or they have like an app, I don't know, that says, don't let this person in. So you get barred from one place in town, you get barred from them all. I think it might be a bit like that. So I was really conscious of not getting deported from anywhere. I'm sure someone with a backpack sprinting to the border wasn't at all suspicious. Yeah. With a toilet seat on the back of my backpack as well. I travelled with a toilet seat. Maria's watching. Hello, hola, Maria, hola. An hour and a half and still going. Says Talk Magic. Well, not too difficult. Not too difficult for me. But yeah, Angola again. It's one of those countries. It's very rich now because it's got all this oil money. Whether that's spread out to the average person living out in the sticks, I don't think that it is. Like I say, it's incredibly expensive. It's probably the most expensive country I've ever been to. I'll say shockingly expensive. It's more expensive than Norway for just bits and bobs. You know, bread, circuses, jamborees, whatever you want to buy. So yeah, what else have we got here? Malawi, Zambia. Zambia's, we're going to have to wait a while till we get to Zambia. Although, does anyone else think that Zambia looks like an embryo? Does anyone think that Zambia is the shape of an embryo? Is that just me? Just saying. Right, where are we going to next? Ooh, we're going to Anguilla. Anguilla, yay. Oh no, yes we are. Yes we are. Anguilla. So do you want to come with me to Anguilla? So do you know what Anguilla is? It's in the Caribbean. It's above Angola. Angola. It's above. it's above Antigua and Barbuda. There you go. So here, down here, right? We have this is Saint Martin, which is split between the Dutchy side and the French side. The French side, sorry, and the Dutchy side. That's San Martin or Saint Martin. And just above it is Anguilla. And Anguilla is actually not a country. It is part of the British Empire. It is it's a tropical, beautiful paradise island. Here, let's have a look. Long Bay Village. Let's see if we can get some pictures. There's the valley there. Welch's Hill. Little Dicks. Is that where they got the name Little Mix from? They don't have very good, and there's Scrub Island. They don't have very good pictures of Anguilla. Anyway, I have a good friend who runs a newspaper in Anguilla. So yeah, true story. But yeah, so this is a little outpost of the British Empire from many years ago. Britain's got a few of these little outposts. So Bermuda is part of Britain's overseas territories. You've also got Turks and Caicos Islands. You've also got Montserrat. You've also got famously the Cayman Islands, which are where you go to launder your money, and the British Virgin Islands as well, and a bunch of other places as well. There's also obviously Pitcairn Island, St. Helena, St. Helena. That's the one. Ascension Island in the Pacific. But yeah, Anguilla is a little tiny island there. I didn't go and visit it, you know, and I feel bad now because I did go to St. Martin. Maybe I should have just gone up. Maybe there's Blowing Point. There you go. I went to Oyster Pond in St. Martin. I'll come to St. Martin later. But yeah, I never went to Anguilla. Maybe if I ever do my round the world trip again, I might actually bother to go to a couple of the places that I didn't go to on my last journey. I didn't go to Montserrat, for instance. I did go to St. Kitts and Nevis. I did go to Antigua and Barbuda. I did go to St. Martin, the British Virgin Islands, the US Virgin Islands. I didn't go to that island there, shaped like a rectangle. That's Puerto Rico. And I didn't go there as part of the Odyssey expedition because it's part of America. But I did go there as part of the what was it called? The show I was on, the SOS Island, which I won the island on. And we stayed in Ficado. That's where our base camp was, on this beach here. And yeah, if I zoom in, woo! One of these islands is the islands where we actually filmed the show. I think it's that one. I think it's that one. Let me just check if it's got a landing strip on it. Oh no! Oh, that's no good. It's underwater. There you go. That's it. Isla de Vamos. See that bit there? That's all flat. That's a landing strip. Well, it's got some trees in there, so I don't know if you can use it for landing anymore. But that was a landing strip. But that's the island where they filmed SOS Island when I won my island, which is not there. My island's obviously in Panama. But yeah, that was the island. There you go. So Oh, so yeah, Anguilla. A lot of these islands over in the Caribbean. It's quite cool that they're in a line. Have you ever noticed this? If you're looking on the YouTubes here, so you can go from Trinidad and Tobago to Grenada to St. Vincent, St. Lucia to Martinique, Dominica, Guadeloupe, Montserrat. You can go up, and it's kind of like a nice curve. You got the Barbados, which is a little bit out on one side, but the others they come round in this curve, and it continues round here. You've got Jamaica, you've got Cuba, and then round to the Yucatan Peninsula of Mexico. So it makes the Caribbean Sea like C-shaped. Well, C-shaped, is that a real thing? I don't know, but it is interesting because obviously back in the day it was a mountain range, tectonic activity, etc., making those islands appear in a chain, and there was a bunch of competing interests for the Caribbean. Obviously, the Spanish were there first. So the Dominican Republic is one of the first places that Christopher Columbus first took over. The Americans have got Puerto Rico, they've got the US Virgin Islands, which they bought off, well, they bought St. Thomas off Denmark, so the Danes had the stake here. But a lot of it was French, a lot of it was British, and a lot of it was to do with the slave trade triangle, which took people, it took nothing from Britain to West Africa over here, and then it took people, millions of people from West Africa stole them. Half of them didn't survive the passage over to here, over to the Caribbean to work on the sugar plantations, etc. By the way, when we talk about slavery, more slaves in the West Indies than there were in America, in the United States. There were more in the smaller place, more slaves. And also the Caribbean is named after the Caribs, who were the peaceful people who used to live there. There were two tribes. There was two groups of people. There was the Caribs and the Arawaks. And the Arawaks were the sort of warlike people. There's some ancestry there still going on to this day. But the Caribs were wiped out by smallpox and conquest, etc. And something else that's quite interesting is a lot of these places were like swapped between different powers. So after the 7-year war, for instance, Britain took over Guadeloupe, which is part of France now. They wanted it back. They wanted it back so badly that Britain said, "Well, give us your territorial concessions in Canada, and we will let you have Guadeloupe." And famously, the philosopher Voltaire shrugged and said, "Yeah, go on, give up Guadeloupe. Give them Guadeloupe. Get Guadeloupe back. Give them Canada. Who needs it? It's just." And in his words, I'm sorry, any Canadians watching this, I know it's quite offensive. I'm just passing on the message. Don't shoot the messenger. He said it was just a few acres of snow. Yeah. Anyway, looks like stepping stones, but islands, says Hidden Light. Yeah. One of my dreams, if I was asked the other day by Wayne, what would I do if I had £1 billion? And I was like saying, well, I'll make me mum, I'll get me mum a new kitchen. And he was like, think bigger. And well, I'll make some movies. I'll set up a movie studio and make some really good films. But one of the things I'd love to do is set up a ferry service around the Caribbean, because there isn't one. And my dream is to get an old cargo container, right? And retrofit it with batteries. So it's got an electric motor and it runs off solar. Okay. So, and we'll have cabins that are made out of like containerized size. So I don't know if you know this, but container ships, you see the boxes on top, right? The boxes go down as well into the ship, right? So it's not top heavy. So sometimes the boxes in the ship can go down just as far or even further than the boxes that you see on top, right? And there's two big doors that will open up and reveal the cargo containers inside the ship, right? In the belly of the beast. Those cargo containers, you could use them. You could use modules, like cabin modules, and you could dump those modules in on an old cargo ship that you have retrofitted to run on electric and sail power. Imagine having sails on a ship. Imagine being powered. Imagine a ship being powered by the wind. Anyway, so and then you go, you open it up, you put them in there, close it down, and then the deck, which normally has the boxes on it, normally has the containers on it, turn it into a big fuck off dance floor. Yeah. And you know when they have the crane, at the side of a ship, sometimes they have their own cranes, yeah? Depending on where they're going to. If they go to a port that doesn't have a crane, they have to have their own cranes to take the boxes off. I'll turn that into a DJ booth. And I'd just take this party ship, right, around the Caribbean. It would start off in Venezuela, and then it would go to Trinidad and Tobago, it would go to Grenada, it would go to St. Vincent, Barbados, St. Lucia, Martinique. It would go through all these places. It would take about a month to go all the way here. It would go all the way to Cancun in Mexico, and then it would come all the way back. It would go to Cuba, it would go to Jamaica, go to Haiti. So it's kind of like a cruise for people who don't like cruises. But you could get a hop on, hop off ticket. But there's a few things to overcome, so I might have to use part of my billions that I spend on doing this. I might have to spend a bit of it on bribing the local officials in certain countries in the Caribbean. Not to let my boat come in, because I'm sure they will, but to actually allow for what's the thing called? The camping. Camping's illegal in a lot of places in the Caribbean. It's actually illegal, which is kind of weird. Smallpox wiped them out. I hope there ain't no big pox. Yeah. Listen, I've got to do something, right? Don't worry, I don't need the loop. My phone here, which is running on TikTok to make sure that I'm not cheating in any way. I'm showing 3 different versions of the same thing, and I've got the TV going on in the background. Yeah, but I need to plug it in. It's not actually plugged in properly, or at least it's not charging. So I'm just going to try and plug that in. Sorry, everyone watching on. Yes, I did it. I think. Yes. Do you know what I did? It's a USB-C, but in the grand tradition of USB ports, I had to take it out and turn it around and put it back in again. I reckon when the guy who invented USBs dies, or the woman who dies, the person who invented USB dies, they get lowered into the grave, and then they'll get lifted up, and then they'll get turned around, and then they'll get lowered again, and then they'll get lifted up again, turned around again. So it won't fit. It won't. Additional solar-powered cruise airship. That'd be cool. But probably a little bit impractical because they do have hurricanes down there in the islands. So what I was thinking for my ship, by the way, is I'm not just bigging up where my place is in Panama, but during the hurricane months, I would go down to a hurricane hole like Panama. It's not because it's a hole. It's just, it's a lovely place. But I'll bring it down to Bocas del Toro and leave it in Bocas del Toro for a couple of months while the hurricanes blow themselves out. And then I'll continue on. So maybe we could do a cruise down the coast here. We'll go to Belize and go to Honduras, go to Nicaragua, Costa Rica, Panama. And maybe if you're feeling very lucky, we might pop into old Ginger Island there. See how Ginger Island's getting on. They still haven't updated the photo. That photo is from ages ago. Is it? It is from ages ago, I think. Yeah, because it's got, see all that, that black soil there. That's no good. We've got stuff growing there now. It looks a lot greener now. But yeah, you see the reef here. The reef's not as healthy as it was. It's not as healthy as it was. Or if you like, you can stay over here at this place, which is $1,600 a night. You can stay there. If I had unlimited funds, I'd operate a transatlantic ship fleet. That would be very, very cool. I'm not such. Oh, so not just dinosaurs from Jurassic Park. Anyway, so that's enough about Anguilla. See, I need to chug on here because we've only gone through a few countries. See what I mean? I'm going to run out of things to say. I swear. The next one is a place where I've never been. I've never been here, so which is sad, isn't it? So I'm just gonna. If you're watching on YouTube, I'm just gonna zoom out here, and zoom out some more from Panama, from the equator down to here. Oh, I can't even go down there. It won't let me. It won't let me just look at Antarctica. That's mean, isn't it? Let me look at Antarctica, you bastards. There we go. Oh my God, you can't. You can't look at all of Antarctica at once. That's mean. That's just mean. That's just mean. Anyway, there's Antarctica. A few cool things about Antarctica. Oh, there you go. You can do it like that. It's very cold. Unlike the North Pole unlike the North Pole, which is just floating on water, Antarctica is actually a continent. It is a land mass, and if the ice goes away, there will still be land there. But if the ice goes away because it's not floating on the water, it's going to cause the tides to rise to ridiculous levels, maybe up to 50 feet, caused by it going down. So there's Antarctica for you. You can see it there on the globe. It's very white. And it's a bit awkward. It's not letting me move it around so much. There's a place called Grahamland, which is nice. Nice of them to name something after me. And if you imagine it, this isn't a very good map for this, but if you can imagine it as a pizza, right? There's all these wedges that have been cut out from the center of Antarctica. So imagine it like a big misshapen pizza, and different countries own different wedges of that pizza or control it. No one's supposed to have overall control of Antarctica. There was a treaty drawn up in the 1950s. Even at the height of the Cold War, powers got together and said, let's not drill there for oil. Let's leave it to wildlife and nature and the study of wildlife and nature. And in the 1950s, the height of the Cold War, they said, yes, that's a good idea. That is a good idea. If the ice melts on Antarctica, wouldn't it just drip off the bottom of the world? Well, yeah, that's a good point, actually. I never thought of that. But Antarctica, famously the home of the emperor penguins. I've still got some coffee left. Yeah. I'm a slow drinker. Maybe give it like 10 minutes or something. All right. Cheers. Sorry, that's my other half saying if I wanted another coffee, since I've been going for an hour and 42 minutes. But no, I don't need coffee. Because I've still got some. Sorry, where was I? Do you know what I was trying to do? Right? I know this isn't interesting for you lot, but I mean, I was just trying to crop this a little bit better so that I don't have to see that box at the top, which is annoying me to search Google Maps. I get really shirty about this little things. I just care. I think that if I've got any faults, it's just that I care too much, Okay, so there we go. I think. Let's see if that worked. Should we see if that worked? Shall we see if that worked? Yay! See that? It's cleaner now. There's our little marble up in the cosmos. So where are we going to go next, everyone? Where are we going to go next? So we've been to Antarctica and Anguilla. What's up next? I would probably think it was Antigua and Barbuda, but we will see. Let's have a look. I'm gonna look it up in my book. My book. Azerbaijan. God, we're not even at the age yet. This is going to take so long. God, we've got 48 hours to do this. Maybe there's some places I'll just skip over. Oh yeah, if you go to Antarctica, you can go and visit Shackleton's hut. So there you go. Ernest Shackleton, famous, the Endurance, I think was the name of the ship, was it? The Endurance or the Endeavour? Can't remember now. It's a long time ago. His Nimrod expedition hut that you can go and see. And you can go to the Amundsen Scott South Pole Station. I like the fact that they named it after the guy who actually got to the South Pole the first, and then Scott, who didn't. He died. But yes, Amundsen Scott South Pole Station is the place in the middle. There is a part of the there is Queen Maud Land. There's Princess Elizabeth Land. There's Oat Land. There's Mary Bird Land. There's the Ross Ice Shelf, Roosevelt Island. And I'm just trying to see. There's a place called Deception Island. God, I love it when people name stuff boss things. That is boss. I'm sure there was a place called Grahamland. I'm going to look it up on the Google Maps. Let's see. Let's see what happens. We can watch it in real time if you watch it on YouTube. Oh. Sorry about that. That wasn't supposed to happen. I didn't click on this. What did I want? Grahamland, Antarctica. There you go. Beautiful. There you go. Grahamland. Yay. So if you ever want to send me off, exile me to Antarctica, that's the place I need to go. I need to go to that little peninsula there. Ooh, that's not too far from Argentina and Chile, is it? Ooh, maybe I can get a ferry over, cruise ship or something, over, and I can visit Grahamland, which is an island. It's an island. Is it an island? How is it? Oh, because it's, without ice, I guess this is all on that. This is all a bunch of islands. You ever seen a picture of Antarctica without ice? Oh, it's like Anne Widdecombe without makeup. Anyway, no, I'm joking. Antarctica's much more beautiful. So yeah, if you want to go over to Grahamland, you're very welcome to do it. It's not actually listed on my it says Palmerland on here. Why are you saying Palmerland, you stupid bookie bastard? What's going on? In the interest of keeping politics out of the stream, I won't make the joke I thought of. What about Grahamland? That's what they say to me when I'm about to, when I'm flying the plane. Graham, land. There has to be somewhere on Earth called that, possibly. I don't know. There's Thailand. There's Greenland. There's England. Scotland. Ireland. Finland. There's a few lands. There's a lot of stands. There's Kazakhstan. Kyrgyzstan. Uzbekistan. Turkmenistan. Tajikistan. Afghanistan. And Pakistan. And the north of Iraq is known as Kurdistan. So if your name's Stan, you'll probably do quite well around there. So where was I? We were finishing off in the Antarctic, and we were going to head up north again, back off to the Caribbean for Antigua and Barbuda, I think. I'm not wrong on that? No, I'm not wrong. Good. Also, the ice disappeared. The land masses would rise and further affect the sea levels. Scandinavia is rising following the last ice age. What, does the water go up underneath it and it acts like a bit of a cork? Corking. Anyway, so we're going to go from Grahamland there in the Antarctic, which I've never been to, but I would like to visit the Antarctic at some point. Listen, again, if I had the money, I would do a show called The Ones That Got Away, and it would be me going to 50 places around the world, like the remotest places that I didn't go to on my journey to every country. So they would include Antarctica, Greenland, French Guiana, Guadeloupe, Antigua. I've been to Antigua, Anguilla, Turks and Caicos, Cayman Islands, Aruba, Bonaire, Curacao. I'd also have to go to the South Sandwich Islands, South Georgia, Tristan da Cunha, Ascension Islands, Saint Helena. What's that place? Saint Pierre and Miquelon up in Canada, near Canada. Easter Island, Galapagos, the Pitcairn Islands, Cook Islands, Niue Islands. So there's quite a few places around the world. I think I've made a list of them once, of like places that are probably listed in this book but aren't actually members of the United Nations, and so wouldn't count as far as visiting all countries for Guinness World Records. They just go off the 193. So if you're ever going to try and beat my record, you do not need to go to Kosovo, although you probably end up going through Kosovo anyway because it's just kind of on the way somewhere else. You don't need to go to Vatican City, but you probably go through Rome at some point if you're on your way down to Malta or Tunisia. You don't need to go to Western Sahara, but you'll probably go through there anyway. Do you see a pattern emerging here? You don't need to go to these places, but you'll probably go there anyway. You don't need to go to Taiwan because that's not a member of the United Nations. They only want 193. The Isle of Man. I've been the Isle of Man. And the Isle of Wight. Been the Bestival. Went to Bestival on the Isle of Wight a couple of times. That was fucking great. we had a 20,000 freaks under the sea once, and we had to dress up as like fish and things. And I dressed up as Steve Zissou from The Life Aquatic, the Wes Anderson movie, and so did all my mates. And we were all like, the red beanies and the blue shirt, and we made little transfers with the Zissou Z on it and stuff. And I think my friend had like a holster on his leg with a bubble gun in it. It was lots of fun instead of like a harpoon. I don't know what they have in the film, I've forgotten. And I walked around because on the Saturday and the Friday and the Saturday, I said to everyone that I met, I said, listen, we're going to meet in the Knees Up tent tomorrow at like 11 o'clock or something. And I was just saying it. I'd say, tell everyone who's dressed as Zissou. So I was just walking around, loads of people dressed as Zissou. Breaking news. SMP chief person being getting done for embezzlement. So I was going around. So every time I saw someone dressed as Zissou, I'll go up to them and say, hey, get to the Knees Up tent for 11 o'clock, right? And the next day, the first, I think it was the first band of the day on the main stage, and it was a secret act, and it turned out to be the Specials. And I was like, oh my god, everyone's going to go and see the Specials. No one's going to come to the Knees Up tent. So we're watching the Specials, and then my mates are like, come on, Graham, it's 11 o'clock. You did say you were going to go to the tent. And I'm like, oh, all right then. So we walk over to the tent, to the Knees Up tent. The bloody tent's closed, isn't it? There's no one there. There's literally no one there except for one person dressed as Zissou outside. And I was like, oh god, this is so depressing. It was like a big Spiegel tent, like a massive, like a circus big top tent. And I'm like, oh god, this is so depressing. There's just one person there. And I go over and said, there's no one here. And he goes, no, they're all inside. I went in, and there was literally hundreds of people in this tent dressed as Team Zissou. I walk in and everyone starts chanting, Zissou, Zissou. There's a picture of me standing on a table in the middle of this tent with my arms up in the air, dressed as Team Zissou, with like all these people around me like this. Very cool. Anyway, so that was my top experience in the Isle of Wight. Great place. The ferry's expensive though, isn't it? Shouldn't it be a free ferry? Does anyone get? I mean, I'm sure if you're from the Isle of Wight, you'll agree with me on this one. The ferry should be fucking free. Should be normally free. Sorry. Stop swearing, Graham. Been to Cowes, but I couldn't find any cows. Hooray! Yeah. I went to Selfridges, and it turns out they didn't Selfridges. So Antigua and Barbuda is next. So if we go back to our map of the world, our map of Mundi, we can zoom in here. Anguilla is just there. We just went there. And then just below it here is Antigua and Barbuda. Had a great time there. So I came over from Basse-Terre, which is in St. Kitts and Nevis, right? I came over on a boat called the Vagrant. It was a sailboat. And I came into English Harbour here in Antigua and Barbuda. I'm pretty sure that first picture there is the place where I was trying to get my stamp. They wouldn't let me leave. Like, they were really weird about me leaving, because the guy I came across on the Vagrant, his name was Grant. He was like Canadian or American or something, and he got his yacht in, and then he flew home, and I needed sign off from the captain of the ship that I was on to allow me to leave, and it was just like it was bizarre. Anyway, so this is where a lot of very, very rich people go to put their yachts. Like, this is insanely. If you want to see the full spectrum of, like, from abject poverty to just ridiculous amounts of riches, and Antigua is definitely the place to see that. So just along the coast here from English Town here is Falmouth Harbour, and this is where the super yachts hang out. I don't know if they've got any pictures of super yachts, but when I was there was a bunch of ships that were like, oh my god, or ships, a bunch of yachts, sail yachts, and boats, big motorboats. What they call them super yachts, but my opinion on this, they're not yachts. They're not yachts, TikTok. You're only a yacht if you got a sail, as far as I'm concerned. Anyway, so we got that, and then we've got we got English Harbour. We've got the old road here, and then the capital is up here. It's called St. John's. And And you know what? It's a lovely place. You can see it there. The buildings on the hill, all brightly coloured. One thing that I will continue to bang on about is the fact that the past was a lot more colourful. You know, we think of the past as like black and white, right? It wasn't. It was really, really colourful. The people like painted stuff colourfully. You know, when you see those pictures of you see those marble sculptures by the Romans and the Greeks, and they always look like, you know, they always look beautiful and completely white. You know, they're always completely white. And then the the uh the 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 reality was they were painted. They were painted bright colors. If you go to Egypt and see the monumental alabaster, it didn't used to look like that. It was brightly painted in the past. And then you look at the 60s, very psychedelic. The 70s, well, everything was brown and orange in the 70s. That was just a bit weird. The 80s, I mean, I hate the color scheme of the 80s. I do. I mean, it was a bit too much, but at the same time, at least it was colorful. But then since the 90s, like, fashions just haven't changed at all. Just a shirt, and it's just a t-shirt and jeans. You know, there's and I know it's a bit ironic. I'm sitting here wearing a brown hat and a grey vest and a black shirt, but you know, like, everything's neutral colours now. I was talking about this when we talked about cars the other day. There's no brightly coloured cars anymore, is there? Why don't we have brightly coloured cars? We don't have them. Every car you see is black or dark blue. Black or dark blue. That's it. Everything. Or grey. Those bloody grey ghost cars. You know, when you get a grey car or silver car, they call them silver, but it's actually grey. You know, when they have those grey cars, right? And then there's spray on the motorway, and they haven't got the fog lights on. You can't see them. They just disappear into the spray. Yeah, good luck dealing with that. Self-driving cars. Anyway, back to English Harbour. So yeah, this is Antigua. So when I was in St. John's, I did couch surfing in St. John's, and I stayed with Christelle, who was a swimming champion from Antigua, who had competed in the Olympics for Antigua, which was really cool. She was really lovely. She and her dad took me to dancing lessons. We did some ballroom dancing. It was cool. Like I say, you visit these far-flung places and stay with people, and they're not too different. And it's just a lovely place. It's just a really lovely place. The scourge of Antigua, and I say this about the whole of the Caribbean, is these things. If you can see on the YouTube page, I'm showing a picture of the cruise ships. They're like these massive multi-story buildings that just, you know, float in, and they rob a place of its culture. If you want to get any kind of help with your new startup making bracelets or taking people out scuba diving or whatever, you need to get in touch with these cruise ship companies, and if they don't like the cut of your jib, they'll tell people not to use your services, and they won't partnership with you. And if they don't partnership with you, then you're screwed, because you just can't make ends meet. And I mean, there is a lack of independent travel in the Caribbean. The main reason for that is flying from one country to the other is dead expensive, and there's no ferries. I met people in islands in the Caribbean. So, you know, you'll meet someone who lived in, you know, for example, you lived in St. Kitts and Nevis, and they'd never ever been to Antigua. You know, like, honestly, we can do a distance here. We can measure the distance, right, to St. John's. I mean, it's less than 50 miles. It's less than 50 miles. It's less than the distance from Liverpool to Leeds, and yet, no, because there's no ferries, there's no easy way from getting from one island to the next. People just don't visit their neighbours. And something I'd love to see is there's a thing called CARICOM, which is the Caribbean Community. It's all of these islands that you can see here, pretty much. It also includes Belize over here. We'll get into Belize and why you'll find out why it's a dotted line. The border's a dotted line. People on YouTube can see that. Belize, and also Guyana is also a member. They also have dotted lines. Look how many dotted lines Guyana has. I mean, seriously, how do you know? How do you know where anything is? Where's the border of Guyana? Luckily, I crossed the border. I went to Boa Vista, and I crossed the border here at Latham, Letham even. I loved Guyana. From the moment I stepped foot in Guyana, it's one of my favorite places on earth, and it's got a really cool flag. It's a bit 70s, but it's retro. It's cool. I like it. What's with the hairstyles? I don't know. I saw a lovely brown Ford Cortina the other day. It's like the 70s came back to life. You want a two-tone Cortina that's brown and orange. That'd be so 70s. It'd be painful. And you want to wear like tobacco-colored sunglasses. Tobacco brown sunglasses. Hidden Night, thank you very much. Keep it up. Think of it as £1 added per hour. Oh, that's very kind of you, Hidden Night. Yeah, we should really wrap up the A's a bit. I mean, there is a lot of countries. I think there's 11 countries that begin with A, but also there's some territories in here as well. So it's a few more than that. But this is Antigua. I would really recommend it if you can get over there. But bear in mind that the fact that you've got people living in abject poverty there next to these massive super yachts, because these American celebrities come to town and want to sit on the, sit out on their yachts and look rich. But it's a very vibrant country, and it's exciting. You might sometime want to go to Barbuda. That is very much off the beaten track. You'll probably have the whole place to yourself, to be honest with you. There's Pink Sand Beach over there, which is quite famous. I've never been to Barbuda, so I can't comment on it. But apparently, it's a groovy place. But there you go. Now we're going to move on to a place that we were looking at slightly just a moment ago, which is Argentina, which is actually the first country that I visited officially as part of the Guinness World Record. No, it was the second country, because I left from Argentina. So Uruguay was the first. So on my Guinness World Record certificate, it says Uruguay on the one for every, the one for not every country, but the one for the most countries visited in 1 year. That starts in Uruguay. So I crossed the border. I was in Buenos Aires, the capital here. Apparently it's not Buenos Aires, it's Buenos Aires. So if someone wants to have a fight with me about that, you're welcome to do so. I don't really care. There's a ferry that goes from Buenos Aires over to Colonia de Sacramento, which I took. So I've been all over Argentina to an extent. I've not been down into the Patagonia region down here, but I have been around the north. I've been to Mendoza here, which is when I was at the in 2002, Brazil won the World Cup, and I was in Rio at the time. It was amazing. It was a massive party, and as I was coming into Rio, there was people on the streets all dancing up and down and stuff. And there was a guy runs up to the taxi I'm in, right? And everyone else is like, yeah, e penta, like we've won it 5 times. E penta. And there's one guy comes over to me and he goes, Mendoza! And I'm like, what? Mendoza! And I'm like, what? And he's like shouting at me in this taxi. He's going, Mendoza! And I'm like, what are you talking about? He's a bit drunk. And he's like, you were in the dorm with me in Mendoza. Like, it was like a month earlier. And he recognized me, probably because of the hat. He was like, do you remember? I think he was like Eastern European. And he was like, that motherfucker snoring. That guy snoring. I was like, oh my God, yes. None of us got any sleep because we were in a dorm with this guy snoring his head off when I was staying in Mendoza. Mendoza. So yeah, that happened. Anyway, so told you got loads of little funny anecdotes from the road. So yeah, Argentina. Where else have I been? So I've been to Cordoba, which is beautiful. Look at these buildings, Spanish missionary stuff. I mean, there's so many beautiful. Oh, look at that picture. That's really cool. Look at that sky. Argentina is a phenomenal place. Not run by my favorite person at the moment. This is Mendoza here. Again, really cool place. Watch out for people snoring. Can't believe that guy recognized me in the taxi. I was like driving. I was like stopped at a stoplight. He just came over. Salta. I've been to Salta as well. And there's a place over here just above Salta, which is my favorite name of a place in the world. Well, after Odia, and it's called San Salvador de Jujuy. It's pronounced Jujuy, not Jujuy. It's pronounced Jujuy. San Salvador de Jujuy. So that's a really cool place up there. And this is the sort of Badlands, the north of Argentina. It's a massive country. I mean, it stretches all the way down here to the Antarctic Circle, all the way up to deserts in the Chaco province here. in Argentina. Where it's very, very dry. You have the sort of dry prairies that you think of when you think of South America. Argentina meaning land of silver, which it isn't, I don't think. I think Bolivia's got more silver. But yeah, for a while, it was incredibly rich, like insanely rich, like to a point where the amount of money they had, I think at the turn of the 20th century, it was one of the richest countries in the world, if not the richest country by capita. It was incredibly loaded, to say the least. But then started pretty much as soon as the 20th century started, the strongman dictators took over, and you just had dickhead after dickhead ruling the place, unfortunately, for the good people of Argentina. Something worth remembering, if you go to Argentina and you want to party, because I gotta, people don't go out till midnight. Seriously, they'll have a family meal at like 9 o'clock, and that'll go on for 3 hours, and then, or 2 hours, and then they'll spend an hour at 11 o'clock at night getting prepped, and then at midnight they'll go out on the town to party. So be prepared for that. I celebrated New Year 2009 in Argentina, which is fantastic. Celebrated that in Buenos Aires. Buenos Aires is a really cool, vibrant city. If you walk along the River Plate, the Rio Plata, you'll see as you walk, there are people dancing. There's like dance lessons going on next to the river. It's a real good vibe about it. And Argentinians are really fun people. Like, I suppose you get fun people from anywhere in the world, but like Argentinians, they have got a bit of a lust for life about them, and I love the place. I've been there a couple of times now, travelled quite a lot around the north of Argentina. But yeah, TGA Graham, 48 hours. Hey Scott, you are mental. No, I'm mental, not mental. You're a mentalist. Go away. No, it's all right, Scott. I've got me ginger nuts. It's all right. I've got me ginger nuts. I've got me ginger. I don't know why. You know, it's McVitie's. Why can't they just call them ginger nuts? Does someone else have the? Why are they called tasties? Who came in and said, "Listen, we need to change the name of ginger nuts because people keep making jokes about the testicles of ginger people," and they're like, "Okay, well, let's change." And it doesn't have any nuts in either. Because ginger's a root, not a nut. You nuts. And they're like, "Oh, well, you know, we'll change it to tasties." What? Why? I don't know. Could change it to ginger snaps. People call it ginger snaps in other countries. I think when they get ginger nuts to eat on Ginger Island, they're actually called ginger snaps over there. It's funny how strongman politicians turn out to be total bellends, isn't it? Oh, come on, Gallifreyan Ren. That only happens 100% of the time. You know, it's only 100% of the time that happens. I'm going to touch the screen here. Matt has joined. Hey, Matt, how you doing on TikTok over there? We're trying to attempt to do a 48-hour live stream. So we're just over 2 hours in. And I'm drawing from this book, The World, Lonely Planet. And I've also got all these Lonely Planets down here. I've got a Lonely Planet guide for every country in the world, not individually, because some, obviously, you get a book like this called Africa that's got 54 countries in it. Well, it says here 51 country guides. Which countries are missing? That's what I want to know. Well, I can probably guess, right? I'm going to guess that Seychelles isn't in here. I'm going to guess that Mauritius isn't in there as well. So that gets us down to 52. And then Comoros, Madagascar. Is Madagascar in here? They'll be a bit cheeky if they've got Madagascar, but they haven't got Comoros. I'll be quite sad about that. Yep, they have got Madagascar, but they haven't got Comoros. Ooh, the reason why that's a bit naughty is that Mozambique and, well, Madagascar, between Mozambique and Madagascar lies the Comoros Islands. So yeah, ooh, that's a bit cheeky, Lonely Planet. The old version of Africa, this is the enshittification of everything, isn't it? Turn it around, get it right around. The new version only does 51 countries. The one that I used traveling around the world 15 years ago, this has 54 countries. No, 53 actually, because South Sudan wasn't a country at that time. If you look here, you can see on that. That's my trip. That's my trip around Africa, marked out on the map there. That's really cool. I should really scan that, shouldn't I, and upload it so people can see it. That's the route I took. So if I'm ever trying to go, how did I get from one place to the other? That I did a big loop. I did a big loop around Africa, and then you can see here where I've gone in a little bit. Can you see where I've gone in a little bit? That's to go into the countries in the interior. But basically, you can get away with coming down here down into southern Africa and just going down. Oh, sorry, I came this way. Going down and then up the other side, and you take off every single country because they're that big. They're just that big. 24-hour stream disguises the history lesson on countries and the islands on this big blue marble. Yes, you're all going to learn something today. Well, I'm trying to bring together some of my personal anecdotes and some of the fun that I've had around the world. Argentina borders Chile, and you've got the Andes here, the great Andes Mountains, and you've got these huge mountains, including Aconcagua, which is the tallest mountain in the world, which borders Chile and Argentina. I think. Do you know what though? If I get this wrong, I'm never going to live this down, am I? If I say, let's have a look. Oh. I have to bring this over, don't I? Grahamland, Aconcagua. I'll spell it correctly. Oh, this is going to be really funny if it's nowhere near. Oh, thank God for that. I'm like, yes, the tallest building in tallest building. What is wrong with me? I've only been going a couple of hours. The tallest mountain in South America is Aconcagua, and it's there on the border between Chile and Paraguay. Famously, that's about where the plane crashed in the Andes, didn't it? On its way to Santiago in Chile, in the movie Alive, and in the other movie, The Society of the Snow. In a bit. Oh, good gods! Argentina has a very rich paleontological record. Yeah, I could imagine. It's an old bit of land. It's a ye oldie place. But there you go. There's Argentina. It's one of those countries that's so big it actually curves on the map, which is kind of cool. Do you know what I mean? It curves. Now I know there's a lot of debate about what maps we should use, and people complain about the Mercator map because it doesn't show that Greenland is tiny compared with Africa, and the only way you can really show that is on a globe. But the Gold Peters map pisses me off because it goes, oh no, but it's all proportionate. It's not because what it does is it messes up the distance from the top of Africa there to measure distance. So the top of Africa there to the bottom is a good 7,500 kilometers, right? And then the distance from no, take it away. Oh, thanks. Yay, I'm getting more coffee. Yay, get more coffee. And then if we measure the distance from here, clear measurement from Gambia over here, right? It's nearly 7,300 kilometers, right? So like it should be almost at that point as wide as it is down. Do you see? But on the Gulls Peter projection, it squeezes it down, so it looks longer and I think it's just all that proportionate. It looks to me why I don't like the Gulls Peters projection. It looks to me like it's in the wrong aspect ratio, which is going to annoy anyone who watched some of the shows I did on Ginger Island, the island that I won in the Caribbean. Will know how much being in the wrong aspect ratio pisses me off. Anyway, if we've got any new people in the chat, I would like everyone in the chat to be very friendly and kind to them. If you'd like to join the chat, all you need to do is hit the subscribe button and wait for 1 of your Earth minutes. And we're raising money today for the Good Law Project. The link is in the chat there. Ooh, thank you. Has that got syrup in it? Oh, okay. Thank you. Can I Cat? Can I have toasted marshmallow flavour? What? Toasted marshmallow flavour. What marshmallow? Yeah, the toasted marshmallow flavour. Weird. What? No, the flake. Oh, I hope she doesn't put marshmallows in there. Hello again. Yay, the live stream crashed, but it's okay because I was still going out on TikTok. I was still going out on Twitch. So yeah, back up. I've got a backup of a backup just in case that happens. But it just crashed. Well, I was getting more. I was texting Kat to say, don't put actual marshmallows. I meant marshmallow flavor in my coffee. I didn't want actual marshmallows. I thought she might actually put some marshmallows in there. Which wouldn't be the worst thing ever, I guess. I don't know. But certainly not what I was after. So where are we going to go to next after where we are? I don't think this should count. I mean, it's a streaming issue. Not Graham giving up this early. No, it's fine. I'm streaming again. I'm back. Hello. But yeah, it didn't stop the stream. The stream continued on. And plus, like I say, I'm going out on Twitch and I'm going out on TikTok as well. If all three of them fail at the same time, then I'm in a bit of trouble. But yeah, hopefully that's not going to happen. Fingers crossed. Fingers crossed. At least it's the right way up. Some maps show lands that are upside down. It's mostly due to the weather of the country that said this is north, even though they're pointing east. Well, yeah, I mean, the maps used to have east at the top. Orientation. Orienteering. It comes from the Orient, meaning east, as opposed to Occidental, meaning west. If you ever read, what's it called? Nostromo? By Joseph Conrad. That's set in the Occidental Republic, which is a fictional country that's totally based on Argentina. So yeah, so we're going to leave Argentina there. Highest mountain in... Oh, what has happened? Why is that disappeared? What is going on? Ooh, that's back. Yeah, so we'll leave Argentina for now. Wonderful place. Guy in charge, bit of a dick. Don't Cry for Me, Argentina. That was about Eva Perón, who was married to Juan Perón, who was one of the many dictators that Argentina's had to put up with. And it'd be remiss of me not to mention the Falkland Islands, another place that I've not been to. And people look at the Falkland Islands on a map and they go, oh, but it's closer to Argentina, so they should definitely have it. It should be theirs. And that's not the way things work, because the people who live there don't want to be Argentinian. In the same way that the people in the Channel Islands, Guernsey and Jersey over here, live a lot closer to France than they do to Kingsbridge, whatever that is, Plymouth. And you say, oh, well, that should be French, shouldn't it? That should be part of France, but it isn't, because that's not the way things work. The people in Guernsey and Jersey want to be British for whatever daft reason. They don't want to be French, in the same way that the people who live in Gibraltar don't want to be Spanish. They want to be Gibraltar or British, slightly British. People in Gibraltar are a bit more British than British. You know that type of person who's a bit more British than British? They have like pictures of the Queen on the wall and stuff. Something that you'd never see in the UK. But yeah, so, and if you're going to complain about things that are should be parts of other countries, well, we can point out Ceuta there. And then you've got like weird little bits of Angola, which I should have mentioned actually when we were talking about Angola, because this bit here, see this bit I'm pointing to, that's part of Angola. It's separate, but it's part of Angola, in the same way that if I go all the way up here, we can zoom in on this bit between Lithuania and Poland, call it Kaliningrad, which is part of Russia, even though it's not connected to Russia. There's two countries in the way. There's both Belarus and Lithuania are both in the way. But yeah, it's part of Russia. It's just the way things shake out, my friends. It's just the way things shake out. Don't sweat it. Don't sweat it, Betty. Orienteering with napalm death. Anyway, so where should we go next after we just did Argentina? Have a look at my book. What is it? Armenia next, I think, maybe. Santiago. Armenia. Let's go to Armenia. Let's talk about Armenia. I had the best kebab in my life in Armenia. Oh, God, it was so good. I think they put bacon in it. Anyway, so there's Armenia. There it is. As you can see, it's kind of like, whoa, it's to the east of Europe. There's all the rest of Europe there. Arguably in Europe, Armenia is a Christian country surrounded by Azerbaijan, which is Islamic, and so is Iran, and so is Turkey. They're all Islamic countries, but Armenia has its own version of Christianity, which is arguably one of, if not the oldest versions of Christianity, along with the Coptics of Ethiopia. So yeah, there's Armenia there. It's all good. and it's a really cool place. When I went there, I didn't go down to the capital Yerevan, which is good. If you ever play in the game where you've got to name a capital city that begins with each letter of the alphabet, you know, the car game where you start off and you've got to say, you know, Amsterdam, and then you say Bern, and then I'm trying to think of a capital city, Copenhagen, Djibouti City, Edinburgh. Let's try and do this. Like I was going to say, Yerevan is a good place to have for your Yerevan is a good place to have for your there's Yerevan there. It is a good place to have for your Y. So where was I? So I need a capital city begin with F. Freetown, Saint Sierra Leone, FG. Let me think. I'm not gonna touch the computer, so it's still stuck on Armenia, so I can't just like zoom in somewhere. Somewhere beginning with G, that's a capital city. Georgetown, capital of Guyana. H, I'll take Honolulu. No, that's the capital of Hawaii, which isn't a country. That you can't have that one. Helsinki, capital of Finland. HI, Islamabad in Pakistan. J, Jakarta, Indonesia, but not for much longer. They're moving it, or maybe they've moved it already. I don't know. I'll have to find another J. JK, KK, capital beginning with K. Kigali, capital of Rwanda. KL. Lima, capital of Peru. M, Montevideo, the capital of Uruguay. N, Nairobi, the capital of Kenya. Oh my God. Ouagadougou. Ouagadougou. It's spelled O-U. Ouagadougou, the capital of Burkina Faso. Yeah. P. Port of Spain, capital of Trinidad and Tobago. PQ, capital that begins with Q. Quito, the capital of Ecuador. Q, PQR, Romania, Russia, Riga, the capital of Latvia is Riga. Okay, good. S. Soweto, Somaliland. S. Oh, come on, there must be loads that begin with S. Come on, Gray. Think. Drink while you think. Sana, capital of Yemen. ST. Tangiers is not the capital of Tangiers is not the capital. Tunis is the capital of Tunisia. STU. Ulaanbaatar, the capital of Mongolia. That's for me, Dad. That he always used to go on about Ulaanbaatar being the capital of Mongolia. V. Vienna, capital of Austria. VW. Warsaw, capital of Poland. X, there is no capital that begins with X. XY. Oh, well, Xi'an used to be the capital. That's where the terracotta army is. It used to be the capital of China back in the day, but it's not the capital anymore. But if you're going to like squint and say, okay, we'll allow it because there is no other place that begins with X that is a capital city, but Xi'an is a capital city. Y, and then we go back to Yerevan. Yay, a van, as they say. And then for Z, we can have Zagreb in Croatia. Whew, did it. There you go. Entire alphabet, almost. Quito is the capital of Locarbia. Very good, Cuthbert. Very good. Anyway, so when I went to Armenia, I stopped in the place called Vanadzors. I'm probably saying that wrong. And this is where I had the best kebab ever in all the world. And then the next day, I traveled back up into Georgia towards Tbilisi. And on the way, I stopped at these places where they have the old monasteries and old nunneries from back in the day. So there's the Gregory Monastery. So I've been here. So you can see little pictures there coming up. So I've been there, and it's all ruins now, but it's hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of years old, and it's got this amazing text. If you have a look at the text that you can see coming up under the place names there, that's modern Armenian, but ancient or old Armenian is a really cool looking language. Like the letters are really cool. I love the shapes of them. So yeah, worth going along here. This valley here, see where the M6 is here. It's a bit sad because this all used to be part of the USSR. So Armenia was kind of like this weird independent state for a long time, and then the borders were constantly shifting. You can see exclaves and enclaves and bits of other countries that are now part of it. There was a place down here called Nagorno-Karabakh, which doesn't seem to exist anymore, which used to be part of, oh, there it is. This is yeah. I think it was around here, but it was an exclave, and it was completely taken over by Azerbaijan in a couple of years ago. And the Russians were supposed to stop that from happening, and they didn't. But then you've got a bit of Azerbaijan, which is over here, which is on the other side of Armenia. So it's all a bit awkward because it's just where people settle down, and this is in the world. This is in the time before nation states and everything being run from one place. But yeah, Armenia was part of the USSR for many years, and then when the USSR collapsed in the early 90s, Georgia, Armenia, and Azerbaijan said, we don't want to be part of Russia anymore. We don't want to be ruled from Moscow. And so they broke away and became their own independent nation. So the USSR split into 15 separate nations at the end of the Cold War. And if you look here, you can see these splodges here. That over there is Abkhazia, and this bit over here where the dotted lines are, that's South Ossetia. They're places that were invaded by Russia in 2008 and stolen from Georgia. A good third of their territory was stolen by the biggest country in the world, of Russia, which isn't big enough for some Russians for some reason. I don't know. Anyway, Armenia, fascinating place, fascinating history, great kebabs. What can I say? And also, there's an Armenian diaspora. The Kardashians are Armenian, so you'll probably know some Armenian heritage people. And if you ever want to watch a ridiculous Oliver Stone film, there's a film called Midnight Express, which is about a guy who gets put in jail in Turkey, and they're really horrible to him. That was financed by the Armenians because the Armenians hate the Turks, and the Turks hate the Armenians. Always have done, probably always will do. And when I was traveling, I don't know what the border situation is like at the moment, but I couldn't transfer from Turkey. I couldn't cross the border here. Maybe you can now, I don't know. But at the time, this border between Turkey and Armenia was closed, and the border between Armenia and Azerbaijan was also closed. So in order to go to Armenia, I had to go through Turkey into Georgia to Tbilisi. I had to get a bus down into Armenia. And I spent the night in Armenia, came back out, and went to Tbilisi, and then I had to travel down to Azerbaijan. I couldn't do that. I had to go back and forth because some borders are open and some borders aren't. So there you go. Let's see what Lonely Planet has to say about Armenia. Few nations have histories as ancient, complex, and laced with tragedy as Armenia. The Armenian genocide happened during World War One, or in the wake of World War One. And it was a massacre of up to 1 million people that the Turks don't like to talk about. In fact, I think it is actually illegal to talk about the Armenian genocide in Turkey. You can be put in jail for talking about it or writing an article about it. Crazy, I know. Right, next up I'm going to the ABC Islands, which are just over here. There they are. That is the ABC Islands. So this is Aruba over here. And then we've got Curacao. And then we should have Bonaire over here. These are the ABC Islands, although it should be the ACB islands, technically. These were part of the Netherlands Antilles until quite recently. They are, famous for their white sand beaches and just being really, really lovely. And they are part of the Dutch Empire. They are Dutch for some reason. Nobody knows really why. But the Dutch were there. The Dutch were there. But I mean, look at Curacao. I mean, it's just lovely. I've never been to these places. I would like to visit them at some point. Look at that. That looks like Nijhaven in Copenhagen. But yes, well worth a holiday, I think. And yeah, they've got their own flags. Curacao there, and yeah, they've got a clock there. 3 tiny islands once formed the Netherlands Antilles and are still independent territories within the Kingdom of the Netherlands. So Dutch culture is very much in evidence. So they're independent territories within the kingdom. So in the same way that I suppose the Isle of Man is autonomous, but you know it's under the rule of King Charles III. But yeah, these are 3 islands in the Caribbean, just off the coast of Venezuela there. Maybe when my ship, maybe what I should do, with my my boat going round, instead of going, because I was originally going to go from Trinidad and Tobago to Cancun and back again, or Venezuela, right, to and back. Maybe I could just do a loop. Maybe just go round in a loop. It's got this set loop. So you could go to Cancun, and then you could stop in Tulum and go and see the beautiful Mayan ruins on the beach there. Like literally Mayan ruins on a beach. Well, what more do you want? You don't even have to go through the jungle or nothing. Although take some water, because they never have enough water. They don't have any water on sale. You'll find that when you go there. Graham, if you want some fun, look up the FBI or CIA country help book. Midnight Express, great film. Yeah, it doesn't make the Turks look very good though, does it? It's almost as though it's paid for by Armenians. Yeah, I could have my ship come down from Cancun to Belize. We could go to Belize, and then we could go through Honduras. We can't go to San Pedro Sula because that's slightly inland. But you can go along the coast here, go down the coast of Nicaragua. We won't go to Limon because it's horrible, but we'll go to Puerto Viejo. That's lovely. And then down to Bocas del Toro. Oh, yeah, maybe the start and finish could be Bocas del Toro. How cool would that be? And you get on, you can stay on all month, and it just takes you around the Caribbean. It just keeps going anti-clockwise, of course. Because why are you going anti-clockwise? Why don't you go clockwise? I'll tell you why, because that's the way I went. And we'll call the boat the Odyssey, which is what I call my adventure to every country in the world. If you want to read more about it, read all about it. Get onto this book, Man of the World, available from Amazon. All you need to do, go to Amazon, type in Man of the World, Graham Hughes, and you'll be able to get a copy. And if I ever meet you in real life, I will sign it for you. Yes, I will. Okay, so where are we going next? We've been to the ABC Islands. Can we go back to Azerbaijan now? Have we nearly finished the A's? Have we finished the A's? We've been stuck in an A-hole for a while, haven't we? Help us crawl out of this A-hole. God, it's really stuffy in this A-hole. Aruba. Oh, yes, sorry. I did miss a country there. I'm racing ahead to Azerbaijan. And we've also got... I've got loads of countries. We're going to Australia. Yeah. G'day, mate. We're going to Australia, where my hat comes from. People ask me about my hat. My original hat, the original hat came from Alice Springs in Australia. Sadly lost at a music festival when the Pixies were on. I was crowd surfing, and I lost my hat. Never got it back. But it's been replaced over the years. They shrink. I lose them. They fall off my head. Need to flip the screen for this section. Here's Australia. Yeah, just turn the whole thing upside down. I could actually do that, if you want me to. Should we do that? Should we just see if we can? Oh no, I can't. Why is it not letting me do this? Oh, maybe you just can't turn that upside down. If it was a picture, I could turn it upside down. Oh no, I can. Look at this. Hey! There you go. We're in Australia now. G'day, mate. That's perfect. That's so good. I don't know if it works that way, but there you go. I didn't know I could do that. I can. I can do anything. I'm in charge. Yay! Anyway, so we're gonna rotate that back up the right way. So Australia. Going to talk about Australia for a little bit because I spent a lot of time in Australia. It's one of the countries that I can say that I lived in. No, you need to be upside down. I'm not turning upside. Do I have to turn upside down? Do I have to turn upside down? Do you know what? I'll do this and it will destroy the whole thing. There you go. Right, is that better? G'day, mate. We're talking about Australia. Confetti blast then. Yes, let's get some confetti. We need some confetti going. Here, let's get the confetti party going. Anyone want to give some super chats for that confetti? Woo! We're in Australia, mate. Sorry, this isn't going to make any sense to people watching on TikTok or who are watching on Threads. Not Threads, what's it called? Twitter. No, not Twitter. What's it called? Twitch, that's the one. Because this is what's going out on YouTube. If you watch on the YouTube channel, we've got a picture of Australia and I'm upside down, which is awesome. So yeah, we're in Australia here. We will start like I started my journey. I flew into Melbourne, and then I've travelled to Geelong. I've gone along the Great Ocean Road, which is the longest. It's this road here. This is the Great Ocean Road going through Lorne, Wye River, the Apollo Bay. The Great Ocean Road is the world's longest war memorial. It was built as a war memorial to the soldiers who died in World War One. And then I've gone to Warrnambool. I stayed in Ballarat. My ex-girlfriend used to live in Ballarat, where it's home to Sovereign Hill, and a really, really nice old-fashioned cinema, which is really cool. It's like a yeah, they don't have Sovereign Hill here. Oh, why don't you have Sovereign Hill listed? Sebastopol, Sovereign Hill. There you go. Click on that. Oh no, no. I want to see pictures. Show me pictures. Oh, all right. It's not going to show me pictures. Anyway, Sovereign Hill. If anyone's been to Beamish up here in the northeast, right, and it's like a town that's an old-fashioned sort of Victorian town, coal mining town. It's the same thing, except instead of coal mining, it's gold mining, and it's a lot hotter. And you get to pan for gold instead of having to pan for coal, I guess. Stereotypes for the win, says Spherelands. Yeah, absolutely. So then I travelled up to Adelaide a couple of times, and then up to the Lake Eyre, which is here, which is a bit of a lie, because if you go to the satellite, you'll see it's actually just a dried up riverbed. It's like a pair of very large testicles with a little... Anyway, so Lake Eyre there, been to Lake Eyre, which is just a massive salt plain, and occasionally you get these wonderful days when it actually rains there, and you get these wildflowers that you get the next day. It'll be covered in wildflowers. Then I went over to Coober, which is the home of the opals. That's where they make lots of opals in Coober, and I visited the crocodile Harry. See, everyone lives in caves. The troglodytes live in caves. That's a cave there in Coober because it's so hot that people live underground. And I went to see Crocodile Harry, who Crocodile Dundee was based on, and he was actually a Latvian baron who moved to Australia when the Soviets moved in to Latvia, and yeah, Australia where everything's trying to kill you. Well, absolutely, mate, absolutely. Then we drove up through Mount Willoughby, up to Garn, and then over to Alice Springs, and that's where you go to Uluru, the famous Ayers Rock, as it used to be called. It's now called Uluru, and Kings Canyon. You can go there dressed as the characters from Priscilla, Queen of the Desert, which is really fun. I think our car broke. Oh no, we got stuck in soft sand on this road. I think it was the number 6 road. It was the number 2 road. I think it was about here. We got stuck in soft sand. We had to wait for like an hour for someone who's coming past to help us out. Luckily, they had a tow rope, a tow in each. Anyway, yeah. So it's not very good with the labels here, is it? Anyway, Owen Spring Reserves. Oh wow, how is there water? This is like proper in the middle of the outback. It's proper in the middle of the desert, mate. Look at it. Isn't it phenomenal? One of the big problems though in the desert, and they had this problem. They filmed like the I'm going to turn myself the right way up because I'm getting a bit lightheaded here. Sorry, I know it was funny for a little while, but It's outgrown its funniness. Alice Springs there. Sorry. It's the flies. God, there's so many flies. You know, they have the famous sort of corks around the hat. No one really does that, but it is quite a sensible idea. And Graham's hat's got to fall off. That would have been funny if it fell off. Just straight up. And then we went from Alice Springs and from Uluru. We went up through the Northern Territory, through Tennant Creek, up to Darwin, which is like the hottest place in the world. I mean, at least in the middle of Australia, it's like a dry heat. Up in Darwin, it's a very, very wet heat. It's really, really, really oppressively humid, especially during the summer months. We weren't even there in the summer months. We were there in the autumn, I guess. And then we went. We then took this road. Where is it? Flying Fox. We went to Catherine. There's a wonderful waterfall there in Catherine, a secret waterfall that you can go and find. And don't worry about the crocodiles in Catherine, because they won't hurt you, because they're freshwater crocodiles. They're a bit too small. It's the saltwater crocodiles that you got to watch out for. Catherine's really beautiful there, as is my Catherine, but that's spelled differently. And then we went over to, I'm trying to just see where I recognise them. Oh, we went to Kakadu National Park, Kakadu, which was really fun. And we stayed at a little backpackers here, not a backpackers, a campsite. I think we stayed here. I think we stayed in Jabiru. I seem to remember that there's a crocodile hotel. That's where we stayed, actually. The Aurora Kakadu. I think that's where we stayed. Just in our little beat up Holden Panavan there in Kakadu National Park, which is incredible, and just, you know, pretty much all left to nature. Did you go to Australia Zoo? I didn't go to Australia Zoo, but I did go to a zoo in Australia, but it wasn't Australia Zoo. And then we came down here into Daly Waters, and then we went along this number one road here. This road, number one. Oh, no, it was down here, wasn't it? Yeah. Remember coming down here? Was it Edith, Adelaide River? Yeah. So we went to Kakadu National Park, then we came down the 21. And see this bit here, this one, right? So this is highway number 1 in Australia. We didn't see a single car come the other way, all the way from Creek to Catherine. Not a single car coming the other way. So when racist Aussies go, "Oh, Australia's full," I'm like, what? What are you talking about? Anyway, so we came back down to Warrumungu, and then travelled across here to Mount Isla, and then across to Townsville. We didn't have an accident. The car behind us went off the road because the driver was drunk. Right out here in the Badlands of the outback, and it took an hour for the emergency services to get there. It was all a bit grim. And he didn't get done, apparently. He didn't get done even though he's clearly drunk, because it took the police over an hour to get there. It was so far from anywhere. And then we got Townsville over here. Townsville, that's where I went to the zoo. I went to the zoo in Townsville. There's Magnetic Island over there, which has magnetic properties and made Captain Cook's compasses spin round like crazy. And so they called it Magnetic Island. And that's where I did a skydive. I did a skydive from over there. I've also been up to Cannes, which is up here. It's written Cannes, but it's pronounced Cannes, like the film festival. And that's a big sort of nice place in Australia that people like to hang out. And then came down here to and then to Early Beach, and then to Mackay, and then all the way down here, down the coast through Rockhampton. And then we got to the Sunshine Coast and Bris Vegas, where I saw Star Wars Episode 2. A good 12 hours before the rest of you landlubbers. Well, no, 11 hours, I think. Townsville, 12 out of 10 town name, no notes. Yeah, it's very good, isn't it? Almost as good as Village Town. Brisbane there, on the Gold Coast, Bris Vegas. But unfortunately, a lot of the people who live in Queensland are a bit refucky. So they would clearly vote for Pauline Hanson. So they have a female version of Nigel Farage in Australia called Pauline Hanson, and she runs the One Nation Party. So the initials are PH. It's Pauline Hanson's One Nation, which is PHON. So yeah, nearly all the letters you need for the word phony. Anyway, so we came down the Gold Coast, went to Coffs Harbour, which is really lovely. I think they have a lighthouse there in Coffs Harbour. You're making a liar of me, Coffs Harbour. Why are you not showing the lighthouse? There's a lighthouse. I don't know. Anyway, and then down into Sydney, Sid Vegas, which is a really cool place, really vibrant. They've got a very cool bridge, and they've got a Sydney Opera House. Been up there, been up the Sydney Tower. During a full moon, in fact, which is really cool, because the moon in Australia is upside down to what you see it here. So you see the way you see the moon in the UK, if you turn it upside down, if you rotate it 180 degrees, that's the way you see it in Australia. True story. And then we'll head down to, all the way down to, where did we go? Oh, then we went inland then, because I wanted to go to Canberra. So we stopped in at Canberra, which is the capital, artificially created capital. And it's a bit soulless. What can I say? It's very neat. It's very neat and soulless. They have their Parliament building in the middle of a roundabout for some reason. There you go. That's the Parliament House, and then you've got a roundabout around it, so you can drive around the Parliament House. I know. And then they've got these. I don't know. They let people who are more interested in diagrams and spreadsheets than beauty, and they let them plan out these things, and it's like, what you need a massive motorway going around you. You need a huge motorway going around your Parliament building. Yeah, that'd be great. Imagine that. Hopefully the game can claim some of the weaker ones in the Australian desert, and they can be examples to the rest, maybe. They would have to make it like that. Use the tourist merch. If anyone's just joining us, I am talking about Australia as part of my talk about every country in the world in alphabetical order. So we're still in the A's. We're trapped in an A-hole. And this is part of my longest solo live stream attempt here on YouTube. Also going out on Twitch and also going out on TikTok. Hello, TikTok. Recounting a trip through Australia's outback. Yeah, that's what I was doing. It was all good. What is going on there? Oh, it's sped up. So everyone going around the tomb of Muhammad in Mecca there. But they've obviously sped it up. I mean, that's kind of weird, isn't it? I'm looking at it because it's a bit out of focus over my shoulder. It's a bit odd. Anyway, so yeah, what was I talking about? Canberra, the capital, Canberra. Had some cranberries in Canberra. Listened to some cranberries in Canberra as well, which is cool. Yeah, I was going to mention in the zoo that I went to in Townsville, I actually couch surfed with the zookeepers, the people who worked. It wasn't a zoo; it was a safari park or a rescue park or something. It wasn't touted as a zoo. But they in their house they had the most deadly snakes and spiders in the world in various tanks, and they had I got to feed a boa. No, a python. Sorry, not a boa. A python. I got to feed a python, a chicken that up till a couple of seconds earlier had been alive. And it wrapped itself around the chicken's head so tightly that the head popped off. Yeah, it's just like one long muscle, a snake, isn't it? And they also had a brown snake and an inland taipan, I think it's called, which is the deadliest snake in the world. Not because its venom is the most toxic, it's because it bites you so often. It's quite aggressive. It's quite an aggressive snake. Most snakes just want to be left alone. I want to be alone. But then the next day they took me to the zoo and I got to feed a crocodile. So I had some meat on a stick, like a fishing rod, and the crocodile came out the water, grabbed it, and then true story. I think gold is too easy for the elites. They need to level it to match their isolated lives. Perhaps do it barefooted with a hockey puck. Okay, so we're leaving Canberra now, and we're going to head into the Snowy Mountains. Is it the Snowy Mountains? There's a place here called Wagga Wagga, but they pronounce it Wagga Wagga, which is hilarious. And then down here we've got where are we going? Where are we going, Graham? I don't know. Kosciuszko National Park. There you go. So Mount Kosciuszko there is the highest peak in Australia, which I've also climbed. I haven't climbed up Mount Kosciuszko. I think I'm up there. Sorry, I haven't climbed up Aconcagua. I haven't done that one, but I've climbed up the top of Kosciuszko. Really, really easy climb. I don't know if you noticed there, but there's actually there's a ski lift that takes you pretty much to the summit. It's if you want to climb the tallest mountain in a particular continent, then Australia's the one for you, because you can basically take the chairlift all the way up. So then from Kosciuszko National Park, went down to Eden down here and saw a pelican, which was nice. Then went down to Lakes Entrance down here, which is part of the lakes area, I guess. And then down through this, went to Yarram, I think, and then up into Melbourne, back into Melbourne. Now, I used to live north of Brunswick here. Where was I? Brunswick West. Oh, Carlton, North. One of the things I didn't like about Melbourne, I mean, Melbourne's really cool. There's a lot of life and exciting shit and just really cool stuff going on in Melbourne in any particular day of the year. But yeah, I didn't like the grid system. I didn't like the way it was all set out like a grid. I didn't like that. So there's Fitzroy Gardens, Carlton Gardens, Flagstaff Gardens, Melbourne Cricket Ground is over there, Yarra Park, it's the MCG as it's called. That's quite famous. I went to see the Australia team playing India there back in the Boxing Day Test in 2007, I want to say. I'm not quite sure. But there's some really, really cool stuff here in Melbourne, some really cool stuff to hang out and see. Carlton is really nice. And then they've got kind of suburbs, there's some really cool suburbs like Northcote and stuff like that. And they've got there's Northcote. And they've got what are they called? They've got those things, trams. They've got trams, which I think is really cool. Darabin Road, Thornbury. That's where I used to live. Oh, Penders Park. There you go. Collins Street. I don't live there anymore. Don't come don't at me. But I used to live there, just on the Penders Park. Oh, back in the day. Great times. Now the river in Melbourne is called the Yarra. The Yarra. And if I ever go back to Melbourne, I'll be going down to, I'll be hopefully at some point going down to what's it called? Footscray Oats over here, which is where the old warehouses were and stuff. Footscray is where the Lonely Planet HQ was, and that's where apparently my tapes from the first year of my travels are. I've got like a massive box with all like tapes in it. It's like full of tapes there from years 2, 3, and 4 of my journey. Haven't got tapes from year 1. They were all in the HQ, safely in the HQ in Melbourne, and then they shut down the HQ during COVID. And I have no idea where my tapes are. If anyone wants to pay for me to go to Australia to find out, then get in touch, please, because I'd love someone to. So then that was one trip around Melbourne. St Kilda is where they have like a big fun fair thing. I don't know why it's doing this. Stop it. Bash straight. Stop it. I don't know why it's decided to control A everything. Uncontrol A, please. Hey, there you go. That's how you do it. Yeah, so St Kilda is where they have the Luna Park, which you walk into through someone's big head. Can you see that? There's like a terrifying mouth that you walk into. So that's their kind of equivalent. There's another one similar in Sydney, quite similar to, if you ever go to Denmark, go to Tivoli Gardens, a bit like that. It's like a theme park in the middle of the city, which is really cool. St Kilda's also where they had the Neighbours Night, where I got to meet Stefan Dennis and Dr. Carl, which was cool. Stefan Dennis is tiny. He's only about 5 foot. There's a picture of me and 2 of my mates holding him like sideways. It's great. I wonder what that picture is. Anyway, so then on another trip in Australia, decided to go to Perth, which is the most isolated city in the world. There's Perth over there. So that was quite fun. Went from Melbourne to Adelaide again. But then instead of going up at Port Augusta, going north, we went west across the Nullarbor, and it's called the Nullarbor because that means no trees. That's what it means. Angry Pagan says the inland taipan is the most potent of all venomous snakes. Well, that night I slept with the king browns and I slept with the taipans. And God knows what spiders were mucking about. I'm like, do they ever get out of their tanks? No, occasionally. Anyway, the Nullarbor is called so because it is an area of just absolute nothing. There is nothing there. There are no trees. There are no shrubs. It's just desert. It's just pure desert. And as you drive along here, going slowly mad in a camper van, there's like sections of road called like the 100-mile straight, and it's just a straight line for 100 miles. There you go. I think that's it. I think that's the 100-mile straight. Let's see if we measure distance. Measure distance from there to Balladonna. Yeah, that's it. 96 miles. That road is a straight line for 100 miles. And you don't see any, well, when you're driving in Australia in these, in the outback and the back and beyond, you drive and you're holding the steering wheel like this. You see someone coming the other way, you give them the Aussie wave, and this is the Aussie wave, right? You watching. I'll just move back a bit so the people on TikTok can see. You lift your finger and you nod. So they're coming the other. Might be the first human beings you've seen for hours driving along these roads. You just nod, lift your little finger. Good to see you. And they'll lift their little finger back and you'll be like, yay, we communicated. So went through Eucla, and then we went to Kalgoorlie over here, which is a town in Western Australia. And there's Coolgardie as well, which is another town in Western Australia here. When I went there, I mean, this is one of them was like a ghost town. It was like there was nothing left there. But maybe people have gone back in recent years and rebuilt stuff. That all looks pretty new. I'm pretty sure that I went to Kalgoorlie or Coolgardie and there was just nothing there. Anyway, so moving on. So we moved down here. We went to Perth, obviously, which is also Fremantle. That's like, Fremantle's like the Salford to Manchester of Perth and Fremantle. So Fremantle's a city in its own right, but it's I think, but it's just kind of like swallowed up by Perth. And then if you go north here, you can go to the Pinnacles National Park, where you can find all these little pinnacles. Oh God, it's not coming up. Pinnacles Desert Center. There you go. Pinnacles Discovery Center. So you can see the pinnacles there. It's a bit annoying that is. There you go. See, there's the. Don't move the mouse, Graham. There you go. There's the pinnacles. And it's just loads of it's like tombstones in the like natural formed tombstones in the desert. It's really weird, and some of them are shaped like knobs. So that's quite exciting. But worth going up to the pinnacles. And back down to Perth. Then went down the coast here and went to the Margaret River. Oh God, what's going on here? 3 hours, and we aren't even to the bees of the world. I'm stuck in an a-hole. Hidden ice. I'm stuck in an a-hole. Yeah, went down to Bunbury. And where's the Margaret River? Come on, where's the Margaret River? Is it the Margaret River? Am I giving it the wrong name? I can't remember. Anyway, went down here, did a bush tucker tour with an Australian Aboriginal who was from the Torres Straits, and he gave us a. Did I press a super chat there? I don't know if I did. Super chat, thank you very much for the £3 super chat. That's very kind of you. I don't normally get £3. That's quite unusual. That's kind of cool. Went down there. Margaret River, known for its chocolate, I think. Chocolate, maybe. Am I just making it up? Yeah, it is the Margaret River. Look, there it is. I can see it on the map. There you go, Margaret River. Went there. And then we came all the way along here to Esperance. Where's Esperance? Where's Esperance? What is happening? Oh, there it is. It wasn't on the screen. I couldn't see it because it wasn't on the screen. That's how big Australia is. Went to Esperance, watched the movie V for Vendetta in Esperance. True story. And then got on the old road back, and then had to go back along the 100-mile straight, and then all the way back to Melbourne, stopping off along the way at what was the name? There was a little cape out here somewhere. Cape Jervis, was it? No, that's Adelaide. Look at this. You go along these beaches and there's no one there. You have the whole beach to yourself. If you want somewhere where there's no one else, but you can't go in the water because there's jellyfish and rockfish and all kinds of things. If you step on, you die. You just totally die. I'm trying to find the place where we went frog crabbing. We went crab fishing. Maybe it was over here. I don't know. It was a port place. Port something. Coalbach. No, that's not it. Cape Jaffa. No, I wasn't called Cape Jaffa. That doesn't ring a bell. Robe Beach, South End. No, Port MacDonald. No, that's way too far south. Carpenter Rocks. Port Fairy. No, it wasn't Port Fairy. Was it Port Fairy? No, we wouldn't have come that far. Oh no, maybe we would have come that far down. Maybe it was Port Fairy. They had like a jetty to walk out and get crabs. Nah, it's not Port Fairy. Didn't think it was Port Fairy. I'm gonna have a look in my Australia Lonely Planet. Oh, you know, I was saying, and on the other one about Africa, I've got the route mark. See there, there's the route. That's the route I took all around Australia. Adelaide, Victoria. Oh, okay. Well, it's not listed on the map here. Port Germain. I think it was Port Germain. I've got that in my head. Was it Port Germain? Oh, I've got to go to South Australia. South Australia. The one part of Australia that I haven't been to, apart from the very northwest of the country, Broome is up in the northwest of the country. I've not been to that. Is Tasmania. Would like to go to Tasmania at some point. Port MacDonald. I think it was called Port Germain. That's where I went. But obviously that's not gonna. It's not coming up on the map here. Maybe they changed the name of it. I'm guessing Austria is next. Yeah, it's going to have to be, isn't it? Right, got loads of stories about Australia. Spent a lot of time in Australia. Travelled all over Australia. Love Australia. It's a beautiful, beautiful place. It's like nowhere else on earth. I know everyone says that, but like you're obviously in a different country, right? Don't like the casual racism. Gotta say, casual racism. No, Australia, back that in. Are you still watching? Yes. Trump, great and meaningful deal or no deal, or whatever. The reason why I've got the telly on behind me is to prove that this is going out live and I'm not cheating it in any way. Also, I'm reading your comments, which are coming through as I'm doing this. So, you know, if you want some witnesses to this live stream attempt to do the longest solo live stream in history that we know of, in order to get me yet another Guinness World Record, because I've only got 3. Need another. There is a place in Australia that has that has name a British person came up with. I can't remember what it is. It has a name that British person came up with. Can't remember what it is, but there is a place called Keith, I think, in Australia. Is it Keith? Just a place called Keith. I'm sure there's a place called Keith. A place called Elaine, Buninyong. Or is it Gordon? There's a place called Gordon. There's definitely a place called Gordon. Gordon's alive. I know that because we used to get the train from Ballarat to Melbourne. I'm sure we used to make a joke about going, Gordon's alive. Also, another cool thing about Australia is on Christmas Day, you know, in the UK, Christmas Day, the trains don't run, right? In Australia, not only do the trains run on Christmas Day, they're all free on Christmas Day. If you want to travel from Melbourne to Ballarat on Christmas Day, like I did once, it's free. You don't have to pay for it. Anyway, so we're moving on from Australia and we are moving back to Europe. Where's my Europe book? Here we go. Back to Europe to go to Austria. So Austria obviously is the home of Mozart, also Hitler. It's the home also of Salzburg, the Sound of Music, and it's a beautiful place. I'm gonna say this a lot while traveling around the world. There's not many places that aren't beautiful in some way or another. But let's zoom out of Australia. Bye Australia. I hope you enjoyed your little tour of Australia, but we need to move on. So it's supposed to be 15 minutes per country, not an hour, Graham. So I'll be really quick talking about Austria. This was the home of the Austro-Hungarian Empire. The Habsburgs ruled this place for many years, and they was always at war with the French, the Bourbons versus the Habsburgs, and the Habsburgs were famous for interbreeding, resulting in the Habsburgs being a bit messed up, if you know what I mean. There's the capital there, Vienna, beautiful city. I think Ultravox sung a song about it. I forget the name. Well worth the trip. Seriously, if you see some trip on Ryanair or EasyJet for £2.50, but you're not allowed to take a bag, do it. Salzburg is beautiful as well. And then as you move over towards Liechtenstein, the only country in the world that's named after a living family, you head up into the Alps, the Austrian Alps. Here you go. Look at that. Look at that. Beautiful. And you can also see, it's really interesting when you look at the topography of a place, you can actually see why the roads are where they are, because they've got to avoid all the mountains, which is why I don't like straight roads, generally speaking. I think the 100-mile straight is quite cool in Australia because it's just a desert. There's nothing. It's not going through anything. But yeah, Austria, cool place, great music, great classical music. I don't know about the music these days. Well worth checking out. And it's not part of NATO. Did you know that? It's not. Austria's not part of NATO because it had a deal with the Soviet Union that it wouldn't join. I think that's true. Someone can look it up for me if you want. Does anyone want to look it up for me? I don't want to be telling lies on here. Is Austria in NATO? Question mark. I spelled Austria wrong. No, Austria is not a member of NATO because they did a deal with the Soviets to say they wouldn't join. They said, please don't take us over, because at the time, Austria, if you think about how, it's surrounded. So you have these countries now that, like Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania, Belarus, Ukraine, Moldova, they were all part of the USSR. You had Poland, Czechoslovakia, Hungary, which were all under and East Germany at the time, which were under the control of the Soviets. They were independent countries technically, but their governments very much had to do what they were told to by the Soviets, run out of the Moscow, the Muscovites, the Muscovite Empire stretched out. So, the way Britain allowed countries to sort of be independent, but they weren't independent because we ran everything. It was a bit like that. And obviously Austria being kind of very close to all this. So it's sandwiched there between Hungary, which is behind the Iron Curtain, what was Czechoslovakia, behind the Iron Curtain, Slovenia and Croatia, Bosnia, Serbia, that was all part of what was then Yugoslavia, which was communist. So it was like Germany, East Germany, communist, Czechoslovakia, communist, Hungary, communist, Yugoslavia, communist, and then it sort of had, obviously a border with Italy and Switzerland and West Germany. Yeah, they did a deal, said, please don't come and get us in Vienna, which was kind of like a little bit open to Soviet persuasion, I guess, at that point, because they felt like they were surrounded. I mean, Vienna pretty much was surrounded at the time. But now it's not, so that's nice. And it looks like Ukraine might join NATO at some point. So what happens if you start a stupid war? See this country called Finland here, right? See this country, Sweden, right? They weren't part of Russia, but they are now. Sorry, by Russia I mean NATO. They're part of NATO now. See this massive border with Finland all the way down here, right? So the border with Norway goes over the top of Sweden and Finland. So the border between NATO and Russia just used to be this tiny little bit of land up here in the very, very northeast of Norway. But now it's all this line coming down here. Also Estonia, Latvia, arguably Lithuania, because Belarus is pretty much part of Russia these days. And now it looks like, and Poland, and now it looks like Ukraine's going to join in the fun. The NATO fun. David Felton, thank you very much for the 38 Hong Kong dollars. Good luck with your world record attempt. Let's see if you can maintain your enthusiasm for 48 hours. Forgive me if I don't stop with you throughout. Yeah, I mean, David, everyone, if you want to just come and go as you please. It's actually, I was going to say, it just went up to 21 degrees here. It's getting hot in here. So take off all your clothes. Probably because the window's open and the sun is shining. So, even though the sun shines cold in Durham, it's actually possibly getting through. I might have to go and close that window at some point. Just joined. Give me the TLDR. I'm trying to go for the longest solo live stream attempt. This is going to be 48, not 100 hours, Jesus, but 48 hours live streaming. I'm visiting every country in the world in alphabeticalized order from this book, The World by Lonely Planet, and also helped by my plethora of Lonely Planet guides along here. We're just talking about Austria, part of the Austro-Hungarian Empire back in the day. This place safe, or is evil with many names in? Never would I allow evil with many names into my chat. But you know what? We've had a couple of super chats in, so what I will do, because you know I think you're all awesome. Let's have a little confetti. Confetti! Woo! We've been going now for 3 hours and 11 minutes, and we're still not out the A's. Come on, let's get a move on. Let's get a move on. I should have said it's 15 minutes on average for each country. So after Austria, we have Azerbaijan, another country that's a lot of fun. If you ever watch the movie The World Is Not Enough, James Bond, and they had those nodding donkeys during the title sequence, that was filmed just outside of Baku, the capital, where when 110 years ago, it was the oil capital of the world, Baku. So there's the main city there, and they have these 3 buildings that are made to look like the flames from gas. Very much a petro empire of Azerbaijan. It's a Muslim country. They use I was going to say I thought they used Cyrillic, although it's kind of like I think the lettering they use is like Turkish. It's quite similar to Turkish. It's got the upside down E. It's got the little U above the G, and it's got an I that doesn't have a dot on the top. That's quite telling. That usually if you see an I without a dot on the top, you're like, oh, I'm in Turkey if you're playing GeoGuessr or something. But not in this case, my friends, not in this case. Some quite get there. So yeah, Baku is a really cool place. I was there in the depths of winter. It was freezing bloody cold. It was so cold, my iPod Touch, my thumb wouldn't work on the iPod Touch. My thumb was so cold, it didn't register. I was trying to do something on the iPod Touch. So there you go. It didn't make any resistance. So what I did when I was being very clever and needed to get over to the stand countries there, right? I got on a ferry from Baku over to Baku to Aktu on this old Soviet era hulk. Like I said, with Armenia, it used to be part of the USSR, obviously Georgia as well. And Azerbaijan, there is a part of Azerbaijan that's over on this side, which is actually separated by a big chunk of Armenia. Armenia used to have an area here called Nagorno-Karabakh, which isn't theirs anymore, because a couple of years ago, Azerbaijan took it back. So, you know, borders move. Borders move. Right, we're going to move on. We've done the A's, right? Come on. Did Hitler try to get control of Baku but never did? Yeah. Yeah, well, Hitler was trying to get down to Iraq, wasn't he? They were trying to get it down to Iraq in the First World War. I think most wars that have ever started have started because people wanted oil. They wanted access to oil. Right, next up, we are now going to zoom out from this side of the world and head over to the Caribbean again. Yay, because we're going to the Bahamas. There's Nassau, the capital there. Now, I haven't been to Nassau, but I have been to Grand Bahama over here. I've been to Freeport in the Bahamas. Again, beautiful, beautiful place. Really very cool. There's a cruise ship there, ruining the view. Really cool place. And if you need to get to Bahamas without flying, how do you do it? Glad you asked. You can take a ship from Fort Lauderdale. They have day cruises that go out in the morning, 6 o'clock in the morning, go out nice and early. You spend the day on the beach with all the spring breakers dancing, and then you go back to Fort Lauderdale. Someone's inviting me to co-host. I don't know how that works. Sorry, I was being invited to co-host on TikTok. I don't know how that works. I've never used TikTok before. I had to cover up. I'm very tasty to insects. Well, you know, people ask why I wear jeans in the most tropical countries in the world, so I don't get bitten or sunburned. If you go to like hot countries, it's very rare that you see the locals wearing shorts. I've got to say, it's very, very rare. Where you travel all over Africa, you travel around the Caribbean, travel all around India, locals generally will not be wearing shorts because you get bitten. I mean, never mind if you've got enough melanin not to get burnt, you get bitten. If you got somewhere hot and tropical, it's the thing about, you know, when you see pictures and stuff of these beautiful places around the world, these tropical, you know, islands and things. That's a terrible picture there. You see these beautiful tropical islands and all the palm trees and the white sand beaches and stuff, and you think that looks lovely. But when you're actually there, it can be quite uncomfortable because it's so hot. Anyway, so these are all the Bahamas up to the Turks and Caicos Islands, which are part of the United Kingdom, actually, sort of. The Bahamas comes from the term meaning shallows. It comes from bastardized Spanish, I think. Baja, meaning shallows, which is interesting because Honduras comes from the Spanish meaning the depths. So Honduras means the depths, and Bahamas means the shallows. And Belize, believe it or not, means the same thing as Liverpool. You know the way Dublin means the same thing as Blackpool, right? So Belize means muddy pool, muddy water, muddy waters. So Belize and Liverpool have a little bit of a connection there because they both mean muddy waters. Whew. I remember going to Spain and never wore shorts. My brother would laugh at me, but then he complains his leg itches from the bug bites, says Hidden Night. Yeah. I never wear. The only time you'll ever see me wear shorts is if my jeans are in the wash or if I'm painting. I don't want to get paint on my jeans. Anyway, or I'm swimming. Obviously, I don't swim in shorts. In fact, my swim shorts double as my short shorts. Anyway, so that's the Bahamas. Really easy to get to without flying, as long as you're in America. A lot easier to get to than Cuba, which is very difficult to get to when you're flying, just because it's under an embargo. It's under the Largo embargo. Okay, so moving on to the next place, beginning with B, which is probably Bangladesh or something. Let's have a look. Bahamas, Bahrain. So let's go over to Bahrain, which is over here on the peninsula of the Arabian. And it's this island here. And the capital is called Manamana. 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 Sorry, that's going to stick in your head now forever. And this is Bahrain. And this has a long causeway. See this road here? That's a long causeway coming from Saudi Arabia. Funny story, I was once in Bahrain, in a bar in Bahrain, and a guy in full dish dash, the white outfit that they wear, and he didn't have the bands around his head, the black bands. You see the bands around the head there? That means that they're probably not from Saudi Arabia, because in Saudi Arabia they decided that those bands look too much like a crown, and the only person who can wear a crown is God, it's Allah, right? So you can't wear a crown. So if you see someone and they're out with the dish dash on, but they're not wearing the crowns around their head, then they're probably from Saudi Arabia. So I got to speak to this guy, and he's, where are you from? And he goes, I'm from Saudi Arabia, from Riyadh. And I said, that's interesting. And he's drinking a Guinness. He's got a pint of Guinness. And I went, aren't you supposed to not be drinking? And he went to me, it's okay. We are in Bahrain. Allah cannot see Bahrain, which I love. I think they should have that on the welcome to Bahrain sign. It should say Allah's blind spot. Do what you like. We don't care. But Bahrain is one of the oldest places in the world. I mean, human habitation has been there for so long. And also, it might be the case that the legend of Gilgamesh. Now, people are going mad at the moment because the Odyssey is coming out, this new movie, based on my travels around the world, also based on Odysseus's travels. Before the story of the Iliad and its sequel, the Odyssey, because the Odyssey is a sequel. You know how the way everything's sequels these days? Well, the Odyssey's a sequel to the Iliad, in the same way that the New Testament is a sequel to the Old Testament, and that Henry VIII Henry the Fourth Part 2 is a sequel to Henry VIII Part 1. Sequels have always been with us and always will be with us, because if you're going to tell a good story, you can extend it a little bit. But yeah, the tale of Gilgamesh, which has lots of parallels with the Odyssey, with the ancient Greek, the ancient Greek myths. Gilgamesh, the main character in it, appears to be gay. He's doing all these amazing things of fighting gods and having these adventures for his male friend. Either Bahrain is mentioned in the Gilgamesh saga, or it may have actually originated there a long time ago. A long time ago. Now, let's go back to geography, because geography is so interesting when we're talking about these different places. You've got to understand that Kuwait, Bahrain, Qatar, the UAE, Saudi Arabia shouldn't really exist. And I say that because, first of all, you know when you got a straight line in the border of a country, 9 times out of 10, it was the British who drew that line with a ruler. And the people of the Arabian Peninsula for thousands and thousands of years were nomadic people. So when it got too hot on the coast, when it got too hot in the interior, in the desert, they'll move to the coast. They would move around. They were nomadic people. So the tribes wouldn't stay where they were. Same thing happened in Australia, by the way, with the Aboriginal people who were treated very badly, still to this day in Australia. I mentioned about Melbourne. So Melbourne was founded by a guy called John Batman. I'm not kidding. His name was Batman, right? And Batman went to Robin because he you know the story about Manhattan being bought for some beads off the local Native American tribe. You've heard that story, right? Well, the same thing happened in Melbourne. And John Batman actually got taken to court for doing that, right? Got taken to court. This is in the 1780s or 1790s, whatever. Not because he diddled the Aboriginal people, the tribe, out of their land, but because it was illegal to acknowledge that the Australian Aboriginals owned any land. As far as the British Empire was concerned, it was terra nullius, and none of the Aboriginal people had land rights over any of their land that they had lived on for 50,000 years. So yeah, Bangladesh next. Well, it's banging Bangladesh. But yeah, so just going back to, you know, countries that shouldn't exist. I mean, it's a bit churlish to say that no country's got any bigger right than anyone else. The borders are where they are. But it means that there are a lot of people who, for their tradition, was always traveling around. They can't travel anymore. They can't move from one place to the other and set up camp. And it's sad that that culture has been lost by a British cartographer drawing these lines and saying, right, you're Oman now, you're Yemen, you're Saudi Arabia, you're the United Arab Emirates. And what would probably be better in the long run is for Arabia just to be Arabia with no one ruler, and for all of these to be city-states that people can move freely around in. If they're Arabian, they can move freely around in. It won't solve all the problems in the Middle East right now, but God, it will solve a few of them, I'll tell you. So anyway, Bahrain, fun place to go. Next up, I think it is Bangladesh next. Is it Bangladesh? I've got to look it up. Bahrain. Bangladesh. Bangladesh, the capital of which is Dhaka, not to be confused with this Dakar over here, right? Which you can see if you're watching me on YouTube. That's a different Dakar, okay? This is a different, it's spelt differently, and this is Bangladesh here, formerly East Bangladesh, East Pakistan. There we go. And Dhaka's a little bit unattractive. It's got this massive river running through it, which is filthy. It's got a load of ships that sit in the water, these giant hulks that are slowly rusting away, and people live on them, and they're not straight. So people are living like it's as though you're living in a Batman, talking like a Batman villain from the 1960s, like that everything's on a slant, and that's how people live. As you can see, Bangladesh. It's a country that was invented by the British as part of Pakistan, and basically they drew a line around where the Muslim people lived in Bengal, so this area, what used to be all Bengal, that was West Bengal, is still part of India, whereas East Bengal became Bangladesh. That's where you get the name Bangladesh from Bengal, from the way it was said back in the day. So you end up with mad situations like this. Like, look at that border. Look at that border. Does that look... I mean, what is even going on there? There's exclaves and enclaves. And do you know what? They've cleaned it up a bit. They've actually handed over territory between the two countries. But for a long time, it looked like the border between Bangladesh and India looked like someone had just got some... like a jigsaw and just thrown it onto a map, and it was just all bits everywhere. So Bangladesh, a bit difficult in that respect. But also it's difficult because like half the country is below sea level. So you've got the confluence of these mighty rivers. You've got the Ganges coming down here. You've got this. What's this one called? What's this one called? I can't remember. The Brahmaputra, I guess, coming down. So you've got all these rivers coming down from the Himalayas. So the Himalayas are there. You can see where the Himalayas really cut off the subcontinents, as they call it, off the rest of the continents of Asia. But Bangladesh really, it's one of those places that should be the breadbasket of Asia. They should be able to grow anything in the ground. But unfortunately, it's been exploited and exploited and exploited for centuries now. The British turned up, even when it got independence, it was exploited by the people in Karachi in West Pakistan, as it was there. If we draw out, you can see how mad it was. So India, British India used to be Pakistan, Jammu and Kashmir, Ladakh, Bangladesh, India. All of this used to be British India. And then one day, 1947, they said, let's pull out. And it led to the deaths of a million people killed by the shit that went down. You had places like Jaisalmer, which is where one of the holiest temples in Sikhism is, cut off from. Is it Larkana? What's the other one? That might be it. There's basically the two most sacred Sikh temples in the world, in that region, are on two different sides of the border between Pakistan and India. And there's only one place you can cross the border. It closes at 6 o'clock at night. They have a big elaborate ceremony where they close it. It's all a bit difficult. Andrew Ray, thank you very much for the £10 super chat. A bit vague on Bahamas, pirates, Spanish galleons, gold, Columbus landing San Salvador. I lived there for 9 years, including the Cuban crisis, and saw JFK planting a tree with my dad. Got a picture. Whoa, that's very cool, Andrew Ray. Well, maybe we could talk about the Bahamas a little bit more, just to get off Bangladesh for a moment. But yeah, but it was the Pirate Republic, and in fact, the motto for for the Bahamas still to this day is pirates defeated or pirates vanquished or something. Trade resumed. I'm going to look it up. I'm going to look up what the actual motto of the Bahamas is. Bahamas pirates. Pirates expelled, commerce restored. That's the historic motto of the Bahamas. And that was after the notorious Republic of Pirates, which lasted for a good 20 years. Blackbeard was a huge, Edward Teach was a huge part of that. And absolutely, Andrew Ray. I mean, the Pirate Republic is really, really fascinating. It's a really fascinating bit of history there. Because they ran it as a republic. In fact, a lot of pirate ships were run as democracies, and there were women captains, there were gay people. A lot of pirate crews were just people who couldn't fit into modern, what was their modern society, but the society that was there, and they turned to pirating instead. And people were a lot less racist, a lot less homophobic, a lot less misogynistic on these pirate ships than you would really kind of consider. That they were a lot less. I mean, I'm not saying they weren't at all, but they were less than the people who were living in the towns and stuff. They all worked together. They got an equal split of the spoils, and they voted for who they wanted to be their captain. Democracy of the pirate, ex-pirates pluribus. That's really cool. Anyway, back to Bangladesh. So Bangladesh, like I say, East Bengal, technically, I guess, East Pakistan until 1971, I think, when they got independence after a short war. But you can just see here just how much water there is in Bangladesh. And my worry is that if half the country goes underwater, the population of Bangladesh is over 200 million people. Where are they going to go? They're almost completely surrounded by India, which has this little funny bit that comes off to the right here. There's a small border with Burma, but good luck getting across that border. I wouldn't recommend it. I think it's possible, but I wouldn't recommend it. I didn't do that. I went on my trip to every country. I went into Bangladesh here in the north. Then I went into Bhutan. I came back out again. I went to Nepal, and then over into Tibet and into China. And then I attacked. Well, I didn't attack, but I went to the Golden Triangle here between Laos and Thailand and Myanmar and Burma, and just went to all three. Anyway, so true story. So what's next? Bangladesh. We've had Bangladesh. Is it Bhutan next? Botswana. No, it is. Oh, we've got loads. Shit, bloody hell. Damn, we've got loads to go. Oh my god. I'm like, oh yeah, is it Bhutan? Like, nah, we've got all the BAs and the BEs to go. So the next up is we're going back to the Caribbean. Loads of countries in the Caribbean. Back to Barbados. I'm just being. I can't co-host. If you're watching this, I can't co-host because I can't pay attention to all the different cameras. This is my attempt to do the longest live stream, a solo live stream in history. The goal to go for is 45 minutes. Sorry, 45 minutes. That'll be easy. Is 45 hours and 45 minutes. So that's what I'm going to try and beat. I'm going to try and do 48 hours actually. There's Bridgetown. We think it looks like a bird. You know, if you gave it a bit of a beak there where it says St. Peter, it'd look like a bird, wouldn't it? Barbados. Ringed by azure water and white sand visions that fuel the fantasies of those stuck in chilly winter climes. The capital is Bridgetown, where they have really good food. And they also have cycle rickshaws in Bridgetown, which is a bit different. They don't really have that in other places in the Caribbean too much. But some beautiful buildings in Bridgetown. It's a really nice place, very chilled out. I would recommend if you go there, trying to get away from the resort type things. But yeah, if you look at it sort of geographically, it is a little bit out from the rest of the chain of islands. So the chains sort of go in a straight line, sort of. A bendy line, you see, and it's kind of a little bit out. When I went there, I got on a cargo ship from St. Vincent and the Grenadines over to Barbados and then over to St. Lucia. I had to sleep on the floor of the galley, the floor of the kitchen. True story. Let's see if I'm still going out on Twitch. I am. But it's really, really low rate. It's dropping thousands of frames. Why is this just not working very well? Oh, I'll tell you why it's not working very well. It's connected to the extender upstairs rather than being connected to the actual, what's it called? Not USB. Wireless down here. Right, there you go. There you go, Twitch. Now it's gone down to 0 KP. Oh, God, what is going on here? Disconnected. Attempting to reconnect. Reconnection successful. Okay. Yay! It's going again. Sorry, anyone watching this on Twitch is going to be like, this is shit. You're only getting like one frame updated every second. So yeah, Barbados, places to go. The surf the surf scene is really good. We've also got Rockley Beach, St. Nicholas Abbey, and Austin's fish fry. The food there is fantastic. And it is a very, very, very cool place, Barbados. And it's Rihanna. Rihanna is from Barbados. I think she's the queen of Barbados, actually. And then whenever she goes out with her umbrella, Ella. Do you know what cheese Rihanna likes on her pizza? Mozzarella, Ella. Terrible joke. Did someone using the microwave? Says £1.50. No. I literally did not set it up correctly when I was racing around this morning trying to get everything sorted. Curacao is still Dutch, isn't it? Says someone on the Twitch. Hello, on the Twitch stream. Yeah, it is. It is part of the Kingdom of the Netherlands, apparently. So they say. Okay, so we went to Barbados. Let's go. Let's crack on. We're going to be here all day on the ABCs. Because next up we have... We've done Armenia, Graham. Next up we have... I should really put like a... Oh, I'll tell you what I'll do. Right? This will make things a lot easier for all of us. I'll take my $50 billion note from Zimbabwe. There you go, $50 billion. $50 billion. I'll use that as a bookmark. True story. And then I can put this in the book so I can quickly find the next places to go. So yeah, Barbados, go visit. Bridgetown is lovely. Really great food. Really great food. Really, really good food. They have roti there. Roti is like their equivalent of Greg's. But it's better because it's spicy and lovely. Did you play on the set of Bread when you were a kid? So Sarah, I was one of the choir boys in Aveline's wedding in Bread. I was one of the choir boys. True story. Watched by, I think, 21 million people, Aveline's wedding. I think it was the most watched sitcom episode of all time in Britain, or British sitcom. I think the most watched sitcom of all time was the last episode of MASH, I think. Was that a sitcom? Anyway, the next up, we've got Belarus. So again, we've got to travel all over the world. See, if you tried to go to every country in the world without flying in alphabetical order, oh my God, that would be tricky, wouldn't it? Belarus, meaning white Russia. And one out of Minsk. Alexander Lukashenko has been running the place since forever, or at least all my lifetime, anyway. It's sort of known as the place where the Soviet Union is still alive and kicking, along with Transnistria, next door to Moldova, the breakaway part of Moldova, which actually has a hammer and sickle still on its flag. I should mention as well, if you look up the flag of Angola, I should have mentioned this, they have a machete and three quarters of a cog, which is put together to make it look a bit like a hammer and sickle. And that was because of Soviet Union interference in Africa back in the 20th century. Not that the West has anything to say about that, because obviously the West did that as well. So yeah, there's a place called Brest. There's a place called Minsk, that's the capital. And there's Mir Castle, which is well worth seeing. But Belarus is more Russian than Russian. They want to be part of Russia, really. If you were going to go along there, you could go to Brest. Also, there is a bit of Belarus which actually is like a woodland. I think that you can actually you can walk across the border. There it is. Is that it? Am I making that up? Oh, stop doing this thing. No, that's not it. I'm sure there's a woodland that you can walk into if you're being clever. I sort of looked into that as a way of getting into Belarus without having to get a visa and everything. Yeah, Belarus, you can get in on the border without a visa. Well, you used to. I don't think you can anymore, but when I was traveling, you could. But also there's a bit of, if we go up to Estonia, and I didn't know this when I was doing my journey, but I'm pretty sure there's a bit of, is it Estonia maybe, where there's a road, and basically in order to get to the other side of the road, you've got to go into Russia and back out again. Is this it? No, that doesn't touch the road. Maybe they fixed it. Maybe they fixed it so you don't have to do it anymore. Yeah, maybe. I don't know. It's not coming up on the map anyway. Anyway, that's Belarus. Eastern European place, used to be part of the USSR, now one of the 15 countries that makes up the former republics of the USSR. Next up, we have Belgium, responsible for the carnage in the Congo, but also, a beautiful country in its own right. Brussels is kind of cool, but it's also got Bruges, which I really recommend, not least because if you've seen the movie In Bruges, I can't believe that's the first picture that they've used for Bruges. Oh yeah, look, a car park, look, some concrete. Oh my God, who took these pictures and gave them to Google? Google, get your money back. Bruges doesn't look anything like that. It looks like a fairy tale, an effing fairy tale. Have you told Phil the agenda is off today? Oh shit, no I haven't. Oh yeah, good point. Thank you for the reminder. Oh dear. Okay, Phil. Oh God, he's gonna hate me. Phil. Too many things to think about. Hey, Phil. Sorry, can't do agenda today. Doing what should I put? Doing stupid marathon live stream. It's getting hot in here. It's still 20. It's only 20 degrees. Can't do the agenda today. Doing stupid marathon live. There you go. Get into trouble from Phil there. Can I ask, how did you handle the changes in water and food as you travelled? Did you have time? Did you have time to notice if you had any issues? No. Oh, the tank's back. What did I do to deserve a squeaky tank? I don't know. It's all another shit joke. I didn't do too badly. I didn't get ill. I suppose a couple of times I didn't get cut short, but I had to get to the loo pretty quickly. But I didn't get anemic dysentery or anything like that. And I kind of had a rule, like if I was going to drink something liquid, it had to be hot or alcoholic. And if it was going to be water, I'll get it out of I'll buy a bottle. Which isn't great for the environment, I've got to confess, but that's just the way it is. So yeah, we've got Antwerp here. Oh, so where are we? Brussels, Belgium. So Belgium split in two. You can see a dotted line there. So you've got the Frenchy side of it, and you got the Wallonatics. It's a bit of a weird place. It was only invented in like the 1810s. Up till that point, it had been the Netherlands and part of the Netherlands, part of France, and it became its own thing. And they wanted to stamp their way on the world, and they went. Belgium, one of the smallest countries in the world, took over what's now the DRC, one of the biggest countries in the world, and exploited it. I think they killed about 11 million people during the reign of terror that was King Leopold II, which I don't think the people of Belgium talk enough about. There's still streets in Brussels named after King Leopold, and I don't think that should happen. There's still got statues. I'm gonna have some bananas. Have some dried bananas. But then again, I don't think people in Britain talk enough about the slave trade, which is how we made all our money. Doing the fandango. Scaramouche. Indeed. It's really annoying me. G, get a text. Come back to yours and back to 3 ads again. Oh, it's that the adverts just going mad. Shouldn't be any adverts unless I put them in. Galileo. Right, next up we've got, where were we? Belgium. Let's do that. But, Belgium's a really lovely place. If you ever go there, get there on the train. Really easy to get to. Get the train, the Eurostar to Brussels. Really, really recommend it. And like I say, Bruges is number 1 place. Laced with canals and full of evocative stepped gabled houses. I think whoever did the pictures for Bruges was just trolling. Just absolutely trolling. Oh, there's a car park. So next up, you better believe it, we're going to Belize. Right, another country that has dotted lines for the border. So the border between Belize and Mexico, the Yucatan Peninsula here, is delineated there. That they've got a treaty. They understand that and accept it. This line here is disputed. Who's it disputed by? I'll tell you who it's disputed by. It's disputed by the Guatemalans. The Guatemalans are like, hey, excuse me, what's this Belize thing doing here? Now, Belize used to be British Honduras. So there's actual Honduras. There's Belize. And it was originally, there wasn't much there. There was a slave rebellion in Antigua. Was it Antigua, St. Lucia? I don't know, one of those places. There was a slave rebellion, and the Garifuna people who rose up against their British captors were exiled to the Mosquito Coast here, in Central America, thinking that they would die. They would all die, and they didn't die. They thrived, and there's still Garifuna people living all along the coast here, and into Guatemala and along into San Pedro Sula, Honduras there. Belize is really cool. What I like about Belize, it's got a place called Punta Gorda, which means fat point. Punta Gorda. Fat punter. Oh, you fat punter, you say. And just outside Punta Gorda is there's a Mayan site. So there's a few Mayan sites in Belize because it was part of the Mayan Empire back in the day. I'm going to try and find where it is here. It's not too far. I mean, you have to take a bus, I think, but it's not too far. God, this is like playing. It's like playing. What's that game? GeoGuessr. Oh, this is annoying me now. Come on, where is it? Oh, Libertan. There we go. I didn't realize it was that far away. I don't want that. Go away. Okay. So there you go. Some pictures there of the of Lubatan or Lubatun, which is an ancient Mayan site. Honestly, I went there, right, with my then girlfriend, and we had the run of the place. There was no one else there. An entire what's it called? Thing. What's it called? The entire place to ourselves, right? The entire place, the ruins to ourselves. But what is interesting about Lubatan Archaeological Reserve down there in the south of Belize, that's where the Crystal Skull came from. You know the Crystal Skull? They made a terrible Indiana Jones movie about the Crystal Skull. Does anyone remember the terrible Indiana Jones movie about the Crystal Skull? We do. I do. That is... there's a place called Dump. There's a place called Dump. That is brilliant. The best name for a place ever. That's almost as good as O'Dear. Dump. Boom Creek should have an exclamation mark after it. Boom! Creek. Yeah, Dump in Belize. No, I was just saying the Crystal Skull, that original myth started from there. There was a British archaeologist, and it was his daughter's birthday, and he set it up so she found the Crystal Skull in the ruins and was like, oh my God, I found a Crystal Skull. And people fell for it. I mean, even Arthur C. Clarke, who was very clever otherwise, he fell for it and thought, how did these people carve this crystal skull with ancient tools? And they didn't. It was bullshit. It was just something that he bought from a thrift market in London and took over with him to surprise his daughter with him. Crystal Skull was a terrible film. There's a place called Middlesex. You can tell it's it used to be part of Britain, eh? Oh, British Empire, anyway. So Belize City used to be the capital. It is no longer the capital. Belize City was pretty much wiped out by a hurricane, I think in the 1970s. So they moved they moved their capital to Belmopan. So they moved it because they said, oh, we don't want it here anymore, in case it gets wiped out by another hurricane. But Belize City is still pretty vibrant, probably worth a visit. But Belize is a lot of fun, proper Caribbean vibe to it. Went up to Orange Walk. In Orange Walk, that's your gateway to another Mayan site, which is just down the river from here. So I'm just having a look to see if I can find the bloody thing. There it is. It's Lamini Archaeological Reserve there. Really beautiful Mayan ruins. If you ever do the Ruta Maya, you should definitely go there. I think it's named after the crocodiles, isn't it? They've got like the Temple of the Crocodile there or something. Fun story. Stayed at Orange Walk to then go down and visit the ruins at Lamini, and stayed at a guy's place. He was an ex-gang member who used to live in Los Angeles or in California anyway, and he had to leave because he might have offed someone. So we stayed with him. He was really nice. He had all the gang tattoos. He was lovely though. He made us breakfast. Have you ever been made breakfast for by a Central American gangster? No? You haven't lived. Indiana Jones ended with the Last Crusade. He rode off into the sunset, having completed his story arc. You can't convince me otherwise. That headcanon works best for me and most others. Yep. Yep. Indiana Jones is a trilogy, and I won't hear anything other than that. So yeah, Belize. Why has it got the dotted line? Okay, so Britain set up a colony there, and many moons ago, and the Guatemalans didn't know about it because you see, you got to understand that between Guatemala City and Belize is basically inhospitable tropical rainforest, like it's a dense jungle, and so for many years they didn't even know the British were there. There's Belmopan, that's the capital of Belize. And because they didn't know they were there, there was no negotiations or anything like that. And then when they discovered the British were there, they said, "Oi, that's our country. Why have you taken a bit of our country?" says Guatemala. And the British says, "No, don't worry about it. Don't sweat it, right? We're really good at building roads. And if you let us, keep this place, we will build you a road from Belize City to Guatemala City." And the Guatemalans said, "What, all the way?" And they went, "Yeah, we'll pay for it and build it and everything." And they went, "Okay, you're on." We never built that road, and that's why that dotted line is still dotted. And if you go to Guatemala, you will see on a Guatemalan map, this area is just like it looks like half of Guyana. If you look at a map in Venezuela, it says zone to be reclaimed. Belize is a zone to be reclaimed. Because there's nothing like, a narrative for telling a story about a country. There's nothing like, the plea to, being hard done by. They came and took our things, they took our things, These people came from foreign lands and they took everything. They took everything we once held dear. Belize is a place where a certain Michael Ashcroft has too much power. Michael Ashcroft. I know Mike Ashcroft. I think that's a different person, though. Hi, Mike, if you're watching this. I thought it was a Damien Hirst work. Damien Hirst. He used to get his mate, Keith Allen, to do some of his artwork and just sell it. Anyway, art is what you believe it to be. Where are we going next in the world? Let's find out. We've been to Belize. And I told you earlier that Belize means muddy pool. Bermuda. We're going to go to Bermuda. Now, Bermuda's not a country. I didn't go there, so it's another place that I need to go. It's in the North Atlantic Ocean. So if you zoom out, there you go. So if you go around here, Bermuda, and this is the Bermuda Triangle. It goes from here down to Florida, I think, and then down to, Dominican Republic and up again. It's a place where they often have hurricanes, so I don't know why all these planes go missing and boats and things. This is Bermuda. There's a place called Mount Pleasant there, which is very pleasant. There's a place called Mount Pleasant in Liverpool, which isn't very pleasant at all. And St. George's there, I think, is the capital. And Spanish Point is a point there. What's the point? So Bermuda is a place where Bermuda shorts come from. But it's actually an overseas territory. It's a British overseas territory, a BOT, in the North Atlantic. And it's actually an atoll. It's sort of, that's why you've got that sort of bit around the edge there. Ancient volcano. It's top of an ancient volcano that's been filled in by water. St. George's is the town and also the parish, the capital. And then you've got Cooper's Island Nature Reserve. You've got the Royal Naval Dockyards to see. There's the Crystal Cave and Fantasy Cave. Blue Hole Park and Walsingham Nature Reserve. And you also got Fort St. Catherine. And if you ever want to, launder some money, get it out of town, get it out of Dodge, a lot of the money that Panama got it in the neck for in the Panama Papers was actually being funneled through Bermuda. And I have a sneaking suspicion, and if someone wants to Google this and correct me if I'm wrong, I've got a sneaking suspicion that I want to say Starbucks have their HQ in Bermuda because they don't pay any corporation tax there. Someone can check that out for me. Ashcroft is conservative law, dodgy AF. Well, I mean, a lot of those places in the Caribbean, there's a lot of old British money who still have interest there. The Drax family, the Drax, named after the Bond villain. So the Bond villain was named after the Drax family. Richard Drax, I think he is. He's a Tory MP. Their family still own like sugar plantations in the Caribbean. Bermuda, where British toffs hide all their money tax free. Yep. Scott Graham has messaged Phil. Yeah, Phil's going to be angry with me now because I forgot to text him. I keep forgetting it's on Monday. He wrote okay. Sorry. He wrote okay. Okay. I'm just texting my beautiful partner. What's the options? Cat's just asking me if I need some lunch. We should eat lunch, shouldn't we? Got to keep going. Got another, 39 hours or something. 44 hours or something. We're still only on the bees. Not the bees. Sorry. Hello for anyone joining us here. I'm trying to create the first longest solo live stream attempt. We are now just nearly coming up to 4 hours into the attempt. I'm going out on YouTube, I'm going out on Twitch, and I'm going out on TikTok all at the same time. So you can see I can't be cheating it. If you want to send me a message that I'll actually be able to read, your best bet is, I mean, you can go through TikTok if you like. You can try and go through the stream chat here on Twitch. I need this to come out. How do I get this to? Can I move that? Can I do anything with it? I got like the smallest stream chat thing in the world. There you go. I'm getting some messages. I'm getting some messages on Twitch. Listen, by the way, if anyone wants to help me out in doing this, if you can just check that I'm still going out on my other channels. Russell Cannon was watching me on Twitch, and Bolskov was watching me on Twitch as well. Just make sure that it's still going, because if it stops, I won't really realistically know. It's not like I get like a ping in my pocket or anything to let me know. Anyway, the perils of producing shit yourself. But yeah, so if anyone's joining us, we're trying to set a new Guinness World Record for the longest solo live stream at the moment. There is no record apparently, but if I could go for more than 45 hours and 45 minutes, I will hopefully be able to submit this as evidence and get a record out of it. I will have to stop this at 11 hours and 45 minutes in on YouTube, not necessarily on Twitch. I'm just going to keep going on Twitch. I'm just going to keep going on TikTok for as long as it lets me. But Twitch is still going. Yay, thanks, Russell. Can't believe I've been on here for 4 hours. That's wonderful, Shropshire Chris. And also the fact that you've stuck with me. I must be saying some interesting stuff. I do worry about boring everyone to death. He's going on about what the word Honduras means. What does Barbados mean? It means bearded ones. Bearded ones. When I was talking about Algeria, I should have mentioned the Barbary Coast as it used to be known. That's where you get the term barbarians from. It comes from beards, barber, beards, barbaries, barbarians, beards, Barbados, beards, bearded ones. That's where it comes from. Barbarossa, the famous feared pirate, means red beard. Or pink beard, actually, being technical about it. Rose-coloured beard. Cuthbert, thank you very much. Graham, you must have been asked this question 100 times. But are there countries that you'd had to rush through that you'd like to go back to for longer? Yeah, absolutely, 100%. Let me think. So top of that list has got to be Botswana. I'd love to. I just went over the border into Gaborone and then just came straight back. I met a couple of nuns on the way back. The nuns of Gaborone. Come on, who doesn't love that? Gaborone, I suppose it's pronounced. And I'd love to spend more time there. But Portugal, I've not spent any time in Portugal. I've been there twice and literally just stepped over the border, got my GPS to say, yep, you're in Portugal. Well, actually, when I was doing the Eurodyssey expedition, which was a failed attempt, thank you for the super chat, by the way, I don't know if I pressed the button. It was a failed attempt to visit every country in Europe in 3 weeks, and I ended up missing a ferry from Bari in Italy, and it meant that I was late getting over to Greece, which made I was late getting into Turkey and then late getting to Cyprus. And then when I submitted all my evidence, Guinness turned around and went, we don't regard. Guinness World Records turned around and went, we don't regard. Oh, thank you. Oh, I've got a cold can of Coke as well. Look at that. Thank you, darling. Ooh, wow. Oh, I love you. Oh, thank you. Okay, so they're going out for a couple of hours. because it's bank holiday, isn't it? So I've been left with, these are homemade bounty bars that Cat made. Oh, so good. And it's just straight out the fridge as well, so it's super cold. Mmm. Mmm. That is really good. That's not a homegrown tangerine. And this is not homegrown bagel. Oh, cinnamon bagel. Oh, that's good. Thanks, Cat. She can't hear me. I will text her to say thank you. Just tried to wash the dog, failed. It's a two-person job. Portugal is lovely, goes to Lisbon. So where would I like to explore more? There's loads of places I'd like to go back to. I mean, I've really explored Egypt a lot. There's not many places in Egypt that I haven't been to, but I'd like to go back. I've been to Egypt like 5-6 times or something, so that's pretty much done as far as I'm concerned. Let me think. So I would definitely like to see more of Ukraine. I've been to Lviv, but I was only there for a few hours, dropping off presents for kids who were made orphaned by the war. No agenda today. No, we're just going straight through. We're trying not to talk too much about politics. I realise I probably shouldn't be eating and doing this at the same time. It's probably not very pleasant for you lot seeing what's in my mouth. So I'll definitely like to spend more time in Ethiopia. I love that place. Although I've been to Ethiopia twice, and both times I've had a really good time there. I've been to the museum in Addis Ababa where they have Lucy in the Sky with Diamonds, the Artholopithecus afarenthus, I think, proto-human. I would like to spend more time in South Africa. I haven't been to Cape Town. I would like to spend more time in Namibia and Botswana. I'll probably go to Southern Africa again. I'd like to go back to Kenya, Tanzania as well. I'm hoping to do that in a couple of years' time. I'm hoping to go up and climb up Mount Kilimanjaro, which would be really cool. Andrew, thank you very much for the £5 super chat. My parents worked in over 11 countries, and I reckon Botswana was the best. Yeah, I only ever hear good things about Botswana. Somewhere I'd like to go back to, and I did explore around Madagascar, but I'd like to go back to Madagascar. Incredible, incredible country. I'm not too bothered about some other places in Africa. Although, do you know what? Rwanda's lovely. Rwanda's really, I know it's run by a gobshite, but honestly, it's really, really lovely. I spent a long time in Sri Lanka. I've traveled all over India. Not seen too much of Pakistan. I'm not too fussed about it. Big high up on my list of places that I'd like to spend a lot more time in, Mongolia. I just did not spend enough time in Mongolia. It was literally going over the border, getting the stamp in my passport, and then coming back. And then I'd like to spend more time in the Philippines. I only went to the island of Mindanao. I did go there a couple of times, but I didn't get to go to Manila, which I'd really love to do. But yeah, number one place in the world where I literally just got off the boat, went to a 7-Eleven, bought a Mars bar, and then got back on the boat, Japan. I would love to go back to Japan and really travel around Japan. I really, 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 really want to do that. So if someone was to say, Graham, the magic wand, you may go and travel to anywhere, I'd want to go to Japan. 34 here. I might start melting, but we're a nice, decent 20 C here in Durham. Sorry, I shouldn't laugh, but yeah. Get out the sun. Close the curtains. My curtains are closed. True story. Sorry. A bit off more than I can chew then. But then when I think about the sort of the obvious ones, I'd like to spend more time in Colombia as well. Colombia would be quite cool. But you know when people talk about like the 12 modern wonders of the world. So what? Sorry, the seven wonders of the world. You've got the modern wonders. You've got the pyramids, which aren't modern, but whatever. The pyramids at Giza. I've been all over them. I've climbed them. I've been inside them. I've visited them on multiple occasions. Love the bastards. I was there for the millennium. So done. Petra in Jordan. I went there in 1999. So that's done. Great Wall of China, done that. Jesus statue in Rio, done that. Machu Picchu, done that. The Inca ruins and the Inca in Chichen Itza, been there. Yeah, is that it? I don't know. If there's any others. I think I've been to them all. So yeah, but there's still so much more world to see. There's so much stuff that I haven't seen. And I'll tell you one more when I'm just thinking about it, going back to Africa. I haven't been to Timbuktu, and I really want to go, and I was absolutely brokenhearted. Remember when ISIS came in and they just destroyed all these wonderful mud temples in northern Mali? It was absolutely heartbreaking to see, and they destroyed these temples in these buildings in Timbuktu and around Timbuktu. And I really wanted to see them. It was like, oh no, I'll never see them. But they've actually been rebuilt, I think, in recent years. Yeah, it's one of those things where it's like, I'm glad I got, I'm glad I got to see certain things that are no longer with us for one reason or another. The one that really sticks out to me is Palmyra in Syria. I visited that in 1999 as well, and that wasn't all destroyed by by ISIS because they couldn't. It's just too big a site, but they destroyed some of the beautiful temples, and the guy who looked after the place, they killed him, and it's just that whole saga, that everything that happened there is just so horrific. It's so sad. Really, really grim. Have you been to Great Zimbabwe near Harare? No, I haven't. I've been to Harare. I've travelled through on a bus, but I didn't really stop. So, yeah, Zimbabwe might be fun to have a bit more of a look at. But yeah, definitely Botswana, Namibia, South Africa. I'd love to go back to Lesotho. I love that place. Another one that I'd like to spend some time in, because it was just a step over the border, which is coming up in a few countries' time, is Bhutan. Yeah, hopefully that'll be that'll be the next one that I get to go to. But you used to need like a permit to go there, and it was like $200 a day and all this kind of stuff. It was a bit of a faff, and I was trying to do everything on a shoestring budget. Like I say, if I was being paid to travel around the world, you know, no questions asked, blank check from an oil company, for instance, then I would have spent more time in each of these countries. But as it was, it wasn't just trying to find our way of visiting every country in the world, with all the borders that are open, the borders that are closed, the border points that you can use a visa on, the ones that you don't need a visa for, all the different types of letter of invitations that you need, or you get invited in by a company, or whatever you need to do to get into each country. Not just that, I also had to work out how to do it the cheapest possible way. So it's not just traveling to all these places. It's like, what's the cheapest way from getting to this country that I'm in right now to the next country along? And it was usually public transport. I wasn't allowed to fly, so, you know, that was the expensive option taken off the table. But yeah, that was the challenge. You know, and people ask me like, oh, how did you get into Afghanistan? How did you get into Somalia? How did you get into North Korea? I'm like, well, you just cross the border. You know, it's not difficult. You just go to the border and you cross over. Ta-da, done it. The difficult place to get to are places like Nauru in the Pacific Ocean, places like the Seychelles in the Indian Ocean, which was completely surrounded by the high-risk zone for Somali pirates. Hidden Night, is this enough for Confetti? And if you were given one place to live, in which country and area would you choose? It is enough for Confetti, and here you go, Hidden Night. 3, 2, 1, Confetti! Woo! If you was given one place to live, which country and area would you choose? Liverpool? Liverpool. I mean, don't get me wrong. Ginger Island's great, and I love Boca's Town. But there's always something happening in Liverpool. There's always gigs all through the night, like everywhere. It's just live music. It's just my friends are there. My old school friends are all there. My family are there. Like, it's just a great city. It's the greatest city in the world. It's like a big city, but a little city. It takes 20 minutes to get anywhere. And it's beautiful. It's absolutely, some of the buildings there are absolutely bloody stunning. Liverpool. So there. Are you sorry you asked now? I'll choose to live in Liverpool. Gateway to the world. Cuthbert says, lol, weird. Well, is it weird? Because the thing is, like, the world is slightly lopsided, right? You gotta, let's have a look at the world. Okay? There's the world. Hello, world. Say hello, world. Hello. Right. So you have on one side of it, literally ocean. That's it. That whole side is just ocean. So on the side that's not ocean, right? If you want to go anywhere, right, you think, well, we want to start, here in Gabon, right? Because that's sort of in the center. That's in the center of everything. But whoa. Slow down your horses there. Only about 1/8 of all the countries of the world are in the southern hemisphere. If you don't believe me, have a look, right? We'll count them together, right? So Ecuador, obviously, Colombia, Peru, Brazil, Bolivia, Paraguay, Uruguay, Argentina, Chile, right? That's it. What was that? 9. Then you've got Gabon. You've got Equatorial Guinea, which is in the northern hemisphere. You've got Congo there. You've got DR Congo. You've got Burundi and Rwanda. You've got a bit of Uganda. You've got a bit of Kenya, Tanzania. You've got Angola, Namibia, South Africa, Lesotho, Eswatini, Mozambique, Botswana, the Zambia, Zimbabwe, Malawi, Tanzania, Madagascar. That's not that many. And then over here, what have you got? Like, seriously, this whole area of the world, all these countries, all these little countries around here, all of Europe, all of this, they're all in the northern hemisphere. In the southern hemisphere, what have you got? You've got some of Indonesia, not all of it. And then you've got you got East Timor down here. You got Papua New Guinea. You got Australia, New Zealand, and then you've got these South Pacific islands. I think it comes to about like 30 or something of all the countries in the world. I mean, the countries that are completely in the southern hemisphere, it's very few. So if you want somewhere where you can get everywhere without flying, right? I would say that this place here is actually remarkably good because first of all, it's a port, so you can take a ship over to North America, South America, the Panama Canals, the Caribbean. Also, there's ferry connections from Liverpool to Ireland, so you can go to another country. You get on a train, go down to London, and then go to France, and then onto the continent. It's kind of just geographically, it's kind of in a good place to travel around. I don't know. Your mileage may vary. Maybe Spain's better. Maybe Italy's better. Maybe Tunisia is probably the best place to be. You'd have to work out the distance to each country. And you'd have to work out like how many countries you're getting to and where you're going to get from. But yeah, I think it was kind of cool. 1, 2, 3, slow down. What? Is it true that when asteroids wiped out the dinosaurs, it was the reason the Earth is tilted at an angle? No. I think the planet that hit us, that caused when we were still blobbly, before we got rocky, we were just a blob of liquid, very hot liquid going around the proto sun. We got hit by another planet, and then a bit of Earth glooped off, and became the moon. And we ingested the other planet, which is actually hidden inside our planet. We have another planet hidden inside us. Well, the remnants of another planet hidden within us. True story. I'm not certain, but I think Tilt from Earth collided when we got hit by the moon. Yeah. Yep. I'm sorry, I've got to eat this bagel because if I don't, then it'll go cold. In fact, it's already gone cold. Needs to be eaten. Okay. Where are we next? Where were we? Got distracted. I've just got lunch. Does that look like sushi? It's not sushi. It's chocolate and bamboo. What the hell's wrong with me? Chocolate and coconut. Right. So where are we? It's Bhutan next. Bermuda, Bhutan. Yeah, let's go to Bhutan. Bhutan. There you go. That's somewhere I'd like to go back to. Bhutan. Very, very good looking royal couple, by the way, in Bhutan. If I lived in Bhutan and every newspaper had to have a picture of the king and queen every day for some reason, I'd much rather have the king and queen from Bhutan rather than the king and queen we've got. I know that's very shallow of me, but whatever. Capital of Bhutan. It's called Thimphu. And it's up in the hills, in the mountains. Is a Buddhist kingdom of Bhutan. For many years, of quite a hidden kingdom. They went big on letting tourists come in. But the best thing about Bhutan, and the thing you need to know about Bhutan, is that they have a national happiness index. So they measure the happiness of the people. Bhutan is no ordinary place. It is a last great Himalayan kingdom shrouded in mystery and magic, where traditional Buddhist culture carefully embraces global development. It's got a population of 750,000. And yeah, like I say, the capital is Thimphu, and it's got these amazing monasteries up in the mountains that are just absolutely fabulous and look absolutely gorgeous. Well worth going to. You can get a tour if you're in India anyway. You can just get a tour into Bhutan these days, where as long as you leave the same day, then you'd be all right. The capital is Bingbu. I don't know. So next up, we have one of my favorite countries in the world. So we go from Bhutan, which I haven't spent enough time in, to Bolivia, where I've definitely spent enough time in, but I'd like to go back because it's awesome. There's Bolivia there for people watching on YouTube. Sorry to people who are not watching on YouTube, but on YouTube, we should be going out there. I'm feeling like the feed for Threads is a bit too bright in it. First time chat. Hello. Sorry, I'm just looking at the chat for the other things. What do we got? We've got Broken Official. Alex Naylor too. Like this live. Thank you, Alex. Thank you for liking the live. If you want to watch it with the map that I'm showing, you need to go over to the YouTube page. But I appreciate you. Appreciate you being here. We've got Bolivia here. Right. So Bolivia is a crazy place. Used to have access to the sea, but lost it in a war against Peru or Chile or something. And the capital is La Paz, which means the peace, but it's also Santa Cruz de la Sierra. No, Sucre. Sucre is the other capital. So it's got two capitals, La Paz and Sucre, because, why have one capital when you can have two? La Paz is up in the mountains. It's really cool. I've been to Uyuni, which is where the salt plains are. The salt plains of Uyuni. There's no footage of this. Why isn't there a picture of the salt plains? This is the Salar de Uyuni. If you want some lithium for your batteries, then this is the place to go. I can't believe that it doesn't actually. Oh, it's so annoying. Anyway, this is a big salt plain. In fact, if we look at it on here, look at that salt plain. Look at that. It's like the size of Greater London. It's huge. It's a huge salt plain. Get a lot of lithium from that. Up in the Andes Mountains. But what's really cool about Bolivia is it's not just up in the Andes. You got these really high places up here. You actually go down right here into the Amazon basin. So once you get down to Ruinabaki and places around here on the Rio Beni, you'll actually be in the Amazon basin. So I've actually taken a trip along the river. Which river? It's the Rio Beni, wherever that is. It was a while ago. Beni Department. Yeah, I told you, Rio Beni. So I've travelled along that little meandering river there, which is really, really cool. And gone out to the Pampas. There's Ruinabaki. There you go, Ruinabaki. Look at this. Look at this. If you want a proper adventure in the tropical jungle, in the Amazon rainforest, right? Brazil, I mean, it's a bit more difficult to get from Brazil. If say you're hanging out in, let's say, Sao Paulo, look how far you've got to get to the Amazon rainforest up here. You've got to go to Puerto Velo or somewhere. Whereas in Bolivia, from La Paz to, Ruinabac, that's not very far. Although, in order to get down there, you have to take the road of death, the Camino del Muerte. This is it here. Hello, look at that. That's it. Which they did this famously on Top Gear. They went down this road of death. I did it on a coach, on a bus. It was terrifying, absolutely terrifying. Youngest Road. Oh, actually, no. What's this Youngest Road? Maybe this is it. Oh, North Youngest Road. Oh, maybe this is a new road, the number 3, because I know they built a new road. Maybe this is the old Youngest Road. Hiking area. Maybe they don't like cars on the road of death anymore. Anyway. Terrifying. But very, very cool. Oh, there you go. Camino de la Muerte. Oh, yeah, so this is it. This was the old road. The road of death. Camino de la Muerte. Tourist attraction. Welcome to Death Road. Yeah, I think... So that used to be the main road down, and then obviously they built this new Ruta Nacional. So there you go. That's the road there. I think it's only open to cyclists now. I don't know. I'm pretty sure Bolivia was the filming location for Jungle Cruise. Wouldn't surprise me. Great place. Nipped in to offer my support. Coffee fun. Thank you very much, Sean. Thank you. So yeah, the road of death. Called so because loads of people died falling off it. So yeah, you got La Paz there, and in La Paz you got San Pedro prison, which I went to, which is really, really cool. San Pedro prison, I think there's a book about it called Marching Powder. Is a prison that's like an open air prison sort of thing, where the prisoners run the prison themselves. They used to be able to come and go as they played, as they pleased. Which was like really interesting. I also went to Potosí, which is over here somewhere. Where's Potosí? I can't see Potosí. There it is. Focus, Graham, focus. This is Potosí. This is the home of one of the biggest and oldest working silver mines in the world. And if you go and visit Potosí, you can go for a tour of the silver mine. I mean, look at that mountain. That mountain is like 90% silver. I think that there's been, in the last 400 years since they started mining there's been like a million people have died in the mines. And there's the corporate mine, which is owned by a company, and you work for the company and you get paid no matter what. And then the other side of the mountain is like you just buy a license and you can dig yourself as however you want. And anything you extract, any silver you extract is yours. You get to keep it. Crazy but true. So yeah, really cool places to visit in Bolivia. Love the place, love the bones of the place. Named after Simon Bolivar, the liberator of Latin America. And if you go to Venezuela, the actual title of Venezuela, the full title is the Bolivian Republic of Venezuela. If you go to Bocas del Toro, where my island is, there is a Simon Bolivar Park. There's a bust of Simon Bolivar there, which is cool. Very cool indeed. Anyway, so that's Bolivia. And can I just talk quickly about the subjective nature of travel, right? Some people really like a place. Some other people will go to the exact same place and find it hell. So I met a couple who were New Zealand couple who were traveling. Like they won the Lonely Planet Award for the best travel blog that year or something. We were having a drink, and I was asking them about travels and stuff, and they said, "What where's somewhere you'll never go back?" And they said, Bolivia. Hated every minute of it. We got our passports robbed. We were traveling with some bloke. He just wouldn't leave us alone. We were trying to shake him off because we were a couple, and he was like, "Can I travel with you for a bit?" And you're like, "Yeah, okay," for a few days, and then like a few weeks, still hanging around like a bad smell. And they lost the passport, had to get new passports, and they just left the next day. Absolutely hated it. Funnily enough, not funnily, but when I went to Bolivia, I got in very early in the morning into the capital, La Paz, on the coach, and I got into a shared taxi, and I've been in shared taxis before, whatever. Guy gets in on one side, guy gets in on the other side, guy gets in on the front seat, and the guy in the front seat pretends to be a police officer and is saying, "I need to see your passport, I need to see how much money you've got." And the two guys next to me are handing over their wallets, they're handing over their passports, and he's checking them and giving them back. And he's like, you, give me the money, let's see. There was a criminal on the bus, and we need to make sure. And me being canny, like, this is one of the things about traveling with a very small backpack. Like the backpack I took around the world with me is just tiny. I could say literally, my main backpack is in the backpackers. All I've got is this photocopy of my passport, you know, which I held up and said, "This is all I've got," and then put it back in my pocket. And he's like, "Money, money, money." And I had 2 wallets. I traveled with 2 wallets. Top tip. And I got out my fake wallet, which had traveller's checks in it, because no one wants traveller's checks because they're fucking useless. Even back in 2002, they were useless. Anyway, so they got very angry at me, shouted at me, and then eventually they dropped me off somewhere on the ring road of La Paz, and I had to try and hitch a ride back on a motorway to get back into town. So that was my introduction to La Paz. So if that gone another way, I might be sitting here going, I hate Bolivia. It sucks, the big one. But as it turns out, I've had a really good time in Bolivia. I went to the train graveyard in a uni. I went to the salt flats. I went to the silver mine in Potosí. Went around the prison in La Paz, and then went up into the north of the country and down into the. I went down into the Amazon basin, spent a couple of weeks paddling around, saw some pink dolphins in the water, saw loads and loads of crocodiles or caimans, saw loads of capybaras, oh so cute, and snakes, saw a boa, that was cool, and yeah, it was a good laugh, it was a bloody good laugh, and that's the main thing. So Bolivia, recommended by me, not recommended by bloggers from New Zealand, who didn't like it very much. Okay, so if you look here, so I was trying to get a picture of the Sala de Uyuni. You can see there, right? See there. There's a car on the water. It just looks like a reflection. That's the Sala de Uyuni. If you get a little bit of water on it, it looks like that. I'll show it to the. Do you know what? I'm just gonna make this a little bit darker. There you go. You can see that, I think, just about on that camera, and I'll show you over there on TikTok. Hey TikTok, how you doing? Anyway, how long have we been going for now? 4.5 hours. Good stuff. Let's keep going. A fistful of traveller's checks. Yeah, no one wants a traveller's check. No one wants it. Anyway, sorry, I was looking that up there. Oh, where's me? Oh, it took me money out. Took me money out, and now I've 50 billion. Nearly lost me $50 billion note from Zimbabwe. Bolivia. Oh yeah, all the women in Bolivia wear bowler hats and everything they own. Like, I don't think anyone has like a wardrobe or a hanger there. It's a bit of a weird outfit to wear. But there you go. Ooh, Matt. Hello, Matt. Matt, $5. All right, Gavin, mate. 4.5 hours and you're just on Bolivia. I want to see what you look like when you're on Tajikistan. Right. Next up, we are going across the world to Bosnia-Herzegovina. Oh, God, come on, Graham. Like careering around the world like with a drunken pointer. Bosnia and Herzegovina. So this is obviously, people know it from, if anyone growing up in the 1990s would recognize the name Sarajevo. There was a film called Welcome to Sarajevo about the war that went on when Serbia basically invaded. But to them, it was their own country because at one point in time, Slovenia, not Slovakia, Slovenia, Croatia, Bosnia and Herzegovina, Serbia, Montenegro, Kosovo, and North Macedonia were all together in the country known as Yugoslavia. The breakup of Yugoslavia was pretty grim. I mean, you can compare it to the breakup of the Soviet Union, which is grim for people living in Grozny and Chechnya, but by and large, they didn't have a prolonged conflict with, at the time, with Ukraine or Kazakhstan or any of the countries that broke away from Moscow. But Serbia, the capital of Serbia is Belgrade, and they did not like the fact that these countries were breaking away and taking all of their stuff from them. If you look at the language that's spoken in Serbia and Croatia, it's the same language. However, as you might notice on the names of places here, They've got Cyrillic names, so Novi Sad has got the Cyrillic name under there, whereas you don't get that in Croatia because in Croatia they use the Latin alphabet, whereas in Serbia they use the Cyrillic alphabet. Anyway, Bosnia. So there's some really lovely places to visit in Bosnia. You've got Sarajevo, quite famously. That was the city that was under siege for many years. Some beautiful buildings, as you can see there, sort of flashing up if you're watching it on YouTube. Also, Mostar, really famous for this bridge. You can see the bridge there over the river. There you go. It's a better picture of the bridge, which got destroyed during the war and then was rebuilt. Really recommend going to Mostar. It is a beautiful, beautiful place, like a medieval town with little winding medieval streets. It's glorious and gorgeous, and and if you're ever going overland through Croatia, which I've done a few times, what you used to have to do, see this place called Neum here? This is actually Bosnia, and you can see that it dissects Croatia in two. So you got Croatia coming down here along the coast. Have you got enough coast, Croatia? No, says Chile. And there's Dubrovnik there, which is obviously very famous. We'll get onto that later. But it dissects the two. And what used to happen is you would come along the road here. You see along the coast. You come along the road here and then into Neum, and then you'll come out on the other side here. But more recently, because Croatia joined the European Union in 2007, this wasn't just a border between two former same countries, right, that you could just trundle through, who cares. It got to a point where it was like they had to have a boundary for entering and exiting the European Union, where Neum is there, right? Bit of a problem. So what the Croatians have done is they built a big bridge here. This is a new bridge that's been built, which has upset the Bosnians, because Neum was there as access to the water, access to the sea for Bosnia. If anyone knows anything about geography or history, if you are landlocked and you're not living up in the mountains, it's bad news. You know, the two poorest countries in the whole of South America are Paraguay and Bolivia, and which countries are which countries are the only landlocked countries in South America. In fact, if you look around the world, the countries that are landlocked tend to be the countries that aren't doing so well for one reason or another. Now, you could look at Serbia and go, well, Serbia's landlocked, isn't it? Well, not really, because Serbia, Hungary, Austria, a bunch of other countries have rivers running through them, like the Danube, which means they've got access to other countries because they've got a navigable river running through them. So that's a way to get out of the trap of being landlocked. But then you look at a major cargo container ship now, which can take 20,000 containers. Could you imagine 20,000 lorries trying to drive down the road to get somewhere? You can fit all that onto one boat. So if you haven't got a port, you're in trouble. And because when they built this, when they built this new bridge, which was only built a few years ago, when they built the new bridge, come on, I love the way it appears. When they built the new bridge, they didn't build it with the uprights far enough away. Pylons, are they called pylons? Far enough away from each other. Stanchions. I don't know what they're called. What are they called? Oh, Emmy's on there. Hi, Emmy. How you doing? Should we say hello to Emmy? I don't know. Can I do this? I'm gonna press. This is gonna be interesting. Oh, that didn't work. Did it work? I don't know. Hi, Emmy. Yeah. So I'm playing with TikTok there. So TikTok, Twitch, YouTube. Keep track. For those of you just joining us, we're trying to do a Guinness World Record attempt for the longest solo live stream. We have now been going for 4.5 hours, so not very far into it, but we're trying to go through every country in the world in alphabetical order. We're only up to Bosnia at the moment. But yeah, as you can see, the gaps between the legs of the bridge, that's the wrong term, but whatever, aren't big enough for a big ship to get under. So as far as the Bosnians are concerned, the Croatians have cut off their access to the sea, to the Adriatic, and therefore the Mediterranean, and therefore the rest of the world. Something I just sorry, I was talking about Bolivia, and I forgot to mention about Lake Titicaca. This is the highest navigable lake in the world. It's also called Titicaca. And if you go over here, there's the island of the sun and the island of the moon, and they have Inca ruins on them, which is very, very cool. And if you get a boat, where'd you get the boat from? I've forgotten. Maybe from here? Maybe? No, that's not it. But yeah, so there's Isla Pariti. No, that's not the moon. Incha tourist attraction. I don't know. Park. Yeah, that's it, isn't it? Isn't it? Yeah, something like that. Anyway, there's the island of the sun and the island of the moon, and it's on the border between. It's right up in the Andes, and it's on the border between the what's it called? That place on that side and that place on the other. Bolivia and Peru. La Paz, funnily enough, is also the highest capital city in the world. I know people are going to go, what about Lhasa, the capital of Tibet? Well, unfortunately for Tibet, it was invaded by the Chinese in the 1950s. Let's have a look. What's higher, La Paz or Lhasa? Lhasa is slightly higher. So, oh my God, it's so close. Lhasa sits at an elevation of 3,684 meters, and La Paz sits at 3,640. So there's 44 meters in it. 44 meters in it, but Lhasa's not a state capital. It's just a regional capital. So, yeah, bit cheeky, I know. Bit cheeky, I know. Anyway, so just seeing if I've got anything interesting to look at on my updates there on my phone. No, there isn't, so that's good. Still going on. Is La Paz still capital technically? Yeah, La Paz and Sucre, they're both capitals apparently. Last I checked, I don't know. People, these places change their capitals. Like I change my underwear, once every several years. Anyway, so yes, where were we? We were on Bolivia. No, we weren't. We were on Bosnia and Herzegovina, which I will recommend. I will recommend Mostar, definitely. Go and have a night out in Mostar. Next up is The Gods Must Be Crazy itself. We're going over to Botswana, which you have to say like Yakko Warner from the Animaniacs. This is Botswana. Oh, but Graham, weren't you just saying that landlocked countries don't have any money? Why is Botswana a landlocked country and it's got loads of money and it's had a functioning democracy since it got independence in the 1960s? It used to be called Bechuanaland, but now it's called Botswana. Yeah, well, why is that, Graham? Why is that? Why? Tell me. Well, the reason why is diamonds. Diamonds are a girl's best friend, and there's more diamond mines in Botswana than anywhere else in the world, I think. And diamonds are really easy to fly out the country. You don't need a big port to get rid of your raw materials. You don't need to get them out of the country using massive cranes and container ships and things like that. You can just put them on a plane. Just put them in a little pouch on a plane. So Botswana got rich from diamonds, and it is always been like a beacon of stability in Southern Africa. People often talk about it as being the Switzerland of Southern Africa, which it undoubtedly is. And then in the north of Botswana, if we go over to the textural map, you'll see there's a massive bloody desert. Look at that. Look at those salts. Look at all that salt. Another place for getting lithium. Lithium, just like that Nirvana song. So God, the size of that is absolutely huge. Look, measure the distance, right? Measure the distance from one side to the other. That is, the total distance there is 183 miles. 183 miles. That is crazy. That's further than Liverpool to Hull. That is mad. And it's just salt. And then you've got going down as well. Someone could see it, they could work out the trigonomics on that. Hang on, what? Let's have a look at how far it is. How far is it from Liverpool to Hull? This is the road to Hull. Clear measurements. Measure distance. Hull. It's about there, isn't it? Yeah. Yeah, it's 113 miles. Jesus Christ. Wow. Because they bet their Swano and won. No, it's like a plane is circling above. And they're like, can we land? And we're like, bet you want to land. Anyway, Botswana, really beautiful place. Notable, if anyone remembers the movie The Gods Must Be Crazy, which is quite a fun movie. I don't know if it's probably a little bit, I'm going to put this, a little bit not PC these days. But basically, there's a northern tribesman from Botswana who someone's flying over in a plane and they throw their Coca-Cola bottle out of the plane, and this guy finds it, and he's not had any connection with the outside world, and he decides that he is going to find out what is going on here. What is going on? He's going to find out where this bottle came from. It's called The Gods Must Be Crazy, and it's set in Botswana. If we go over here, this is the Victoria Falls, right? So, which is slightly over on this side, and it's really interesting because you've got this kind of like weird bit, this panhandle that sticks out in Namibia, because they wanted access to the Zambezi River. This is the Zambezi. The Zambezi, from which Zambia and Zimbabwe both get their names. Zambia gets its name from it, doesn't it? But there's Livingston, there's the Victoria Falls. So you're asking me places that I'd like to go to. I've been to Niagara. I've been to Niagara Falls. I've been to the Igathu Falls. I haven't been to Victoria Falls. I haven't been to the Angel Falls. I'm not that interested in seeing the Angel Falls in Venezuela, but I would like to go and see the Victoria Falls at some time. And if I ever do go to this part of Africa again, which I'd love to do because it's a lot of fun. It's a 24-hour geography lesson. Yes. Yeah, no agenda today. Sorry, Moonfleet. We're trying to go for a Guinness World Record for the longest solo live stream. So in order to give me something to talk about for 48 hours without repeating myself too much, I'm trying to talk about every country in the world in alphabetical order. Unfortunately, I keep mentioning other countries that are not part of the list in alphabetical order because I want to talk about, I don't know, Zimbabwe for a change. But yeah, recommend Botswana. Lovely people. Beautiful country. Go and enjoy the desert and go and enjoy all the culture that is over there. Blessed with some of the greatest wildlife spectacles on earth. Botswana is one of the great safari destinations in Africa. And yeah, if you do go on safari, I mean the stars, you've not seen the sky. You've not seen the sky until you see the sky above the desert. Well, they give a lot of pages to they gave a load of pages to Botswana there. They like the Botswana in this. I like the Botswana as well. Do you know what else I like? Brazil. Yes, hello Brazil. So where have I been in Brazil? Thanks for asking. I've been to the Igathu Falls, the Falls de Igathu here, Puerto Igathu. Look at these falls. If you ever watched the movie The Mission, when he goes over the falls on the cross at the end, sorry, spoilers. That is Puerto Igathu. That is Igathu Falls. And oh, sorry, I didn't realize I wasn't showing you the map there. So the Igathu Falls are half in Argentina, half in Brazil, a bit like Niagara is half in the US, half in Canada. Yeah, absolutely incredible fall. So I came across there, and then I went over to Rio, spent a few days in Rio, a week or so in Rio. Had a big party because they won the World Cup in 2002. There's Jesus. Went up to see Jesus. That was nice. Sugarloaf Mountain is also quite cool. And Copacabana Beach, Copacabana. That's in Rio. Also, the girl from Ipanema, that's another beach in Rio as well. Rio de Janeiro means the river of January. It's a January river. I've got to do this to prove that I'm still streaming. That's quite interesting. So it keeps trying to turn me off. Stop trying to turn me off on TikTok, you ticky-tocky bastards. I think it's still going on first time chat. I think it's still going on. Do you know what's really annoying, right? You don't get a time. You don't get a time that people are sent a message. I suppose you don't get time on this one, do you? On here, you can turn the time on. Actually, I don't know if you can, but I can. But I never normally do that. Zimbabwe gets its name from the ancient great site, the Great Zimbabwe, isn't it? They also have a monument there on the flag. Yes, I think they do. Which is like a bird, sort of with a block underneath it or something. BBC had a great detective series in Botswana with a female native actress in the lead role. What was the title? Detective series with a female native actress in the lead role. Was that the #1 ladies detective agency? Was that the one? Was that set in Botswana? I don't know. I never saw it. It's just not having a coastline landlocked, but access to navigable routes is what matters. Austria and Moldova are both technically landlocked, but both have access to the Danube navigation and thus oceans. Yes, facts. I absolutely agree. Graham, if you add how safe for LGB as well, it'll extend. Yeah, well, that's a good point actually. So for LGBT travelers, things have got a lot better in recent years. In certain places, obviously, in some places they've got worse. But gay marriage is legal in a lot of countries now, and countries like Bolivia, which didn't allow, Belize, which up till like 10 years ago, it was really recent that they actually legalized homosexuality. So in Belize, it was still illegal to be gay until relatively recently. What's going on in Mecca? Oh, it's the Hajj. It's the Hajj pilgrimage. That's right. It's called the #1 Lady Detective Agency by Macaulay Smith, who was friends with my ex's father-in-law. Whoa, what? That's really cool. Macaul. Sorry, it was really small on my screen. But yeah, he was the #1 lady. Do you know what? You want me on your quiz team? Let's face it. You know, just pull this stuff from somewhere. I've never seen it, but I believe it's called this. As far as Europe is concerned, generally everywhere is safe for LGBT couples. I mean, obviously, if you sort of leave the main drag and you're out in the sticks somewhere, people can be quite prejudiced, quite bigoted. But that's not the case everywhere. But I mean, sometimes. But there are countries still where it is absolutely illegal to be gay, and if you're caught being gay, you can be in a lot of trouble. And it's funny because these places definitely don't have any gay people in them. I'm lying. Of course, they have gay people. Everywhere has gay people. Hasn't Cuba recently legalized same-sex marriage? Yes, I think they have. When I pick up something very heavy, I always says Herzegovina. Vaporetta ice cream. Yes, indeed. Okay, back to Brazil. The boys from Brazil, which is about resurrecting Hitler. We've got it's a massive country. So back in the day, the Portuguese turned up in South America, and the Spanish were there, and the Portuguese were like, we want a bit of this. And so the Pope at the time said, right, listen, we're going to draw a straight line from the top of the world to the bottom of the world, and everything to the right of it is Portuguese, and everything to the left of it is Spanish. But Brazil took all of this extra bit as well, because this was, up the Amazon River and very difficult for people to survive living up that far up the Amazon River. So they ended up getting that by default. But the idea was there was a line that went down here. If you're watching on YouTube, let me do this. Measure distance. Measure distance. Right. So there was a line effectively like that. Right. Oh God. What's even happening now? There we go. I tapped too lightly. So there was a line, right, and everything to one side of the line was supposed to be Spanish, and the stuff to the other side of the line was supposed to be Portuguese. And obviously, it didn't quite work out that way, just because of where rivers were and territories. And if you look at the state of Amazonas, the Spanish didn't really want it that much, because it was very difficult to live there. Anyone who went in there tended to die. So yeah, that's why Brazil is Portuguese now, and now obviously because there's more people in Brazil than there is in Portugal. The Portuguese get very upset about the Brazilianization of their language. You know, the way British people get upset about the Americanization of English. There's a similar thing going on with Portuguese, which is spoken differently. There's a similar thing going on with Spain and Mexico and Central and Latin America. Spanish speaking America. But there you go. So that was the sort of rule that they came up with of where these countries were allowed to have their places. And that's why Brazil is Portuguese and the rest of it is Spanish. Lilith, sorry Lilith, I'm not going to join you just because I'll then have to look at my TikToky. Hello TikToky people. We're trying to set a record for the longest continuous stream. So it's going to be continuous, even though I do have to stop the stream here on YouTube at 11 hours and 45 minutes, and I start it again a minute later. And the reason why I have to do that is it won't save otherwise. It will not save if it goes up to 12 hours. But there you go. Bolivia, Paraguay, Uruguay, Brazil, Guyana, Suriname, all good stuff. But Brazil, beautiful place again, cool people, really vibrant country, filled with culture. Been plagued by some bum leaders over the years. So the places I've been, and you know, I haven't explored it that much, but I've been to Rio, been to Sao Paulo, and if I go all the way over here, I've been to Boa Vista. in the very north, because what I had to do, because this border between Venezuela and Guyana is closed, the dotted line, I had to come down from Saint Helena de Udien, I don't know how you pronounce that, down to Boa Vista, and then I had to go up to Latham, Latham, in Guyana. Anyway, so yes, spinning out again. We're spinning out, my friends. Where should we go next on our little trip around the world? Sorry, Brazil. Brazil known for its carnival, colourful, good football team. 20 years ago, not so good these days. But you never know. Did Brazil even qualify for the World Cup this time? Did someone check that? Next up, we are going to the other side of the planet. So let's go over. Going to the other side of the planet. To this little island here called Borneo, which is the third biggest island in the world or something like that. Now, Borneo is split in between 3 different countries. This southern part of it, the bulk of it, is actually part of Indonesia. It's called Kalimantan. And then you've got Sarawak and Sabah, which are part of Malaysia. So Malaysia is actually this peninsula here, and then this area over here. And then we've got Brunei, which has this bit, and then this bit, but not this bit. So Limbang is Malaysia, whereas this road, there's a road that comes down into the... It's a bit confusing. Anyway, so the capital of Brunei is Bandar Seri Begawan, which is a great name for a place, and it's run by the Sultan of Brunei. Which is kind of cool, but he's got a bit religious in his old age, and I wouldn't go there if you were gay. Well, I would go there if you were gay. I just wouldn't get up to any gay stuff because he might shout at you. Yeah, they've got this like lovely palace there. He's very, very rich, one of the richest people in the world. He's famous for having lots of cars. And there's a McDonald's there. Now, interestingly, Brunei was a British protectorate, so it wasn't really an official country until 1981. I think it's fairly recent. Honestly, I think it's in my lifetime that Brunei has become an independent nation. Don't quote me on that, but I think that's true. Hey, listen, since we're in Brunei, do you know what I need to get now? I need to get, dun, 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 Southeast Asia on a shoestring. Yay! So this, for those uninitiated, most Lonely Planet books are blue, but this is yellow because it was known as the Yellow Bible. Southeast Asia on the Shoestring was the first Lonely Planet book that was put together by Tony and Maureen Wheeler back in the early 70s as a backpacker's guide. This, just like my Africa book, has been split into 2 because I was traveling around to every country and I needed the ones in the back of the book and not the ones in the front of the book, etc., etc. But if we go into Brunei, Darussalam, which is his full name, Brunei Darussalam. It is, yes, it was British influence, blah, 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 got its own back, led the country, reluctantly. 1984, they got independence. In 1984, Sultan Sir Hassan al-Bolkiah, the 24th of his line, led his country somewhat reluctantly into independence from Britain. So there you go. The country of Brunei, as an independent nation, is actually 5 years younger than me. Woof. The island of Borneo, also called Kalimantan. Oh, no, that's the area. That's the area, isn't it? Of North Kalimantan. That's the area. That's Indonesia. So they call that area Kalimantan. And then you got Sarawak, Sabah, and Brunei. So if you're going to Brunei overland, which I've done on a few occasions now, actually more than once, you get the bus along you get the bus along the coast here. You get into Bandar Seri Begawan, but then you need to go to a little island here, Labuan Federal Territory. Is that where I went? Yeah, Puerto Labuan. Yeah. So what you need to do, see this Labuan Federal Territory, that's part of Malaysia, right? Because at the time, I don't think if this road here, this causeway, I don't think this was built when I first went back in 2002. So you couldn't go across the causeway into Malaysia that way. So what you had to do, you had to get a boat, see the dotted lines there telling you where the boats go, into Puerto Labuan. And then you get another boat back over into Spitang. I think I went to Spitang. Maybe I went to Minumbok. I'm not sure. Anyway, but then I went over to Kota Kinabalu, which is the Mount Kinabalu is the highest mountain in Borneo, which I've climbed up. So I climbed up the highest mountain in Australia and Borneo. And I think that's about it. I've never been up Scarfell Pike, actually. Scarfell Pike. I've never been up Ben Nevis. I've been up Snowdon or Ywithra, as it's now known, I think. Kiss Ivan, thank you very much. Kissy Ivan, I think. Thank you very much for the £2.50 super chat. That is really kind. Great. Now I've got the rhythmics going in my head. Sex crime. Yes, sweet cheese are made of these. Who am I to disagree? Anyway, so Brunei has gone very conservative in the last few years. So if you do go over there, be careful. I had a great time when I was there because if I zoom in, you might be able to still see it. The Sultan had decided to build a theme park. I think he'd gone to Alton Towers and said, "Oh, that was really cool. Let's do that." I'm trying to see where it is now. It's called the Jeradong or something. Jeradong Playground or something. Let's have a look at this. Let's just have a look. Jeradong Park Playground. There you go. There it is. Right. So basically, this is a big amusement place. With there's a water park there, and there's also a lot of roller coasters. There you go. Bit of a roller coaster there. And when I went, it was free, and it was open till like midnight. And you're not allowed alcohol in Brunei. So if you're coming across on the bus, they will check to see what's in your hip flask. What's in your hip flask? Don't show them, Pike. So there's not much else to do on the Jeradan other than go to this theme park, and it was free. It was free to get in, and I was there with a few lads from the backpackers that were staying at. And we just had the run of the place. Imagine having Alton Towers all to yourself. That's like a Make-A-Wish thing, isn't it? Can I have Alton Towers to myself for the day? And like, yeah, all right. So it's like we got on a roller coaster, we go around it. It was like the Thunderlooper or something, or the Nemesis. We go around it and then and then we go again, and it'll just take us out. Brilliant. We're up to 21 degrees now. It's getting hot in here. It's getting hot. Hidden Knight, thank you very much for the £1 super chat. That is very, very kind of you. It's very kind. Now, my friends, I'm going to have to go and run to the loo very quickly. So I'm going to make a note that the time is going to be 14:00. And I'm going to go, and then I'll be back in a couple of minutes. So take this off the list. Take this off the amount of time. But here we go. Hang on a sec. Oh, shit. Before I go, I need to just... properties. Sorry. Okay, right. Oh, hang on. Okay, let's go to Hughes World. Back in a moment. Oh, thank heavens there wasn't a kitten toilet. Sorry, normally, you know when I do the normal end of show or whatever, I have it set so that it continues on with the the last bit of the screen. It'll just stay on the title. But I realized when I made the Hughes of the World thing that comes out, it's got a fade on it. Yeah. So back. What time is it? 2 minutes past. Okay, so someone wants a clock. How long I was away on the loo there. You could, I don't know, scroll back. If someone gives me an exact number of seconds I was away, we can take that off the final count. I'm allowed 5 minutes every hour for a comfort break. So I'm banking them at the moment. So I can take like an hour off and have a kip. Ivan, thank you very much for the £10 super chat. Hi, Graham. Won't be able to stay on for 48 hours. But the country I'm intrigued to hear about in your comments is Greece. Years ago, when I could travel, it was my favourite countries to visit. Yeah, I love Greece. We will get there, Ivan. Don't worry. We will get there. Probably not for another few hours, but it's like Mastermind with that chair. It is indeed. Let's see if everyone else is still there. Hello, welcome. For those of you who are just joining us, maybe I should say this at the top of each hour. We're trying to do the world's longest solo live stream. My name is Graham Hughes. I'm a Guinness World Record holder. I have the Guinness World Record for being the first person and for the fastest journey to every country in the world without flying. I'm in the Guinness Book of Records. I'm in the 2016 edition, page 200, just in the margin. And I've also got the record for the most countries visited in 1 year without flying, which is 133. If anyone wants to try and beat that record, go for it. Go for it. My top tip is don't bother with the islands. I got stuck in Cape Verde. I got stuck in I got stuck in Cape Verde. I got stuck in Comoros. So yeah, banking them for a poo later. Well, I don't know. It might be all right. I don't know. I'll see how I go. Back in the day when I was traveling around the world, right, I could go for a very long time without needing to go to the loo because I had training. This ties into the fact that I didn't really get ill while I was traveling. It was just going to loads of festivals. I mean, I've been to like 16 Glastonburys now, but even back then, I've been to like, I don't know, 8 of them or something. And you don't want to use those loos, do you? But I'm getting older. I'm getting to the age now where you can't trust a fart no more. That's a tragedy. It's a tragedy when you can't even trust your own farts. Jetstream, silence. Yeah, I turn the mic off. It should be back now though. So yeah, does anyone know? Can anyone in the chat, on the YouTube chat, let me know how long I was away for there? Check the time on the camera when I pressed the button to run off, and then the time when I got back. If you could give me those 2 times, that would be great, because then I can extrapolate the data that I need to know that I'm not being away from the camera too long. I'm allowed to be away from the camera for 5 minutes of every hour, and I can bank them. Brazil are playing Morocco, 13th of June, 11 o'clock. Haiti, 20th of June, 1:30 in Scotland, 11 o'clock. What the hell? Why are they playing them? Why are they playing them in the middle of the night? That's crazy. If this government gets its way, some of us might not be allowed to use such loos, even if you wanted to. Well, I think you can use your own in your own house. Sarah, I need the seconds. I know what the minutes were. Well, then again, I mean, I don't know how precise they're going to be, because on the thing where I was texting them, it was like on the message that I got, with the rules, it said 45 minutes. It said 45 hours and 45 minutes. It didn't say how many seconds. Just put a bucket under the desk. It's fine. I could just go to the loo. It's fine. But yeah, good job on me though, going 5 hours. 5 hours without a pee break, even though I've been drinking coffee the whole time. I can have an hour of coffee. Although it might be one of those situations where I've broken the seal now. When you go out for a drink and the first few, you're all right, and then as soon as you break the seal, you need to go every 5 seconds. Yeah, hope that doesn't happen. Crap in the street, yeah, that's a good plan actually. That'll learn them. Anyway, so we're going to go over to the next country now. So where were we? We're talking about the Gerudong Park Playground in Brunei. The Sultan of Brunei, unfortunately, has become quite right-wing in recent years, and a lot of the freedoms that people had in Brunei have been dialed back, and definitely wouldn't recommend going there if you're part of the wonderful rainbow community of the LGBTQIA plus alliance. Okay, next up, we are going to take you on a magical mystery tour around the world here. Going to, let's have a look. Sorry, just adjusting my wallies. We're going to zoom out of the island of Borneo. The island of Borneo. There you go. Shared between 3 different countries. A bit like the island of Great Britain. And we are going to go all the way over here. Where were we? Bhutan, Brunei. What's the next one going to be? It's got to be Bulgaria or something. Yeah, it's Bulgaria. Just double checking that. Might have forgotten momentarily. Oops. Yeah, let's have a look. Bulgaria. So let's zoom in here. Capital Sofia. They also use Cyrillic in Bulgaria. So Bulgaria, famously named after the Womble, Uncle Bulgaria. 1 minute and 4 seconds gap. Sarah's saying what? Yeah. Okay, yeah. 1 minute and 4 seconds. Let me just get a clean piece of paper here because I've got scribble everywhere. So okay, so we're just gonna log this because I was hoping to just do it at exactly 2 o'clock, but 1400, 14. Yeah, just whatever was on the clock. Sorry, not necessarily what was on the video because obviously there's a bit of a gap until 14:01:44. And that comes up 1 minute 4 seconds. There you go. Bloody hell, Graham! What are you up to now? Asked Sammy. I'm trying to break a Guinness World Record. Well, I'm trying to set a Guinness World Record for the longest live stream, the longest solo live stream. So I'm going to try and go for the next 48 hours, and I'm going to be talking about every country in the world in alphabetical order, averaging out about 15 minutes per country. And there's over 220 countries and territories listed in this book, so it might take me a bit of a while to get through all that. Sorry, I should be going on the main screen here. Whoa! Hughes of the world. That's me. Yay. Yeah. So yeah. The world, we're going through every country in the world in alphabetical order. And I'm talking about my experiences of the places, whether I like them or not, what's there to do in these places. It's just to give me something to talk about, really, for 48 hours, which, you know about me, I can talk the ears off a donkey. So, yeah, this is what I'm trying to do. And if I ever do it successfully, I might get a Guinness World Record. Who knows? They haven't emailed me back to let me know. You need a stopwatch. Yeah, I kind of thought about that. I should have. Do you know what I should do next time? I will. I'll do the time on my phone. I'll get my phone out and do the time on it. So there you go. Let's have a look to see if anyone's got in touch with me from Guinness. No, the guy in my contact at Guinness has actually gone on holiday this week, which isn't helpful. But hopefully there's going to be enough proof and enough people watching to go, yeah, I don't believe you can talk the ears off a donkey. I've never seen an earless donkey. Well, that's because I've never tried. Anyway, right. Should we go back to Bulgaria? Uncle Bulgaria. Used to be not part of the Soviet Union, but it was behind the Iron Curtain for many years. It was communist-led. And if they wanted to do anything kind of independent, they had to get permission off Moscow to go the loo or whatever. I've been to Plovdiv, which is a really lovely name for a place, and I've been to Sofia, the capital, which has some really lovely architecture. It's got some horrible stuff as well, but it's got some really classic Eastern European, this kind of like transition architecture from the beautiful classical buildings in the west of Europe over to the classical dome buildings, the mosaics and things like that of Eastern Europe, and going down into what we call the Middle East, but it's actually West Asia. Plovdiv is a fantastic word. It is. They're the ones that Graham hasn't spoken to, says Elle. Yes, that's absolutely right. Talk the hind legs off a donkey. Yeah, I can do that as well. Anyway, so yeah, Bulgaria is also famous for having do you know what as well, right? Do you know what I should be doing here? I should be reading from my book. I'm not going to read from that one because I like it in the background to show people. But just wait there for 1 second. Aha! You see, I have 2 copies of my book. I bought 2 copies just in case. But they're not in alphabetical order, but I can kind of remember the order that I went to these places in. And in my book, I don't know if you've seen this, but if you've got a copy of my book, there is actually a little fact card. See there? Fact card. Fact fans. Fact me till I fart. And I'll show that to the people on TikTok. Hello. See the fact card there. It's got a little map. Shows you where it is. And it'll tell you what the GDP per capita was in 2009 when I was there. So here's an interesting fact about Bulgaria. The unique taste of Bulgarian yogurt comes from the bacteria used to make it, which is called Lactobacillus bulgaricus, which is only found naturally in Bulgarian air. So they have a yogurt that can't be made anywhere else in the world because the bacteria that they need is in the air. How cool! How cool is that? I say it's very cool. Let's read some of the other places that we've already been to here. We've been to Barbados. Barbados means bearded ones. That's the information there. So each little fact card has a bit of information. Also, if the fact card is on the left of the page, they drive on the left. So that's a TikTok over there. And if it's on the right side of the page, they drive on the right. Sorry, I'm a huge nerd. No, you know, whatever. Bolivia. The lithium in your mobile phone battery probably came from Bolivia's vast salt flats. So there you go. Uruguay. We're not up to Uruguay yet. Argentina. The name Argentina comes from the Latin argentum, meaning silver. I think I told you that. Fun fact. Chile, Ecuador, Colombia, not up to there yet. Venezuela, definitely not up to there yet. Brazil. South America was split between the Portuguese and Spanish lands by the Treaty of Tordesillas in 1494, which specified the line of demarcation in leagues from the Cape Verde Islands. Well, now you know. Cool. Let's see what else we've got in here. Let's see if we can do some more places. There we go. Mali, Guinea-Bissau, Togo. This is the first 133 nations and territories of the Odyssey expedition. If you'd like me to write another book, then if you know anyone who publishes books from people who who went to state school, that's a bit of a barrier for getting your books out in this country. But if you know someone, because I do have a publisher, but they're in America, and they can't give me an advance of like a few grand, so I can just spend a few months writing the book. And until that can happen, I can't write the second book. So I don't even have the same excuses. George R.R. Martin was saying, I'm just getting around to writing The Winds of Winter. I would have got around to this a long time ago if I could just not do anything else other than write my book. But that's not the way things turned out. But there you go. Botswana. So here's our fact about Botswana. The currency is called the pula. The word lekgoa, which the Botswana people used to refer to foreigners, was originally translated as spat out by the sea. That is brilliant. Spat out by the sea. What a term. What a term. Sorry, that just really tickled me. Right, that tickled me. That tickled me. It tickled me. What else have we got? We went to Austria, didn't we, earlier? Austria. What fun fact do we have about Austria? Scotland, England, Russia, Belarus. The fun fact about Belarus: the highest point in Belarus is Mount. Now you're asking. Darzinitska, which measures just 346 meters above sea level. Whoa, that's not very high at all. I think I can jump higher than that. Romania, Moldova, Greece, Ukraine, Bulgaria. I've read that one. Serbia, Montenegro, Croatia. We're not to Croatia yet. Albania. Albanians shake their heads to say yes and nod to say no. You know that one. I told you that when I was talking about it. Austria. Oh, there you go. Here's my fun fact about Austria. Just to go back to Austria. At the end of The Sound of Music, the Van Trapp family escape the Nazis by crossing the border at Salzburg. That would actually take them into Nazi Germany. Yeah, someone needs a map. Someone needs a map. Anyway, there you go. That's my book, Man of the World, available from all bad booksellers, including Amazon. Just type in Man of the World, Graham Hughes. Not the same Man of the World. That was what was that? What was that gobshite? Bill Clinton wrote a book called Man of the World. He did, you know. Moving on. Lee Corn, thank you very much for the £10 super chat. Good luck, Graham. Here's a tenner to get yourself a few cans or 1.5 cans in London. Thanks, Lee. That's really kind of you. And because you're awesome, I'm going to give you a confetti. If we get enough super chats, we unleash the confetti cannon. The confetti cannon gets unleashed. I don't like the way you can't really see the C there of confetti because it kind of gets covered up by the chat. I'm going to move it. Yeah, that's better. I've just moved it to the middle here, the middle of me. The middle of me. Now listen, if I get enough in terms of super chats, right? I am thinking, because I love you. I might give you a Boba Fetty. If you're not watching on YouTube, you don't know what the hell I'm talking about at the moment. But it's a little animation that comes up, and it replaces my face with that of Boba Fett, and then confetti flies everywhere, and we call it Boba Fetty. Fun fact from Jenny: a dog gleans more truth from sniffing another dog's shit than a Daily Mail reader gets from reading the Daily Mail. That is absolutely true. A dog shit has at least 749 different points of information. How's it going, Graham? 5 hours in already. Is that all? It's flown by. Has it flown by? I'm still in the bees, mate. I'm not the bees. I'm still in Bulgaria. I've still got Bluzimburg to go. Bluzlandia. Bluzwana. Fleetwood Mac, Man of the World. Oh, what a great song. That was on my travel list. So we talk about my travel list for a moment. Yeah, let's talk about countries. So I had a travel playlist for the Odyssey Expedition. Fleetwood Mac's Man of the World was on there. Also, Slow Show by The National. What a song. Also, Starlight. Starlight, is that what it's called? By Bum 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 by Muse. Main song was Are We Human or Are We Dancer by Human by The Killers. You gotta wake up, you gotta let me go. Also Traveling Light by the Tinder Sticks. What a song. One day, I'm pretty sure me and my ex-missus will meet up in a dive bar in Australia and we will karaoke the hell out of Traveling Light by the Tinder Sticks. Never a true word sung. What else was on that list? Leonard Cohen, I think. Suzanne by Leonard Cohen was on there. Pretty sure. They were all like things that had something to do with traveling. Usually, if you squinted enough, you could see it. But yeah, that Song to the Siren by Tim Buckley, but it was the This Mortal Coil version featuring the Cocteau Twins, where there's only one Cocteau Twin. She actually sung on Teardrop by Massive Attack. That was her, wasn't it? I've got her name now. Scottish singer. Oh, gorgeous voice. But yeah, this Mortal Coil. And what else was on there? I can't remember. It was a long time ago. A lot of cool stuff. But there was like, you know, do one about travel. Do a song about travel. I'm going somewhere. Hotel California. That's a big no. That's a big no. 500 Miles by the Proclaimers. So no Eagles. I don't hate the Eagles. I'm not the Big Lebowski. I just that wasn't one of the songs. Not the Proclaimers. No, that is a great song. Come on, that is such a good song. When I grow up. Do you know what? If you want to get people singing along, and you're just on a bus or something, if they're British, you're not going to get it if they're American or something. 500 Miles. Yes. No, that wasn't one of the songs that was on my travel list, unfortunately. I wrote a blog entry about my top 20 travel tracks, which are all the songs on this particular playlist. But yeah, Man of the World. Sorry, that sent me off on a tangent, didn't it? Man of the World by Fleetwood Mac was on that list. If anyone does to throw any other suggestions in of songs that you might have on a Liz Fraser, that's it. Cockatoo Twins. There's only one of her. Sunshine on Leith is better. Well, I don't know. I don't know if it's sunny in Leith. It's certainly sunny here. I mean, we're up to 20 degrees, for God's sake. Around the world by Daft Punk. No, didn't have that. I'm not a massive fan. You know, it's okay. I guess when you're in the you're having a party or you're on the dance floor, yeah, it's kind of cool song, but it's not really mine. It's not really one for me for listening again and again. Return to Sender. Oh, no, not Return to Sender by Elvis, but Moon River, the Louis Armstrong version. And you know what? I'm a huge fan of Audrey Hepburn, but the Louis Armstrong version of Moon River. Two drifters off to see the world. There's such a lot of world to see. Come on. Traveler's Tune by Ocean Colour Scene. Sorry, Graham. No, absolutely not. I wasn't keen on Keen. I never embraced Embrace. And I was never part of the Ocean Colour scene. So no, it wasn't my, I don't know. There are a few bands like Ocean Colour Scene and Cast and Embrace I just never really massively got into. Fly Me to the Moon. No, not on that playlist. I did have a playlist, right? That was called Moonlight and the Stars and You, right? Which is the music off the end of The Shining, right? Moonlight and the Stars and You. Creepy as fuck song. So it had that on it. It was all songs about space travel and the space and stuff like that. So it had Jack Names the Planets by Ash. It had Mercury by Low Gold. Does anyone remember that? It had Where's My Mind? Pixies. No, it wasn't Where Is My Mind. Although I did use that on footage of me doing a skydive once. It was Here Comes Your Man. Which may or may not be about the bombing of Hiroshima and the bombings of Hiroshima and Nagasaki. Where's My Mind? Salmon Dance by the Chemical Brothers. I don't know. What else was on my Fly Me to the Moon? So I had, what was the Mars song? What would have been a Mars song? Would have been like 30 Seconds to Mars. I don't like them. They suck. It's all songs with stars in the title and like the different planets. I think I managed to find a song with each of the planets' names on. So Venus in Chains. No, Venus in Furs. Venus in Furs by the Velvet Underground. That was for Venus. Jupiter. There's a song with Jupiter in it. Saturn. I can't remember. Pluto. Named after, I don't know, Mickey Mouse's dog. I just saw an alternative timeline where Graham's favourite song was Friday by Rebecca Black. This may be the darkest timeline, but that one was horrifying. Actually, right, she got so much stick for that, but she did really well out of it, to be fair. I mean, it wasn't a particularly bad pop song as pop songs go. It was okay. You know, it was something like a B-side for the Spice Girls or something. It wasn't terrible, but she got so much stick for it. But then she managed to make a lot of money out of the fact that so many people watched the music video for it. So, you know. Life on Mars. Yes, Life on Mars by David Bowie. Absolutely. That was on there. Is the life on Mars? Sorry. Stop singing. Here Comes Your Man is about waiting for a drug dealer. Yes, Tommy. Yes, that's what they say. But he mentions Boxcar, which was the name of the plane that dropped the bomb on Nagasaki. So the Enola Gay, that was an OMD song. Outside there's a boxcar waiting, and then talking about the family burn and stuff like that. So there's been some. Is it about waiting for your drug dealer? Is it about vagrants traveling on the boxcars around America? Is it? I'm Waiting for My Man by the Velvet Underground. That was definitely about waiting for your dealer. Mars, pump up the volume. I love a bit of the scene, but it'd be boring if we all like the same things. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I always say this, Graham. Oh, shit. Oh, no, TikTok stopped. I'll have to start TikTok again. Good job, I've got everything. There's two types of music in the world. Oh, why did this go? Why did you stop? Sorry, this is taking ages. Live. Go live. Yeah, resume. Your live was paused automatically. Resume. Yes. There we go. Hey, TikTok, how you doing? Hey, TikTok. Oh, it's running really slowly. Hey, TikTok, how you doing? I'm Graham Hughes. I'm the first person to visit every country in the world without flying. Got a couple of Guinness World Records already. I've actually got 3 of them. Going for my 4th Guinness World Record right now. You're watching it. If you want to watch the main screen, go over to YouTube, because I'm going out on YouTube, I'm going out on Twitch, and I'm going out on TikTok all at the same time. In case what just happened and I lose my signal, my phone turns off, my laptop crashes out, my OBS software stops for some reason. So at least I've got one stream going the whole time. So yeah, Twitch is still working. Yes! Thanks, Russ. Thank you, Russ. So yeah, there's 2 types of music in the world, Graham. There's the stuff you like and the stuff you don't like. That's it. There's 2 genres of music. Yeah. It's funny though, like, I think about Cast. Oh my God, I must have seen Cast. I must have seen them about 24 times. Every time I went to see a gig in the 90s, they seemed to be the support act. It was like it was always Cast. And in my memorabilia from my travels, from my gigs, the gigs, festivals, stuff like that, one of the favourite things I've got is the set list from a Cast gig at the Lomax in Liverpool, 1995, right? It's a set list, right, from their first albums. It's got Sandstorm on and Walk Away and stuff. And it's written in marker pen, presumably by John Power, I don't know. It's written in marker pen on the back of a flyer for the Ash gig that was the week before. The week that Girl from Mars came out. True story. Thank you. Hidden Eye. I'm pretty old school Sith music. Sith music? Whoa, like dun 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 dun. Hidden Night says my favourite is always going to be Eurythmics. I love a bit of Eurythmics. Dave Stewart. So talking, there you go. Here's a story to link up with. So, for some reason, I was in the heebie-jeebies. I was downstairs in the basement of the heebie-jeebies, which is like the CBGBs now, or whatever, in Liverpool, years and years and years ago. And there's a guy who wants to buy me a drink, and if someone wants to buy me a drink, I'm not going to say no. And so he buys me a drink, and I'm sitting down with him, and I'm drunk out of my head. And my mate Dino is telling me that he's like, Graham, he bought you that drink because he thinks you're the drummer out of Cast. I think it was that, or the Covel. Maybe it was the drummer from the Covel. I don't look anything like. And he was convinced I was the drummer from a band that he liked. And as we were drinking, I think it sort of dawned on him that I wasn't this person that they thought that he was. And he's like, are you a musician? And I'm like, yeah, I'm a musician, man. Because, I didn't want to get into a fight and all that. I was, yeah, sure. And this conversation went on far too long. Me like trying to convince this guy that, but I was really, really drunk. And I was like, listen, mate, listen. He sort of got a bit, he started getting a little bit sort of antsy with me. Do you know what I mean? And because I think he thought that I cheated him out of a drink when I didn't go up to him. He was like, "Can I buy you a drink?" And I'm like, "Yeah, sure." I didn't know what he was saying because it's loud in the club, and if someone wants to buy you a drink, why not? And I didn't know it came with a clause that I had to be the drummer from some Liverpool band. Anyway, so it ended up with me. Apparently, this is related to me afterwards. I don't remember doing this, but apparently, he said, "Well, who are you then? Who are you?" And he started getting really, really funty with me, like, "Who are you? Who are you?" And I went, I'm Dave Stewart from the Eurythmics. In all seriousness. And this guy just looks at me I just burst out laughing. So I got to keep me pint, which was good. But there you go, Dave Stewart. Thank you very much, Dave Stewart, if you're watching this, for getting me out of a fight once in the heebie-jeebies 20 years ago. Pink Floyd, the Beatles, Fleetwood Mac, the Holy Trinity. Ooh, yeah. What about Led Zepp? Are you Ringo? No, I used to play the drums for the Beatles. One of my favourite songs is 1918, Turner and Layton's After You've Gone. Goddamn, the autocorrect is against me. Execute Order 69. I thought it was 66. What's Order 69? Go down on me immediately. Eddie Burns. Here Comes Your Man. AC Akvodia to Black Francis or Charles is about a hobo getting killed by a freight train in the 1930s. Yeah, I know. According to Frank Black, that's what Here Comes Your Man is about. But it's poetry, man. I mean, there's a little bit of allegory. There's a little bit of two meanings to things, But there you go. Digging for Fire is about a drug addict injecting themselves, apparently. Okay, so back to Bulgaria. We were talking about Uncle Bulgaria. Beautiful country, right? So you got this wonderful coast down here, the Black Sea coast, the Black Sea Riviera. And then up over in Sofia, up in the mountains. Fabulous, fabulous place, I have to say. Has your bottom gone to sleep yet, Graham? No, it's all right. It's okay. It's okay. You can stay. So there you go. Bulgaria. Right, what's next? Shouldn't do half an hour on one country. Next up. The next up is the land of upright men. Let's go to the land of upright men. This is Burkina Faso, which used to be called Upper Volta. Are you a pole vaulter? No, I'm a German. How do you know my name is Volta? Anyway, Burkina Faso used to be called Upper Volta, and it was a German colony once back in the day. But then after Germany, inconveniently for Germany, lost World War I, they got all their colonies taken off them. So Togo used to be Togoland, and then that became Togo, and it was French, although there was a bit more of Togo. Togo used to be fatter than that. There's a line that goes from the same top of Ghana. A big chunk of Togoland became part of Ghana, which used to be called the Gold Coast, next to the Ivory Coast, next to the Slave Coast, as it used to be called. Thank God it's not called that anymore. Anyway, Burkina Faso here, home to one of my favourite, well, probably my favourite capital city name of all time, Ouagadougou. And yes, there is a train that goes to Ouagadougou. So you can get on the Ouagadougou choo-choo all the way to Ouagadougou. Fabulous place. Now, when I went to Burkina Faso, I didn't actually go to the capital because I came up from Benin, across the border here, this weird little contested no man's land. Oh, that makes sense. I was wondering why that was all like a desert that no one wants to live in. Anyway, so came up through here, went to Fada Norma, Fada Norma. And then I went over here. I think I stayed the night here in Kanchari. Stayed the night in Kanchari. And then in the morning, I meandered along here to Makalondi in Niger, across the border into Niger. Got a photo of me at the sign saying, "Welcome to Niger." And then I came back to Burkina Faso. So Burkina Faso used to be run by a guy in the 1980s called Tom Sankara, or Tom Sank, as he was known to his mates. And he was quite a phenomenal guy. He turned the country around in just the space of a few years. He managed a massive inoculation drive, vaccinations. He changed the way education worked. He changed the way the political system worked. And so they assassinated him. But he's still seen as, this great leader of Burkina Faso. He's seen as the father of the nation. If you travel around Burkina Faso, you will see lots of pictures of Thomas Sankara all around. In here it says, previously called Upper Volta and little notice to the wider world, Burkina Faso nonetheless ends up on being many travellers' favourite West African country. That does not surprise me at all. The people of Burkina Faso are just the most wonderful people you'd ever hope to meet. So when Thomas Sankara was in charge, they changed the name of the country. It was called Upper Volta. And the reason why he changed it to Burkina Faso is because Burkina Faso means, in the local lingua, it means the land of upright people, or the land of upright men, but they use that to mean people, which means the land of honest people. So this is very clever. The name of the country meant that if you were dishonest, you weren't patriotic. Yeah, it's like the guy who set up the I Love Madagascar party and won the presidency of Madagascar back in the 2000s. Because you can vote for the I Love Madagascar party, or you can say that you do not love Madagascar. So if you love your country, you got to vote for the I Love Madagascar party. So yeah, Burkina Faso, the land of upright men. Let's see what I had to say about it on my trip to every country in the world without flying. Sierra Leone, Benin, Togo. There you go. Oh, here you go. Here's a fascinating fact about Burkina Faso in West Africa. And I will zoom out so you can see exactly where in the world it is. It's there, just under Mali. From 1932 to 1947, the country of Upper Volta, as Burkina Faso was once known, did not exist. So there you go. It went through a few years of not existing. And then it existed again. Yay! But Burkina Faso. Burkina Faso also, by the way, we'll talk about this more when we jump into the Pacific Ocean. But Burkina Faso very much threatened by climate change. It's on the southern strip of the Sahel. The Sahel. And desertification is a huge problem. And if you don't believe me, just have a look at that. Okay, so obviously you got the desert to the north, and Burkina Faso is right on the line where things become very, very tropical. So the further south you go towards the equator, the more tropical it gets. And this area here, see the Sahel Reserve there. It's the hinterland between the desertification of the desertification, the desert that is the Sahara Desert, the mighty Sahara, and the green, lush equatorial regions of Africa. So yes, how about the land of thinkers? The land of tinkers. I like that. Can we call it the land of tinkers? Gallifreyan Ren in the chat. How's it going over here? Welcome. I haven't had any new messages on Twitch. So if someone wants to just jump over onto the Twitch stream and send me a message of love or hate or whatever, just let me know that it's still going. That'd be great. How are we doing over here? Musicians share stories from his travel and musical memories. That's my AI summary. I'm not a musician. I was joking. I was telling an anecdote in which I lied about something in order to get a free drink. AI. No sense of context. Okay. Might be a bit possible. No need to queue for it. What? I'll take the land of the compassionate. Oh, that's nice. I like that. The thing is, right wingers, they think that they're free. That they are free thinkers. They genuinely believe that. They think that they are. They're the free thinkers, and the free thinkers, and everybody else is, yeah. I've got a question here. What's Graham setting a Fan A saying, what's Graham setting a record for? And Phil is suggesting starting a stream on time. Yeah, never going to happen. I mean, it's hard enough when I've just got one stream going out, when I've got 3 streams all going on at once. Don't cross the streams, Egon. So yeah, that was Burkina Faso, the land of upright men. So now we're going on to the next country on our list, which is going to have to be, I'm afraid, it's going to have to be Burundi. Burundi MC, which is in the middle of Africa. So the heart, it's even quite sort of heart-shaped, you know, like not like an actual real heart, it's heart-shaped. It's the heart of Africa, as a biologically shaped, not like a heart shape. So Burundi is Bujumbura is the capital, which is a great name for a capital, and it was Belgium. I think it was part of the Belgian sort of taking when they took all the land, along with Rwanda, I think. More recently, it's been French, I think. Let me just check. Allow me just get into my old Africa here. We'll have a look for Burundi, Mali, Egypt. No, we don't want that. Botswana, Tanzania, Rwanda, Kenya, Ethiopia, Djibouti, Burundi. There you go. Burundi is the first Central African country on the list. Beautiful Burundi has been blighted by a generation of conflict, but with the advent of peace, this charming country may at long last put its dark past to rest. A tiny little nation of soaring mountains and languid lakeside communities, Burundi is sandwiched between the African giants of the DRC and Tanzania. The scenery is stunning and the welcome warm, and it may be once again be able to receive a trickle of travellers as words get out that the war is over if you want it. Let's have a look at history. The original Burundians were the Twa Pygmies, but they were soon squeezed out by bigger groups. First came the Hutu, farmers of Bantu stock, around 1000 AD. Later, in the 16th and 17th centuries, the tall pastoral Tutsis from Ethiopia and Uganda arrived. Relations were cordial, but the Tutsi gradually subjugated the Hutu into a feudal system similar to that of medieval Europe. At the end of the 19th century, Burundi and Rwanda were colonized by Germany. Oh yeah, they were German, weren't they? But then after World War II, the United Nations, League of Nations mandated Rwanda, Urundi to Belgium. Yeah, so it was Belgium, but before it was Belgium, it was German. Taking advantage of the status quo, the Belgians ruled through the Tutsi chiefs and princes, the establishment of coffee plantations, and the resulting concentration of wealth in the hands of the Tutsi elite provoked tensions between the two tribal groups. And as anyone knows, the story about Rwanda, about the genocide that happened there in 1994, it was between the Hutus, who felt for a long time that they were put upon people of that region, and the Hutus versus the Tutsis, who were often given positions of power by the Belgians, in a bit of a divide and conquer thing. If you fancy a mapping challenge, you go on Sporkle and try find the countries of the world, no outlines. Find the islands of the world, no outlines. Well, I could give it a red hot go. Sporkle. See, one of the things I also thought about doing here, find countries, no outlines. There's no outlines. How do you do it? No outlines minefield quiz. Do you know what? I can't add that to there. Oh, hang on a second. Hang on a second, my friends. I need to do this. Okay. No outlines, minefield, quiz. Okay. But if you got no outlines, how do you know? How I don't really understand this. I don't get this. This is not good. Oh, it's coming up with adverts. There's loads of adverts all over the screen now. What is happening here? Sporkle. Right. Okay. Oh, that's annoying. All right, now hopefully this won't change much when we. Here you go. Here it is. Sorry about all the adverts. Oh my god, this is awful. Look how many it's like pop-ups from back in the day. Remember when we were just like plagued with pop-ups every time you tried to do something on the internet. Anyway, right. So let me just move this a little bit over so you can see the whole thing. Okay, I don't know what's going on here, but I'll give it a go. Give it a red hot go. This is going to be a bit boring for people watching on TikTok or watching on Twitch. If you want to head over to at Graham David Hughes, the channel is called Hughes of the World. Head over there. That'll be boss. I just realised actually the TikTok video that's going out is backwards, isn't it? My clock is backwards for you. Let's go. Play quiz. Finland. What do we just click on where it is? Oh, Lebanon. There. Groups are mine. Give up. Oh, I didn't. Oh, God, I was slightly too low. Wow. Wow. Okay. Let's replay then. Oh, wow. That is different. Oh, so I get what they mean by the no outline. Sorry, I thought it was going to not give you an outline. So Benin. Oh, you see, because you can't just click where you want to, because I want to click kind of there, right on the edge. Oh, but it wanted me to click on the edge of the outbox there. Oh, I'd have to have a few goes at this before I did any good at it. Let's replay. Play quiz. Belarus. Oh, come on. Well, it's there, but... Algeria. Oh, that's nice and easy, isn't it? Montenegro. Oh, God, what the hell? Montenegro. It's tiny. It's absolutely... How are you supposed to get Montenegro? I just clicked on something. Oh, I got it. Botswana. It's about there. Bosnia. Oh, that's cool because I can just go there. Oh, do you know what? The more of these you get, the easier it'll get because you'll be able to go next to the country. Ooh, that was close. China, obviously that's easy. Russia, easy. Namibia is there. Kyrgyzstan is there. Oh, that was so close. I nearly got mine there. Ecuador is here. Oh, God. Peru. Oh, that's easy because it's just below Ecuador. Kenya. Oh, it's about there. Oh! I was too low. Anyway, right. Back to the map. The map of Monday. The map of Monday, you see, because it's Monday today. It's a bank holiday Monday. If it was raining, I'll probably have more people watching this. Welcome one and all if you just come into the show. I'm trying to set the Guinness World Record for the Guinness World Record for the longest solo live stream, which at the moment, the record that hasn't been set yet, but the minimum they're going to require me to do is 45 hours and 45 minutes. In order to talk about stuff for the whole time and not get too boring or repetitive, I'm going through every country in the world in alphabetical order. I'm telling you about my experiences there, because I'm also the first person to visit every country in the world without flying, which I did 15 years ago, just to show everyone how it was done, basically. Right, so where were we? We were talking about Burundi. Despite troubles, Burundians have an irrepressible joie de vivre, and their smiles are infectious as the rhythm laid down by les tambouriniers, drummers. However, at this time, Burundi is considered unsafe to visit, so unfortunately I cannot recommend. Okay, so we've done the bees. Now we've got to go to the seas. Jared's in the chat. I was watching on TikTok. Hello, Jared. Jared's my publisher. Hello, Jared. Everyone say hello to Jared. He published my book, Man of the World. Thank you, Jared. It's really good to have you on board, my friend. Jared is actually the. Can I tell people this, Jared? If you like your comic books, you know, it's like the famous writer from the UK, Alan Moore, who writes really good comic books. There's an equivalent in America called Brian Michael Bendis. Yeah, it's Jared's brother. If you like Jessica Jones or the Miles Morales Spider-Man, yeah, that was Brian. True story. Graham, you should have said happy birthday, love. Ooh, is it your birthday? Ooh, happy birthday, Graham Price. This is for you, my friend. Boom, confetti. Sorry, hello everyone on the other channels that are watching this. But yeah, I just boomed out the confetti. The confetti cannon was boomed out. No, not the bees. I couldn't resist. Someone's got to do it. Do you want to see how much biscuits I've got? Does anyone see? Have you seen the number of biscuits? I've got these, right? These ginger nuts. I've also got rich tea. I haven't opened them yet. I've got these OT hobnobs, chocolate hobnobs, and I've got milk chocolate digestives. I want you to vote now on which one I should open first. Where are we going? Okay, so we need to pull out a Burundi. Pull out a Burundi. And we need to go over to a place I know quite well called Cape Verde. Cabo Verde. There it is. Hello. Hello, hello. How could I forget? So, Cape Verde in the Atlantic Ocean. Around 650 kilometers, is it? From Dakar, is it that far? Can't be that far. 650 kilometers, is it? Yep, it's 650 kilometers. Do you know anyone who travelled that 650 kilometers in a leaky wooden canoe with an outboard motor and no radio or flares or anything? Yeah, that might have been me. That might have been me. I might have done that journey going to Cape Verde on a wooden pirogue. It's like a big dugout canoe, essentially, which is usually used for fishing. Guys took me from Dakar in Senegal, there, the little nose that sticks out of Senegal, over to Cape Verde, and then I got put in jail for 6 days. So that was fun. And then when I got out, my what's it called? My release papers were headed in Comic Sans fonts. Comic Sans. There's nothing funny about Comic Sans. I just realised that I need to actually tell you my interesting fact about Burundi. I'm going to tell you my interesting fact about Burundi, and you can't stop me. I swear. Okay, there we go. Burundi. Burundi was the second African country after the Central African Republic to have a female head of government. Whoa, that's really cool. So I'll tell you my interesting fact about Cape Verde. They put me in jail. I did have a little travel around there. We'll get into that in a moment. On the island of Santiago. Cape Verde. So apparently, there is one goat for every 2 people in Cape Verde. There you go. That'd be better if there was 2 goats for every 1 person, wouldn't it? Not that great a fact. Anyway, I'm sure there's two chickens for every person in the UK. Okie doke. Let's go in. Let's go into Praia. So this is the capital. This island here is called. Oh, hang on. Does it help if I show you actually what I'm looking at? So we've got 10 main islands around Cape Verde. If you look at the map of the flag, it's a circle of islands. Obviously, because it's a circle of stars representing the islands, and we have the capital there, Praia, which is nice. It's not. I was stuck there for like 6 weeks, not being able to leave because I needed to find a way off the island. But while I was there, I went to visit the old town here, Ciudad Vela, in Cape Verde. So just chug along here to the different places there. See that post there? That was a slaving post. That was a post that they would chain the slaves to and then auction them off. True story. So went up from Praia all the way up to Tarrafal up here, which I mean, it might have been worth it. I don't know. It was nice to get out of Praia, I guess. And then I came down the coast here, and there is a lot of. Did we go to Puerto Formosa? Where did I go to? There are black sand beaches because there's volcanic sands along the coast here. So I went along there. and then came back to Praia. So that was my little trip around. There's Praia there. Let's see if we can find the main square. The main square. Don't know. Santo Antonio. There's the boat dock. We spent a lot of time there. Trying to get off the island once I got out of jail. Supermarket, gym. It's quite a small little town. I just walked around most of the time. I walked down the avenue Charles Darwin. Charles Darwin famously landed in Cape Verde once a long time ago, I think. Did he? On the Beagle? I thought that was the Pacific Ocean, but whatever. And what else have we got here? I suppose he might have stopped in the Hotel Sierra. Caesarea. What was interesting about Cape Verde is there was lots of people with Russian names, like Vladimir and Ivan and stuff, because of the influence of the Soviet Union back in the day. But Cape Verde used to be part of the Portuguese Empire. Oh, thank you, darling. Now I'm all right, but loads of water. Thank you. What will you do in massive news story breaks? What will you do if the massive news story breaks while you're doing this? Will you take a diversion? Oh, take a diversion. There's only one massive news story that I'm waiting for, mate. And if that happens, I might have to abandon the stream because I need to go out and party. I need to party hard. Sorry, bit of politics. Anyway, so Cape Verde here. What was I talking about? Sorry, I got distracted by cat coming in. Cape Verde. So you got Mindanao there. You got Meow Island here. Meow. And over here, you got Sal. Let's just run up here. So this used to be a stopover point. If I zoom out, the slave trade will pick up slaves along the slave coast here. Sorry, I need to move it over a bit. People would come to the slave coast here, and then stopping Cape Verde to resupply and trade slaves, and I don't know, dump bodies overboard or whatever. But yeah, I don't know what I was in the middle of saying then. Do you have a mug of tea to dunk your ginger nuts into, Graham? No, but Kat's just about to make me another coffee. If I'm going to do a 48-hour challenge, I forgot Canada is now the 51st state of Magellan. Well, no, it's Cabo Verde. You see, that's why it comes up next, because they've gone to the Portuguese. Thank you. They've gone to the Portuguese spelling of it, just like Côte d'Ivoire went to the French spelling of it, and Turkey has changed its name as well. But yeah, in my book here, it is Cabo Verde. Oh God, move your hand, Graham. Cabo Verde. Can you see that? Everyone on there? Can you see Cabo Verde? It's backwards. It's backwards for TikTok. Sorry, TikTok. Sorry for being backwards. What you want to do if you're watching this on TikTok, right? Get a mirror, right, and sit and put your phone so it's pointing at the mirror, and then look at it through the. Right. So yeah, don't get too upset, Canada. I will come back. Oh, Cambodia. We've got Cambodia before Canada, and we've got Cameroon. Got loads of countries before Canada. Yeah, we've got a few more countries before Canada. Jutting up from the Atlantic, some 500 kilometers west of Senegal, this stunning island chain has captivating blend of mountains, beaches, and peaceful seaside villages. So there you go. Now you know. So yeah, did I do the Cape Verde information? I did, didn't I? Also, there's a I don't know. Obviously, I've got mixed emotions about Cape Verde. They did put me in jail for a week, but the people I met there were really lovely. I watched the new Star Trek movie in 2009. It was new in 2009. I watched that, and that was good. That was fun. I watched it again because there was nothing else to do. Went to a basketball game. Hung out at the port every day, going, "Are we going yet? Are we going yet?" And then eventually, I got rescued. It was like a reverse Dunkirk. I was rescued by a German and a Frenchman who came over and said, "Listen," they came over from another island. They came over from Meow. the sailboat and said, we're going back to Dakar. Do you want to come with us? And I went, fuck yeah. So I got in their boat. Unfortunately, the engine didn't work. So we had to sail. We had to sail all the way back. So just to remind everyone how literally far it is to go from Praia to Dakar on a boat. It is 650 kilometers. Yeah, it took 4 days to get there. And then it took another, it took 4 days to get there. And then getting back took a week. But did get to see a couple of sperm whales, which was really cool. Did get to enjoy having a whole pod of dolphins, dozens of dolphins come and jump in front of the boat as we were going forward. But there were some days that we were literally stuck in the doldrums and had to sit there for hours and hours, not going anywhere, just bobbing up and down in the water. And obviously, when you're on a sailboat, you're completely at the mercy of the wind. Completely at the mercy of the wind. Graham, just don't make a mistake I did with the candles. I confused the wind blow. I got candle wax in my mouth. It did seem like an odd request at the time. I mentioned it yesterday, but I'm not giving up on making a video about trans people stroke labour. I'm just putting a lot of effort into it to make sure it's a good one. That's fantastic, Graham. I'm glad you're doing that. The big beautiful day. Oh, how did you know I was talking about that, Diz? How did you know? Do you know what? That does happen though. And then my reaction is being filmed for YouTube and for Twitch and for and like it's 3 different angles of me going, yes! Do you know, yes, I want to keep watching. In other words, they are losers. The deal with Iran will either be a great and meaningful one or there'll be no deal, says Trump. What a bell end. Right, anyway, so Cape Verde. Yeah, it was all right. I mean, I wouldn't call it beautiful. I think there's better looking beaches out there. There is this air of sadness that kind of, I don't know if it's just in Santiago, the island that I was on, but there was just like this air of melancholy in the air, so to speak, like that bacteria they use to make the yogurt in Bulgaria. So it all fits together. But yeah, I don't think I'd rush back to Cape Verde. I'll go again. There's nowhere in the world that I wouldn't go to again at some point. The only country in the world that I don't think I would like to go back to at the moment is America, because they'll check on me social media. I'll go to Russia. I would go to Russia or to Iran before I went to the United States, because at least they don't check my social media. If they did, they probably wouldn't let me in the first place, but there you go. And the thing is, if I got taken in by the security forces of Iran or the security forces of, what's that other place? Russia or something, then there'll be a concerted effort by the British government to get me out. Whereas if you went to America and they put you in a solitary confinement for 6 months for having the wrong, date on you, written in biro on a piece of paper once 17 years ago, or you gave money to the wrong charity, the British government ain't gonna do shit. You'd be stuck. You'd be absolutely on your own. Some funds to keep you going. £2 super chat from Viper Scott. Thank you, Viper Scott. That's very kind of you. Cheese rolling on telly. I don't know. Graham, have you been following the links I got Diz to put up for you? The less fact-based one. She's been sectioned in a male ward and met with danger. I'm sorry to hear that, Elle. That is fucking awful. Can you? Yeah, we're definitely going to be talking about that in the going forward. We've now got, 35 days now for your MP to raise an objection to these new guidelines from the EHRC and just explain how they're just absolutely unworkable, which they absolutely are. I'm seeing a number of videos on TikTok actually of trans men saying, "I'm going to use the women's toilets now. I never used to, but I'm going to use it because that's the toilet I'm supposed to use." Spin on that, you turfs. Anyway, so yes, indeed. Where are we going out here? We've got the Morning Brew papers. We've got the okay. So yeah, there we go. So where are we going next? We've been to Cape Verde, Cabo Verde. So that leaps ahead in the alphabet. And there's the Juradong Park playground. I think the next one is Cambodia in Southeast Asia. I think. Let's have a look. Cambodia. This is making me really want to write the next edition of my book. So if anyone wants to help me with that, all I need is an advance. That's it. Not even a big advance. I don't care. Cambodia.
Ascend to the realm of the gods. Angkor Wat. Descend into hell at Chol Slang Prison. With a history both inspiring and depressing, Cambodia delivers an intoxicating present. Okay, if we're going to make a list of some of my favourite countries in the world, Cambodia would be well and truly on that list. Cambodia is a fantastic country. I've been there twice. Couldn't recommend it enough. If you go to Siem Reap here, this is, oh, look at that face in that temple there. So Siem Reap, which means Thailand defeated. The Cambodia and Thailand have always been, you know, a little bit tit for tat. But if you go here, you will be able to go to the Angkor Wat temple complex, which is featured on the banknotes for Cambodia, which also used to be called Kampuchea. And yeah, you got the Angkor Wat. If you've not been there, or you're not heard of it, if you've ever seen Tomb Raider, the movie with Angelina Jolie, you know the bit where she's in like that tomb and it's got like a tree growing into the tomb and it looks like a set. It's not a set, it's a real place. It's Angkor Wat and it is fabulous. It's one of my 7 wonders of the world. Definitely massive temple complex. It'll take you all day to walk around. Probably longer actually, maybe a couple of days. Absolutely phenomenal. Siem Reap, notable for the one place in the world where I've accidentally been spiked. I was spiked with a pizza. So I went into the pizza place in Siem Reap. This is back in 2002, and I never take drugs. I never do any of that stuff. If something's illegal, I don't do it. Not because I'm a moral and upstanding citizen. I just don't like the idea of giving money to criminals. And if something is illegal, the only way to get it is to take money off criminals or give money to criminals. Sorry, I don't like that. So I haven't. Anyway, so I go in to get this pizza at the Happy Pizza place. It's called the Happy Pizza. That's what it's called. It's the name on the door. It's the Happy. Go in and go, I'd like a pizza, please. I got a margarita or like a pepperoni or something. And they said, do you want it happy? And I said, yeah, I'll have it very happy. I just thought they were gonna, I don't know, arrange bacon on my pizza in the shape of a smiley face. I don't know what they were gonna do. Anyway, so I ate this pizza. It was a really good pizza, and then the giggles started. I had the giggles, and I couldn't stop giggling. I was at this place called the Angkor Wat, as in what, which was a bar, and I was talking to the girl behind the bar, Miranda, her name was, and. I'm trying to order a drink and I just can't stop laughing. I just keep bursting out laughing. And I'm like, I don't know what's wrong with me. I've got tears streaming down my face. I'm just like, I don't know what's wrong with me. I can't get the words out because I'm laughing too much. And Miranda says to me, have you been to the Happy Pizza place? And I went, yes, I have. And she's like, you know why they call them the Happy Pizzas? And I'm just like, just laughing tears. And I'm like, no, it's just because they put cannabis oil in the oil to make the pizzas. Okay, so that was the one and only time. I don't know if it's illegal in Cambodia. I'm assuming if you walk into a shop and they just put it into your pizza, it's not illegal or it's not frowned upon. I don't know. Anyway, not a pizza with a happy ending. No. But yeah, maybe that's what I was thinking when she said, do you want it very happy? I'm like, yeah. Anyway, so back to Siem Reap. That's the place you go to if you want to go down the Angkor Wat. And then you can get on a boat. You can go down here to Chong. Did I get on here? I don't know. I might have just got on the river here. I don't know where I got on. Maybe I got the river here. I don't know. You get on a boat. Maybe you go to Chong Kinas, whatever how you pronounce that. And then you take a boat across this lake here. And then eventually you will be down into Pen and Pay. Now, on this boat, right, so the next morning after my Happy Pizza, I've been drinking all night. And I had been sort of shaken awake by, on the way home, a guy fell off his motorbike. Motorbike span out, sparks everywhere. And me being ADHD man, I'd just like run over to him. Are you all right, mate? You all right? You know, helping him up and I had to ring up an ambulance and get them to come out and help him out and just like sobered up like that. But, you know, I had still been drinking. So the next day, woke up with a cranking hangover and I fell asleep on this ferry boat that was going across this lake, right, down from Siem Reap down to the capital, Phnom Penh, and the whole area of Cambodia is connected by all the rivers. The Mekong River flows into the Phnom Penh and stuff. And I'm lying on the roof or the top deck of this boat, right? Of this little boat, you know, chugging. Well, it's not that little. This sort of ferry boat, you know, and I fall asleep, hungover, you know, late night the night before. I had to get up early for this boat, and I fell asleep, right, with my arm across my face like this, because it was dead sunny and the sun was in my eye, so like that. Woke up about an hour later. So I've fallen asleep on my back with my hand across my face, like, my arm across my face. And I had this strip of white skin across here, because I wear a hat, you know, I didn't get burned, I wear a hat. A strip of white skin across here, and then this side and this side of my face was just bright red. I look like a shit David Bowie with the lightning. Anyway, so that's my story. Cambodia. Anyway, so went to Phnom Penh, and went to the capital there. Went to the Happy Rifle Range, where I fired some Happy rifles, and there was a myth. I don't know if this is true, but there was a myth that if you paid them $200, they give you a bazooka with a rocket, and you could go blow up a cow. I think this was a myth just made up by backpackers, but you know, none of us could afford that kind of money. But why would you want to blow up a cow? That's really grim. But it seemed like a funny thing, like a bit of a Monty Python thing, not like based in reality. I hope it wasn't based in reality. But yeah, a good time. A good time was had at the rifle range. And then I went to the school, the prison. It was a school that was turned into a prison by the Khmer Rouge. So the Khmer Rouge were a bunch of lunatics who got into power in the 1970s in Cambodia. They were propelled into power by the Vietnam War, which was going on next door, which was spilling over from Vietnam into Cambodia. And they decided, the leader, Pol Pot, who was a monster, decided that they were going to start again at year zero. They were going to start all over again, year one. Sorry. And they started to kill anyone. First of all, they came for anyone like seen as an intellectual, because he wanted a agrarian group of people who had no education, who just worked in the fields, right? He didn't want an intelligentsia. He didn't want anyone smarter than he was. And so, first of all, it was people who worked in academia, and then it became people who had a university degree. Then it became people who had a high school diploma. And by the end of it, it was like literally people who wore glasses being killed, being taken to this prison, this converted school that became a prison, tortured, shot in the back of the head. And if you go and visit the killing fields in Cambodia, the skulls are there. You can see them. They're stacked up. It's really, really grim, really visceral. And it just shows what happens when dickheads get in charge of a country. And when people say to me, oh, why are you so bothered about these? Why are you so bothered? And I'm like, because every time a dickhead gets in charge of a country, people die. End of. They die. There's people all around the world dying right now because of the clown in the White House. Because he's cut all US aid. And so countries are not getting the aid that they once got. Time to get contacts. Yeah. Sounds like won't be a pleasant watch, but said I want to hear the experiences. I won't look away and pretend I don't care like so many others do. Yeah, too many people, they turn away, and also they say it won't happen here, which is ridiculous. I mean, if you look at what Pol Pot wanted to do, which was to rid the country of anyone seen as intellectual, that's exactly what Trump wants to do in America. It's exactly what Farage wants to do in the UK. You look at people who vote for Farage, not for too long because they're usually minging, but like they're always below average, aren't they? I mean, I'm not, you know, I don't want to be horrible, and it's fine, you know, half the population are below average. We know this, but I mean, seriously, oh, we could do a lot better, right? Anyway, we've been going on for 6 hours and 15 minutes. That's good, 16 minutes. 6 hours in, still going strong. This person impersonator, strong. Only 42 hours to go. Oh, don't say that, Cuthbert. I'd rather look back at where I've climbed. Happy pizza. Yeah, indeed. It was very happy. God, I couldn't stop laughing. It was mad. Like, I was just trying to order a drink. I just couldn't stop laughing. Anyway, Cambodia, well recommended. I mean, obviously, the darkness in the past still hangs over things in Cambodia. Something you learn when you travel to places that have experienced real horrific shit in the past, in the not too distant past. Don't ask people about it. Don't. If you get in a taxi, you know, in Sierra Leone or Rwanda or in Cambodia, don't ask people about it unless they're, you know, young and they won't have been involved in it. But you might bring up something that people, you know, you think about how bad mental health provision is in the UK at the moment. Well, it's usually a lot worse in countries where just mental health isn't really looked after at all. So yeah, Cambodia. If you're going to go to Southeast Asia, Thailand, absolutely 100% all day long. Vietnam, Laos, Cambodia, Malaysia as well. Just go for it. Just go for it. Those countries are really easy to get around. Just get a coach. Just get a bus. You don't need to fly. And go and see the Angkor Wat for yourself. There's some Buddhist monks there at Angkor. Look at that. That is just phenomenal. I mean, that is such a joy to me, because one of the things I love about architecture is when it mirrors nature rather than it's affront to nature. I find most modern buildings horrible because I find them an affront to nature. I just think, well, there's nothing in nature. That's a cube. And to have this wonderful mashup of nature and an ancient temple, stone carved out of local stone by local people with local tools. Love it. Anyway, so we're going to move on now, and we're going to go back to Africa. This one is for Africa. We are going to go to Africa, to the place called Cameroon. So Cameroon, interesting place. And another place that, you know, you could argue looks like a bird. So if you're wondering where it is, it's there. It's the place with no name, next to Nigeria and Chad, and that's a Central African Republic there. Gabon down there. Another place that looks like a bird. Look, it's got a bird's beak. It's got a little feather coming out of its head. It's got like the bum here. As long as you've got Cameroon and you've got Britain, they could sort of have a little fight. Anyway, so Yaoundé is the capital. So if you need another place that begins with a Y for your alphabet game of capital cities, Yaoundé is acceptable. There is a place in Yaoundé where they do the best, because this used to be French, right? So they've got like Carrefour, the Carrefour Monument. We've got the Cameroon Reunification Monument, because it was split between the British and the French, and then it became one country, which is causing trouble because there's a lot of people who live in this area here next to Nigeria. See where the Bamenda is, and Kuma and Douala, who speak English as their first language and French as their second language, whereas in the rest of Cameroon over here, which is all French Cameroon, they speak French as the first language and English maybe as a second language. Oh, actually, most people speak their own local lingos, so, you know. But this is another case of shit happening because of shit happening because of the British, basically. Funnily enough, see this island here, just off the coast of Cameroon. Not actually part of Cameroon. That's actually part of Equatorial Guinea. So there you go. There's Equatorial Guinea, and there's Malabar. Equatorial Guinea. The equator does not run through Equatorial Guinea. Just so we can be clear here, it runs through Gabon. I'm from Congo and the DRC. Uganda, Kenya. It does not run through Equatorial Guinea. There's 4 Guineas around the world. There is Guinea, Conakry, Guinea-Bissau, Papua New Guinea, and Equatorial Guinea. There's 4 countries with the word Guinea in their name. So yeah, then we got Cameroon, which is what we're supposed to be talking about. So I came over the border here. I came from Port Harcourt to Calabar in Nigeria, where they have the biggest flag, the biggest Nigerian flag. Is there a picture of the biggest Nigerian flag? No, you suck. And then I went through here, these backwaters, these squiggly little backwaters. Is really cool. So this is all like mangrove forest. And I came over the border into Cambodia. Say, Cambodia, what's wrong with me? I've been talking for 6 hours. That's the problem. 6-hour lecture. Came over the border into Cameroon, and then I met with went to Douala and met up with a friend of mine's family who's from Cameroon, and his family lived in Cameroon, so stayed with them. That was really nice. Unfortunately, I got very muddy on the way from Calabar to Douala. It was a very muddy trek, and getting, well, it shouldn't have been a trek. It's just that the car kept getting stuck in the mud. Yeah, that was the main road. That was the main road from getting into one place and another. I remember Kumba. I went to Kumba. It took a very, very long time to get to Kumba. And then I went to Yaoundé, and I think that's where I met up with my camera op. So this was quite fun. So I had a camera op who met me in Ghana, I think. Yeah, met me in Ghana. And then we traveled through Togo, traveled through Benin, but I went into Burkina Faso and Niger without him, and then came back to Benin. Then I went down to Lagos. I was in Benin. We were in Porto Novo here. No, we weren't. We were in Cotonou. Cotonou? Yeah, we were in Cotonou, I think. We're on all those two. I think we were in Cotonou. And he wasn't allowed by Lonely Planet, because we were working for Lonely Planet at the time, he wasn't allowed to travel through Nigeria because it was too dangerous. So he flew from Porto Novo there to Yaoundé. So he flew there 1,000 kilometers, and I wasn't allowed to do that because I had to do it overland. I had to go to Lagos, and then I had to go to Port Harcourt. Thankfully, there was a ceasefire between the separatists, not the separatists, the Port Harcourt people who weren't very happy about the fact that the Niger Delta had been absolutely trashed by the oil companies. I had to go through here, and then I had to go to there, and then down to Douala, and then down to here, and then to Yaoundé. So yeah, actually, it looks like that's less of a distance, because that's 1,100. Sorry, it's slightly more of a distance. Obviously, I didn't go through the water there. Let's just change that so I didn't go through the water. So that's the path that I took, which is cool. So let's see where's my book? Where did I put my book? Oh, it's there. It's on the biscuits. I put it on the biscuits. Let's see what this has to say about Cameroon. So I'm supposed to be talking about Nigeria. I should be talking about Cameroon. So from Cameroon, I went from Yaoundé up to Nagundere here. And then I think we went all the way up to Garouna. And then from there, we went to the border with Chad, which is spelt with a T. Did we go all the way up to Maruna? I don't know. I think that's where we crossed the border here. Bonga? I don't know. Hang on. Let me just look in my edition of Africa that I travelled all around Africa with. It should show... Oh, it doesn't really show very well where we go. Okay, we crossed the border at the bit where it sticks out here. So there. Oh, yeah. Garoon. I remember that. I remember Garouna, and then this here. Yeah, that was the border that I crossed into Chad. Got passport stamps there. Got pictures at the border with the border guards. That was fun. And then the sign that said "Welcome to Chad," which is spelt with a T. We'll get to that in a moment. But yeah, and then went down. So getting up to Garuda was really easy, but then we got back down to Nagunda there, and then we had to take this a minibus from Nagunda to the border here at Garua Mabulai, which was on the border. Sorry, I just made that come up for people. Oh no. Select two objects that are the same. To confirm. Oh my God. Yes. Hello TikTok. How you all doing? It keeps saying to invite people as guests. I don't want to invite you as guests. Good luck paying for Viagra. What? What did I do? Why do I have to get Viagra? What? Anyway, so yeah, across the border there. And into the Central African Republic, which we'll get to in a moment. And then it's quite interesting here because, like, we've got Chad, Cameroon, Central African Republic, Congo, all begin with C. So we'll be spending a lot of time around this area. So if this is quite cool actually. Do you know what I could do? So I went from Douala I went to Douala, then I went to Yaoundé, then I went up to Nangundere, then I went up to Garuda, then I went over to this border crossing here, then back to the Garuda, then down this road to here. Spent the night there, and then went over the border in the morning into the Central African Republic, and then back to Yaoundé. Ooh, didn't mean to do that. Sorry, everyone. Went back to Yaoundé, the capital. Tried to get a visa for Equatorial Guinea, and I went down to here. This place here. Was it here? Yeah, it was. That's it. Ki Ossi. I went to Ki Ossi. Went down here, and I gave the border guard a little bit of money, and I was allowed to go to the the supermarket over the border that a lot of people in Cameroon like to go over to because the booze was cheaper. Bought a bottle of whiskey, and then came back into Cameroon. So that was my Cameroon adventure. So I saw quite a bit of the country. One thing I didn't like about Cameroon is, oh my God, the bribes. Like, seriously, I know when you travel through certain countries, especially in Africa, you expect to get tapped for bribes all the time. But Cameroon, it kind of got a little bit much. It got a little bit ridiculous, to be honest with you. A little bit. Me and my camera guy, Rocco, we were, pulled aside far too often, to be right. Anyway, so just flicking through my book here. Cameroon. The name Cameroon comes from a corruption of the Portuguese Rio dos Camarões, meaning the river of prawns. Now you know. Not you, Graham. Limp, reform, simple, Viagra needed. If you're not wearing the lilac today, you went there. What? Hey, you sass that hoopy for prefect. There's a fruit who really knows where his towel is. Yeah. Forward. Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. Where is my copy of the Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy? It's over there. There we go. If you're just joining us, this is my attempt to be the longest live stream. Solo live stream. I'm gonna go for 45 hours and 45 minutes, I hope. Maybe more. We've got to knock 1 minute and 45 seconds off the score because I went to the loo. But yeah, Cameroon. Cameroon is Africa's throbbing heart. Ooh, a crazed, sultry mosaic of active volcanoes, white sand beaches, thick rainforests, and magnificent parched landscapes broken up by the bizarre rock formations of the Sahel. As I mentioned, the Sahel exists between the desert, the Sahara, and if you zoom in here, you can see what it means by essentially sort of that light color is the desert, sort of slightly darker color here is the Sahel, and then the greeny color is the it's tropical. It gets more and more tropical and green. So we're going to go from green to white now because we are going over across the Atlantic into the northern hemisphere. Oh no, we already were in the northern hemisphere but now we're going to be really in the northern hemisphere because we're going to focus on Canada, or Canada, as they say in the movie Akira. So Canada, really cool place. A lot cooler than the place down south. Very cool because it's mostly covered in ice most of the year. If we do this, you can see all the ice up here, and I suppose it depends when they're getting the pictures. But if you go up here, it's very cold in the Yukon and the Northwest Territories, and none of it. I went to none of it. They were having none of it. So for me, I've not been to BC. I've not been to Alberta. I've not been to Saskatchewan. I've not been to Manitoba. I've not been to I've been to Ontario, Quebec. I've been to Newfoundland and Labrador, and I've been to New Brunswick, and I've been to Nova Scotia. I haven't been to Prince Edward Island. Maybe one day I might go there. So Ontario is the home to Toronto, which is not the capital of it's not the capital, but it kind of, people think that it is the capital. So Toronto is a lot like New York City. In fact, a lot of the episodes of The Boys, when they're pretending that they're in New York City, they're actually in Toronto. Really cool place. Really recommend it. Toronto. So a couple of my top tips. The CN Tower is quite cool. Casa Loma here is absolutely fantastic. This is this magical fairy tale Edwardian villa, mansion, castle, fortress, whatever, built by a lunatic in the 2010s. And it's where loads of films that you have seen have been filmed. So I'd be very surprised looking at the list of films that were filmed in Casa Loma if you haven't seen them. The guy ran out of money, unfortunately, never got to complete his dream. But it's like a murder mystery building, complete with hidden back passages, secret panels. There's a tunnel that runs under the house for like several hundred meters to the stables. It is a crazy place. Really recommend that. The CN Tower there, which stands for the National Canadian Tower. And there's the Billy Bishop Airport, which is on a little island over here, which is used by posh people. And Toronto's got really good transport links. It's also got, because it's dead cold during the winter, it's also got like an underground system, like an underground city under the ground that connects all of the basements of the buildings. Like, so you walk around. It's called the Path, and you walk under the city streets where it's nice and warm, and you just pop out occasionally from underground to, I don't know, brush your teeth or have a cigarette or something. Anyway, so not that I'm encouraging that because it's disgusting. But yeah, so it's a modern city. I mean, there's some bits of it I don't like, but there were some bits of it that are really cool and charming and awesome. And I just like, it's got a good vibe. I was at the Toronto Film Festival last September, and that was boss. That's on Lake Ontario, and obviously we've got Niagara Falls quite close. Niagara Falls straddles the border between Canada and the United States. The United States side is not as good as the Canadian side. The Canadians got the best deal, I feel. There's two main falls, the Horseshoe Falls and the Bridal Falls or something. Is it the Bridal? Is that what it's called? The Bridal Falls? But yeah, American Falls Bridge there, and there's Goat Island, the greatest of all time. Island, that's named after me. And this is the Rainbow Bridge. See the Rainbow Bridge? I've got a funny story about the Rainbow Bridge. I once tried to go across it with my mate Jared, who's the publisher of my book. Hello, Jared, if you're still watching. And we got pulled over by the people on the border. We were held for a few hours, weren't we? That was fun. Because I had been denied a ESTA to get into America, an electronic travel authorization. And the reason why I've been rejected is because I've been to Iran, Iraq, South Sudan, Syria. You know, pick your poison. Name your flavor. I did say on the website, you know, the Homeland Security website, that you didn't need a visa. You didn't need an ESTA. Sorry, didn't need an ESTA if you're coming in overland from Mexico or Canada. So I thought, I'd come in from Canada. Didn't like that, and we were taken away on the Rainbow Bridge and taken in for questioning. Grilled, well, I was anyway. And they decided they weren't going to let me in. So I went, oh, solid then. So then we turned around and we went back into Canada. And I said they wouldn't let me in. And the guy on the Canadian side, knobheads. And so yeah, that was the time I tried to get into America. So I actually went back there a couple of years ago, just after Trump had been elected. For the second time. So the first time I went there was just after he'd been elected the first time, but it was in the period between him getting elected and I'm actually becoming president. The same thing happened again 8 years later, and I went there with Catherine, my partner, and I managed to get over this time. It was just a bit of a kind of it was because I took the time out to get myself a visa, but yeah, I got to go to Niagara Falls, and I recorded a video about the fact that America was beyond saving, which I stand by to this day. So Canada, obviously it's a French possession. England, then it was a British possession, bit of both. Quebec, obviously the secessionists in Quebec wanted Quebecois wanted Quebec to be separated off, the wheat from the chaff. Vancouver in British Columbia, not been there, but I've got friends who live there, family friends, so need to go there at some point. Alberta is talking about seceding from Canada, which is going to be really weird. You're going to have this very strange shaped country in the middle of Canada for some reason, because they don't like They don't like Mark Carney, but they do like Trump. And they think that he's going to live forever. Live forever. Bloody good video, Graham says, did yeah, thank you. I've always wanted to see Niagara Falls, but it'll have to be on the Canadian side now. The Canadian side's the best side, Diz. Trust me on this. I'm getting warm now. It's 21 degrees. Woof. It's getting hot in here. So yes, we got new. So when I came over in, as part of the Odyssey expedition, I came up from New York. I got a bus. I got a bus from Penn Station, bus station or something. Then I went up to Montreal, and then I went from Montreal. I went through Quebec City on the train, on the choo-choo, and then up through New Brunswick here. I think I went to Edmundston, I don't know, down here, and then through here, through Moncton, through Truro, and then down to Halifax, Nova Scotia. So that was fun. Went on there's a train that does that journey, and it's a lot of fun. It's a lot of fun, and it goes through. It's got like an upper compartment. It's like double decker or something, and it's like got an open top. It's like not open, but it's just got glass, and it's got glass sides as well, so you can see all the snow as you go through. I was there in spring. All the snow was melting. All the ice was melting. It was really cool. Spent a couple of weeks in Halifax. Actually, it wasn't even a couple of weeks. I don't think maybe it was a week or so in Halifax, waiting for a cargo ship to come take me away. But really enjoyed it. Halifax. I always think back to Halifax, just a warm glow in my heart. One of my favorite places that I was at. They had these parties where people just open up the houses and just have a gig playing in the living room, and you could just turn up and watch music. It's just fantastic. Absolutely fantastic. It's currently 28 degrees in Runcorn. Oh my god. 34. It's not getting any cooler. Only 21. Spicy, says Doc Davis. I think this used to be a butcher's shop, you know. I keep saying this. I'm pretty sure when they built it to not get particularly hot. Downstairs, if I was filming in the basement, it's probably about 14 degrees down there at the moment. Anyway, so I went down from Halifax for a little bit of a trip. I went to see this place called Liverpool. Yeah, Liverpool, which is in. So I've been to 4 different Liverpools. That's one of them. Obviously, I've been to the one that I was born in. If I zoom into Costa Rica, I don't know if I'm going to be able to see this, but if I zoom in to Costa Rica, there you go. There's another Liverpool there in Costa Rica. Yeah. And then obviously there's my Liverpool that I've been to, and also on the outskirts, on the suburbs of Sydney. There is another Liverpool. It's a bit grim, actually, the one in Sydney. It's one of my least favourites of all the Liverpools. But there you go. There's another Liverpool. Yeah, Scouts. Maybe someone could sponsor me to go on a trip to every Liverpool in the world. I've been to 4 of them. Anyway, so yeah, I went there in where are you going to Michigan? What are you doing? I went there in the Bay of Fundy. Halifax down to Liverpool, and then I went to Clark's. No, I didn't go to Clark's Harbour. Where did I go? Chester, Western Head, Lewis Head, Allendale, McNutt's Island. That's a great name, isn't it? Shag Harbour. There's a place there called Shag Harbour. That's a great name for a place. Hello, fancy a shag. Milton, Vogler's Cove, Broad Cove. Maggie's Cove, was it? Was it Maggie's Cove? Maggie's Bay or something? Mersey Point. There you go. Oh, I think this is called the River Mersey. There you go, the Mersey River. Can you see that? It says the Mersey River. So if you go to... Is Bristol on the Mersey River? Yes, but only in Canada. That's quite funny. Mersey Point. Western Head, Hunt's Landing... Little Harbour. Was that it? Maggie's Cove. I'm sure I can remember Maggie. Oh, we're just going to type it into the map, aren't I? Maggie's Cove. Maybe it was just the name of I can't find it. Maybe it was just the name of I'm just making it up. I got the name wrong. Anyway. So then, since you never asked, I didn't go to San Pierre and Miquelon, but if I ever do a show called The Ones That Got Away, I will be going to San Pierre and Miquelon. Hey, listen, if you're watching this on TikTok or you're watching this on Twitch, if you go over to my YouTube channel at youtube.com/@Graham David Hughes, or just type in Hughes of the World, you'll be able to join me on this, and you'll be able to see. Make sure every 20 minutes you plug the cookbook. The cookbook. There's a place in Devon called Shaghead. I got to Niagara on the US side, but didn't get over to Canada. Oh, sorry. It's pretty hot in Cockermouth. That's the name of a place. Anyway, so then I got on a ship from Nova Scotia, doop-a-doo, into the deep blue sea, and we went round Saint Pierre and Miquelon, and we went to a place called Placentia or something like that. So we went here on the cargo ship on the Imeskip line. Placentia. It's a bit close to Placenta, isn't it? And there's a place just up the coast from Placentia where our boat was actually came in, called Argentia. I'm trying to find where Argentia is now. Argentia. Oh, there he is, Argentia. So this is where our boat came in. Coastal Exposure Marine Test Site Research Institute. There's the ferry terminal, the Marine Atlantic. So we came in here and we stopped somewhere around here. We weren't allowed to go into Argentia proper, right? Oh my God, look at that. Look at that. Ruins. So would you like to know about Argentia? Tell us about Argentia, Graham. Okay, thanks for asking me to tell you about Argentia. Argentia, not to be confused with Argentina, is a place in Newfoundland, and it's not pronounced Newfoundland in Canada. I mean, you can pronounce it however you want, but it's a bit like if you talk about Melbourne in Australia, it's not Melbourne, it's Melbourne. In the same way that it's Cairns, not Cairns. It's, you know, people pronounce their place the way they want to, and that's fair enough, right? So Argentia was a thriving town in the 1940s. Unfortunately, they decided to build the entire town with you know, a little fluffy rock known as asbestos. They had a town hall, they had a church, they had a bingo hall, I don't know, people's houses, all made of asbestos. And so it was a Navy town. I think it was a US Navy base. I think I don't know. Anyway, the US moved out and they had to raise the whole thing to the ground because it was so dangerous. So there you go. Don't mess with Argentina. Ooh, I'm getting a buzz. I'm getting a buzz in my pocket. Okay, so I think that's enough about Canada. I could talk about Canada for a long time. Like I said, the French bit of Canada that was handed to the British in return for Guadeloupe in the Caribbean. Canada is more than its hulking mountains, craggy coast good looks. It also cooks extraordinary meals, rocks cool culture, and unfurls wild moose spotting road trips. You know, I used to take the mick out of Canada because, you know, I made a joke about the most dangerous roads in the world. People say, what's the most dangerous roads in the world? Expecting me to say somewhere like, of course you're going to say, you know, Nigeria or somewhere, or Bolivia. No, it's Canada. Oh, is that because of all the ice? No, it's because they've only got one road and all the musicians are in the middle of it. Sorry to my Canadian friends. That was a little joke just to wake you up this morning if you're watching. No, I'm joking. I'm joking. So yeah, I did have a problem with Canadian music because we got, you know, some stuff like Bryan Adams. They just played it too much to death, and same with Alanis Morissette, same with Avril Lavigne. They played it a bit too much. You heard it everywhere you went, and you know, familiarity breeds contempt, as far as I'm concerned. But then, you know, Canada hit back with some really good bands, although the lead singer's problematic. Arcade Fire are fantastic. Stars are fantastic. Leonard Cohen, it's from Canada. I mean, let's face it, that guy from Star Trek, William Shatner, doing Rocket Man, he's from Canada. I mean, come on. But then they gave us Justin Bieber. So, unfortunate. Nominative determinism. Yes. So we're going to go to the next country on the list. Where are we going next? I don't know. Canada, Colombia. Could we go to Colombia next? No, that wouldn't make any sense. Chile. Oh, we could definitely go to Chile next. Let's have a look. Let's have a look in the book. Where are we going next, Graham? I don't know. Oh no, we're not going to Chile just yet, my friends. You're getting ahead of yourself there. What we need to go first is we need to go not to Cuba, but the Cayman Islands. Yay! So these are the Cayman Islands. There's West Bay and West End, which is in the east, which makes no sense. But then again, the West Ham is in the east of London. Southgate is in the north of London. So these are the Cayman Islands. The Cayman Islands here is shaped a bit like a whale, drawn by a very, very drunk toddler. And that's your fisherman's friends. Absolutely. Joni Mitchell, Neil Young, all from Crazy Horse. No, look, it was a joke. It was a joke. There's some bands and acts from kind of that I really, really love. I think No Cars Go. I think I had No Cars Go by Arcade Fire on my travel mix. Anyway, Cayman Islands, famous for being part of the British Empire, kind of. They're a British overseas territory and a great place to hide your cash. Hide your Johnny Cash. Yes, that's right. That's right. Change. This is where you put your change from your condom machine. Johnny Cash. So yeah, a bit unfortunate that this is the reputation that the Cayman Islands has got for itself. But is it undeserved? I don't know. All I do know is that it's a little place in the Caribbean that needed to make some money, and it decided the best way to make money is by letting millionaires stay there tax-free. Lays on stunning beaches, scuba dive at world-class sites, and spot Grand Cayman's brilliant blue iguanas. Oh, I love an iguana. The Cayman Islands are much more than just a tax haven. Well, of course you're going to say that. Right, my friends, my dearest. Next up, if anyone's counting, we're going to go over to the Central African Republic, or CAR, as I like to call it. CAR, 3. Baby Jesus. Deep cut there, if anyone gets that reference. Okay, so we've got the Central African Republic here. The capital there is Bangui. Central African Republic, this was French territory for many years. It's a little bit of a roads unknown destination. Central African Republic is a country with staggering rare natural beauty and some of the world's most amazing wildlife. The country is not currently considered stable or safe enough to travel to. Unfortunately, which is quite sad, because if you could, you'd be able to go to the Zanga Sangha National Park. You could go to Bangui, and also there's waterfalls as well. The Chutes de Boli as well, and unfortunately you can't go there because it's not very safe at the moment. Talking of places that are too unsafe to go to, I'm going to go to Chad next, which, as I've explained, is spelt with a T. Chad has always been a place where adventurers wave goodbye to their comfort zone and say hello to adventure. Hello, adventure. At the moment, terrorism and violence by Boko Haram in the south and by conflict spilling over from Libya in the north has put the dampeners on even the most ambitious travel adventures here. It's simply considered too unsafe to visit, which is sad, because when I was traveling around the world 15 years ago, I could go to all these places and not die. We're not allowed to have fun. We're not allowed to have fun anymore, are we? No. So yeah, it's a bit sad. I'll head over to my lunar planet here. Benin, Cameroon, Cote d'Ivoire, okay, Central. Gabon. Let's see what my old Lonely Planet said about Chad. Central African Republic. Traveling here is a backpacking bungee jump. At the time of writing, the country was not considered safe or stable enough to travel through. I didn't travel through it. Just went over the border. Got a photo, came back. That's for the Central African Republic. And yeah, they've got a warning here. While things have improved in Bangui, although care should still be taken, situation in other parts of the country, particularly in the north, continues to be unpredictable and potentially dangerous. That was like 20 years ago. What year is this? Is this 2007? I think this Lonely Planet. Oh, God, I can remember that. Jesus Christ. Published 2007. Okay. Yes. Colonial days, France. It was a French republic. Oh, not a French republic. It was a French that took over the place. Vast cotton, coffee, and tobacco plantations were established by the French. Worked often by brutally conscripted local population. Resistance to French was there from the outset and continued into the late 1920s. And same with Chad, which I think is also used to be a French territory. Let me just double check on that. History. Recent history is shaped when the French began taking an interest in Central and Western Asia in the 1900s. By 1913, the country was fully colonized. Sadly, the new rulers didn't know what to do with their conquest, and investment all but dried up after a few years, leaving much of the territory almost entirely underdeveloped, which is really sad. Yeah, sad case, and also absolutely landlocked. Absolutely landlocked. You are Chad, you are Central African Republic. How the hell do you get stuff in and out of your country? Like, take Central African Republic, for instance. You can bring stuff from Cameroon, I guess. You put it at the port here in Douala, and then you've got to take it through Cameroon. Now, obviously, if you're using the road to Cameroon, the people in Cameroon want some money for you using their roads because you're taking a big, heavy container truck, across their roads, and if you're wrecking the road, so they want some money. They want some money for you to carry your goods through their country. Understandably, you're wrecking their roads. You're using their roads. You're using their facilities, and so they say, okay, we want some money for that, and that means that anything coming in to Central African Republic has to go through Cameroon. And you know what? They might not get on with the government of Cameroon. Central African Republic might be majority Muslim. Cameroon might be majority Christian or animist or whatever, and they might not get on. They might have a problem with each other. If Cameroon says, no, you're not taking anything in or out of our country, what are the options? Are you going to go through what? Chad? And then what? Libya or Chad, Sudan? Could you take it through Sudan? I mean, look, there's no road. There's no roads. There's a place called the fuck. Do you know what I mean? There is a place called da fuck. Okay? Do you know what I mean? Like, I'm fuck, sorry, not da fuck. No, it is. I'm the fuck. Yeah. You're not getting stuff out that way. Okay, well, where can you go? Can you go to South Sudan? No. South Sudan at the moment is in its own war itself. It's unstable. It's not safe to go there. So what, you're going to take your stuff through Bambouti over here? Fantastic name, Bambouti. I love that. Oh my God. I think if I had a cat, I'll call it Bambouti. Anyway, so and then through Juba, and then what, into Kenya, or you get Kenya, and then all the way through Kenya. So you're paying a tax to take it through Sudan. You're paying a tax to take it through Kenya. You're paying a tax to take it through Sudan. And how do you get any fresh goods in and out? You're going through a desert. You're going through the tropics. You're going through a jungle. I mean, or maybe they could take things through the DRC. Good luck with that. There's literally no road that they can take. There are no roads. They're just big rivers that have got no bridges going over them. And if you want to travel around this part of the DRC, the only way to get there is to fly, quite frankly, unless you go via the other way through Uganda or Burundi or Rwanda. You can get in from there. But if you're trying to get there from Kinshasa, and this is my point about landlocked countries, it absolutely sucks to be landlocked. No country in its right mind would choose to be landlocked. If you look at all the landlocked countries in the world, and by landlocked, I mean they're not on a major river and they can't, they never ever chose to be that way. It was foisted on them by other powers. Because given the choice, nowhere would be landlocked. And this is really sad, right? If it wasn't for French, British, Dutch, German, Spanish, Belgian, Italian interference, Portuguese interference in this continent, this great continent of Africa, it wouldn't look anything like that. It would not look anything like that. It has been made on purpose to make life as difficult as possible for the people who live in many of the countries in Africa, especially if you are Chad, if you are the CAR, the Central African Republic. I mean, the DRC, right? all things being equal, if the DRC was things are shaken out, so maybe all of Africa was one country, which a lot of people think it is, when it isn't. It's 54 countries, but that's by the by. You would, if you're trying to get from Goma over here in what's it called, in the Democratic Republic of Congo, if you're trying to get something out of there, right, say, I don't know, coltan, and people need for their electronic products all over the world, which is the best route to take it to the sea from there? Is it to go through Rwanda, which has modern paved roads? It's really easy and quick to get around. You can go from there across. You could cross the border really easily into Tanzania. They've got really good roads in Tanzania. Down to here, down to Dar es Salaam, which isn't the capital, and get on a boat. Get on a boat. But no, you can't go that way because Rwanda and Democratic Republic of Congo have been in a state of a cold war, or sometimes a hot war, for the past 30 years. So you can't go that way. So how'd you get things out? Look, there's no road. There's no road. Like, these roads are just paths. They're just, tracks. You trying to get a massive 40-foot lorry from here. It just makes no sense. Nothing about this makes sense. It's ridiculous. And trying to get from anything from there down to here, and then over to Kinshasa, and then down to the port here. What's it called? Port Noir, is it? No, is it Point Noir? I can't remember. I thought it was called Point Noir. No, whatever it's called down here. No, there's a place called Banana. That's a great name for a place. Look at that, Banana. Okay, Katombe. That's look at the length of that journey compared with getting it to the sea the other way. But you can't get it to the sea because you've got to go through Rwanda, you've got to go through Tanzania, you've got to go through Burundi, maybe you've got to go through Uganda, you've got to go through Kenya, you've got to go through other people's countries. No one in their right mind would choose to be landlocked because you're completely throwing your ability to make your own decisions over to some other country. And it's not great. It is not great at all. You want to see the ludicrousness of what the British, what the French did in Africa. Here you go. This is the most ludicrous situation I can possibly imagine. Go to Senegal, go to Gambia. They speak the same language. But because Senegal was colonized by the French, their official language is French, and the Gambia, the official language is English. So all things being equal, this would all be one tribe. It would all be one country, joined linguistically, using their own language. But that language is being muscled out by people speaking French, people speaking English. In 100 years' time, there might only be 5 different languages in the world, which is heartbreaking because language is so tied in. But look at this country. Look at the Gambia. There's no reason for the Gambia. It's just the maddest thing. It's the tongue. It's the tongue that lets Senegal speak. But what they did, apparently, according to rumor, is they went along the river, and it was as far as a cannonball could be shot or something. That was the marker for where the border was. I just crazy, just absolutely crazy. So you have places like Cote d'Ivoire. Northern half is more Muslim, the southern half is more Christian. Nigeria, northern half more Muslim, southern half more Christian. You had Sudan before it split in two, northern half more Islamic, southern half more animist and Christian. These countries were set up to fail. They were absolutely set up to fail. Linguistic differences, tribal differences. Look at Rwanda and Burundi, where they use the differences, divide and conquer, divide and rule. To pit the Rwandan Houthis and the Burundi Houthis up against the Tutsis. Not great. Ukraine would be lucky not to be landlocked soon. I don't think Russia's doing too well at the moment on that front. Anyway, so we're going back to the sad story of Africa. All those borders pretty much were drawn in 1885, Conference of Berlin, by a bunch of Western powers who had never been to Africa and they just went, oh, well, I'll have this, you have that, you had the other. And then when these countries got independence, they saw that they didn't want to have huge battles against each other. So they just said all of the borders that have already been drawn up, demarcated by the likes of Britain and France, will leave the borders where they are, which, to be fair, stopped a lot of conflicts that might have happened country against country, but it led to a lot of civil wars because you were splitting up people, arbitrarily, the same linguistic group, the same culture, the same tribe. You were splitting them up, and then others, tribes that hated each other for generations, for millennia, they smushed them all together and said, you can all live together now in peace and harmony. Yeah. I hope you're paying attention. There's a test at the end. Yes, there is definitely a test at the end. Let's see how we're doing on the old Carousel is still first time chat. I'm just testing Twitch for you. Says Sean in sound. Hey Sean, how you doing, Sean? How you doing, mate? And so that's working. That's good. And yeah, we've also got people in the it's just asking me to join people. Maybe I should do like TikTok when I do my morning brew. I think I will start doing that. I'll do morning brew at the same time on my phone as I do it on my computer here. Okay, so where to next? I'm glad you asked. Let's see. Oh, I was going to say, I'll have to look it up, but I don't have to look it up because I can just see it straight away. It is Chile. Chile, the longest, thinnest country in the world. It's a very, very long country. I'm from Chile. Have you been here long? So there you go. There's Chile, which stretches all the way. Ooh, that's the wrong button to press. It stretches all the way down here. Oh my God, it curves. Look at that. It curves. It's such a 4,300 kilometers. That is just mad, isn't it? That's almost half the distance to the bloody South Pole. Not quite, but Jesus, that is a long country and very narrow. Why is it so long and narrow? I hear you ask. Well, I'll tell you why. Well, actually, no. I'll let Google Maps tell you why. Because there's this mountain range called the Andes. See these? See all the snow all the way up here? This is the Andes, the Andes, the Andes, the Andes, the Andes, the Andes, and all the way up into Colombia. Stretches up the whole continent of South America, the Andes do. And nowhere more impressively than on the border between Argentina and Chile. Chile is a wonderful country. I love the place. I've been there a couple of times. I've been to Santiago, the capital, which a bit like another city that I really love, which is Tehran in Iran. If you there should be a picture, I'm hoping. If you look out over the city, you can see mountains behind. Oh, there we go. Santiago. You can see mountains behind the city. There you go. You see? So there's the city, and there's mountains with snow behind the city. It's like a backdrop. It looks amazing. It just looks absolutely phenomenal. There's a park that you can go to, and you can look over the city. It's just it's a phenomenal place. It's just really nice. Oh, there's the museum. I've been there. I've been to the National Museum in Chile. I recognize it. But yeah, see the mountains all around. See the mountains. That's the Andes, the mighty Andes, and it's just it just looks absolutely phenomenal. I can't say enough good things about Santiago. And then if you go up the coast a little bit, there's oh God, where is it? There's Valparaiso here, another incredible place. This is a UNESCO World Heritage Site, Valparaiso, and quite rightly, it has funiculars, or whatever they're called, that go up and down the hill. And these pictures are crap. Give me better pictures. That's awful. It just Google Maps. Who's giving you these pictures? Do they hate? Look at that one. It's not even in focus. It's someone's house and a wall. What the? Who vets this stuff? Okay, this isn't showing Valparaiso at its best. This is I almost feel like this comes from Marcelo Ponce. Hello, Marcelo. Um, anyway, but yeah, so I don't know why. Where was it that we just looked at where they were just like, oh, we're just going to show you pictures of oh, it was Bruges, wasn't it? Bruges looks like a fairy tale, but funicular, having fun in my funicular. No one laughed when I made that joke earlier. Oh, attached to the armies. The Andes attached to the armies under the sleeveys. But yeah, Valparaiso, well worth checking out. And honestly, it's lovely. I'm sorry that the Google images that someone submitted are absolutely shite. But there you go. So I've been there, and I've also been to the Atacama Desert, which is up here. See where Arica is? So I came from Uru. I left my lonely planet South America in I didn't leave my heart in Ururu. I left my oh, hang on. I left my lonely planet there, and so I came across the border here. My God, Pisiga. Oh my God, this was. Oh, hang on. Just clear that. Pisiga. I want to know. What I want to know is ASL. Pisiga is oh God. I laugh. The AI overview came up. Piguisa is an urban Bolivian border town located in the department of Oruro, famous for the international Paso Coltrane Pisaga border crossing into Chile. Right, so the way it's written on here is it looks like it says it's 600 and do you know what? I'm just gonna try and show you. I don't know if this will work, but I'm just gonna try and show you what it says. I don't know if it'll come up as the same. Above sea level. Sorry, ASL doesn't mean anything to it. Okay, right. I can't show you what I was looking at, but it did look like the way that it was written out was it was situated on the situated at 656 meters above sea level, and I'm looking at it going, mate, my head was splitting. I had altitude sickness like you wouldn't believe. It felt like my head was in a vice when I was going over that particular crossing. It was no way it was 600 and but what it's done is in the AI overview, it's actually got the 3 comma on the line before it. It's actually 3,656 meters above sea level. And I had just come from I'd come from sea level pretty much a few days earlier. So for me, it was like, I mean, if you ever had altitude sickness before, it's oh God, it takes it out of you. So yeah. That wasn't fun. So yeah, came over the border there, and then went down here, and then on to Arica. I went to Arica, spent the night in Arica. That was really lovely. There was a little old lady who met me in the bus station there in Arica, and it was dark, it was late, and I was like, oh, and she says, oh, do you need somewhere to stay? And I'm like, yeah. She says, come with me, and she takes me down these little narrow little streets, like by a street, I mean lanes, little dark lanes between people's shanty town houses, and it was terrifying. And then she took me into this place, and she was really lovely. She was really, really lovely. She was really nice. And then she gave me some concoction to drink, and it was horrible. Oh my God, it was one of the worst things I've ever put in my mouth. And I put some rum things in my mouth over the years. And I had to sit there because she was so sweet and lovely, and she was just like, didn't charge me very much. And I would have been stuck for somewhere to stay if she hadn't sort of picked me up from the bus station. But yeah, when you're sort of talking to someone and they're sort of talking in broken English and you're talking in broken Spanish and doing a bit of a Mr. Bean on that one. Okay, so where are we? Sting did a cover song about an old sea shanty called Valparaiso, very haunting sailing around the Cape in wooden sailing ships. Ooh. Descend, says Cuthbert. Indeed. Okay, so yeah, and Chile famously goes all the way down here into it's the Tierra del Fuego, the land of fire. Oh, I need to sneeze. Oh, those people watching on YouTube got to not hear me sneeze, but those people watching on TikTok and on Twitch got to see me sneeze. Then got to hear me anyway. What's happening in the world? Iran says deal with US is not imminent. Okay. And this is the wild wonderland of Argentina. Do you know of Chile and Argentina? And yeah, by the way, I mentioned Argentina. I hadn't been down into the south of Argentina, but there were a lot of Welsh miners who came here down into South Argentina, and yeah, they set up shop there, which is quite fun. By the way, why that's called Villa O'Higgins? There was an Irish bloke called, I don't know, Hubert O'Higgins or something, and he was the guy who helped liberate Chile back in the day. And so there's a load of things called O'Higgins in Chile, like one of the main roads in the capital. Santiago is called like Via O'Higgins, which is like very difficult to say if you're a native Spanish speaker. So yeah, O'Higgins, Chile. Bernardo O'Higgins. There you go. Bernardo O'Higgins, the founding father and military leader of Chilean independence. Bernard O'Higgins, the son of an Irish-born Spanish colonial administrator. O'Higgins led the revolutionary forces to liberate Chile from the Spanish Empire and served as the country's first head of state, supreme director from 1817 to 1823. True story, my friends. True story. Hi, everyone. How are we all doing? You got long left, Graham? Long left to live? I don't know. Hope so. Well, we're 7 hours in now. It's gone quite quick, I think. I don't know. Has that gone quite quick? Has it gone quite quick? I don't know. 7 hours and 12 minutes on Twitch so far, which hasn't gone off, I don't think. Unlike you on YouTube turning off. So it reset my clock on OBS, and I didn't reset the clock on the actual stream here. But we're doing it. 7 and a bit hours in. So when we get to 8 hours in, we'll only have 40 hours left to go. That'll be easy. We're still on the seas though. We're still sailing the 7 seas. In fact, there's more countries that begin with C than 7. But would I recommend Chile? Absolutely. And do you know what I haven't even mentioned? This is very remiss of me. I haven't even mentioned this. Oh my God. Jesus. That's Russia won't diplomats leave Kyiv. How are there any diplomats in Kyiv? Like seriously. Okay, so yeah. So I need to go find the next place, right? So if we go back to the map, so here's Chile here. There's Argentina, and there's the Falklands down there. Oh, hang on. There's the Falklands down there. So if you want to find Easter Island, which is part of Chile, you've got to go all the way around it. So how far is it from Santiago? Let's just check. So, what happened? Reverse. Traverse. I didn't want to do that. So you need to measure the distance, obviously. And then you need to go to Hangaroa over there, which I think is Easter Island. Yeah, Easter Island. Wow. So that's part of Chile, but it is actually 3,747 kilometers away. That's a ridiculous amount of kilometerage to be away from somewhere. Oh my God, I can't write anymore. What is wrong with me? So let's just see. No, that's got to be more, isn't it? But yeah, it's a long way to Tipperary, but we need to mention Easter Island. Because some of you might be wondering, what happened on Easter Island? Where did all the people go? Well, they killed each other because they died, because they chopped down all the trees. and there's a thing called climate change. They changed the climate of their country, and it never really recovered. The Isla de Pascura, which means the island of Easter. And if you look at it on layers, there you go. You can see the trees there where they've had to re-put trees. So the whole of Rapa Nui, Easter Island, was covered in trees. But then they decided to chop all the trees down in order to, I don't know, make big stone heads. But for a long time, it was it's disappeared. That's a bit worrying, isn't it? Oh no, it's gone down there. For a long time, it was assumed, thought, whatever, that the people who came to Easter Island to build the heads were the people who came from South America, right? So for a long time, they thought that people came from Cusco, which is around here somewhere, came over from there, and they came out in that little outrigger canoes, and they went 4,352 kilometers away, and that's why there were certain similarities between the way that the Incas built Sacsayhuaman and Machu Picchu and Cusco. There were similarities between that and the giant stone Maui, or whatever they're called, Moa, on Easter Island, on Rapa Nui. But it turns out, because we have some friends called D and A sussed out that actually these the people who lived in Easter Island didn't come from South America. No. They came actually, if you think about it, but they actually came from Taiwan. So let's just measure this distance. I mean, they came from Taiwan over thousands of years. It's not like they made one trip and headed out over there. But I just want you to appreciate the seafaring prowess of the Polynesian people. Nearly 15,000 kilometers away from their actual ancestral homeland of Taiwan. If you look under the bonnet and check out the DNA. So there you go. Hi everyone. How long you got left, Graham? I've got 40 hours left. So we've got to go all through the night. Got a lot to talk about, my friends. Got a lot to talk about. Anyway, so yeah. Bum. So let's zoom out. So we've got Chile there. Let's zoom out for the whole world. I'm not liking why is this color over here so much? Can you get back in the middle, please? Why are you fannying around? Stop fannying around, you massive fanny. Daniela Coward. Hello. The big stone's heads are big stone bodies under them. Their bodies just got buried. They did. And an Easter Island egg. Woo! Yeah. Big long testicles, says Des. Yeah, absolutely. Couldn't agree more. Welcome to anyone who's new here. Hello, if you just tuned in. I'm going for a Guinness World Record attempt for the longest solo live stream, as it says in the top corner, if you're watching this on YouTube. But if you're watching it on Twitch or you're watching it on TikTok, you might not know what the hell is going on. The AI summary is saying a travel log about Chile and Argentina with altitude sickness. Hey, listen, AI, what I'm actually doing is I'm trying to set a Guinness World Record for the longest solo live stream. So I'm talking about every country in the world in alphabetical order. Did you get that, AI on TikTok? TikTok AI. So next up, we are going to one of the biggest countries in the world. And there'll be lots to say about it, I'm sure. We are going to China. Here is China. Absolutely massive. Absolutely mammoose. It is a huge country. But if you look at all the roads, everything is over onto the eastern side. You can draw a line from just sort of north of Beijing here down to, I suppose, down to here, with a little bit of a kink in it. We always like a little kink. It's almost a straight line, but I'll draw it like that. Right. So basically, everyone lives to the right of this line. The people who live in China, I think 90% of them live to the right of that line. And then this area here, the Tibetan Plateau, Xinjiang, which is the where the you might have heard of the Uyghur Muslims live up there in the northwest of China. This is going into the Badlands. Not much stuff grows there. Not much in the way of agriculture. It gets very cold in the winter. So people really don't live. There's not much there. There's not much there. I mean, you can see where the settlements. It's quite quiet. But also because China invaded Tibet famously in the 1950s and took over and killed a lot of people, which is sad. And also Xinjiang was majority Muslim. I don't know if it still is these days. But these areas of China, not too many people live there. More people live in this bit, and it is just an absolute mass. It is so many people. It's so much going on all at the same time. 1.4 billion people live in China. And there's Taiwan there. We'll mention Taiwan when we get to the T's. But China has one of the most fascinating histories of any country in the world. I've got to zoom out a bit for you to actually see the whole of China. Look, I've got to zoom out that far for you to see the whole of China. That's how insanely big it is. Just want to point out that Mongolia used to be called Outer Mongolia, and that's because Inner Mongolia is in China. That's why it was called Outer Mongolia, because there's an area of China called Mongolia, and then there's Mongolia, which I'd like to see more of, to be honest with you. Didn't Thor Heyerdahl excavate beneath one of the heads and find a crude carving of a sailing ship? I don't know, but Heyerdahl was wrong. He thought that the people who populated Easter Island came from South America. They didn't. They did not. That was not actually true. China absolutely massive, but they still wanted more land. RIP Tibet. More orcs, just like Putin invading Ukraine. Knobs. Yep. I mean, they won. You hardly hear anything now about the Chinese invasion of Tibet. Remember in the 90s when the Beastie Boys were all about freeing Tibet, when the guy from Pretty Woman was all about, Richard Gere was all about freeing Tibet, and then suddenly everyone sort of forgot. Kind of forgot. China food, Chinese takeaway. The Lord provides, the Chinese takeaway. Jesus saves, the devil invests. Okay, so we've got China here. Absolutely massive country. I don't know where to start. I really don't know where to start. It is just such a huge country. So what I'll talk about, right, to get around the fact that it's so massive, is I'm going to talk about my travels around China. So I first went to China in 2002. I was just hanging out in Hanoi, as you do. Don't Hanoi me. And I went to Nanning, which is somewhere where really horrible things happened in World War II. And then I got the bus to Hong Kong. But on the way, the bus stopped. And I was given something to eat. And it didn't taste very nice. And it made me feel a bit ill. And then I was told what I was eating wasn't actually an animal that I would ever want to eat. I'm not going to say what it was, but you can probably guess. Yes, so puked up everywhere, as you might imagine. And then I went to Hong Kong. So I spent a bit of time in Hong Kong, like Hong Kong a lot. There's Hong Kong Island down there. Kowloon is the bit on the peninsula here. And it's a lot of fun. It's a lot of fun. There's Happy Valley there. They've got these wonderful, really skinny trams that look like the night bus from Harry Potter, which we don't talk about anymore, but they're really, really skinny trams. And they've been going around Hong Kong Island now since the early 1900s. And there's escalators if you want to climb up the mountain, climb up the hill. You can do that into Hong Kong. Hong Kong was taken from China in the 1800s. As a result of the first Opium War. We didn't have enough of it, so we got a bit more Hong Kong after the second Opium War. And Hong Kong was part of the British Empire until fairly recently. I think it was 1997 it was handed over by Chris Patton on behalf of the Queen. And also you got Macau over here. And Macau's really interesting because actually, do you know what? Macau and Hong Kong are probably in here, but they are semi-autonomous regions or special administrative regions. And Macau, they're allowed to have casinos, so they have massive casinos in Macau. That's a great photo. Well done. Massive. And people in the rest of China can't really gamble. So you can imagine how that worked out. Okay. So then the second time I went to China, I was minding my own business in Kathmandu when a nice guy who I met put me onto his uncle. Not his uncle who was a Maoist rebel who had lost his arm, a different uncle. And I went over the border here into Tibet. Spent a good good 7 days in Tibet, eventually ending up in Lhasa. And I went to the beautiful palace there. That is the Pagoda Palace. Do you know what though? But Tibet's going to have its own segment, so I'll talk about that then. And then I got on the new Sky Train that hadn't been open very long by the time I got it, which took me from Lhasa, from here, to Beijing. So this is on a train, okay? This is on a train. For God's sake, measure distance. This is a train. Took me to Beijing. A distance of 1,600 miles. 2,500 kilometers. On a train. Took 2 days. So me being a dickhead and travelling on a budget, like I say, if I was being sponsored by an oil company, then the world would be my oyster, wouldn't it? But it wasn't, because I was being sponsored by my family and friends, and Mr. Visa, Mr. Credit, Mr. MasterCard, and sponsored. It counts as sponsorship if you've got to pay it back. And I had 3 options for this train for 2 days that I was going to be on. I could have and it's all translated from Chinese, so you have to take it with a pinch of salt. I could get a bed, which is quite expensive. I could get a soft seat, or I could get a hard seat. And so me, being a dickhead, I think, oh, well, soft seat, that's got to mean that you can, pull a lever and then you got it kicks out at like what's it called? What are those things called? A recliner chair or something like that. Because I've had them before, like I've travelled across Spain on these sleeper trains, and basically you're given a big comfy seat. And by hard seat, I didn't think that it actually meant like hard, I thought it just meant like it wouldn't be it meant a hard seat. It meant like a hard plastic molded seat. And I sat there, and we had a table in front of us. It was just me, and there was another guy who had been on the tour with me. I think he got off at Xi'an to go and see the Terracotta Army, and everyone else sitting at our table. So it was three people that side, 3 people our side. They were all Chinese, didn't speak any English, and we spent the whole time playing cards. Because honestly, cards are the best thing you can take traveling with you. You can do a few card tricks. If anyone's watched my Guinness World Records podcast interview that I did a couple of weeks ago, you will have seen me do a card trick during that. And the reason why I learned to do those card tricks was because card tricks are cool, but also if you're traveling, having a deck of cards is always really handy. It doesn't matter what language you speak, you can play cards. In fact, when I was in jail in Cape Verde, I sat playing cards with the 10 fishermen that I was stuck in the bloody jail cell with. I sat playing cards with them for most of the time when we were allowed out of our cell, which was a cell designed for 1 person, and there was 11 of us in there. Fun time. Opium Wars. Flashman was there. Says hi, Flashman. He was. He was everywhere. Fact about China: anything that moves. They learnt this from the destruction of the country by Mao, causing famines by killing millions of educated people back to the Stone Age. Yep. So, God, if we're going to talk about the history of China, wow, it's going to be a bit tricky. By the way, I'm not doing Britain. I'm not doing the United Kingdom. I'm doing England, Scotland, Northern Ireland, and Wales, a separate place. But yeah, I've got too many books. Look, I got a whole Lonely Planet on Canada. I've got a whole Lonely Planet on Bhutan. Got a whole Lonely Planet on Bangladesh. This is my copy of Bangladesh. It says 2200, and then underneath it says 10 p.m. there. I don't know if you can see that on that camera, but it's kind of, I don't know. Bangladesh, fourth edition. I'm pretty sure this was the one that maybe I didn't take it through Bangladesh. Oh, I did. Look, here you go. Here's a receipt for you from Bangladesh. West Nepal Bus Entrepreneurs Association. Yeah, there you go. It's got my name on it. It actually says Graham Hughes. Can you see that? There's Graham Hughes down there by the stamp. And then what's this? It's a fee receipt. Oh, here we go. Agra Fort in India. That's down the river from the Taj Mahal, and that was me paying 25 rupees in order to have authorization for video filming. That is cool. So I'm going to show that to the camera there. Oh my God, you can't see. Anyway, great day. So yeah, I must have traveled when I went to Bangladesh. I must have traveled around with this book. That is very cool. Oh, it's got a circle where I came in and out the country. Anyway, so stack up the books here. China. Now, this is actually my second China book. My first China book. China. This was from when I went there in 2002. And I was very, very lucky. I was a lucky boy. Because, and actually on this map here, you can't see because it's probably very faint, but it does actually have my progress from that I just showed you from Hanoi to Nanning over to Hong Kong, and then it says to Melbourne. So I flew to Melbourne. That was on a different trip. It wasn't the trip where I wasn't allowed to fly. Yeah, so this was a copy. Now I got this right, literally walking out of Vietnam, and I had a copy of Southeast Asia on a shoestring, right? And I'm walking out, and it's getting dark, and it's a bit scary, and there's no one coming in. Like I usually border points are really like there's a lot of hustle and bustle. There's people moving around. There's everyone shouting at you. They want to change your money. There's nothing. It was so quiet. It was so like almost dead, right? And I went across this border. I didn't have to queue up. There was no one there. I just went across the border. And I'm walking across, and there's a group of women coming the other way, young backpackers coming the other way, and I'm like, "Hi, where do I go once I get across the border?" And they went, "There's nothing. There's nothing. It's going to be very difficult. Do you have a Lonely Planet?" And I'm like, "No. Do you want to swap?" So I pull out my Southeast Asia on a shoestring. They pull out their China Lonely Planet, and we do a swapsy boo. So that was given to me by someone on the border of China back in 2002. But obviously, things change, so this is a newer edition. But I think this is the one that Lonely Planet gave me, so this is right for like 2009 or 2008. But you can see there, China, bloody huge, absolutely huge place. I could probably spend about 6 hours just talking about China, about the history of China, which dates back thousands and thousands of years. And it just is one of the most fascinating countries in the world. Of course it is. It's so bloody big. It was founded as China by the Emperor Qi, named after himself. It's one of those countries that's named after a person. There's a lot of countries that are named after a person, whereas England is named after a people, the Anglo-Saxons, who immigrants who moved there. Yes, that's right. England literally means the land of people who are not from here. Yes, the land of immigrants. Scotland, again, that's people from Ireland, what we could now call Ireland Scots. It's the first time I've seen a marathon when the participant is sat in a chair, says, "Oh, well, I like to take it easy, Al. I like to take it easy." So when people ask me about traveling around the world, I'm like, it was the only Guinness World Record where I could realistically go to the pub every night and still claim a record at the middle. Anyway, travel record. So yeah, China history. I mean, a huge amount of their history is tied in with the words, the wisdom of Confucius, Master Kong, as he was known, and the lineage of Master Kong is still mapped out to this very day. thousands of years of his descendants and thousands of his descendants are still kept as a register. China has gone from the dizzying highs to crushing lows between different dynasties, Chinese dynasties, invasions by Genghis Khan, and then the golden era of China during the medieval period, and then that ending with the time of when the British Empire and the French Empire started, and the Portuguese Empire started knocking on the door of China and causing things, fucking things up, I would say. But yes, it was founded by the Emperor Qi, spelled Xi, which is why China should technically begin with an X, but it doesn't. But if it did, it'd be the one country in the world that began with an X. But yeah, China. If you go to Xi'an here, Xi'an, this is the legendary. This is the former capital of China. So the X in Chinese is pronounced a ch sound. So if you put X at the beginning of Twitter or Witter, they would pronounce it chitter. Whereas if you're in Spain, not Spain, Mexico, the Mexican X is pronounced like a ch sound. So a sh sound. So Yaxchilan and Mexico should be the real way of saying it, but no one says it that way. But yeah, so Twitter, X chitter, Project X, or whatever they want to call it now, in Mexican Spanish would be called shitter. If you spelled it Xitter. Anyway, so Xi'an, this is really the birthplace of what we think of as modern China, and this is where the famous tomb of the first emperor was found. Not that long ago. I mean, it was only in the 1950s or something. They found the terracotta army, which had been hidden for centuries, like thousands of these terracotta statues, in the full body armor with the helmets on, and each face was different. This was not a mass production line of, each one was made one by one. And apparently, when the first emperor was killed, when he died, nobody knows where he's buried because he had all the people who knew where he was buried killed as well. Apparently, so we never found the tomb of the first emperor, but we found the terracotta army, which was supposed to be to protect him in the afterlife. Maybe, I don't know. Which is pretty cool. It is indeed pretty cool. But yeah, we've got the dynasty, the Chai dynasty. It's the first dynasty that ran from 2200 BC to 1700. So 2200 BC to so there was more of a distance between the Shia dynasty and the birth of Jesus than there was from the birth of Jesus to now. That's quite remarkable. So then we had the Shang dynasty from 17 to 1100 BC. We had the the Zhao dynasty. Then we had the Qin dynasty. Then we into 2021 to 2207 BC. Then we had the Han dynasty, which is probably one of the most famous dynasties. That was from 206 BC to 220 AD. And then we had the Three Kingdoms, when it just all kind of went to shit a lot for the people in China. The warring states. Then we had the Jin dynasty, the Western Jin and the Eastern Jin. Then we had the Southern and Northern dynasties, which included the Song dynasty, the Qi dynasty, the Liang dynasty, the Chen dynasty. We had the Northern dynasties as well. Then we had the Sui dynasty, maybe. Then the Tang dynasty, which lasted for nearly 300 years from AD 618 to 907. Then we had the 5 dynasties and the 10 kingdoms. Just like something like Game of Thrones, this, isn't it? And then we had the Liao dynasty, the Song dynasty. Then we had the Jin dynasty. The next Jin, this wasn't the one from 265 AD. This is the one from 1115 to 1234. Then we had the Yuan dynasty, the Ming dynasty, the Qing dynasty, the Republic of China from 1911 to 1949, when the Kuomintang, as I think that's pronounced, lost against the communists, and then it was announced that the People's Republic of China was created in 1949, which makes it 76 years old this year. So there you go, potted history. There you go. There's all the dynasties of China, and the borders of China changed massively through those years. There was times when there was the Northern Dynasty or the Eastern Dynasty or the Southern Dynasty, and different people ruled different parts of China. Eventually it coalesced into what is now China today. Although China does have desires over Taiwan, which, if you go to Taiwan, stamped in your passport as the Republic of China. And China is stamped in, I think, as the People's Republic of China, something like that. Because Taiwan has a claim over China and China has a claim over Taiwan, which is kind of weird. But yeah, so China, the end of the Silk Road, a place that a lot of people in Europe didn't really know about until Marco Polo's expedition. He did make up a lot of stuff that wasn't really true. I think that was in the 1100s, was it? When was Marco Polo running around? Unity and Division, the Wrath of see what they've done there. Golden Era. This is during the Tang Dynasty, the Qin Dynasty. That's going way too far. Way too far back. So yeah. We also had, like I said earlier, there was the invasion by Genghis Khan, coming down from Mongolia, what's now Mongolia, into China, and obviously the building of the Great Wall of China, which took many years to create. In fact, if I go into the map here, we might be able to see a bit of the Great Wall of China. When people say you can see it from space, you can't. But if you zoom in, you can. It's only a few meters wide. You're not going to see it from space. Do you know what? I'm just going to put Great Wall of China. Great Wall of China. Great Wall of China. Oh, great! It's just that bit there. There you go. That's the whole Great Wall. Great Wall Display Center. You see what I mean? Like, is that the wall there? Is that it? Is that the wall? No, it's a road. Do you know what I mean? Like, you can't see it from space. It's a myth. It's a myth. The Great Wall of China. I can't even see it from there, mate. Is that like a little bit of the wall that's not there anymore? I don't know. Someone's just dropped a pin on the map there. Maybe it's the name of a takeaway. Anyway, so the Great Wall of China spans all the way from the Jade Gate, I think, is the start of it, over here somewhere, and it's spread all the way across into, I think it goes into what's now North Korea. I think then it just ends and just drops into the sea. I have a feeling that's what happens. But yeah, so when I went to Beijing, I then got the train from Xi'an down to Beijing, same train, stayed on it. And then from Beijing, I went to see the Great Wall of China, because there's a place you can go up just north of Beijing to go and see it. And then, my friends, I decided to go over into Mongolia for the day. So I took a day trip. I went to Hohhot there. I remember going there, Hohhot, in Inner Mongolia. And then I came up to the border point. Now, which border point did I go to? I think it was the Kangi. I think it was the Kangi border point. I'm not sure. Anyway, whichever border point it was that I went up to, there were dinosaurs, which was really cool. Like, someone had made like big, I don't know, dinosaurs. They made some big dinosaurs, which I thought was really cool. So I'm just touching my phone so that TikTok doesn't stop. That someone had made like statues of dinosaurs along the road. And it was in the middle of a desert and stuff. And they look quite realistic from a distance at speed. Weird fact about China's history. Tibet invaded and captured all of China shortly after, gave back their independence, as Tibet thought it was the right thing to do. Karma. Wasn't it built in sections with more than one? Yes, Liam. Over many years. Oh, it's Matthew Amrili-Waller. Hello, Matthew. Steroid Olympics to take place in Las Vegas. That's the latest news today. South Park, I've refrained from city walk. My son has set off after 3.5 days to visit his friends. Wow, thank goodness. I won't be shouted at today. Hooray. Good, I don't want you to get shouted at. That'll do. It was 1974, was it? Okay, sorry. I don't know about everything. So then I went over the border into Mongolia. Maybe it was there. Zamilund. Yeah, that's probably there. That's probably where I crossed over. And then I spent a few hours over in Mongolia, and then got my stamp in, got my stamp out. And then I had to get a visa. From Beijing. That was a pain in the ass. And then I went from Beijing. I got on the bus. They have lovely buses in China where you can actually sleep on the buses. They have like little beds. It doesn't really work if you're quite a big person, but if you're not a big person, it works great. So back to Beijing, and I went to the Forbidden City and Tiananmen Square. Something that I learned quite quickly when I went to China is this: you don't mention the 3 T's, okay? You don't talk about it. You don't ask anyone about it. The 3 T's are, can you guess? Tibet, Tiananmen, and Taiwan. Just don't mention them. If that's what you're planning to do. Is the syringe relay race is there a syringe relay race? Probably there should be. Anyway, so yes, I went to the Great Wall, went to the Forbidden City and the Forbidden Zone or whatever, and then I headed down to Qingdao, which is famous for its beer, which isn't spelt like that. But there was a brewery set up by a German who lived there, a German immigrant set up a brewery. So often when you're in China, you will drink Qingdao, what's it called? Beer. It's a really good beer, actually. I quite liked it. So from Qingdao, you can get a ferry from here, measure the distance, over to Incheon near Seoul in South Korea. So that's what I did. And then I went to Fukuoka in Japan, went there. And then I got the ferry back to South Korea. Went into North Korea, just crossed over the border at the DMZ. I'll talk about that later. And then I got the boat back over to China. And then I went down to visit my friends in Shanghai, which was really nice. I went to the Shanghai Expo in 2010, which was really fun, with all these different places around the world advertising themselves with their buildings. Everyone made a building to showcase themselves or something. Wow, my coffee is still hot. That's really good. We're up to 22 degrees now. Up to 22 degrees for those watching. I know that's backwards. It looks like 55 degrees for people watching on TikTok. Sorry about that. A history lesson on Chinese dynasties and the Great Wall. Ask about the Silk Road. This is the AI overview. This is quite cool on TikTok. I'm getting an AI overview. I like that. What's happening on that stream? I don't know. You can see China's at the top. So yeah, we're currently talking about China. If I turn that round, that's even better, isn't it? There you go. Put that up like that. There you go. It doesn't work for TikTok because it's backwards. Anyway, so yeah, I spent some time in Shanghai. Really beautiful city. I was up in the I don't know, the suburbs or whatever. It was really green. It was surprisingly green. And then if you go to the Bunds, which is the waterfront there, it looks a lot like Liverpool. Like the architecture looks very similar to Liverpool. Turns out the British were there causing trouble. The First and Second Opium Wars. You know, one of those Opium Wars, the British burnt down the Winter Palace. They burnt down was it the Summer Palace? It might have been the Summer Palace. Fucking burnt it. Imagine if the Chinese came over and just burnt down Hampton Court. That's what we did to them. Bastards. Anyway, so us I'm talking about. Anyway, so then I went down from Shanghai here down to Fuzhou, which is down here. So I went down to Fuzhou. Why did I go to Fuzhou? Because at the time, my friends, it's still there. At the time, you could get a ferry. Oh, no, you can't. you could get a ferry from China to which island did I go to? You could get a ferry to one of these islands, which is actually part of Taiwan. I mean, which one did I go to? I can't remember which one I went to. God, that's bad, isn't it? I think it was Dongyin Island, maybe. Yeah, maybe. This is actually part of Taiwan, so it counted as going to Taiwan. You could get a ferry from China over there. Oh, maybe that looks familiar. Maybe it was, yeah, it was that place. I think it was that place. Yeah, I'm sure I went there. That looks familiar. Yeah. Jugang. Okay, yeah, that's it. That's the one I went to. So I could get a boat from Fuzhou over to this place here, which allowed me to say, oh, good, I've been to Taiwan. But then later on in my journey, I went to Taiwan proper and actually traveled around a bit. So I went from Taipei down to Kaohsiung. So yeah, I can say that I saw a bit more. It wasn't just a day trip. Saw a bit more of Taiwan later on in the journey, and that's something that, you know, when some people talk about going into a country and then coming out. Well, a lot of the time I'll do that, but then I'll have to go back through the country again because no one had done it before, so I didn't know what way was the best way to get to these certain places. Anyone who tries to do my journey again has it easy because they can just read my blog and just not make the same mistakes that I do. I mean, if you were to do my journey again and it took you longer than 4 years, I mean, what are you playing at? You know, especially if you're sponsored by an oil company. I can't stress that enough. Geez, you're not even allowed to take methyl cocaine in the enhanced Olympics. What? Some people. Keep your doors and windows closed to stay cool. Yeah, maybe you should do that. Anyway, so that's how I got to Taiwan, and then I was in Fuzhou, and then I went down to Zhuangzhou over there, and then I went to Guangzhou over there, and then I came over to Chongzhou, and then I took the bus over to Hanoi. There you go. And this is in Vietnam. So that's when I went to China for the first time on the Odyssey expedition to every country in the world without flying. So technically speaking, it was like this. Oh, sorry, hang on. Kathmandu, measure distance. It was this. Xi'an. This. Okay, sorry. You can't see what I'm talking about. Great Wall of China. Whatever. This. Then over to Mongolia. And then down to, it was down here, wasn't it? Something. And then over to South Korea, down through South Korea, Fukuoka, back to South Korea, to Busan, over the border slightly, and back into China. Obviously, I've got to juggle passports while I'm doing this as well, passports and visas and all that kind of stuff. Down here, over to a bit of Taiwan, sort of. Then along the coast, pretty much to Hanoi. And then down into that was my first trip, right? So I can clear that. And then what happened was I was on a cargo ship, right? That went from this is fun. Went from Taiwan to the Northern Mariana Islands to Guam to Palau, and then it went to Mindanao Island in the Philippines, and then it went to Hong Kong. So I got off in Hong Kong, and then I had to get to Sri Lanka, which is over here. So I tried to get a boat from Hong Kong. That wasn't going to happen. So then I traveled over here to Laos, went through Thailand, went to Bangkok, and then I went down to Singapore. But before I did that, when I was actually in China, I was in Hong Kong, and then I went to Guangzhou, and I was in Guangzhou looking after my mate's flat because they had to leave their flat because they were my friend Debbie was giving birth, so she was in the hospital, and I was in their flat looking after it while they were doing all that stuff. So I got to meet their little baby, who's now like, I don't know, he's 16 years old. Oh my God. So long ago. Okay. So, yeah, so that was my time in China. So I've been there 3 times, I guess, but then you could say I've been there more because I went out the country, came back in again, but I'm not going to count that. I'm going to say I've been there 3 times. I had a really good time in China every time I've gone. Okay. I do find it a little bit sort of, I wouldn't say oppressive, but I try and keep myself to myself. I don't try and get too involved in anything because obviously the government's not that keen on people just doing weird things. We're coming up to 8 hours now. We're coming up to 8 hours. Working an 8-hour day, sitting here. Geez, I mean, look, if I was in a meeting, I suppose I wouldn't be talking all the time. I suppose to get this done properly, we'll have to talk. It's a bit unfair to not have me talking all the time. So I don't think you want to watch me just sitting here flicking through my books. I've got 2 China books, 2 Africa books, two Europe books. Anyway, so that's a little bit of a potted history of China. There was dynasties, there was kings, queens, emperors, god emperors, China, and then in 1949, the communists took over under Mao Zedong and fucked the place up. Rotten. There was a huge famine caused by the fact that they wanted people in villages to melt down all their pots and pans to meet the quotas for the steel that needed to be made. All kinds of crazy shit going on. There's a huge famine as a result of that. There was a Chinese Cultural Revolution where they burnt a lot of anything they saw as Western and decadent or something. And yeah, that when Mao died, China started getting back on its feet again. And I forgot his name was now. There was a guy who led China sort of back from the brink. And famously in the 1970s, China, they had the unauspicious visit by someone called Richard Milhouse Nixon, who turned up. But as a result of that, China then took a permanent seat on the Security Council of the UN, became a permanent member, and Taiwan lost their seat. So the seat for China was taken from Taiwan and given to China. Lots of food created by China that other countries take credit for. Today is unenhanced cheese rolling. I love it. So yeah, we're coming up to 8 hours now that we've been going. 8 hours solid. Which has been a lot of fun. Thank you for joining me thus far. And we're still talking about China. More recently, China has obviously become a economic behemoth. It's obviously one of the great powers of the world now, along with America, arguably, and the EU. There are no others. India, getting there. I think I like to think India is moving that way, but at the moment, the only great powers in the world are America, China, and the EU. Anyone who tells you otherwise is just lying, as shown by recent events. But yeah, China still kind of an inscrutable part of the world for many of us from other climes, but a fascinating place nonetheless. And Chinese characters they use to their language originally came from little emoticons, little emojis. So the picture for an administrator is a little stick man with a stick measuring a tree, etc. And that's obviously been simplified over the years. So the picture for exit is a gate. It is like a saloon door because it used to look like it originally started as pictograms and then modified over the years to become Chinese. If you see a circle in what you think is Chinese, like not a circle, but like an oval shape or a circle, then that's not Chinese. That's actually Korean. So the difference. And obviously, if they still use forms of Chinese in Japan, but Japanese looks a bit different. Japanese looks like you've got traditional Chinese and then you've got simplified Chinese. So it's taking that simplified Chinese to another level in Japan. But those languages are not very alike, really. Although they might sound alike to people like us from the West who don't know any better. And in the Book of the World, it says China, the name alone, makes you want to get packing. It's going places, so jump aboard, go along for the ride, and see where it's headed. Cool. Forbidden City, as I mentioned, Tiananmen Square, well worth checking out. Great Wall of China, well worth going along. I knew someone who was recovered from cancer, and then she walked the Great Wall of China, which is something I'd love to do. So yeah, so much to talk about in China. I haven't touched on the food and drink, which is some of the best in the world by a mile. It's why we all eat Chinese, because it's fucking delicious. But next up, we've got to go to another one of my favourites. I mean, I've got a lot of favourites, to be honest with you. I'm like, one of them. We're going to go around the world, around the world, around the world, around the world to Colombia. Colombia again. Another beautiful, beautiful country. Another country that's been damned by its own geography because it is stuck there, piggy in the middle, between, well, I suppose Central America is piggy in the middle, but the United States makes a load of guns and they want drugs. And so the Colombians provide the guns and then provide the drugs, sorry, and then it all comes down to, yeah, so you got the Cali there, which is famous for the Cali cartel, and then you got Medellin, which is famous for the Medellin cartel. Led by, in the 1980s, Pablo Escobar. Pablo Escobar. Do you want a bit of fun? Do you want a bit of fun, right? Since you're with me on this, right? So Pablo Escobar, head of the Medellin, the Medellin, what was it called? Medellin. LL is pronounced J, isn't it? Yeah. The Medellin. Puerto Plata. They had an arrangement with the then president of Panama, Noriega, and was it Manuel Noriega, and he arranged to have his planes coming out of Colombia across Darien National Park. So don't forget, Panama used to be part of Colombia. The only reason why Panama isn't a separate country is that America funded the separatist movement of Panama because they wanted to build a canal from Colon to Panama City, and the Colombians didn't want them to build it. Anyway, well, I didn't want someone to build it, but not the Americans. But if I zoom into Bocas del Toro, right, there's my island there. There's my island, Ginger Island, which I won in a game show. If you're new here, hello. I won an island in a game show. There's my island there in Panama. There's my boat going to my island. Is that my boat? Whose boat is that? No, that's not my boat. Oh, wow, that's a little catamaran. Oh my God, this is Jade Dragon, I think. Wow, it's weird to be able to identify your neighbour's boats from a distance. Okay, so here's Bocas del Toro here. And this is on a peninsula. Oh my God, that's a really bad photo you've got there. Why have you got like sea going on? There's Bocas del Toro there with the landing strip. And then you go up the coast to Paunch. And then you go to Player Buff. And from here, Bluff, you can hire a little quad bike, a little 4x4. And then I'm sorry for everyone on TikTok and Twitch, you can't see this, but if you want to follow me on the other thing, then you'll be able to do it. And then if you zoom in, you see that line there? You see that line? That line there? That's that's what's left of Pablo Escobar's secret drugs runway. So if you get on your little 4x4, you can go and you can see the cut through the forest there. Obviously it's forested a bit now, but yeah, that was the drugs runway that they used to land little planes on filled with drugs for Americans, because Americans need their drugs because they live in America. It's like dance music. Do you know what I mean? Like EDM. I mean, you can't really enjoy EDM unless you're off your head on drugs. So yeah, Colombia, a beautiful, beautiful, beautiful place up in the mountains. Bogota is is in the Andes. Again, another place where you go and you go to the capital there, and it's there's mountains. You see the mountains behind the skyscrapers there. So another one of these cities. Think about it. What's another place? Beirut has the same thing, where you've got the mountains behind the buildings. It looks fantastic. And the people of Colombia are some of the most beautiful people in the world, because obviously they're a mix. They're not just, inbred lunatics who live in a little village. Wow, the drug cartel tour. Says Guppet. Yes, indeed. But yes, Colombia has a lot going for it. It really is one of the most beautiful countries in the world. One of the places that I'd really like to go back to and just spend a bit more time there. I went to Bogota for the first time in 2002, and then the second time I went there, well, this might be a bit obvious, but I went from what is going on here? I went from Measure distance, thank you. I went from Quito in Ecuador, the capital of Ecuador. I went to Bogota there, and then I continued on to Caracas, so across the border somewhere like here, and then went into Venezuela. The second time I went there. So I've been there a couple of times. Both times I've had a wonderful, wonderful time. Fantastic coffee. Remember, woke up on an overnight bus going along the Andes, and we stopped off at a little place on the side of the hill, the mountainside, a little shack that had coffee and this little tiny little thing of coffee with a bit of milk in it, and oh god, it was so good. Probably the best coffee I've ever had. I don't know, because I was just tired and needed some coffee or whatever, but it was remarkable. It was absolutely remarkable. I wanted cocaine hippo for security. So they have a big problem in Colombia, or they had a big problem in Colombia with a lot of the animals that Pablo Escobar had for his private what's it called? You know what? I've got this far. I've got 8 hours in. I am gonna have to blow my nose. I'm really sorry. Right? I can mute it. I can mute it on. Actually, no. I can mute it on everything except for TikTok. So I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, TikTok. You really didn't need to hear that. I apologize profusely. But there you go. Colombian coffee is the best, in my honest or humble opinion. Honestly, it was magic. That's magic. And the Colombian people were so friendly and just excited that I was there. And you know, when you visit somewhere, and this is something that Australians and Americans and British people don't understand. They never get this through their thick heads. When you travel somewhere else, first of all, you become an ambassador for your country. So if you're the only person that someone has ever met from that country and you behave like a dick, they're going to think that everyone from your country is a dick, right? But it goes both ways. If people come here from to the UK from other countries, it's because they want to come and see our place. And if you act like a twat towards them, if you go, do you know what I mean? It's just so embarrassing, especially as you go to these places that are supposed to be, you know, dangerous and everyone's out to get you. And oh my God. And you actually go to these places, the places are so nice. The people are so lovely. Where were the nicest people that I met? Iran, which we're told constantly is a place where everyone's out to get you and they all hate us and they all, you know, burn effigies of Donald Trump. Well, you know, I don't think that's something unique to Iran. But yeah, just... Anyway, did we decide what biscuits I was going to open when I asked 3 hours ago? Did anyone do that? Last time I went there, I went from high to munted. Well, one of the things about Bolivia, I don't see there's so much in Colombia, but I've traveled around Bolivia a lot more. In Bolivia, they chew the coca leaves. So the coca leaves, which is the extract that they used for Coca-Cola for many years. I don't know if they still do, but yeah, they would chew the coca leaves, and you get people, and they look like koalas because they'll push their cheeks out because they'll have loads of they'll have loads of coca in their leaves, and they'll chew them, and it just gave a little bit of a release of, you know, what would if it's, you know, don't know what they do to it, but you know, it's the same plant that you get cocaine from. So they chew the leaves, and it gives a little... I don't have any hobnobs. Isn't that embarrassing? Ginger biscuit, says Kitty. All right, let's do it. Let's do it. Getting out the ginger snaps. Getting out the good stuff. Hey, listen, now we're 8 hours in. If anyone wants to sort of, I don't know, sponsor me in a way, I'll let you know that the link to the Good Law Project is set in the chat there, so you can use that to, there it is at the bottom there on the screen. If you click on that link, it'll take you to the Good Law Project if you want to give them some money towards helping them out. Good for altitude sickness. Yeah, that's true, actually, Andrew AB. I used to chew my cheeks a bit over weekend. Oh, dear. Andrew says, coffee, emeralds, gold, coca, salsa. It has everything. Everything a growing boy needs. Seriously. Colombia, if I can recommend like places to go, South America's phenomenal. South America is just, it's one of the most fun places on earth. It's just really cool. It's just really, really cool. Anyway, that's enough about Colombia. Is anyone keeping tabs about how far back I am? So, I suppose if I've gone for 8 hours, and I'm supposed to be doing every 15 minutes a different country, that's 4 times 8, which is 32. So I should have got through 32 countries by now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42. So, technically speaking, 8 hours in, 15 minutes a country, should really be 32 in. We're actually 42 in. So we're a little bit ahead of schedule on terms of telling you about each country in the world in alphabetical order. So I could slow down a little bit. There you go. Andrew AB, £10 super chat. Why would I pay you? Well, you've paid me to dance before, Andrew AB. Andrew AB is one of the few lucky people who are someone who stayed on Ginger Islands, me and AB. Well, AB came to stay on my islands. So hello AB. Hope you're doing all right. I'm doing a 48-hour filmathon. Everyone's left. There's no one in the house, so if I have an emergency, I'm kind of stuffed. Whoopsies. What's happening over there on the I'm just having a look on the TikTok. We're going out on TikTok. We're going out on Twitch, and we're going out on YouTube. So yeah, I've paid you to dance and watch Frozen naked. Yes, that's very true. We will always have Frozen, my friend. We will always have Frozen. So yeah, Colombia, soaring Andean summits, unspoilt Caribbean coast, enigmatic Amazon jungle, cryptic archaeological ruins, and cobbled colonial communities. Colombia boasts all of South America's allure and more. If you have to go to one country in South America and really drink it in, I would. If you can only go to one, I'd say Colombia. It's the one to go to. Hashtag just saying. Now from a place that you've all heard of to a place that nobody's heard of. Well, I have because I've been there, but not many people have. We're going all the way over now to Comoros Islands in the Indian Ocean. So Comoros. So there's Comoros there. So there's 3 islands in Comoros, making up the independent nation of Comoros. And then there's Mayotte, which is a French island. This is a French possession. It's actually a département of France. I haven't been to Mayotte, but I have been to Comoros. I spent 3 weeks there on the... Oh, I've lost the chat. Come back, chat. I've been here. Comoros Islands. So let's zoom in to Mali there, and this is what is this? What is even happening here? Where's Moroni? What is happening? Where's Moroni? Where's the one on Moroni? I'm going mad in my old age. I think I am. Oh, for God's sake. Where's Moroni? Moroni, please. Thank you. Why did that not come up? Right. So there is Moroni. Haha, I remember that mosque. And that's in Comoros, which is an independent state. Used to be part of France when it had these islands. And it's located, as you will see, sort of halfway between Dar es Salaam, if you're getting on a boat from Dar es Salaam in Tanzania, over to, if you're going to Mahajanga, So I got a boat over from here, and then it stopped off in Comoros, and then I went to Mahajanga, and that was nice. That was really quick on the way there, and then I went to Antananarivo, the capital of Madagascar, and then I went over to where's the place? Taormina, which is there. And then I got the boat over to Reunion. There's a ferry, and then I went over to Mauritius. Then I came back over to Reunion. Then I realised I needed to go back over to Mauritius. Then I got a boat which took me round Madagascar. No, it didn't take me. What were you talking about, Graham? It didn't take you around Madagascar. No, it didn't, did it? It took me back to back here to where the hell? Did I get the ferry? No, I didn't. I got a. Oh yeah, because the ferry didn't. It only ran every 2 weeks or something. So I ended up getting a cargo ship from Mauritius over to Madagascar there, and then I went back to Antananarivo, and then I went up to Diego Suarez, which is now known as to try and go to the Seychelles, which is just up here. There's an island of the Seychelles. It's just a few miles off the coast here, but I couldn't get there. God damn it! Farquhar, that was it. The Farquhar Atoll. I was trying to get to the Farquhar Atoll. Didn't get there. So then I had to come back down here with the tail between my legs. Oh, no, I didn't actually. I didn't go all the way down to the capital. I went to there with the tail between my legs. And then I went... Oh, my God. What is even happening right now? Went back to Mahajanga there. Had to wait a while. Ate some lobster. Got some really cheap lobster in Mahajanga. That was really nice. And then I headed back to Comoros. And then I was stuck there like a silly twat for 3 weeks. Which wasn't great. It did only take me like a week to do all that stuff, and then I got stuck back in Comoros. Now, if I go to my book, Man of the World, available from all bad booksellers, Man of the World, and look up. Well, we could look up a bit about Colombia, couldn't we? Colombia, because we are Chile. Did I do my Chile information? Chile, parts of Chile's Atacama Desert have not experienced a drop of rain since records began. Yet, quite remarkably, over 1 million people eke out an existence there, which is very cool. Argentina, I've said that one. Colombia, interesting fact about Colombia. At the height of his infamy, Colombian drug lord Pablo Escobar was the richest and most powerful criminal in human history. Wow, trousers. Right, so I'll go right at the back of the book here for Comoros. Here be pirates. Comoros. Drink your way around the world. Comoros has had so many coups d'etats that it earned itself the inenviable nickname Cloud Cuckoo Land. As in coup d'etat. That's what you need to know if you buy my book. Anyway, so that's Comoros, and you can get boats between these places, but they don't always turn up when you kind of want them to. So when I was in Comoros, I climbed up this volcano here. See this volcano? Look at that. Climbed up Mount Carthala, and that was fun. I passed out on the way down. That was great times. It was okay. Stayed in Moroni most of the time. Sometimes I went up the coast a little bit to Itsandra Beach, hotel and resort. There was a guy there who looked after me, and I was kipping at his place, which was just a little shack on the water down here somewhere. So that was kind of cool. And then I also, they didn't have couch surfing here, so it was just like, people that you met. I also met people in Moroni who were sailing around Africa in a replica of a Phoenician vessel, because they decided that the Phoenicians, who lived in what's now Lebanon, they reckon that Phoenicians did the first circumnavigation of Africa, and so they built a Phoenician ship to see if it could actually be done. And they stopped off in Comoros on the way, and I met up with some people who were getting ready to get on that ship. So yeah, Comoros, French possession for a little while. It's a Muslim country. In fact, I think the bomber of the USS Cole. Remember that? Before 9/11, there was the bombing of the USS Cole. It was the thing that Al-Qaeda did before they did 9/11. I think it was something like that. Anyway, he came from Comoros. So it's a Muslim country. It really wants Mayotte back. It really wants little Mayotte. It wants it back. They had a referendum in the 70s, and Mayotte said no. 99% said no. We don't want to be part of the rest of Comoros, because the rest of the Comoros has dengue fever, and they don't have running water all day. They don't have electricity all day. Whereas Mayotte's part of France. So if you look at how built up Mayotte is, this is Mayotte. Lots of roads and things. Lots of money coming in from France, and then you look at Comoros, and it's not quite the same. So yeah, in fact, the port here in Moroni, when I was there, if we zoom right in, yeah, look, I remember that that was where the boats came in. I think no, that's too small. No, it's here. Sorry, yes, you can see here. Right, can you see? This is great. Can I explain this? Can I explain this to you? You know when I said it's a bit shit if you're stuck in a place and you're landlocked? Well, what if you're in a place and the water around your place is too shallow for big boats to get into? What do? Well, you have to have these things. These are barges. So these are barges. I think they're 40 foot, right? 40-foot barges. There's 4 of them there. Well, that's not a barge. That's a boat. And you'll see there's a few more things, bits and bobs around here, boats and boats and boats coming in. But these barges here. So if you come in on a cargo ship, the cargo ship doesn't actually come into. There you go. There's a cargo ship. Spotted one. Haha. Now see that cargo ship? It's got to have its own cranes on board. You can see the cranes there. It's got some cars. And so that ship cannot get into the port here because the port's too shallow. And so what it has to do is it has to wait out there at anchor, and then these barges come out like this. So I'll do the little thing. Here they come, walking down the street, and they go out to the ship out here, and then the person with the crane picks up the box and then puts it onto the barge, and then the barge has to come the 1 kilometer back all the way to the port here. And then it has to get picked up on the port. There's a crane there. You can see that's a crane. So they come alongside, and that gets picked up and put at the boat side here. And there's no room for containers. So as soon as the container arrives, it needs to be put on, like directly. It can't be put on the ground here. It has to be put directly onto a lorry. So the lorry has to be ready and in position. And then the lorry will move that container to down here, right? To where the containers live. So that's the logistics. So to offload a few boxes or containers, 20-foot or 40-foot containers, takes hours and hours and hours and hours. It is a process. Meanwhile, in Brisbane or in Shanghai, the docks are so fast and automated, they can shift 100 boxes in 10 minutes. It's ridiculously fast. You know, they can just, and again, it's a country damned by geography. Meanwhile, over in Mayotte, and this is possibly why they would quite like to have a little bit of Mayotte as part of their country. If you go into one of the ports in Mayotte, if we just have this is the port here. No, that's not even water. That's just point. Where's the cargo? There is a cargo container port here in Mayotte, but I haven't been there, so I don't know exactly where it is. But I know it's there. Old Mayotte. Making a really good point here, aren't you, Graham? About your containers. Sorry, I just want to tell you about my container ships. Oh, right. Hang on a sec. Let's go to Mayotte port. There we go. Right. Okay. So this is Mayotte here, the port of Longoni. And you can see here a massive container ship. On there, all those containers are 40-foot containers. They're full-size containers. And they are being taken off. And there's where all the containers stay. They're all stacked up nicely. And the boats can come straight in. And that's a deep water port. And they can come in. And also, there's an oil terminal. Yeah. So you can see why Mayotte is seen as a little bit of a jewel in the Comoros. They want to have that back, and historically, I have to give it to the people from Comoros. Mayotte was part of Comoros, but it ain't no more. It ain't no more. And they had a referendum in the 1970s. 99% of people voted to stay with France in Mayotte. And then they had another referendum in the 1990s, and then that one, 99.4% of people chose to stay with France. And considering Comoros has a reputation of being cloud cuckoo land, you can see why people didn't want to be, people in Mayotte were like, nah, I'm all right, mate. I'm all right. That's the one with the hippos. Yes. So Pablo Escobar had a zoo, and they had hippos, and then the hippos got free, and everyone thought, oh, it's all right, they'll die. Hippos are meant to be in Africa. They're not supposed to be in South America. They're not supposed to be in this hot tropical country with lots of swamps. Yeah. Just like the bunny rabbits in Australia. Just like the camels in Australia. They thrived. They thrived, my friends. They thrived. Anyway, so let's move on. What's next on our list? Have me a look. Okay. Now, interestingly, the next country on the list, it's actually there on the screen, in that book, it's a DRC. It says Congo, brackets, Democratic Republic of Congo. Now, I would put that under D, myself. I would put Republic of Congo under C. But we're going to go the way of the world, whatever the world tells us to. Let's talk about the tragic history of the Democratic Republic of the Congo, formerly Zaire. Compelling conversations with locals. That's true. Exhilarating interactions in impenetrable forests and beckoning rivers are all on show in the Democratic Republic of Congo. Oh, they've written a little poem there. That's nice. Carpeted by huge swathes of rainforest and punctuated by gushing rivers and smoking volcanoes, the Democratic Republic of Congo, DRC, formerly Zaire, is the ultimate African adventure. As much a geographical concept as a fully fledged nation, DRC has suffered a brutal 20th century colonial exploitation, authoritarian madness, and what has been dubbed Africa's First World War, which finally ended in 2003 with the rise of the Kabila political dynasty. While real stability remains many years away, the cautious development of DRC's enormous untapped mineral wealth and the presence of the world's largest UN peacekeeping force have bred optimism amongst its tormented but resilient population. At the same time, a small but fast-growing tourism industry centered on the incredible Parc National de Virunga has seen travelers return to what is easily one of Africa's most thrilling and challenging destinations. So Kinshasa. Oh, I've got to prove to TikTok that I'm still here. I'm still here. I'm not dead. Why is it telling me to invite people to co-host? I don't know why I keep saying that. Stop telling me what to do. Graham, is this just a 48-hour stream attempt? I mean, anything else to be attached to this, like longest tour of the world, things like that? It wouldn't be the longest tour of the world, I don't think. I can just talk about what I got up to. So you got the Democratic Republic of Congo there, which is absolutely massive. It's the size of Western Europe. I mean, it's absolutely huge. It's just massive. It's just, why am I spinning the world around? So there's Western Europe there, and there's the Democratic Republic of Congo. It's absolutely bloody massive. So where I've been I've been to Kinshasa. Came across the river from Brazzaville. To Kinshasa, which was exciting. And then with the representative of the British Embassy, because I'd just been in jail in Congo, in the other Congo, so I needed to get out, obviously. And then I went down here I went down here. And I remember going to Mabanzu Ngunu. I remember going there. And then I think I crossed the border here. Yes, I did. So then I came down here and down here. I came through these towns, came down here, went to Matadi here, and I crossed the border into Angola at Noki. And I have a chapter about that called We Are Nowhere and It's Now. Oh, yeah, there's another song. Bright Eyes, We Are Nowhere and It's Now. That was another one of my favourites, travelling around the world. Great song. It's like a waltz. It's like a waltz about alcoholism. Anyway, so here's Kinshasa. Here's the Democratic Republic of Congo. So essentially, I have seen this. Yeah. So the Democratic Republic of Congo is all of this. Now, if I am going to be very clever, what I can do is I can clear that. So this border here runs along the Congo River. So you can imagine that's the Congo River going out to the sea there. And it forms the border between the Democratic Republic of Congo and the Republic of Congo to the north, Congo Brazzaville and Congo Kinshasa. Kinshasa used to be called Leopoldville after King Leopold II, the butcher of the Congo. So this is the river, but then it takes the Congo actually stops being part of the border between the two countries at this point, and it starts doing this. It goes up, and then it comes down all the way down. I think down to here. I'm not sure. Let's zoom in and see if I'm talking bollocks or not. I'm pretty sure that's still the Congo. Well, it's called the Lufra there, I guess. But yeah, it goes a long way. It goes a long way down. But I swear that connects up with the Congo. Oh, here we go. Is that the Congo? Yes, there you go. Congo. I told you it came down here. And then that snakes around, and then eventually it comes into this this massive lake here, Lake Kizali. There you go. So that's where the Congo. Sorry, I didn't mean to look at that. I was just running on down here, wasn't I? I was getting too excited. No, Graham, wrong, bad Graham. I'm sorry. That's where it goes to. So just move that a little bit there. Oh, hang on a sec. What's going on here? Congo into there. Does the Congo continue? Is this the Congo? Is that the? Oh, it does. It continues. I thought it went on. So it goes into this lake and comes out of a lake. So there you go. You got some more Congo going down here. And no, before anyone asks, they don't drink on bongo in the Congo. All right. Going down, oh my God, it just keeps going. Congo, one of the longest rivers in the world. I think it's the third longest after the Nile and the Amazon. Here we go, down here. I knew it came down a long way. Look, it just goes everywhere. Look at this. Can't stop it. Is this still the Congo? Yep, still the Congo. My God, there's a really good book by Tim Butcher called Blood River, which is about traveling down the Congo. And if you ever read Heart of Darkness by Joseph Conrad, on which Apocalypse Now was based, the river that we were going down in that wasn't the Mekong, like in the film Apocalypse Now. It was actually the Congo River. So yeah, this is more Congo. You'll be tempted to wonder if it just goes back to the sea at this point, but it doesn't. Oh my God! Right, so there you go. Keep going. Keep following the Congo. Is this fun? I don't know if this is fun for you. Kind of fun for me. Is that still the Congo? Yep, still the Congo. Still the Congo, my friend. Still the Congo. Ooh, that's going to turn into an oxbow lake one day. So is that. Let's go back here. So you can see just how, and this is most of the Congo is a navigable river. So you can imagine just how this was like the super highway of its day for getting up and, goods and people and all kinds of stuff up and down this massive river. And then Congo comes into here, into this lake. And is this the Congo over here? Is this still the Congo? Is this the Congo? No, that's a different lake. River, sorry. Is this the Congo? Are you still Congo? No. That seems to end there as well. Oh, someone's built a dam, maybe. I don't know what that is. Looks like a dam. But yeah, if that's it. Look at the size of that. That is absolutely ridiculous. Look at that. And then kind of it shows you why the country is shaped and why it is like the way it is. If you're your trade and commerce, if that's your motorway to get around your country, that's obviously the path you're going to take, and that's why the country of the Congo was built around the Congo River, and the Republic of Congo, which was French Congo, and Democratic Republic of Congo was Belgian Congo. That was you can see why the Congo River was so important to trade, because this is still to this day impenetrable jungle. You just can't get around there. It's so dense, and so if you travel around the jungle, like everything's trying to eat you. It's like it's like being in Australia. Everything's out to get you. Now listen, the story of the DRC, formerly Zaire, formerly the Belgian Congo, is a tragic one. So in the 1885, the conference in Berlin, the great powers, the great European powers of the day, turned up and carved out the Africa between them. Right? There's a couple of reasons why it happened then. Slavery had gone the way of the dinosaurs, kind of. Well, at least the European powers couldn't indulge in it as much as they used to, since the British Empire, then the French Empire, and the Belgian Empire had made it illegal. Not the Belgian Empire, they didn't have one. They made it illegal to take people as slaves. And then obviously you had the American Civil War in 1860, whenever. And so this is sort of 20 years later, and all of these rich, horrible fucks were sitting around going, how can we make loads of money out of the exploitation of African people when we can't keep them as slaves anymore? And then someone said, well, there's a thing called quinine. Have you heard of quinine? Quinine. So let's just have a look. When did people start? When did people start using quinine? Yes, quinine first started in the 1820, but it wasn't until later in the 19th century that it was really taken up. It was first isolated in 1820, but it wasn't until a few years later that people realised that it had these properties that stopped you from getting malaria. Why didn't the empires of France and Germany and Britain and Portugal, why didn't they spread all over the world, all at once? Like, why was it that some places around the world were taken over? Like the Dutch took over South Africa, the British took over Australia, the French took over what would eventually be Canada. The British took over North America, the Spanish took over like a lot of South America. One of the problems that they had in doing things in Africa was whenever whitey turned up in their size 10s, they would invariably die of some kind of tropical disease, and malaria being the big one. And at the time, they didn't know that it was transmitted by mosquitoes, but they found that the quinine was quite a good way of stopping people from dying of malaria. So people have their daily quinine, which ended up being gin and tonic. Gin and tonic comes as a result Indian tonic water as a way of getting people to take their bitter medicine, because gin and tonic's pretty bitter, isn't it? So then in the 1880s, the richest people in the world got together and said, we need to exploit the shit out of Africa, and we can go there now because we've got this magical protective spell called quinine. We don't know how it works or what spreads malaria, but we won't be able to get this malaria if we take our quinine. And that really triggered the scramble for Africa. But there was a bunch of other factors as well. It's not the only one. But one of the big pushers for the scramble for Africa was King Leopold II of Belgium. Belgium was a new country. It was trying to establish itself amongst these ancient powers of Great Britain and France and Spain, places that have been around for centuries, if not millennia. Whereas Belgium was kind of a place that was smushed together from a bit of Holland, bit of the Netherlands, bit of France, bit of Germany. So the Leopold said, "Listen, let's carve up Africa amongst ourselves and let's go mad." So they did, They did. They went absolutely crazy in every country in Africa. You can look at the map now. I'll tell you, was pretty much taken over by colonial powers. So let's go through them, shall we? Well, while we're here, now that you're listening and learning, Morocco was taken over by the French. Western Sahara taken over by the Spanish. Algeria taken over by the French. Tunisia taken over by the French. Libya taken over by the Italians. Egypt taken over by the British, or they turned it into a protectorate. Mauritania, French. Mali, French. Niger, French. Chad, French. Sudan, British. Eritrea, Italian. Djibouti, French. Senegal, French. The Gambia, British. Cape Verde Islands over here. Hello, Cape Verde. Hello. Hello. Cape Verde, Portuguese. Guinea-Bissau, Portuguese. Guinea, French. Sierra Leone, British. Liberia, American. Monrovia is named after their president, James Monroe. Cote d'Ivoire. We'll get into Sierra Leone and Liberia because they're quite interesting. Cote d'Ivoire, clearly taken over by the French. Burkina Faso, taken over by the French. Ghana, taken over by the British. Togoland, as it was then, taken over by the Germans. Burkina Faso was German. Upper Volta, yes, clearly. It was German. Nigeria, taken over by the British. Cameroon, taken over by the British and the French. Central African Republic, taken over by the French. South Sudan was part of Sudan, taken over by the British pretty much. Ethiopia was the only country in Africa that was not colonized. It was invaded by the Italians under Mussolini in the 1930s, but it was occupied, but it was never colonized. And it was known as Abyssinia back then. Djibouti, French was French. That's French Somalia. Somaliland here in the north of Somalia. British Somalia proper was, if you want to call it that, was Italian. Equatorial Guinea was Spanish. Gabon, French. Sao Tome and Principe was Portuguese. Republic of Congo was French. Democratic Republic of Congo was Belgian. Rwanda and Burundi were German. Tanzania was German. Uganda was British. Kenya was British. Madagascar was British, and then it was French. They swapped Zanzibar for it, but yeah, that was Madagascar was a French protectorate, if you like. Mauritius was British and French joint owned, so still people in Mauritius. I think they speak in English and they read in French or something mad like that. And then you've got Angola, which was Portuguese. DRC obviously was Belgian. Zambia and Zimbabwe, they at the time were known as North Rhodesia and South Rhodesia, and they were British. Namibia was Southwest Africa, and that was German. South Africa was Dutch originally, and then the British turned up and they had the Boer War. Lesotho and Eswatini were kind of left to their own devices a little bit, but they were both kind of taken over by the British. They were turned into a protectorate. I think Mozambique was Portuguese. Malawi was, that's a question for you. Malawi, I think Malawi was a British place. It used to be called, there's a question for you. What was Malawi used to be called? The capital's called Lilongwe. Nyasaland. It was known as Nyasaland back in the days, back in the shimmering days of old. Let's have a look to see if we can find. I need to south. Namibia, that's pretty south, isn't it? Zambia, Zimbabwe. Okay, so Mozambique. That's Namibia. Mozambique. Plan your time. Okay. Malawi. I'm pretty sure Malawi was British, but I'm just going to check. It might have been German for a bit. Mozambique. Oh my God. Malawi. There we go. Let's see. Find your time. 10 days of travel. Getting around. I don't want to get around. I want to know about Malawi. Tell me about Malawi. Tell me about the history. Oh, do you know what? These Lonely Planets used to be bloody fantastic for history. I'm not taking the history section out, so you can't just sit on the couch and read the history of the place before you turn up. Malawi, there we go. Malawi, history. The most famous explorer to reach this area was David Livingstone. He reached Lake Malawi in September 1859, naming it Lake Nyasa. His Nyasa, Nysaa. His death in 1870 1773 inspired a legion of missionaries to come to Africa, bringing more civilized principles of commerce to Christianity. In 1889, Britain allowed Cecil Rhodes' British South Africa Company to administer the Shire Highlands, and the British Central Africa Protectorate was extended to include land along the western side of the lake, what was called Lake Nasser, but now called Lake Malawi. Yeah, so basically it was colonial rule brought with it an end to slave traders and into tribal conflicts, but it also brought a whole new set of problems. So yeah, it was British. Sorry for going on a little bit of a tangent there, but I just want to show you like just how many places in Africa were ruled by other people. Now, Dr. Livingstone, I presume, the guy who said that was a guy called Henry Stanley, and King Leopold II of Belgium. He paid for Stanley to travel down the length of the Congolese River, or the Congo River, of the Congo River, and actually map it all out and find out what riches were there. And he reported back to King Leopold and said, "There's a fuckload of things. You throw a stick in the ground, and it grows." Huge rubber plantations were envisaged because rubber was the thing that we needed in the West at the time. The vulcanization of rubber had revolutionized not just Wellington boots, but also they were used for the tires of cars, which was a new big thing in the 1890s. So obviously the king of Belgium wanted as much of that as possible. And so the king of, when I went through all the different countries in Africa there and told you who was the colonial power in those places, right? The Democratic Republic stands out because it wasn't run by a country for many years. It was run by a person. It was run by King Leopold II, and he ran the place brutally, absolutely brutally. And that millions of Congolese people died, were murdered, slaughtered by the overlords of the Congo. I won't go into some of the horrible things that happened, but believe me on this one, if someone makes a movie about this, it will be one of the most traumatic films ever made for people. I wish someone would make a good movie of King Leopold's ghost. I don't know if they have already, but that's a really good book about what went down in the Congo. Also, Tim Butcher with Blood River, well worth a read to find out what happened in this place. But it is a dark history. And so related to Britain, we can't get away from the fact that the King of Belgium used the report given to him by Stanley, the journalist who met up with King Livingstone, with Dr. Livingstone. He used him to, and he gave the information to King Leopold to do what he did, to invade this nation. Well, it wasn't a nation at the time. It was just people getting on with their lives in their own little habitations. And then suddenly the Belgians turn up, and it went downhill very, very fast. And it was actually a shipping clerk in Antwerp, a British guy who was working in Antwerp, who noticed that I think it was Antwerp, he noticed that all these ships were coming back from the Congo, just laden with riches, and they were getting empty and then going back empty. And he went, "There's something going on here." And he and other people managed to unearth the reality of what was happening in the Democratic Republic of Congo. There were missionaries based out there, Christian missionaries, who couldn't believe what they were seeing. And in the 1900s, as in the first decade of the 20th century, there was a concerted effort to tell people around Europe what was actually happening in the Belgian Congo. And public pressure became so acute that King Leopold was forced to give up his running of the Democratic Republic of Congo. But then he decided, the Belgian authorities decided that even though they took the Belgian Congo off him, they would still run it as the Belgian Congo, and they didn't do much of a better job. And I have to tell you this now, because this is really, really grim. In the 1950s, in Belgium, there was a zoo, a human zoo. Yeah, they got people from the Congo, and they set them up in like mud huts and got them to play act being Congolese people, so that the decadent metropolitan elite of Brussels could turn up with a little umbrella over their shoulder or whatever, and watch the native Congolese in a reenactment of their native environment, you know, giving them sticks and stones and rudimentary flints for lighting fires and stuff. It was an excuse to laugh at, make fun of, and feel superior to people who were living in the Congo. It was an absolute fucking disgrace from top to bottom. And to this day, I don't think that Belgium has made enough reparations in terms of its relationship to the Democratic Republic of Congo. I don't know. Maybe they have. Maybe you could argue that they have. I don't want to argue that. But if you go to the Democratic Republic of Congo, people aren't asked about it anymore because a lot of people don't know. They don't know what happened. You know? But when I talk about reparations being paid from rich countries to countries that were exploited to make those countries rich, this is first and foremost in my mind. You know, that the amount of money that could be invested in Congo, but instead we give charity, we don't give investments. And we've got to stop doing that, you know. Africa, the great continent of Africa has so much wealth. It's ridiculous. It's a beggar sitting on a throne of gold. And it's only kept that way because of the way that the global price on gold works for the gold mines. Global price on diamonds is set by De Beers. The fact that we need to get this coltan, this Colombo tantalite, I think it's called, which is a mineral that they get out the ground in the Democratic Republic of Congo. That's in every single person's smartphone. It's in your laptop. It's in your computer. It's in your TV. And it's a really, really sad story. It's a really, really sad story. And it's about to get a bit sadder, I'm afraid. I'm sorry for bringing everyone down talking about this, but, it's what happened. So I'm just going to flick through to Central, that's North, Sudan, Morocco, Sudan, Egypt. That's North. That is North. This book, this Africa book, isn't in alphabetical order. It is not in alphabetical order. It's in the order of regions, which is handy because it means that you can rip your book into if you want to travel around. So I'm going to give you a quick potted history of the Great World Wars, two of them, of Congo. So there. Congo got independence in 1960 under Patrice Lumumba, who was swiftly assassinated, and because they were moving too close to the Soviet Union for Western powers to like. So Mobutu Sese Seko took over after assassinating Lumumba, and renamed the country Zaire, and embarked on a campaign of Africanization, with people dropping their Christian names, and suits giving way to the abacos, the Congolese version of the Mao jacket that people were supposed to wear in communist China. Still do, actually. I think that isn't that kid on the front cover of the China Lonely Planet. Isn't he wearing a Mao jacket? Where's China? China. There you go. Isn't that one of the jackets? Is that it? I don't know. I think that's it. Anyway, proving himself to be though Mobutu himself was far from being a communist, aligning himself firmly with the US camp. Obviously, he wanted to get the money from America, and America was happy to provide him with the money because they didn't want communism in this country in Africa. That had nothing to do with them. Proving himself to be even more competent than Leopold, Mobutu duly turned corruption and squandering the state resources into an art form, totaling up to more than $2 billion in US loans over a 30-year period and printing money as if it was going out of fashion. He became legendary for his Marcus de Sade style extravagance, style extravagance, stuffing more than $5 billion into Swiss bank accounts and hiring Concorde to take him on shopping trips to the Champs-Elysees. Indeed, so rife was his administration with conniving and nepotism that writer Michaela Wrong invented a new word to describe his spectacular style of state mismanagement, kleptocracy. There's a book by Michaela Wrong that I've read. I want to say that it's called The Leopard of Africa. I think that's what it's called, and it's about Sisiku. The Leopard of Africa, or is it the Wizard? No, that there's the Wizard of the Nile, which is about which is about what's his name? Kobe, whatever his name was. You know, Comey, Joseph Comey. You know, the guy that said like the Get Comey campaign. I don't know if that's what it was called. Michaela Wrong. The Footsteps of Mr. Kurtz, Brink of Disaster, It's Our Turn to Eat, The Leopard, yeah. In the Footsteps of Mr. Kurtz, that's the name of the book, by Michaela Wrong, chronicles the rise and fall of Zairian President Mobutu Sese Seko, who was famously known as the Leopard. I just want... Let's just look at the books that she's written, because I don't remember it being called that. I'll Turn to Eat, in the Footsteps of Mr. Kirk. I Didn't Do It For You. I've read that one as well. Yeah, it must have been In the Footsteps of Mr. Kurtz that I read. Yeah. Yeah, On the Footsteps of Mr. Kurt, Living on the Brink of Disaster in Mobutu's Congo. British journalist Michaela Wrong. It was published in 2000. So let's talk about, yeah. So indeed, yeah, so the term kleptocracy was invented by the journalist Michaela Wrong to talk about Mobutu Sese Seko and his the way he ran. I remember reading in a book about how once he was toppled, they turned up at the palaces and like the taps were just tin taps, but they'd been painted gold and everything was fake, and that nothing was plumbed in, nothing was wired up. It was all for the cameras. It was all to make it look like he lived in luxury, when actually all of it was fake. He lived in like basically a movie set. You know, you went round the corner and it was just like cardboard or something. But very much in the line of the current president, King, Emperor, God King, Emperor of America. You know, with gold everywhere, really tacky taste in everything. Listen to the rest of history episodes on the Belgians in the Congo. Yeah. Africans should be in control of Africa's food, future and trade. No one else, Europeans nor Chinese, says Comey, yeah, I agree. But it's why there should be money invested. Call it reparations or call it invested if you want. But there has to be an end to the system that we have now, where we have charities propping up dictatorships that are allowed to just get away with murder, and they don't have to worry about it because someone will come over from Europe or from China and sort it all out for them. It's got to stop. We've got to be more compassionate and smarter about how we do this. But Europe doesn't want Africa to rise, which I think is ridiculous, because if you allow Africa to grow and become a superpower in its own right, you're going to have more customers. You know, there's not many people buying Nissan Qashqais in the bloody Democratic Republic of Congo. But yeah, so let's talk about the Civil War, okay? With the sea of political change rippling across the world in the early 1990s, Mobutu finally got his comeuppance, backing the Hutu perpetrators of the 1994 Rwandan genocide, just to talk about how a civil war never stays within its borders, always tips over. Tutsis who supported enthusiastically. He enraged Zairian Tutsis who supported enthusiastically by Rwandan and Ugandan troops marched on Kinshasa in May 1996. Mobutu narrowly escaped capture by hitching a lift on a cargo plane to Togo and died 4 months later of cancer in Morocco. The new leader, Laurent Kabila, one-time confidant of Che Guevara. Che Guevara was in Congo in the 1960s. Not many people know that. Dashed any hope of early on by outlawing dashed any hopes early on by outlawing political opposition and renaming the country, with no apparent irony, the Democratic Republic of Congo, even though it was far from democratic or a republic. Proving herself every bit as corrupt as Mobutu, Kaliba took the madness a stage further by plunging the country into a civil war, setting his government against the very Tutsis he'd once claimed to represent. The conflict broadened when Rwanda and Uganda entered on the side of the Tutsi rebels, and Kaliba was only saved when Angola and Zimbabwe waded in with military support for the Congolese government. The DRC's second war started in 1998 and culminated with the assassination of Laurent Kabila in January 2001 by one of his own bodyguards. You know, one of the members of his secret service just turned around and said, "We're sick of you killing all our own people. We're going to get rid." Succeeded by his son Joseph, Kabila the younger couldn't have been more different from his incompetent father. English-speaking, Western-educated, and only 29 years old when he took power. Kabila too quickly set about presiding over a peace treaty that between the warring African factions that in 2002 paved the way for an all-party transitional government. Notwithstanding, the challenges facing the country are still huge. By 2003, the war had claimed more than 3.8 million lives. This was going on at the turn of the millennium, and I guarantee you heard bugger all about it on the news at the time. It displaced another 3.4 million people. But with the establishment of the DRC's second ever multi-party elections in July 2006, many hoped that a corner had been turned, or had it? The 2006 elections caused a stalemate between the incumbent Joseph Kabila and the opposition leader Jean-Pierre Bemba, with sporadic violence breaking out politically in Kinshasa. Kabila won the second round of the election in October 2006 with a landslide in the Swahili-speaking East. Meanwhile, cocooned in country, 17,000 UN soldiers, the world's largest peacekeeping force, continue to oversee a shaky and volatile security situation. For experienced Africa watchers, the DRC's future looks as uncertain as ever. Now, more up to date, this Africa Lonely Planet is, when is this published? This was from December 2024. So if I jump in and see what's happened in the last 15 years since that last update. Uganda, Tanzania, South Sudan, Republic of Congo. Here we go. Chad today, Democratic. Despite wild beauty and a compelling capital in Kinshasa, the country has been dogged by colonial exploitation and bad governance. So even now, oh no, this has got history in. Sorry, I'll take it back. There was supposed to be a fresh start when Kimbala the Elder was killed by his bodyguard. Sorry. I'm gonna touch my screen here. I'm going to touch my screen. There was supposed to be a fresh start. 2006 first proper elections in decades. Criticised by the elections in 2011. So that was after I was there. I was there in 2009. So I was there in that little gap of peace, love, and harmony. Were criticised by political observers and by the opposition 6 months later. Oh, by the way, the rumble in the jungle, you know, Muhammad Ali and George Foreman, that was in Kinshasa, which used to be called Leopoldville, but now it's known as Kinshasa. But 6 months later, the M23 rebels rose up in the eastern country, mostly made of Tutsi former soldiers, and the accusation goes, supported by Rwanda and Uganda, which still is in place today. That accusation. The M23 rebellion had collapsed by 2013, but more trouble was to come when Kabila attempted to change the constitution to extend his second term for the further 2 years. This led to violent protests in Kinshasa. Kabila was eventually defeated in 2018 elections by Felix Tshisekedi. Tshisekedi. In a peaceful transfer of power, Tshisekedi was re-elected in 2023. The challenges facing Tshisekedi are immense and include HIV infection, widespread corruption, militia activity in the east of the country around Goma and the borders with Uganda and with Rwanda and Uganda. DRC remains chronically underdeveloped, and roughly 600,000 Congolese people have left the country as refugees. Tshisekedi has asked for a review of mining contracts signed with the Chinese government, and at the COP26 climate summit in 2021, he pledged to reverse deforestation by 2030. So there you go. Saving the bonobos. That's another chapter. But yeah, I mean, I want to see proper investment in Africa, and I don't see why we shouldn't be doing that when we're the ones who fucked it up in the first place. And I know there's a lot of very posh people, rich people who say, "Well, why should I pay for the crimes of my ancestors?" It's like, well, because we live in a country that was built on the back of slavery and about colonial exploitation. And I do really feel like we should be given a little back. And the fact that overseas aid has been cut by the successive governments, by the Tories, and then even more by Labour, because we can't have overseas aid and a good military budget. You can have both; it's fine. But then, if you give enough in aid to these countries, they don't fall into tyranny, and you can trade with them, and they can buy stuff off you. And isn't that where you want to be? Isn't that where you wanted to be? For Team US wanted to cause trouble and collapse in the Middle East to prevent the Soviet weapons travelling to Africa via land, as any weapons sent through would be used on each other. Possibly. Tinkanese, this is why I'm no longer a liberal. Liberals claim that everyone is equal, yet look down on third world countries. Well, they're developing nations, not third world countries. We seem to forget that we wrecked those countries and wonder why they look to the Chinese. There's still more investment from Europe even now than there is from China in Africa, or more meddling, whatever you want to call it. Mike, hello. Had a good last day. Starting off my bright nod. I turn on the telly only to see the Magic Scouser is still going. Hey Mike, how you doing? I think the fear of a whole Africa comes from the Civil War. Team USSR wanted to get weapons to Africa, so that over 2/3 of the world were against the West. Yeah, I mean, that was a big propelling thing. And people talk about the US interfering in other countries, which they did. But the USSR did that as well. The USSR totally did that. So did Britain. So did we all. Anyway, that's the sad story of the Democratic Republic of Congo. Now, if you want to hear about my sad story about the Republic of Congo, which comes up next, I'm going to tell you about the time that I travelled through the Republic of Congo. I came over the border here at Nadine, and I went down here to Dalasi, right? So I'll just tell you this story because I was in the back of a meat wagon. It was full of raw meat. I had my feet on the skinned carcass of some animal, and there was a thing over the top, like a frame over the top of the back of this. It was open at the back, and we were going down a dirt track down this road here, and it was absolutely horrific. It was horrific. Not only was the dust getting kicked up into the back of this truck that I'm sitting there with a load of raw meat everywhere. There was also about 70 people clambered onto the frame of the truck, sitting on top of the truck, sitting underneath the truck, everywhere. The fumes, the what's it called? The exhaust, instead of going under the truck, came out the back of the truck cab and was supposed to go up in the air, but it's been sort of tilted, so it just gassed the people in the back of the truck. And I crossed the border from Gabon. Thought I could get away that day, couldn't, had to sit in this cafe. I was the only person in this cafe, and one wall wasn't a wall. It was actually just a row of speakers, the biggest speakers you've ever seen. Now, those speakers weren't loud enough for the people running the cafe, in which I was the only person in the cafe. So what they did was they turned the volume up so high that it distorted, so it's noise. Anyway, so I sat there and waited for the bus to come. It didn't come, so it also took me a long time to get across the border. I was there waiting at the border, and there was a flag. I was waiting. I got stamped out of Gabon quick time, and then I went over no man's land to the side of the border. That's the Republic of Congo, And I'm sitting there. I'm sitting at the flagstaff, and it's a concrete flagstaff, like steps going up, right? So I'm sitting on the step, and I've got my bag next to me. Doop 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 doop, sitting there having a good time, waiting patiently to be called in. Eventually, I'm called in, and I grab my bag, and as I look at my bag, right? So imagine there's my bag, right, and it's sitting on top of a step. It's quite a tall step because it's a step for a flagpole, right? So it's about probably like maybe 1.5 feet. Now imagine there's a spider whose legs are so wide that it takes the whole span of that step. That's like 1.5 feet. And that was literally sitting next to me. That was literally just there on the wall, on the. And I'm arachnophobic. No, thank you, Sari. So that was my introduction to Republic of Congo. And then I got stamped in, and I had to wait in this border town all day, and nothing came, so I had to stay the night. And in the morning, I'd asked the people I was staying with, can you let me know when the bus is leaving? And they said, oh yeah, it leaves at 9 o'clock or something. Right, okay. Cool, 9 o'clock. Up and at 'em, and I peg it to I'm asleep. I was asleep actually, and then I got woken up by the guy whose place I was staying at, the guest house, and he says, "Oh, it was a woman." She says, "You know, kind of get up in French. Your bus is leaving." And I literally had to just put my clothes on, right? Hadn't had a shower, hadn't had anything, hadn't had a wash. But you didn't really have a shower, you just had a bucket bath, you get scoop some bucket over your head. And I got that. Didn't have time for that. Literally had to throw my clothes on, leg it, backpack, leg it, get on this bus. It wasn't a bus. It was this fucking meat truck. So I'm on this meat truck, going down the road. I've got a handkerchief, well, not a handkerchief, I've got tissue over my mouth and nose, and I'm breathing on it. Took it away, and you can see all this dirt, all this like fumes and dust. And get another one. Running out of these bloody things, and going down, and then the bloody thing breaks down, doesn't it? Bloody thing breaks down. Bloody hell. So we're sitting there for hours while the people on the truck try and fix the truck. We're just all sitting on the side of the road. Eventually, a car comes, and I say to the guy in the car, it was a taxi, it was a shared taxi, bush taxi as they have over there. And I'm like, can I get on? Can I get in? He's like, yeah, but you'll have to share the front seat. I've done this before in Guinea. I've got a story about that. So I had to share the front seat with some other guy who would not give up the side of his side of the seat, because obviously he had the best side of the seat. I had to have one butt cheek on the brake, and in the back there was a lady who had a chicken, and we bumbled along the road till we got to Dolasi, which I'll show you here, which is Dolisi, I think it's called, and I spent the night in Dolisi. Oh no, I didn't. I did not. I lie. I didn't spend the night in Dolisi. There's a train line that used to come here. And I looked at when the next train to Kinshasa, to Brazzaville, the next train to Brazzaville was coming through, and it wasn't for any time soon. I think it was like next week or something. I'm sure they had a train line. Is that the train line? Yes, told you. Look, there's a train line. Told you there's a train line. Went to the train station. Went to the next train to the capital. I did that for a week. Okay, cool. So I had to take another vehicle. I was helped out by a doctor who was transgender. So she helped me get on the bus or whatever it was that I got to Lubombo. And then I had to stay there for the night. There was just nowhere else I could go. And then the next day, I managed to get up, and I got onto what you would call an articulated lorry, like with a big crate container on the back of it. And I decided that it would be a good idea to pay a little bit more so I could get a seat in the cab rather than sitting on top of the box. Right. Both were options. Graham stroke radioactive man, up and at 'em. Up and at them. China's investments are limited in scale, but where they're happening, locals are given work and better infrastructure. There are many issues, but better than the charity the West provides. Yeah, Drinkinator, I agree. We've got to stop thinking of it as charity, start thinking of it as investment, because then people on the other side will think of it as investment. You know, give us your plan. You know, give us your plan to make this place better, and then we'll invest in that. At the moment, we don't invest in people. We just don't. We just give them stuff. I don't think Ireland messed around in Africa. Well, Liam, yeah, there was a period there though where there were Irish people who worked for the British Empire, so like the Welsh in Rorke's Drift. You know, the people killing the Zulus in Rorke's Drift. A lot of them were Welsh; they weren't English, and a lot of people doing horrible things. Yeah, so I think like Ireland, although obviously Ireland never had its own empire, so to speak. It did. Irish people did travel and do horrible things because they regard themselves as British, you know, Unionists. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? But yeah, French. It's a delight, just French. Gare de l'Est. Gare de l'Est. Anyway, so de l'Est. Okay. So then I stayed the night in the Bubu, I think, and then got this bus and this not bus. What's it called? Articulated lorry, 18-wheeler, that all these people all over it, like people sitting on the roof of the container. And then we went along the N1 road here. N1, and it was really nice. And then there was, I was chatting away with people in there, my broken French, and they were chatting with me. And then when we got to, we got to here or somewhere, a soldier got on board with a gun, sat next to me, and we were having a great time and a good laugh, and he seemed like a top bloke. And then we were coming into Brazzaville here, and I think it might have been around Yanga or somewhere. The soldier got out, which was a shame, because I think that if he had stayed in the 18-wheeler, he would have made excuses for me when I got into Brazzaville, and I wouldn't have spent a week, 6 days in jail. Anyway, so then we came into Brazzaville, and I had just the most horrific journey. I mean, the day before, it just been horrible. I had managed to have a shower the night before I got into the bus, and the truck, and it wasn't too bad, I guess, the second day, but the first day was awful. Anyway, so getting to Brazzaville, I'm supposed to be meeting with my couch surf contact. We're going to go out for pizza and karaoke. I'm really looking forward to it. I'm tired. I've been I've been traveling for the last few days, down from Gabon, from Libreville, almost non-stop, and get to Brazzaville, right? And I'm pulled over by the fuzz, right, by the police. And you see this all over Africa. You got some guys at the side of the road. They've got some, fatigues that they've got from a thrift store or something, or been sponsored, hand-me-downs. And they've got an AK-47 always. And they've got a bit of string across the road with some tin cans on it. And they stop every car coming in. And they say, right, give us some money, right? So we stop, and they're like, getting some money off the driver and that, like it's normal. And then they're very intrigued to see me and, wonder what the hell I'm doing. And they think I'm a journalist, and I'm not a journalist. And they say, what are you doing? I'm just traveling through Africa. I'm traveling down from Morocco down to South Africa without flying. And I had a flight out of South Africa booked, because if anyone asked me coming into a country, are you going to leave? I said, yeah, I'm traveling down to South Africa. I'm going to fly out of there. I had no intention of using the flight, but I still booked it anyway. And they started looking at me tapes, and at the time I had like about 15. I had them like stacked up, because I hadn't been able to send any out for quite a while. And they say, oh, we want to see these things. So I put a tape in my camcorder, rewind it, because it's a tape, it takes ages. And I press play, and I'm interviewing a guy called Steve, who was a fishmonger at the Port Mole in Brazzaville, in Libreville, the capital of Gabon. And they decide that the guy I'm speaking to is Ali Bongo, not the children's musician from the magician from the 80s, Ali Bongo. This is the newly elected president of Congo. So they thought that I was a journalist who had interviewed this guy. And I'm like, it doesn't look anything like him. This is Steve. He's from Nigeria. He lives in Gabon. What are you talking about? And I got a bit shirty with them. They got a bit shirty with me. And I ended up getting put into the back of a car. I didn't know what was happening. I was just like, what's going on? Back of a car. They confiscated my phone. But this wasn't my first rodeo. It's the second time I've been arrested. So I had two phones. I had like Nokia 8124, whatever they're called, the shitty Nokias. I had two of them. So I gave my one with the local SIM card my Congolese SIM card, to the cops, and the one with my British SIM card in case of emergencies, which actually had a number that I could dial. I don't know if you can do this these days, but you could. When Twitter first started, it was restricted to 140 characters. The reason for that is because one of the ways you could send a tweet was by a text message on an old phone, this is before smartphones, or before the widespread adoption of smartphones. I think the first smartphones really came on the market in 2008. This is 2009. I'm traveling through Africa. Not many smartphones around, right? And I could just text a number. So I'm there. They take me to the police station, and they just leave me in a room for a second. And I just whip it out from my secret pocket, and I just text, "Help! Been arrested. Tell the British Embassy. In Brazzaville, Congo." And that went out onto my Twitter feed. And the guy I was supposed to be staying with saw that. He came into the police station. He tried to get me out of the situation. He's like, "No, they want to keep you here. They want to check your tapes." And I'm like, "Oh, for God's sake." At that point, I was taken into the room with the chief of police in the police station I was in. And he sat me down, gave me a whiskey, pulled out a bottle of whiskey from there. It was like something from film noir. Pulls out this bottle of whiskey, pours it out, and little tip for me. And he's like, "Tell me what you're doing," and I explain what I'm doing. And he's like, "Oh, you're traveling for charity. You are a good man. You are a good man." And I'm like, "Okay, thank you. Yeah, I'm raising money for Water Aid, and I'm traveling down there. I'm using public transport everywhere I go." And then he leaves me alone in this office all night, and I end up on this little tiny 2-seater couch and just sort of curl up on it to try and get some sleep. And then the next morning, bright and early, I'm woken up 6 in the morning or something, and taken out to a minibus. They wouldn't tell me where they were taking me, stuffed into the back of this minibus, and taken to this sort of police station that was kind of empty, this deserted police station with lots of empty cells and lots of rooms. I was left in a room in there for most of the day, and I still had my Vodafone had given me a little dongle to actually send messages out, and they gave me my phone back and everything. They gave me a laptop back, so I was sitting there, I was chatting to my then girlfriend on Skype in this room in this police station, and she's like, "What's happening?" I don't know. Just keep me here. I don't know what they want to do. And then they didn't kick open the door, but about 10 police officers, all like young lads, all burst into the room. I had to get off Skype really quickly and shut the computer down. And they told me to take my top off. They took my t-shirt, they took my shoes, my socks, they took my glasses. Couldn't see anything. They took my glasses and the hat and all of my stuff. And they pushed me into a jail cell and slammed the door. I was like, "What the hell?" There was a guy in there at first, the first 2 days, who was in Brazzaville. I think he was from Democratic Republic of Congo, and he'd come over to Brazzaville without the visa, so they were holding him. But he got out, and then the last few days it was just me on my own, ruminating on my brilliant script for Indiana Jones and the Heart of Darkness, in which it was based a little bit on Boys from Brazil, where these after the war in the 1960s. These old Nazis, they steal Hitler's remains from the KGB archives under the Winter Palace in St. Petersburg, and they take them to West Africa via the Eagle's Nest in Germany, in the Alps. Is the Austrian Alps the Eagle's Nest? I don't know, whatever. And then chase all through Northern Africa. Hello. Yeah, I've just finished my coffee actually. Now I'm okay for water. Unless, could you get me? Sorry to be a pain, but could you put some ice in it, or just pour it out and put some ice in, please? Hun? Oh, thank you. Thank you. See, I'm getting looked after now. They're back. They're back. I'm not on my own anymore. Yay. So yes. So yeah. Talking about my experience in Brazzaville. So yeah, I ended up spending another 4 nights there at the police in this police station in this cell. There was blood all over the walls. Came up with this idea for the Indiana Jones movie. They stole Hitler's remains, took him to West Africa, what used to be Togoland, to resurrect Hitler using voodoo, and they ended up putting Hitler's soul into Shia LaBeouf, Indiana Jones's son, and who I wanted to be played by a different actor because I don't like Shia LaBeouf, and people now like him even less, and eventually the MacGuffin in it is the dagger that Abraham was going to use to sacrifice his son Isaac. I think in the Bible, Indiana Jones has to take his son up to the top of the mountain in Togoland and pull out this dagger to get Hitler out of him. Yeah, it's a really cool film. I wrote the script and everything, by the way. Indiana Jones and the Heart of Darkness. I'll send it to you if you want to read it. But instead, they didn't make that. They made Indiana Jones and the bloody, what was it called? The Kingdom of the Great Compass Machine or something. Can't even remember what the last one was called. What was it? The Great Coin or something? The Doodad Machine? The MacGuffin? What was it called? The Dial of Destiny. That's the one. Bloody hell. That was like a TV movie, wasn't it? TV movie based on Indiana Jones. Mine was much better. I mean, mine had it had a car chase along the frozen river through St. Petersburg. The car chase on a frozen river. Come on, who doesn't want to see that? Yeah, we had a oh, hello, thank you, cheers. I had like a biplane battle. This is before, bloody, they just did that, didn't they, in the latest Mission Impossible movie? And we had a scrambler bike chase up a mountain. Oh, it's gonna be cool, man. Anyway, I came up with the idea while I was sitting there for 4 days on my own in this bloody cell, and eventually the honorary consul for the honorary consul of he was Belgian. Oh, his wife was Belgian. I don't think he was. I think he was French. He came and saw me because there wasn't a British diplomatic presence in Brazzaville. The British embassy was in Kinshasa, so if you needed some British support for whatever, you'd have to go over to Kinshasa from Brazzaville, and they're very close to each other. There's just a short boat ride away. I'll just show you that on the map there, just in case you don't know what I'm talking about. River Congo, separated by Brazzaville, separating Brazzaville, and Congo. North of it is the Republic of Congo, and the south of it is the Democratic Republic of Congo. The Congo. So he came in, he spoke to the chief of police. His wife came and spoke to me. She sat me down and she said, Graham, stop screaming and shouting, stop kicking the door, because at this time I was kicking the door, and it took a bunch of police officers and a crowbar to get it open. And she said, she made it very clear that they'll make it look like an accident. So after that, I was on my best behavior. And I was released the next day. Not that day, but the next day they finally released me. So there you go. I came out of the police station. I put my hat on. I lost my spork. They stole my spork. I'll never get over that. And they put a virus on my laptop. They also plugged something into my laptop that gave it a virus. Anyway, so I got out, went to the honorary consul's house, and was given my first real. I wasn't getting any food when I was in jail. I just had water, and I didn't even know if it was good water. I didn't get the squirts or nothing, but the toilet was just a squat toilet, and I had no shoes and socks on, so it would have been like standing in my bare feet, and there was no like running water or anything. It was horrific. And did all that. That was fun. And then I got out, and the first thing I had after I got out was a Bailey's by the swimming pool in the honorary consul's house. Then we went out for pizza, met up with the guys I was supposed to be staying with, the couch surfing. Had pizza with them. That was nice. And then the next morning, I stayed over at the Omni Consul's place, and the next morning, someone came over from the British Embassy in Kinshasa, picked me up, and take me over the river here. And that was just nice. And so that was one of the easiest entries into a country in Africa. She put me in a diplomatic bag, which is cool. What's the current record that will be beaten here? 45 hours and 45 minutes. It might be beaten. It might not be beaten. Might be beaten senseless. I don't know. We will have to see. We will have to see. So, what else have we got here? That's cheap. Just making sure that we are all on the same lines here. Yep. Okay. Right. So, I don't want to pretend that while, you know, these awful things were going on in the Belgian Congo, the French Congo was a lot better. I don't think it was. It was a little better. At least the Republic of Congo wasn't run as a private fiefdom by the leader of, or the king of France at the time, mostly because France didn't have a king. But I will make this point that the old French, what do you want to call it? The French Empire countries. Let's call it the Commonwealth of France, maybe. Gabon, Republic of Congo, Central African Republic, Chad, Niger, Mali, Burkina Faso, Benin, Togo, Senegal. A lot of these places are still under the... I mean, the French will still interfere. The French will turn up. Like, if there's a problem in Mali, the French army will turn up and try and sort it out. And so they're not entirely free. The only country that can claim to be entirely free, maybe, of French influence is Guinea down here, which, when asked whether, you know, it wanted to team up and be part of the sort of the Commonwealth of African former French states, or whatever they call it, said no, we'd rather be poor and free than rich and in chains. Unfortunately, Guinea has been run as a little narco state for quite a long time, so they're actually poor, and they're poor and in chains these days. 39 hours to go. Can't wait till winter. Winter only ended yesterday, says Cuthbert. It did indeed, for me anyway. It's 22 here. It's getting hot. It's getting hot in here for me. Anyway, so yeah, the Republic of Congo. I mean, it's a bit off the beaten track. Can I recommend it? Well, I suppose I can. The people I met were lovely. Coppers I met, not so good. Let's see what Lonely Planet has to say about it. A land of steamy jungles, hiding gorillas, forest elephants, and chimpanzees, the Republic of Congo is on the cusp of becoming one of the finest ecotourism destinations in Africa, boasting 3 excellent and little visited national parks with everything from luxurious safaris to bush camping is possible. And the main attraction to the alluring slice of Central Africa is raw, untrammeled call of nature. However, Congo-Brazzaville, as it's often called to distinguish it from the Democratic Republic of Congo south of the Congo River, also enjoys a pleasantly laid-back capital city in Brazzaville, some decent beaches on its Atlantic coastline, and the warm and welcoming Congolese culture. For those ready to heed the call of the wild, the Congo awaits, which is kind of cool. And what I will point out is there are people in the Republic of Congo. What they call it is the sappers. The sappers are group of a subculture in the cities of Brazzaville and Kinshasa. The sappers are members of La SAP, the Société des Ambianceurs et la Personnelle Élégance, a renowned fashion and cultural subculture centered in the cities of Brazzaville and Kinshasa. So I'll just show you some pictures here. Oh, what the hell is this? Why is it checking my settings? Okay, so these are the sappers. They were made famous, I think, by the there was a advert for Guinness that featured them. But there you go. There's the Sapeurs there, the Sapeurs of Brazzaville. I mean, just very, very cool gentlemen who spend a lot of money on how they look, dressing up as, a dandy, I guess, we will call them these days. I'm just trying to see if I can just make sure that this doesn't go over too much over the other side so you can't see what I'm talking about, because that would suck. There you go. Whatever. Whatevs. Let me just take that out there. There you go. So yeah, I just want to show you some pictures of Sapeurs. I saw some people dressed like this. I saw a guy standing at a doorway in just the most, he was an old guy and he was wearing this immaculate white suit with spats on his shoes. He looked absolutely phenomenal. There you go. These are the Sapeurs, very, very well-dressed people of Congo. It looks so cool. I wish I could dress like that. I wish I could get away with dressing like that. Mike Dix can. Mike Dix could dress like that all day long. Sorry for everyone watching on Twitch and on the TikTok. Sorry that happens. AI summary sharing stories about the Congo and the culture of the Sapeurs. Okay, so that's the Sapeurs. I suppose that is it for the Sapeurs. Where should we go next, everyone? What country? Evening, folks. What country are you up to? Congo. We're still in the ABCs. We've been going for 9.5 hours, and we're still going through the A, B, and C's. And that's not going to stop next because we have a lot more places to get to. Next up, we have the Cook Islands, which I particularly like because it is a place where they have what's it called? What's that stuff called? On the flag, they have like a little mini version of the Union flag. Now, I've never been to the Cook Islands, named after James Cook or Thomas Cook, one of the two. There's Rarotonga there, which is obviously I don't know, a volcano or something back in the day. Rarotonga, 15 droplets of land cast across 2 million square kilometers of wild Pacific blue. The Cook Islands are simultaneously remote and accessible, modern and traditional. So this is I think these are all the Cook Islands. Let me have a look. Yeah, Rarotonga. Yeah, it goes north. So yeah, so there's the northern group, and there's French Polynesia over there. Okay, so Cook Islands, Palmerston. Palmerston Atoll. In fact, there are some more islands to the north here. There's an island. Is that an island there? Is that a Saguaro? Yep, Saguaro. And there's more islands to the north. Wow. Is that what was this? Nassau. Okay. I thought that was in the Bahamas. So if you're watching on some other platform other than whatever this is, then you might not know what's going on. If you're watching on some other platform, I'm looking in the Pacific Ocean at the Cook Islands. So it doesn't have the demarcation. It's really annoying. Oh yes, no, that's the international date line, isn't it? It's a bit annoying they don't have the demarcation of where places are. Anyway, so with a strong cafe culture, a burgeoning organic and artisan food scene, and a handful of clubs and bars, Rarotonga, this is the main island, lives confidently in the 21st century, but beyond the island's tourist buzz and contemporary appearance, it's a robust culture, firmly anchored in traditional Polynesian values and steeped in oral history. So the Cook Islands, I didn't go there. It's not a member of the United Nations. It's its official language is English, and it is kind of run by New Zealand. So yeah, same with Niue, which we'll come to later. That's run by New Zealand, and Cook Islands and French Polynesia is run by, I don't know, Germany or something. Yeah, whereas Tonga is independent, Fiji's independent, Norfolk Island isn't independent, American Samoa is not independent, But we got Samoa there, which is independent. Wallis and Futuna is not independent. It's part of France, but I've been to Wallis and Futuna. Been to both of those places. Nearly died in Futuna. Tell you that story. I was saved by my underwear. True story. We'll get into that later. Okay, so the Cook Islands, little group of islands named after James Cook, the explorer. And it's miles away, absolutely miles away from New Zealand. It's probably 1,000 kilometers. God, Jesus Christ. No, Graham, it's 3.5 kilometers away. 3.5, sorry, 1,000 kilometers away. 3,500 kilometers away. But it's still run by New Zealand for some reason. Trusting your life in a big wooden tour powered by hemp cloth and wind, where anything floating on the surface of the ocean was international underwater and the world symbol for food. One of my ancestors was a famous pirate in the golden age of piracy and went out like a champ, killed by grape shot. His men cut down the sail, weighed it down, and chucked him overboard. Yikes. Yeah, so, piracy, a bit of piracy, a bit of infamy. Infamy, they've all got an infamy. We'll go on to the next country now. Not much to say about Cook Islands. I mean, it's a part of Polynesia, strong Polynesian culture there, and worth checking out. Cook Islanders love to dance, and reputed to be the best dancers in. Oh my God, I'm still nowhere near finishing the season. The best dancers in Polynesia. By the way, if you want to know the difference between your Polynesias, and your Melanesias, and your Micronesias, okay, so I'm going to just give you a little crash course here. Polynesias means many islands, so this is it. French Polynesia, and it comes across here to Fiji, which is arguably part of Polynesia. Then if we go over here to Solomon Islands, Papua New Guinea, arguably Vanuatu, New Caledonia, that's part of Melanesia. Melanesia, as in melanin, means people with dark skin. So that's the area of people with dark skin. And then up here in the Northern Mariana Islands and Micronesia, it means many, means tiny islands, small islands. So poly means lots, Micronesia means lots. So that's in the North Pacific here. So North Pacific, Micronesia. South Pacific, Polynesia. South Pacific, near Australia, Melanesia. Okay, you got your E's just right. You've got them all covered. Cool. So next up, we have to go to somewhere where I know very, very well. In fact, I was there just last month. No, the month before. No, the month before that. I was there in March. Yeah. So God, was that only 2 months ago? It was, wasn't it? Jesus Christ. Feels like a long time ago. Anyway, so here we have Costa Rica, one of my favorite countries in the world. Absolutely incredible. Biodiversity up the wazoo. They've just elected a bit of a gobshite as the leader. Places do that, don't they? But it's always been known as the Switzerland. This is an expression that's just used too much. The Switzerland of Central Asia. Central Asia? Sorry, what's wrong with me? Central America. Sorry. If I say the wrong thing, let me know in the chat. What's happening there? Welcome to Graham David Hughes' chat room. Hello. If someone wants to go over to the Twitch account and send me a message on Twitch, so I know that's still going out on Twitch. I do worry about this stuff. And has anyone seen it on TikTok? Is anyone TikToking there? What happened there? Someone rang a bell. So next up, Costa Rica. The rich coast. Well, you sometimes hear. Sorry, I'm eating. Someone's got to. You sometimes hear about this idea that Columbus never stepped foot on America proper, and he never went to the United States of America. But his explorations, he went to the New World 4 times, and his explorations just didn't take him to Dominican Republic and the Bahamas and stuff. He also went to here in Costa Rica. He went to Limon, and then he went down the coast to Bocas del Toro. And the reason why this island here is called Isla Cananero is because that means careening, and that's where Christopher Columbus and his men put their ships onto the beach there and scrape the barnacles off the bottom of the ships. And if you'll notice, this is called Colon Island up here, and down here is Isla Cristobal. Cristobal Colon, put them together, that's the Spanish name for Christopher Columbus, Cristobal Colon. And if you zoom in just off the coast of Cristobal Island there's Ginger Island. That's my island. Did I mention I've got an island there? Did I mention there's an island? Look, there's a lovely little island. Look at that cute little island in the shape of South America. I love the way my island is shaped like South America. I think that's really cool. Anyway, so Bocas del Toro is there. So at some point in the distant past, in the 1490s, the Christopher Columbus came to Bocas del Toro and Limon. So Puerto Limon is grim. It's horrible. I wouldn't recommend it. It's really funny how I go to Limon. I say it's really grim and horrible. I get this wonderful picture of a waterfall when actually the town itself is just. Or maybe it's just because I've only really seen the bus station and it's not a nice part of town. I don't know. But Puerto Viejo down the coast is a lot nicer. Beautiful place. And also San Jose, the capital, is a really cool place to visit. There's a lovely park in the middle of it. There's an old town to walk around. It's a wonderful place. And then you've got these just fantastic places to go and see. Lots of national parks, lots of taking looking after the environment very seriously. Same as Panama in that you know it's against the law to chop down mangroves. They come down like a ton of bricks on people flouting law when it comes to environmental standards. Costa Rica, all trails lead to waterfalls, misty crater lakes, or jungle-fringed deserted beaches. Explored by horseback, foot, or kayak, Costa Rica is a tropical choose-your-own-adventure land. Rainforest hikes and brisk high-altitude trails, rushing whitewater rapids, and world-class surfing, Costa Rica offers a dizzying suite of outdoor adventures for every shape and size. Honestly, it is wonderful. You can go up to the hot springs of the volcan Aranel. Also, San Jose, like it's the cultural heart of Costa Rica. It's just a really lovely place. The Park Nacional Manuel Antonio. That's swaying palms, playful monkeys, all that kind of stuff. And the Pura Vida, the pure life, is more than a slogan that rolls off the tongues of the Ticos, which is what people from Costa Rica are called, and emblazoned souvenirs. It's a laid-back tone in which is constantly uttered. The phrase is the bona fide mantra for the Costa Rican way of life. Perhaps the essence of pure life is something better lived than explained. But hearing Pura Vida again and again while traveling across this beautiful country as a greeting, standing for goodbye, and cool, an acknowledgement of facts makes it evident that the concept lives deep within the DNA of the country. Can't recommend Costa Rica enough. If you ever come to visit me in Panama, you're very welcome. If you look at the map here, Panama City is there. And if you want to get to Panama City, you've got to go here. You've got to go to David, and then you've got to go through this jungle road here to get to Bocas del Toro. So you're looking at, let's write that down so don't forget it, 477 km. And then if you go from San Jose, you just need to go to, hey! I hate it when it does that. I thought that was going to hit my face then. You go to San Jose, measure the distance. You got to go a little bit north to go south. And then you go down here. You come across the border there at Sixayola, and then down. So it is almost half the distance. So what I always recommend, if you're going to come in overland, if you're not going to fly in from Panama City. If you've got money, that's great, you know, but bonza for you. Please, you know, fly. But if you don't have the money to fly, get the coach from San Jose to you can't get one all the way to Bocas del Toro. You get it to the border and then get another bus to the to Bocas del Toro. But it's a lot faster. It's a lot faster than getting the bus from Panama City. Anyway, so that's what I normally do. I normally fly into San Jose. So I've been to San Jose now, God, a dozen times, probably more than a dozen times. So I know it quite well. Look, they stayed in La Fortuna as well. Just a lovely, lovely part of Costa Rica, waterfalls, and just lots and lots of wonderful tropical experiences, and the flora and fauna in Costa Rica is to die for. It is absolutely amazing. Anyway, chat, has anyone ever took part in a world record attempt? Ask Moonwolf. Ooh, don't know. The word occult just means hidden. It does. That's very true. Hidden knowledge. I don't know. I have. It's got a Guinness World Records. I've got 2 actually. If you're watching on TikTok, hello, you can see my 2 Guinness World Records. Actually, you can see a bit more on the old Twitch there. Is anyone on Twitch? Yeah, Twitch is still working at 18:44. God, getting ahead of myself. Well, that's cool. That's very cool. So we're coming up to the 10th hour of this. The 10th hour of us sitting here talking about nonsense. I'm talking nonsense. About every country in the world in alphabetical order. The reason we're doing this is I'm trying to set a Guinness World Record where I stay up for 48 hours and explain my way around the world. I'm allowed to take a 5-minute rest break every hour, and I can bank them. So I'm banking them up now. So I've obviously done how many hours? 10 hours. What's 10 times 5? 50. So I can actually take a 50-minute break if I want to. But I don't know what I'm going to do. I've got a couch back there. I could go for a sleep on the couch at some point after staying up all night. I might do that for 1 hour, and you can watch me sleep. Would that be? Do you want to watch me sleep like Truman in the Truman Show? I'm sure you do. But last time I tried to put the Hughes the World intro on, it didn't work. So I'm not going to bother this time. I'm just going to turn off my mics. And go to the loo. So I'll be back in a moment. Just going to the loo. Take a note of the time, everyone. As soon as I go, 18, 51, 49. Okay, let's go. I'm doing it. Let's go. 49. Hello, I'm back. Right, what time is it? 18:53, 18:03, and what was that? Was that 5 seconds I was back? I don't know, something like that. Scribble that down on me notes. Go away, you. Okay, taking part another in the summer. Woof. So what was that? It's about a minute, 90 seconds, was it? Take that off my my allowance for taking time away. Take it off. You don't need it. Yes. So I'm just reading some comments that Sean's made about private schools. You know, I like talking about that. Right, I feel like I've had enough ginger nuts at this point. We're now coming up to 10 hours of almost continuous streaming. And this is the time I'm going to have to break open the pistachios, because pistachios are awesome. There's 2 types of people in the world. There are those who like pistachio nuts, and there are those people who are wrong. Simple as that. Chat, please support Graham. Donate to the Good Law Project. It's the pinned comment. Yes, please do. I shall mention that more. Feel free to remind me if I don't remind you. Pistachios are just the best. Still energized, Gray. Hell yeah. Ding on. I'm in my element. I'm sitting here talking bollocks about every country in the world. Graham, you're nuts. What? My ginger nuts. Where are we, by the way? Ooh, okay. Just seeing the next book I could pick up. By the way, obviously this is under G, but there are certain places in the world that it's hard to get. So, right, obviously you could buy a copy of the world, right? I'll touch you everywhere. But if you get a copy of Africa, that's cool. But this particular copy doesn't have the Seychelles or the Maldives. Or, well, it wouldn't have the Maldives, too far away. Or Mauritius, or it's got Madagascar, but it hasn't got Comoros. So how do you get Comoros? I've got another copy of Africa with that. But then you've got places like Georgia, Armenia, and Azerbaijan, which are kind of... you wouldn't put that in Europe on a shoestring because it's a bit out of Europe. But it's part of Europe. This is confusing. It's not counted as Europe. If you try to visit every country in Europe in 3 weeks without flying, they're not counted. Technically, they're the Caucasus. They get lumped together. But then, you know, this kind of annoys me that they don't do like a book for the Indian subcontinent, right? Which I think they should do. So you've got to buy all the books for the Indian subcontinent separately. So there's a separate book for India, there's a separate book for Nepal, there's a separate book for Bhutan, there's a separate book for Bangladesh, a separate book for Sri Lanka, and a separate book for Pakistan. You can't just buy a compendium with them all in, which I think is ridiculous because you can do that for other parts of the world, like Southeast Asia. Famous Southeast Asia on a shoestring, the book that started it all. So yeah, it's funny, like you can get the entire continent of Africa in one book. But then in Asia, if you want to get a guide to every single country in Asia, you can't just buy Lonely Planet Asia. It doesn't exist. And I can understand not having India or China, but I think that's the problem. It's like, well, if we have Asia, we've got to have India and China, and they deserve a book to themselves because they're massive countries. I get that. But it's a bit annoying now. Oh god, that one tasted horrible. I think that one had gone off. Oh. If I die on camera, it's because I ate a bad pistachio nut. But yeah, Russia is in Europe on a shoestring. I mean, European Russia, which is the bit on our side of the Ural Mountains. But yeah, and you know, the USA and Canada, you gotta get 2 separate books. Okay, they're big countries. I'll let you off. But yeah, having to get a separate book just because you're going somewhere off a beaten track kind of annoys me, especially if you're traveling around. It'd be better if you just had one book. So if I was in charge of Lonely Planet, right, I'd have, because you can buy a Central Asia book, but it doesn't include Pakistan, which is weird. So I don't know. It's good stuff there. Oh, it doesn't include Afghanistan either. He proves it by getting Central Asia out. Yeah. So Central Asia book. Oh wow, look at this. The Ministry of look at that. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Uzbekistan. Cool. There we go. Wow. There you go. That's me getting on the bus to Nukus. Kungrad to Nukus, the bus. Tashkent to get the train to Tashkent. I love it when you look at old books and it's got your notes in from your travels. This is really cool. Oh wow. There's a photocopy of my visa for Kazakhstan. It's quite cool. Anyway, so this is Central Asia, and it's got Kazakhstan, Uzbekistan, Kyrgyzstan, Tajikistan, Turkmenistan, but it haven't got Afghanistan. So, Lonely Planet people, just do a little. You don't even need to do a lot for Afghanistan. It would just help to have a map in there, you know, instead of having to literally travel with a separate book
for Afghanistan. You know? Just saying. I guess it's hard to group stuff. I don't know. Then you've got Taiwan, Korea, Japan. They need separate books as well. It's kind of annoying. But I'm going to put some books back now because obviously I don't need my Afghanistan book anymore. Woo! Yeah. One country that I didn't do because I'm going to come to it as separate countries. There's Britain. That's a really old travel survival kit for Britain, which is really cool. I used to love this because it's old school. This is like 1997. This is from 1997. So this was what Britain looked like when I was 18, which is really cool. And I've also got this really old copy of London, Lonely Planet. This is super old. This is the first edition. This is 1998. And what this has, oh God, it's got a tube map. It's got a tube map inside it from 2020. Oh wow, 2023. I must have used my guidebook at some point. But if I remember rightly, they have a wonderful map in here. Or am I just making this up now? Am I going mad in my old age? I thought they had a map. Oh, there it is. Phew. God, I thought I was just making it up. You see that, right? That's a London tube map, right? But like geographically, obviously that's the diametric one by Harry Beck. But that is the tube line, so you can see where they go in London. Look at that. I'll show that to the people watching there. I don't know if you can see that. Yeah, there you go. There you go. I'll show it to the people over here. Look, it's an overlap. I love that. That's in my London. Obviously, that tube map's a bit out of date. It doesn't have the extension to the Northern Line. Oh my God, it's actually got the Jubilee line under construction. We used to tell a joke, you know, the Queen Mum died in 2002, just before the Queen's Golden Jubilee. There was a joke that went around that what's the difference between the Underground and the Queen Mum? The Underground got an extension for the Jubilee. But yeah, that's before they were making it, because obviously they were taking it around to do the Millennium Dome and stuff like that. So that's old school map. And obviously there's no Elizabeth Line there. Heathrow Terminal 1 is still in existence. Oh, back in the day. Ooh, actually. Oh, it's also got the East London line, which is part of the Overground now. But yeah, the East London line, which used to be an underground line, but it isn't anymore. But yeah, that used to run from New Cross up to Shoreditch occasionally when it could be asked. That is really cool. It's got the Jubilee line and it's got under construction written on it. You know, London gets loads of nice things. This is why London gets all these nice things and we don't. So yeah, let's try and get rid of some more of these books. I'll leave Georgia there for the moment. Obviously, I'll come back to Africa. I won't come back to China. Europe on a shoestring. We need that to stay. Canada, Bangladesh, Australia. I'm made up. That's got the map of like where I went written in biro along the coast there. You can see where we went across there. In Australia. Australia. There we go. So yeah, Costa Rica, Central America, on a shoestring. What does this say about Costa Rica? Costa Rica highlights. The bellowing of howler monkeys echoes across the treetops. Lovely. Okay, so put that over there. I'll come back to that. Diz, remind Graham to restart the YouTube at 8:30. Yeah, hopefully hopefully my phone should go. How many countries did you visit in Africa? Asked Moonfleet. All of them. All 54. Well, I went to 54 countries, 53 plus the Western Sahara, which is not a country recognized by the UN, but it does have a seat on the African Union. When I visited Africa the first time in 2009, in the first year of my journey, there were 54
UN states of Africa. I had to go back because in 2011 I was still traveling and South Sudan became a country in its own right. So I had to go back to Africa, which I'll get to when I get there. Right. So that's Costa Rica. All good. We are, I don't know. Are we a quarter of the way through this book? I think we are. I think we're making progress, making steady progress. If you're ever in Costa Rica and a howler monkey is in the tree and you're trying to get a good photo of them or a bit of footage, video, right? Don't go too close, right? Just don't go too close because they shit in the hand and throw it at you. Like some reform politicians. Okay, so next up we are going to see the Ivory Coast, or Côte d'Ivoire, as it's known. So we'll zoom out from that part of the world, and we'll go alphabetically to Côte d'Ivoire. Yamoussoukro is the capital. Another Y capital. So there's Yaoundé, Yerevan, and Yamoussoukro, which is the capital of Côte d'Ivoire. Weirdly, because Abidjan should be the capital, it's the biggest city by a mile. It's really developed. I stayed in Abidjan. I stayed in a penthouse apartment and stayed in a really gorgeous apartment in Abidjan. Loved it. Côte d'Ivoire is a beautiful country. Fantastic food. Absolutely fantastic food. A trait that it shares with Ghana next door. But when I actually came over the border in 2009, I had to take the I had to cross the border because of where the border crossing was. So I came across from Liberia, and if you notice here, there's not really a road. There's the border there. There's not really a road until you get to Nazu here. Nazu. Oh no, that's actually if you're coming in from Guinea. So the border here. I mean, there's not much there. Oh. Are we due a confetti blast then? Oh, yeah, overdue a confetti blast. Here you go. Confetti! Woo! Yay! Confetti! Thank you so much, Saz. Confetti! Yeah, we got, what was I going to say? Yeah, we're talking about the border. So I don't know where I crossed the bloody border. Where did I cross the border? Do you know what? I've got maps where I've managed to plug in all of my coordinates, all my million coordinates that I got, because I had a little GPS tracker that took my position every 15 seconds. And so I could find out the exact point that I crossed over the border from Liberia into Côte d'Ivoire. I think it was, yeah, Danan. Yeah, this is where I crossed. Yeah, frontier, Liberia. And then it was just a dirt track. I couldn't even call it a road. Yeah, you can see it here. And I was perched on the back of a motorbike. That was the only way to get to Danan from the border. But this area here was all at the time run by the rebels against the government. So North Côte d'Ivoire and South Côte d'Ivoire were having some kind of like civil conflict. And so I had to come in. And so this area was being run by the anti-government forces. And I had to cross over into the place that was run by the government. I don't know. Well, whatever happened, I survived. That's the main thing, I guess. But yes, Côte d'Ivoire, obviously French colony, going back a long way. Beautiful country, great football players in Côte d'Ivoire. Côte d'Ivoire is a stunner, shingled with starfish-studded stands, palm tree forest, and roads so orange they resemble strips of bronzing powder. A true tropical paradise. Oh, we got some food coming! Hurrah! Oh, thank you, darling. Thank you. Thanks. Cheers. Can I have some I don't know, some tomato ketchup or something to have with that, or cat? Can I have some mayo? I've got me dinner delivered. Yay! Dinner delivered. If you're watching on TikTok, you'll be able to see me. And my dinner. I've tried to get like picky food. So I've got gozas. Are they called gozas? Oh, do you know what? I just thought. I asked Kat to get me some tomato ketchup. I should have said sweet chili. Sweet chili. Maybe I'll text her. Sweet chili. Oh, yes. Oh, you knew. Sweet chili. Yay. Thank you. You do know me rather well, don't you? Oh, long spoon. Thank you. Happiness is a long spoon. Especially when you've got a jar of mayo.
So, you know, watching someone eat isn't very pleasant at the best of times. So you don't have to watch. Maybe you could, maybe you could just close your eyes and just, you know, hope for the best. Do you know what, though? I absolutely love sweet chili sauce. It's the best. Do you know what the difference is between sweet chili sauce and an egg? You can beat an egg. So, yeah. Oh, God. Imagine being alive in the 70s and having to eat the food that they had back then. No wonder boomers are always so grumpy. They had to eat terrible food for so many years. You would think they would be grateful when people come from other countries and improve the food immeasurably, but no, they got no thanks at all. It's all, oh, I don't want you coming to my country. Why don't you stay in yours? Well, because they're bringing awesome food. That's why. Well, also, I'm saying that's why. Also, there are many other reasons. But awesome food is one of them. I do think it's a good one, he said. How are you all doing in the chat here? Are you all right? German YouTuber Tom Kopke has won the historic Gloucester cheese rolling competition. Oh, fantastic. Is that where you got to roll the wheel of cheese down a hill? Down a very steep hill. Don't people like break their legs and stuff doing that? Moonwolf. I love hot honey. You're not wrong. Côte d'Ivoire is the source of a huge percentage of our coca plants that we use to make chocolate. And one of the crap things about living in the world right now is you have these big chocolate producers, and they're supposed to be doing fair trade, and they're not doing fair trade. And cocoa farmers are not being paid what they should be for their crops, for their labour and everything. And that's really sad, you know? It's really sad. Britain and lots of countries in Europe are absolutely addicted to chocolate, and we just don't seem to value it like we should. It's not a treat, you know. It should be a treat, because you're getting this stuff from halfway around the world to make, you know, we can't grow chocolate here. Doc Davis. Child labour, it's harrowing. Yeah. Oh yes, it is. Chief issues Ebola warning to DRC's neighbours. Just talking about the DRC. Worth knowing this stuff about the world, you know, because if you realise where stuff is. It changes how you see the world. Plain oil, you mean palm oil? Moonwolf, palm oil, yeah. Palm oil is dreadful. Like, palm oil is a huge international scandal. That's sorry, this spring roll is really hot. It's a huge international scandal, and the fact that we don't really talk about it as much as I think we should. If that hill is hell, if that hill is hell, I'm the devil. It's kind of cool. That's kind of cool. Bit too energetic for me though. I'd rather just sit here and eat, and you know, maybe when I get Guinness Book of Records record. What did you do? I sat there and ate stuff on camera. In 1997, every teenager tried to be Fred Durst. That is not true. Moonwolf. In 1997, I did not try and be Fred Durst. I was a teenager. In fact, I was 18 in 1997. I didn't like Fred Durst. Not my music. I didn't own any records by Limp Bizkit. I just, you know, whatever. One of those bands I never saw live. Never wanted to. I wanted to be Jimmy Pop from the Bloodhound Gang. But he was very funny. I can't quite understand the need to hurt yourself for cheese. Oh, it means so much more than cheese. It means the respect of your peers. You know, it's like eating a really hot curry, doing yourself a mischief. I found out yesterday that popular brands like Cadbury, Kit Kat, Lindt, etc. has put loads of research into creating lab-created chocolate. I don't know how I feel about that. Sorry about that. Not sexy, I know. Sorry. Sorry, everyone. It's bad enough you have to watch you eat, Graham. You have to watch you blow your nose as well, you bastard. Yes. Yes, you do. Can't go wrong with a spring roll. Cat asked me what I wanted for dinner. I just said, let's get a picky tea, so it can just be stuff that I don't make a mess of myself. Because imagine sitting here trying to eat chili con carne or something, or a roast meal with gravy. With this heat, not even Kate Bush is running up that hill. Just makes a deal with God. Get him to change our places. I like Kate Bush. Didn't she turn into a Victorian at the end of the day, though? Coleman Turner's a Cadbury, a completely unshittified chocolate. Yeah, couldn't agree more, Cuff, but it's an American company, wasn't it? Taken over by an American company. Same thing happens with Rowntree's when they're taken over by Nestle. Yeah, this is why we can't have nice things. Spag Bowl would be entertaining. It would be. But I can't change into anything if it goes hideously wrong, can I? Okay. So there you go. The beigest food imaginable. Have some waffles there. I'm going to just put that on the floor. Do you want ants? Because that's how you get ants. I'm getting a message. I'm getting a message. I'm just wondering if Guinness are going to get in touch with Guinness World Records and say, "What are you doing, Graham? You haven't arranged this. You didn't tell us what you were doing." Bah, 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 bah. But we will see. Oh, there you go. Oh, thank you, Peter. Thank you, Peter, if you're watching. It's very kind of you. Nestle is an evil corporation. Yeah. Do you know any corporations that aren't evil? Seriously, though. Are there any? Do they exist? I don't think they do. Former SMP chief changed. The question raised by the Peter Muzzle Embezzlement Controversy. There you go. Prove we're going out live. Prove we're going out. What's this? A school for ants? All the ants are going to come together in beautiful harmony and create something never been seen before in the world. A lot of happy ants. Right. Just going to have to arrange my biscuits. What I'm going to do, actually, because this is a big mess. I don't know if you can see what's going on here. I don't need me headphones, do I? Do I need this USB-C cable with a little adapter so I can turn it into an old-fashioned USB? I don't think I need that. Put that in the box. I've got me hip flask. don't even know what's in there. How long does rum stay okay in a hip flask? I'm going to open up these, right? Wait, I'm not going to eat them. I'm just going to open them. Ready? 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 Down there. And then do the same with the hobnobs. Oh, who was asking about hobnobs? I do have hobnobs. Someone asked me if I had hobnobs, and I said no for some reason. Oh, I'm going old in my mad age. Right. So now I've got that. I've got me biscuits. Can't go wrong with biscuits. Also, wonderfully, they can't fall down there because they're too big. Got me ginger nuts. Got me digestives. Got me rich tea. And got me hobnobs. Got me banana chips. Got me pistachios here. I might have some pistachios. My connection has all gone to twat. Oh dear. Oh no. Been going for 8 hours now on this stream, but obviously this stream I had to start again because it clapped out. My OBS decided to crash. On the main since I started, I've been going for 10 hours now. 10 hours and 20 minutes. That's kind of cool. There was a music video by Kate Bush called Cloudbuster, based on a real story where a guy claimed he could make it rain and was arrested for fraud. Yeah, she's got a song called Cloudbursting, hasn't she? Oh God, is that Trump? What an arsehole. Oh, sorry, getting political. I look forward to you hobnobbing at 2 a.m. That's the plan, Damien. Cumry says Gravity Payments in America could contend as a non-evil company. In 2015, founder CEO Dan Price cut his own salary from 1.1 million down to 70k, so that every employee was paid 70k. Yeah, that's a good idea. But then again, I need to know more about that, because you know who also gets paid only £70,000 a year? Jeff Bezos. Jeff Bezos. Biscuits, because for years penguins are bourbon hot biscuits disguised in chocolate and a shit joke. Hey, don't diss those jokes. Those are my favourite jokes. In other words, they are losers that deal with... Oh, God. Go away, Trump. Anyway, where were we? Oh, we were talking about Cote d'Ivoire. So, Cote d'Ivoire, slavery coast. This is where a lot of slaves were taken from this part of the world, sadly. Yeah, I'll give you a little potted history of Cote d'Ivoire. Cote d'Ivoire. Until the 1840s, the indigenous people of Cote d'Ivoire were protected from European colonization by an inhospitable coastline. In relative isolation, kingdoms such as the Kru, the Sen-Ufu, the Lubi, Malinki, and Akan flourished. When the French began a big push towards colonial exploitation, they met fierce resistance, but eventually took control, trading for ivory and establishing coffee and cocoa plantations, which is still the backbone of the economy. Born in 1905, Felix Houphouët Boigny became the country's father of independence. A Labour leader who turned his trade union into a pro-independence political party, he was elected to the French Parliament and eventually became the first African to be minister in a European government. Wow. When independence came in 1960, he was the obvious choice for president. Houphouët Boigny's policies, maintaining close economic ties with France and relying on agriculture, were wildly successful. Cote d'Ivoire was the largest producer of cocoa, and the economy maintained 10% annual growth rate for 10 years. But it couldn't last. World recession, drought, collapsing prices of agricultural products, and over-logging all contributed towards Cote d'Ivoire's economic troubles. President Houphouët, I don't know how you pronounce it, Houphouët Boigny initiated hardship measures
which unfortunately sparked civil unrest. The 1990 elections were open to all the parties the first time, but he won easily. He died in 1993 after 33 years as the country's president's hand-picked successor, Henry Konan Bedei, responded to the nation's problems by scapegoating immigrants, mostly those living in the north and neighbouring Burkina Faso, who had been the backbone of the agricultural economy in the good years. In December 1999, Côte d'Ivoire suffered its first coup. President Bedei was overthrown by forces loyal to General Robert Goulet, who promised free elections, but in fact intensified Bedei's xenophobic policies of Ivorate. When the country reeled from military rebellions and civil unrest, Goulet had the Supreme Court declare popular Muslim candidate Alassane Ouattara ineligible to run for president because his mother was from Burkina Faso, even though he had papers proving otherwise. Despite this, Laurent Gbagbo won the October 2000 presidential election. Goulet declared himself the official winner, but was chased from power by two massive popular uprising. On the 19th of September 2002, troops from the north gained control of much of the country. Initially, the government agreed to a ceasefire with the rebels, who had the full backing of the mostly Muslim northern populace. Like I said earlier, the country is split between the Muslim half, the north side, and the more Christian side, which is the south side. Exactly the same setup as Sudan, exactly the same setup as Nigeria, done on purpose by colonial powers to keep people fighting amongst themselves, divide and rule. Initially the government agreed to a ceasefire with the rebels, but the truce was short-lived. Fighting over the prime cocoa growing areas resumed. France, as I said earlier about France meddling in its old colonies, France sent in troops to maintain the ceasefire boundaries, and Liberian militias took the advantage of the crisis to seize part of the western border region, began a full-scale looting and pillaging. In January 2003, President Gbagbo and leaders of the new forces, as the rebels are now called, signed accords creating a government of national unity, with representatives of rebels taking up positions in the new cabinet. Curfews were lifted and French troops cleaned up the lawless western border. It's the border that I came across. But the harmony was intermittent and neither side lived up to most of this or further peace agreements. So there you go. By 2004, the country was less stable and more violent. UN peacekeepers arrived in March, but at 4th of November, Gbagbo broke the ceasefire and bombed rebel strongholds, including Bouaké. 2 days later, jets struck a French military base, killing 9 French peacekeepers. The French destroyed the Ivorian Air Force in retaliation. And then all hell broke loose. Government soldiers clashed with peacekeepers, while state-run television and radio whipped up citizens into a frenzy, imploring them to take revenge against French soldiers and citizens. Most French citizens fled, and dozens of Ivorians died in the clashes. The government called off the mayhem after a few days, but for many, the anti-French sentiment behind it lingers. Both sides settled back into the routine of peace deals, broken, and violence that still breaks out sporadically. The government has made a few serious efforts to compromise, and the rebels, having enriched themselves through the extortion and the black market trade, have lost their moral authority. Côte d'Ivoire remains trapped in an untenable status quo. So that was from my Lonely Planet Africa from back in the day. This is 2007, I think. 2007. So, more updated version. Let's see what's been happening in the last few years. Côte d'Ivoire. He's as annoying as fuck. I hope you're not talking about me. Ella's going on. Lagos, Niger, Mali. What are we talking about? Beyond the Mali pole. Find your way. What? Puerto Novo. Beyond Tangier. Beyond Fez. Oh God. Sudan. South Sudan. Togo. Senegal. Sao Tome. Oh my God. Why can't you just be straight in alphabetical order? That would make my life so much easier.
Gambia, Gabon, Equatorial Guinea, Côte d'Ivoire, Côte d'Ivoire, Côte d'Ivoire, Côte d'Ivoire. Blah, blah, blah. Plan your time. Enjoy the scene. Beyond Yamoussoukro. Man, beyond man. Getting around, arriving. Oh, is that it? I'm not getting any history anymore. We don't do history anymore. Says Lonely Planet. No. Okay. Oh, that's a bit sad, isn't it? There's a place called Man. You should check out Man. Let's have a look at the world. The World Book, Côte d'Ivoire. This just gives me a little overview. Doesn't actually give me any history. Your history, no good to me. BBC News still churning away in the background there. It's actually gone down to 21 degrees now, so it's actually got to be colder in here. But I'm not feeling cold. I'm feeling quite warm. I've already got a fever. I've got a cold. I can't believe I'm doing this with a cold. It's crazy. Anyway, that was Côte d'Ivoire, where we get a lot of chocolate from. And there's there's a place called Man somewhere. I don't know where Man is. Oh, there it is. There's Man. There's Man. Oh, so I must have gone through Man, I think, at some point. Did I go through there? Maybe. I don't know. There's Man. Côte d'Ivoire. That's a place where tourists go and see the waterfalls, I guess. Wow, lots of waterfalls. Cool. That's good, that. It's good. It's not water, it's lemonade. Okay, where was I? We're talking about Côte d'Ivoire. Okay, listen. We've been going now for 10.5 hours. I really should be out of the seas by now. We've got the whole rest of the alphabet to get through. But I think it's a quarter of the world's countries begin with A, B, or C. So that's all right. So next up, we have another one of my faves. It's one of my faves. One of my faves. Let me just put my $50 billion Zimbabwean note into the book there. It's a little bookmark. The next country on our list is Croatia, the home of the cravat or tie. The necktie comes from Croatia. So here we have Croatia. We talked about Croatia a little bit before. We mentioned this little bit of Bosnia Herzegovina, which is called Neum, which is quite cool. In fact, let me have a look what I wrote about that in my own book, which I put somewhere else. Sorry, everyone. Need to tidy up a bit. Whoa. Bloody hell. Right. It's tiring doing it. I've not been doing it. I've been sitting here the whole time just talking. I'm going to touch my phone to make sure it doesn't go off again. Terry Easton. Hello, Terry. How you doing, mate? And how's it going over there on Twitch? Twitch still working, says Ursula Cannon, at half 7. That's good. Okay, so what's the right about Côte d'Ivoire? That's what I was going to think. What did I write about Côte d'Ivoire? Côte d'Ivoire, da, 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 da. Drunken Laughing, Liberia. Oh, Côte d'Ivoire is the world's biggest producer of cocoa. The main ingredient in chocolate. Let's see what I wrote about Costa Rica. What's the right about Costa Rica? Costa Rica. Costa Rica. Panama, Costa Rica. Ooh. Even though its landmass takes only 0.3% of the world's surface, Costa Rica is home to more than 5% of the world's biodiversity. It's quite remarkable. Right, now skip over to North America, across the Atlantic to Europe, and we enter the Croatia. There we go. Let's see what it says. Oh, neckties originated in Croatia, hence the cravat. I just told you that. Rubbish. I want my money back. I told them. I said, you never make your money back. Anyway, so Croatia, fabulous place. Okay, so first of all, we're starting Zagreb, which is awesome. I love a bit of Zagreb.
Never had problems with Zagreb. This is the capital city here. Fabulous place, some monuments, some lovely buildings. There you go. It's a theatre building, I think that is. More museums, stuff like that. There's also a lovely place over here called Split. Where's Split? Where's Split gone? Why can't I see Split? What's wrong with me? Am I going mad? Where's Split gone? Oh, there it is. It moved down from where I thought it would be. So this is Split. This is another lovely part of Croatia, which I really like. And there you go. That's a Split on the riverside, on the banks of the Adriatic Sea there, and named after Adrian Edmondson from Bottom and the Young Ones, and Filthy Rich and Cat Flap, and Alien Earth, actually. And then you've got down here, so you get the bus down to Split. Now you don't have to go through Bosnia. You can just go across this bridge and then come over here. But you come all the way down here and you visit the beautiful, beautiful place called Dubrovnik, which is where they shot a lot of Game of Thrones. It doubled for King's Landing in Game of Thrones. And there you have it. And it's just, oh God. Do you know, I'm gonna have a go at the crap photography. And I mean, what even is that? That's just a bit of blue. I mean, what's even happening there? More photos. Okay, let's see if you can actually take a decent photo of Dubrovnik. Do you think you can do that? This is a photo by someone called Nick of Dubrovnik. Cool. What do I do? Do I just go on there? Oh, that's better. You can sort of see it there. It's just this walled city, and each of these buildings have got the terracotta roofs on. These had the crap bombed out of them in the war against Serbia. But you know, still going strong, which is nice. They had to build back, obviously. And once you get into Dubrovnik, the interior of Dubrovnik is absolutely beautiful. You can walk around the city walls, as you can see there. It's just a really beautiful place. These photos don't really do it justice, especially as I'm clipping them on my screen there. Sorry about that. But yeah, so Dubrovnik, World Heritage Site, well worth a visit. And then these lovely islands here, like Hvar and what was Millet and Hvar, which are well worth going to, checking out. Millet, I've been to Millet here. And is that the one with the is that the one? There you go. No, sorry, that's not I was going to say that's a lake, and then there's an island in the middle of the lake at the island. But I don't think that's the one I was looking for. I was looking for Hvar. Viz? Is that? No, I didn't go to Viz. Where am I going here? I'm going to look it up. HVAR. Hvar. Ah, okay, Hvar. Okay. I thought that was an island. It is an island. It's an island of somewhere else. Okay. That's a lovely part of Croatia there. Hvar got news for you. And yeah, maybe it is Millet. So you go here, you go to Millet, and you zoom in, and then there's this island, which is cool because there's an island in the middle of an island. See, there's an island, and it's an island of an island. It's kind of cool, isn't it? Sort of. But yeah. Caravan lad, thank you very much for the £5 super chat. Thank you. Keep it up. Hey, easy for you to say. So let's tell you a little bit about Croatia, shall we? Croatia. If your Mediterranean fantasies feature balmy days by the sapphire waters in the shade of ancient walled towns, Croatia is the place to turn them into reality, and it absolutely is. Dubrovnik is the top experience, then windsurfing in Bol, and third is Hvar, which I just mentioned. Come high summer, there's no better place to dress up and get your groove on than Hvar town. Gorgeous tanned people descend from their yachts in droves, rubbing shoulders with upfit backpackers and après-beast parties, etc. Then you got the Lakes National Park. Beautiful place. And also, you know, our place at the crossroads of history. This kind of, you know, this is where, don't forget, this is where sort of Eastern Europe meets West Asia around this area, and there's been influences over the years. I mean, it's one of those places. There's a few places that you can call it, but it's a bit of a crossroads, isn't it? Where you're going down towards the influence of Athens and Greece. You've got the influence of Turkish culture, the Ottomans. You've got culture coming over from Italy and also from Eastern Europe. And yeah, I couldn't recommend Croatia enough, to be honest with you. It's a fantastic, fantastic place, and everyone should go there at least once. Let's see what my Lonely Planet has to say about Croatia. Czech Republic. Doesn't exist anymore. Croatia. Got reading up Croatia, Zagreb, blah 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 blah. Modern Croatia is on the site of the ancient Roman province of Illyricum. I think that's pronounced Illyricum. Palau and Split. Pula, and Split are the two most important Roman towns. Slavs migrated into the region in the 7th century, but political disarray tempted the Venetians to attack the coast. They established their first foothold on the coast in the 11th century, and it remained until Napoleon conquered Venice in 1797. In 1815, the Austro-Hungarian Empire took control of Croatia, but with its defeat in World War I, Croatia became part of the Kingdom of the Serbs, Croats and Slovenes, Yugoslavia, and the Germans invaded in 1941, and tens of thousands of Croats joined the forces of Joseph Broz, known as Marshal Tito. After the war, Tito became the Prime Minister of new Yugoslav Federation. Croatia and Slovenia moved far ahead of the Southern Republics economically. By Tito's death in 1980, many Croats felt the time had come for autonomy. When recently deceased indicted war criminal Slobodan Milosevic, well, this is written a long time ago, wasn't it? Recently deceased, rose to power in Yugoslavia in the wave of Serbian nationalism. A fearful Croatia moved towards independence. Under the leadership of Franjo Tudman, Croatia declared independence on the 25th of June 1991, but the Serbian enclave of Krajina, from the northeast to east of Zadar, fearful of their rights, proclaimed independence from Croatia. Heavy fighting broke out in the Krajina and Serb communities in eastern Croatia. In 6 months of fighting, 10,000 people died, hundreds of thousands fled, and tens of thousands of homes were destroyed. In a series of international peace plans, halted the fighting until in January 1993 the Croatian army suddenly launched an offensive in southern Krajina, recapturing much land. Their hold was consolidated and a new offensive launched on the 1st of May 1995, which essentially set Croatia's new borders. The facts on the ground were recognised by the Dayton Agreement of December 1995, finally brought lasting peace to Croatia from a tenuous peace to the rest of the region. So there you go. Awesome. The culture before the war, Croatia had a population of nearly 5 million, of which 78% were Croats and 12% were Serbs. After the massive exodus of Serbs in 1995, today's population of 4.5 million includes just 201,000 Serbs, slightly less than 5%. The next largest ethnic groups are Bosnians, followed by Italians, Hungarians, and Slovenes. Small communities of Czech, Roma, and Albanians complete the mosaic. Elsewhere, you'll find an emphasis on keeping up appearances. People are well, if not flashily dressed, and it pains Croatians to see dilapidation anywhere. Yeah, it pains me as well. I wish that wasn't allowed. I wish dilapidation wasn't allowed. But we kind of help places. You know, we kind of help people who just want places to be dilapidated. So there you go. Passports. Papers, please. Okay, so Cavan Lad, thank you very much. Cavan Lad, this is for you. This is for Cavan Lad for dropping a super chat in and keeping me going. Thank you. You get that back. Don't look like she knows what's going on. I think her auto cue has gone off. Breaking Manchester City parade. Let's just bring you a bit of breaking news regarding the situation between Russia and Ukraine. We're hearing that the Russian Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov has now spoken to the US Secretary of State Marco Rubio by phone, advising him of reports that we've been hearing for the last
few hours that Russia has decided to launch strikes on military sites in Kyiv, the Ukrainian capital, in response to what Russia claims are Ukraine's terrorist attacks. Yeah, if you don't want terrorist attacks, mates, don't invade the people next to you. Just don't do it. Don't do it. Okay, so moving on. Where are we? We're on Croatia, aren't we? Food and drink. Whoa. Croatia got a lot of pages. We like Croatia. Ooh, next up, another fan favourite. Don't worry, it's not the end yet. We're not at the end of the seas, but we're getting there. At the 7 seas. It's more than 7. Next up is Cuba. Cuba. This is my old Cuba Lonely Planet. This is really old. When was this? 2nd edition. 2000. This is from this edition is 26 years old of Cuba. Absolutely wonderful place. There's jobs for Greenpeace going there. That's nice. Encircled. Anyway, that's Cuba, and I hope you know where that is on the map, because we'll just pull out. It's the biggest country in the Caribbean. There it is, Cuba, just about 90 miles south of Key West. Here, is it even 90 miles? It might be even less than that. Measure distance, Havana. It is 104 miles. So there you go, just over 90 miles. Cuba, famous for cigars, famous for having a good time, and also famous for Fidel Castro, Che Guevara, Ernest Hemingway. I mean, you name it. Like Cuba is a very cool place. Cuba, people love Cuba. Time worn but magnificent, dilapidated but dignified, fun yet maddeningly frustrating. Cuba is a country of indefinable magic. Meticulously preserved, Cuba's colonial cities haven't changed much since the musket-toting pirates stalked the Caribbean. The atmosphere and architecture is particularly stirring in UNESCO-listed cities, Havana, Trinidad, Cienfuegos, and Camagüey, where grandiose squares and cobbled streets tell erstwhile tales of opulence and intrigue. Oh, beautiful. Is the United States going to come in the U's or the D's for Dumfakistan? It's going to come in the U's. Going to come in the U's with the United Arab Emirates, but not United Kingdom, because I'm going to do England and Scotland and Wales and Northern Ireland separately. So when we get to the E's, we'll do that. Cuba. So I don't have a quick history of Cuba, do I? Of course, doesn't have a quick history of Cuba. So, oh my God, I've got like so many pages here. So the first humans to arrive in Cuba, 3,500 BC. Cuba, the Taino Indians arrived from the east in 1250 AD. Columbus sights Cuba in 1492. First 7 settlements established in 1514. And then sugar, slaves, more sugar. 1825, thanks to Simon Bolivar, most of Latin America gains independence. 1837, first railway built. In 1848, the USA attempted to buy Cuba from Spain. In 1854, US tried to buy Cuba again. 1868 to 1878, First War of Independence. And then we had the Second War of Independence from 1895 to 1898. And then Americans land at Santiago de Cuba. Spanish rule ends. US military government controls Cuba from 1898 to 1902. And then we had the Platt Amendment imposed on Cuba by the USA. 1902, Cuba
achieves independence, and then a year later, the US takes the Guantanamo Bay naval base. 1906, as he said, "Oh, we helped you get independence, so you have to give us something." The Guantanamo Bay is actually American sovereign territory. It's not up to the Cubans what happens to it. They're not going to vote on it. They're not going to say. There was US military intervention in 1906. Another one in 1917. The first Communist Party was founded in 1925, 1933. The Machado dictatorship was overthrown. In 1934, the Platt Amendment was abrogated. I'll tell you about the Platt Amendment in a moment. Want to see it? Theodore Roosevelt was involved in all this nonsense. You know, he was a big. Who was big in all this? Where was the Platt Amendment? 1901. The U.S. intervention endowed Cuba with a series of weak, corrupt, independent governments. Nice. Cuban War. Peace treaty, Spanish-American. So, in December the 12th, 1898, a peace treaty ending the Spanish-American War was signed in Paris by the Spanish and the Americans. The Cubans were not invited. An amendment known as the Teller Resolution, after Senator Henry M. Teller of the U.S. state of Colorado, passed simultaneously with the declaration of war on Spain, had committed the U.S. to respect Cuban self-determination. Only this prevented the US from adding Cuba when they annexed Puerto Rico, Guam, and the Philippines. Cuba was placed under US military occupation. So this is a time, the 1890s was a time of scramble for Africa, scramble for having colonies everywhere. Wasn't here for the B. Can you go back, says Fearland. It's all right, you can just rewind. You can rewind live video here. It's exciting. Exciting stuff. And then we've got... in November 1900, Woods convened as an assembly of elected Cuban delegates, and this Connecticut Senator Orville Platt attached a rider to the U.S. Army Appropriations Bill in 1901, giving the U.S. the right, amongst other things, to intervene militarily in Cuba's internal affairs whenever America wished to do so. So that wasn't going to end well. So then in 1952, there was Batista had a military coup, took over, and there was an attack on the Moncada army barracks by rebels, and then Fidel Castro's rebels in the Orient. In 1956 to 1958, Castro was hiding out in the Sierra Maestra. In 1958, Che Guevara captures Santa Clara. 1959, Batista flees. Rebels take control and pass the first agrarian reform law. And Fidel Castro takes over. There was the abortive Bay of Pigs invasion in 1961 under JFK, where they tried to get a bunch of Cuban expats from America to go and invade the country. It was an absolute bloody disaster. A year later, we had the Cuban Missile Crisis, or 7 days in September, or whatever it was called at the time. We had the refounding of the Communist Party in 1965. Che Guevara was killed in Bolivia in 1967. Famous Bolivian deaths include Butch Cassidy and the Sundance Kid and Che Guevara. And small businesses were nationalized in 1968. Cuba joined the Comecon trading bloc. The Communist Convention, or Communists, I don't know. And then in 1980, 135 Cubans depart for the US through Mariel. There's a system set up if you wanted to leave, go and live in America, I guess. So now there's a huge Cuban diaspora in Florida, in America. 1991, the Soviet Union collapses. 1993, Cubans were allowed to hold US dollars for the first time. 1995, direct foreign investments approved. Tourism becomes the main money earner. But meanwhile, the Helms-Burton law tightened the US embargo on Cuba. And in 1998, Pope John Paul II visited. And in 1999, Fidel Castro launched a law and order crackdown. So when this was written, Fidel Castro was still in charge. Fidel Castro carked it, and then his brother Raul took over, and now Raul is now a wanted criminal by the USA. He's 94 years old or something mad, and he's not the leader anymore. But you know, they still want him. They want to do what they did in Venezuela and kidnap him. True story. Bay of Pigs. Let's cook, but that did not go well. Oh. I do love the fact there is a place in Cuba called Mormon. It's just called Mormon. That's it. It's called Mormon. It's called Mormon, dude. Oh my god. This is harder than it looks. I'm dripping all over myself here. Oh, I found a shell. So there's Cuba there, old Cuba. When I went, I tried to get them from Key West. What was stupid, right? So what I did was, I was trying to get out of the Dominican Republic, and what I was supposed to do is come out of here, go to Jamaica, swap ships, go down to Puerto Limon down here, go over the border into Panama, which would have been at Sixiola, and then travel through Costa Rica, and then up to Tegucigalpa, into El Salvador, then into Guatemala, then into Belize, come out here, and then go across to Mexico City, and then other places. But and what I should have done, really, is I should have gone up to Cancun and then tried to get a boat from Cancun over to Cuba. That's what I should have done. Because the thing is, Haiti is next door to Cuba, but you can't get a boat that way. There wasn't much going on in Jamaica. They didn't really want me there because they don't understand. They don't care about independent travel very much. And they're like, what's this guy doing? He's an idiot. In fact, if I want to be absolutely nail this, to what I did, is actually the ship took me to Haiti first. But I couldn't get off in Haiti. I couldn't even leave the port in Haiti. And then I got to Jamaica, and then I was supposed to change boats and do this route, and I should have gone over to Cuba that way. But that's not the way things turned out. That's not the way things turned out. The way things turned out was I came out of major distance. I came out of Santo Domingo there, went over to Port-au-Prince in Haiti, went over to Jamaica. Oh, God, didn't go that way. Underneath. And then the ship that I was supposed to get that was going to take me down to Puerto Limon in Costa Rica couldn't take me or left without me or something. So the ship I was already on, the Lingy Trader, decided to keep me on board and take me all the way around here to Veracruz in Mexico, which necessitated me to, run down Central America like this, like a lunatic. Going into San Jose, then down over the border into Panama, and then back to San Jose, and then back this way, and then back this way, and then back to Guatemala. Actually, no, I went back to San Salvador, and then I went to Belize, and then I went back to Guatemala, and then I went up to Mexico City, right, and then up to. And what I should have done, see, this bit was a mistake. Now, if I was going to do it again, I wouldn't do it that way. What I'll do is I'll go to Belize, and then I'll go up to Belize City, and then I'll go up to Tulum here, go up to Cancun, and then hang around Cancun until someone wants to take me over to Cuba. I don't think it would have been that difficult to find someone to take me over. But that's not what happened. What happened, unfortunately for me, because I watched the movie Sicko. It's all that guy's fault. What's his name? Is anyone still in the chat, by the way? If anyone's still watching this, let me know. I start getting paranoid when I haven't seen a new message for ages. I'm like, is this still going out? Is this still? What I did instead, I needed to get to Cuba, so I get over to Guatemala City here, at the bottom of the page here. Get to Guatemala City, and instead of going to Cancun, which is what I should have done, I instead went to Mexico City, and then I went up to Monterrey. I went up to Laredo. And then over to San Antonio. I went all the way across through Louisiana. Went through Mississippi, Alabama, and then Georgia. Went down to because I knew I had to go to Florida anyway. Because what I needed to do is go to Fort Lauderdale and get the boat over, as I've explained, to the Bahamas and then back again. And then I had to go down to Key West. So we went down here and went across the causeway all the way down to Key West, thinking it's only 100 miles. I can just get there. Someone will take me over to Havana. But what I didn't figure was that when in the movie Sicko, when Michael Moore just gets on a boat from Key West and just goes over to Cuba, you can't actually do that in real life unless you're, very, very rich. Because if someone takes you over there and they get caught going back into America, they can be given a big fine. They could lose their boats. Lots of bad things can happen. How long has it been frozen for? Oh, Talkmadia. Is that am I frozen? Shit. Is that on everything? Let me just update stuff. It Saz or someone there still here, I think. Can you let me know if I'm still moving? Am I dropping frames or something? Or is Talkmadia just press pause? Cymru, still on air, yeah. Guess I'm the only one who isn't here then, says Cuthbert. Witchy Wisdom says, been watching, still watching, been here all day. Oh, you're not frozen for me. Okay, Talkmadia, press the play button. Not frozen. What's Talkmadia talking about then? No, you're not frozen. Okay, thanks. No, you're grand. Still moving and talking. Just about. I need to probably. So at the point where we get to, it's 8 o'clock now. At the point where we get to 9 o'clock, I can technically take a half-hour break, which I might actually take a little bit of a break and have a walk around and stuff to stop myself going mad. But we'll see. Let's have some more coffee. So yes. Sorry, what was I talking about? I can't remember. Oh yeah, I was telling you how I got to Cuba. So it turns out that if you're not Michael Moore, there's a thing called the Trading with the Enemy Act of like, I don't know, like 1914 or something. And it basically says if you go to Cuba and give them any money, you're trading with the enemy. And so I had to apply to the American Treasury Department to ask for permission from me as a foreigner to go with an American to Cuba. And that was not forthcoming. I got the message that wasn't forthcoming when I was in Key West, so that wasn't much fun. So I was a bit upset about that. So I'm sitting in Key West, and I'm down here in Newtown on Fangler Avenue, and I'm just a bit kind of like, oh god, this is no good. And but it was March the 17th that I got this message from the US government saying they weren't going to take me. They weren't going to allow me to get on this top. They weren't going to take me anyway. They weren't going to allow me to go over there. And so what I did was I decided to do what, when the going gets tough, the tough gets out and gets wrecked. It was March the 17th. It was St. Patrick's Day. So because I'm ginger colouring and I've got funny accents, everyone just naturally assumed that I was Irish when I'm not. I'm so cunning. And as a result of my naughtiness, I managed to convince people to buy me drinks. Well, I didn't even need convincing. Everyone was just like line up and buy me drinks. And I found a book in a bar that I was in on sale in the bar by a guy, and it was called Cuba, Getting There the Legal and Illegal Way. And I thought, oh, wow, this is brilliant. I spoke to the woman behind the bar, and she said, oh, yeah, he's a regular in here. I said, can you pass a message on? Because I need to get into Cuba the illegal or illegal way. And she's like, yeah, sure. So then I went out, and I drank even more. I got propositioned by a couple of swingers. I ended up going to a naked disco called the Garden of Eden, and I woke up on a pirate ship. So that was fun. And I woke up on this pirate ship, and I was sort of like walk out, and it's so bright outside, and then step out of this pirate ship, and there's a queue of people, like tourists, waiting to get on this, little kids and stuff, waiting to get onto this pirate ship, and I'm like rubbing my eyes, go, oh, what happened? Where did they go? Anyway, and then I got a message off the guy who wrote the book, Getting to Cuba, the Legal or Illegal Way. Mike Bellows, his name was, and he invited me over to meet him in the pub. So I met him in the pub where I saw his book, and we met up, and he said, I'm going to see if I can make some phone calls on your behalf and see what we can get. Within a few hours, he had found someone who was heading off to the Panama Canal. He was actually sailing all the way to Fiji, and he said, you know, if he's up for it, he's up for stopping in Cuba in the way, you know. So he's not sailing on his own, because it's a big thing in the sailing community. Your boat is your home, right? And once you're on board a boat, obviously there's nowhere to run away. If you're sailing with someone who's annoying or a psychopath, there's nowhere to go. So you do not want just any old random on your boat, but at the same time, you don't want to be alone in case you need to sleep. You get conked over the head by something. So having someone else on board is always a good idea. So I met up with Captain Johnny, and a nice guy, a young guy with a mullet, and he said, yeah. I said, when are you leaving? He said, today. So I went, all right. We got on the boat. Called the, what's it called? We sailed. I couldn't put the name of it on my I couldn't put the name of it on my blog, because he got in trouble if he ever came back to the US. But he said he was leaving for Fiji forever and he's never come back to the US because he hated it, which is fair enough. Understandable. And yeah, so we sailed from Key West here. We went into the Gulf of Mexico, not the Gulf of America, the Gulf of Mexico, and oh my God, you know, people talk about the Gulf Stream. I know someone's going to tell me that's called the AMAC, but I don't care. If you're not sailed a sailboat in the Gulf Stream, I don't think you get to call it something. I get to call it something because I've sailed in the. Jesus Christ, it's fast. We saw a storm ahead of us. And, you know, if you're out at sea on a yacht, you're basically on a large flat area with a big stick sticking up. So clearly, if electricity needs to get down to the ground, it's probably going to pick on your yacht, innit? And if your yacht gets struck by lightning, I don't know, your mast could explode or break or fall over. And then you're screwed, aren't you? So we didn't want to get struck by lightning. So what we did, turned the engine off. So trucking along about 5 knots. And that's only 5 nautical miles an hour, but that's fast for a sailboat. Without the sails up, we're still moving forward at 5 knots. Off we went. We had a sea anchor. It's like this big bag. It's like this big orange bag or blue, yellow bag. And what you do is you throw this bag out the back of the boat and it drags behind the boat and slows you down. Threw that out. We're still going at 4 knots. Just all of the water was just like a conveyor belt, just pushing us towards this storm. We couldn't do anything about it. Anyway, that was fun. What was the name of the ship? I've forgotten. Something to do with pirates or buccaneers or. Oh, I'll remember at some point. Maybe I should look it up in my book. Maybe I should look it up in the book, along with an interesting thing about Cuba. Here you go. The CIA tried to assassinate Fidel Castro an estimated 638 times using increasingly desperate measures, including a poisoned wetsuit and an exploding cigar. Wow. Wow, wee wow. So yeah. The bootlegger. It's called the bootlegger, the boat. Just look it up in there. You see? No messing around. Just look it up. You know where you go. Happy days. So, yeah, Cuba. One of the most beautiful countries in the world. And if it wasn't for those pesky Americans making it impossible to get to, or, you know, impossible for Americans to go there. But in a way, I kind of feel like good. Because there's a part of me, I've got to say, that doesn't half think that Americans messed up the Caribbean. Because the Americans travel, and they're a bit like British people who travel to Spain and then they just want egg and chips, don't they? Right? They don't want people speaking Spanish in Spain. And Americans are a bit like that. They just want the Caribbean to be America, but with better weather. So they turn up in the cruise ships and they just want a shopping mall and a multiplex cinema. That's not the Caribbean. That's not why I'm not going to fly halfway around the world to go to a different country to just go to a shopping mall, an air-conditioned shopping mall. That's not what this should be about. So, yeah, as a result of Americans not really being able to go to Cuba, I mean, relations thawed a bit under Obama, but obviously with Trump in charge, they froze again. Technically, all buccaneers are pirates stroke privateers, but not all privateers are buccaneers. Well, there you go. Pirate in the Caribbean Sea is a buccaneer. How much did you pay for the earrings? I said to that pirate, and he said, a buccaneer. For those watching on other methods of watching this, you might not know what was going on there, but a squeaky tank was slowly squeaking across the screen after my terrible, terrible joke. There you go. I can't believe that the goal's not working. This is a time when the goals would be really handy, wouldn't they? To have a goal, but we don't have a goal because it won't let me have a goal. Oh, that one ran out of time anyway. Let's go 50 super chats, all the colours. 3 hours. Confetti. Do you know what though? What I should be doing is offering to do things. if I get enough super chats. 50 super chats. Let's see if we can make any of these go down. So it's a 0 of 50. 20 hours in good luck, Graham. Thank you very much to James Horner for that. 20 hours. I'm not 20 hours. No, thanks, James, but I'm not. I'm only 11 hours. 11 hours and 10 minutes in. Because we are at 8:30. Graham, 20-minute warning. Thank you very much to Viper Scott for the 20-minute warning. That's very kind of you. I do have an alarm set on my phone to let me know. I do need to start the stream again. Well, I had to start a new stream. Oh, it'd be the same thing with the same graphic. I'll just say part 2. Where are we going to go next? We're going to go to Czechia. Cuba. Oh no. Do you know, I remember this when I was doing the Hughes of the World show. I was going to every country in the world in alphabetical order. The C's just never want to end. I mean, there's a CY and a CZ. So what's the CY? Keep going, I'm with you, says Sarah. Thank you very much, Sarah. It's very kind of you. The total eye is not going up. I know I put it on 50 super chats, which is a bit ambitious, but I was hoping it might jog it on a little bit. It's easy work. It's fucking working for ages. Let's have a go. YouTube. Oh, hang on. YouTube. Super chat. Goal. Not working. Super chat goals are usually caused by channel eligibility, stream settings such as made in kids, when it's a video or cached browser glitches. Okay. Yeah, but when I do it, you can see the so why would it matter? Why would it matter if my browser cache was not working? I don't know what's going on here. I'm gonna have to have more coffee. Maybe at 12:30 I should have a little break. I think I will do that actually and have a little walk around. How long have I got? I've got 12. If I've got 12 hours, I can actually take an hour off, can't I? Because 12 times 5, I can take 5 minutes off an hour. That's 60. Okay, yeah, so I can take 60 minutes. I'm not going to take 60 minutes off. But I will stop. I will stop the stream. I will stop the stream. Sorry, I thought your clock was a timer. No, it's not. It's a time. It's a time. Don't need to apologise though. I mean, James, that's cool. You gave me £2. I cannot complain. In fact, here you go. going for 20. In fact, the clock's never going to be right, is it? Because when I get to 20 hours in, it's going to be 5 o'clock in the morning. YouTube asking for more cash. What's new? Laughs and Barnaby. No, it's not. The goal isn't working. The goal is not working. Remove the goal. Super chats. Can't send super chats. YouTube super chat goal not working. YouTube will hold back on ads during live stream peaks to protect the vibe. Okay. Try initiating the goal directly from your YouTube app on your mobile. Can I do that? Can I kick it? Yes, you can. Oh, someone's left a voicemail. That's not very handy, Ed. I can't read a voicemail. Can't listen. Sorry, I'm just trying to go on my phone to see my YouTube, what I can do about this. I don't want to switch. I'll tell you what, YouTube Studio on your phone is crap. It's crap, I tell you, crap. Crap it is. Crap it is. Hello, TikTok. How you doing? What's the record? What's the record? View channel. Okay. 24-hour solo live stream. Maybe I shouldn't have called it that, because the next one's going to be 24 hours, 48 hours, sorry, solo live stream. It's going to be the second. It's gonna have to be like part 2. Do you know what though? Bloody internet. It's not updating. What is even happening right now? Why do we even bother? Right, let me turn off the Wi-Fi. Seeing you. You seem to be having problems. No, I can't see the chat. That's really helpful. Thanks for that. Nope, can't see the chat. Can't even see the chat. What is it's supposed to be 5G? Go on, 5G me. Sorry, this isn't very interesting. I'm getting an advert for Bravo though, whatever that is. That was a TV channel with like old like sex comedies from the 1970s. No, I cannot get no satisfaction. Do you know what? It's not like I've got loads of tabs open on my phone or anything. I don't. View channel, views of the world. Oh, here you go. Goal amount. 5 super chats. All the colours. Let's do 2 hours. Confetti. Oh, congrats. Concrete. Oh, it won't know the words confetti because I never use it on my mobile phone. Emoji. Let's go party emoji. So confetti, and let's have some beer, and then let's have some lady dancing, and me, little guy with a hat on. Okay, there you go. Start goal. See if this actually works now. Your goal is live. Share it with your audience to get them excited. Okay, cool. You have to wait for a minute before it filters through. Right, next up we've got to go quickly because it's let's try and get this wrapped up as quick as possible. Next one is Cyprus. Let's go to Cyprus. Famously split between independent Cyprus and Turkish Cyprus, or Northern Cyprus as it's also known. Here is Cyprus. Beautiful country. There's a Mount Olympus. I think this is a bit like a Mount Olympus, but it isn't. There's Larnaca. Where's my pointer? Where's my pointer? Oh, there it is. There's Larnaca. That's where most people fly into. And then down the coast, we've got some beautiful places. We've got the RAF place in the sovereign air base of the UK. We've got Paphos over here, which is really cool and lovely. It's got lots of lovely buildings, and it's got the lighthouse there. You've got the Trollos Rangers over here, where you can go and motorbike and stuff, which is really nice. You can go and pick some rose petals if you go in the spring. Testes on 1, testes on 2. I'm gifted, says Cymru. Well, no, it didn't. It's still at 0. What have we got here? Nicosia is the capital, also known as Lefkosa. And the north of the island was invaded in 1971, I think, by Turkey, because Cyprus is split between Greek influence in the south of the country and Turkish influence in the north of the country. And when you look at where it is in the world, you can kind of understand why Greece and Turkey have both been fighting over this bit of land for a very, very long time. The problem is, no one ever seems to ask the Cypriots as a whole. Like, you know, would you prefer to be run by Turkey? Would you prefer? I haven't got a squeaky tank. I don't deserve a squeaky tank. Would you like to be run by one country or the other? And they never really ask the Cyprus people that. They just decide. This island's country possesses a fractured identity, passionate people, and a culture, a landscape, and a lifestyle that capture the imagination and produce plenty of surprises. It is a beautiful, beautiful country, I have to say. And I'm not just biased because I've been to Cyprus a couple of times and I've travelled all over. I mean, I've been to Ayia Napa, but it's not my cup of tea, if you know what I mean. Let me have a look. Cyprus here, Croatia, Bulgaria. Cyprus. I didn't go to Cyprus on the first year of my adventure to every country. I went there on the second year of my adventures to every country. So let's read a little bit. Cyprus is an island with a split personality, divided into Greek and Turkish enclaves since 1974. Cyprus is a famous summer destination for British sun seekers who devote more time to the beaches and bars than to history and culture. So let's talk a little bit about the culture. The last few years have seen a sea change in Cypriot politics. The island is now edging ever closer to reunification, and travellers can now cross between the two sides just by showing their passport at the border. For the first time in a generation, visitors of the Greek Republic of Cyprus are able to explore the beaches and Frankish and Crusader ruins of Turkish North Cyprus, while travellers to the north can visit the incredible Byzantine and Greco-Roman treasures in the south. Well, we can, but when was this? When did this come out? This is 2007. Yeah, I think I was there in 2006, and they just had Sorry, I was in Greece, not in Cyprus. I was in Greece in 2000. I'm pretty sure that Cyprus had a vote and voted not to start pushing towards reunification. Gallifreyan Wren says, "Hi, Graham." Hello, Gallifreyan Wren. I've been going now for 11 hours and 21 minutes. Jesus. Anyway, so the history of the place. Best with natural resources, but cursed with a strategic location. Cyprus has been a pawn in the game of empires since ancient times. Greek culture in Cyprus dates back to 2500 BC, but the island was taken over by the Romans and then the Byzantines, who built churches and monasteries across the island. Next came the Crusaders, who famous band called the Crusaders, who constructed numerous castles, and the Franks, who erected Gothic castles, and the Venetians, who built huge walls around Lefkosa and Famagusta. This didn't stop the Ottomans invading in 1571 and dominated Cyprus for the next 300 years. In 1878, Turkey sold Cyprus to Britain, but the majority Greek Cypriot population demanded enosis, independence from foreign rule, and union with Greece. In response, Britain appointed a Turkish Cypriot police force to subdue the Greeks. That was nice of us, wasn't it? Triggering decades of intercommunal violence. Divide and rule. Britain finally granted independence to Cyprus in August 1960. And it was independence to the whole country, and it was united under a flag, which actually has the picture of the country on the flag. There's a few flags with a picture of the country on the flag. There's the Cyprus and there's Kosovo. I can't think of any others off the top of my head. Sometimes the islands are shown in a diagrammatic form, such as the circle of stars on the Cape Verde flag. It's just that's supposed to be the islands, and a Tuvalu flag, which has got the Union Jack in the corner, and it's got some. It's got a bunch of stars, but they seem to be randomly scattered. They're actually, those stars represent the island, the 9 islands of Tuvalu, which means group of 8. But there's 9 islands. Anyway, so yes. On the 15th of July 1974, Greek forces launched a coup against the Cypriot government, and Turkey invaded the northern third of the island, driving 180,000 Greek Cypriots from their homes and killing thousands more. So it was independent for 14 years, and then the Greek forces under the fascists who were running Greece at the time decided to launch a coup against the Cypriot government. And at the same time, the Turkish, understandably, were like, well, we don't want our people getting massacred. So they went over there and basically took off the country. Over the following, the UN, the 180,000 Greek Cypriots were driven from their homes, and thousands more were killed. I mean, it's just horrific. It's absolutely horrific. And this was started by 2 countries, Greece and Turkey, had nothing to do with it. This was supposed to be a sovereign state. This is why we should stop anyone interfering in these stupid conflicts around the world. Oh, let's get involved. Let's mess up the government. Let's do this. No, lead them to it. Lead them to it. Help them out if they need help. But otherwise, don't be invading bloody countries, for Christ's sake. Over the following decades, all traces of Greek culture were removed from the north. The area was flooded with settlers from mainland Turkey, and hundreds of churches, monasteries, and archaeological sites were plundered. Despite a series of UN resolutions, Cyprus remains a divided island. In 2004, both sides were presented with a UN-sponsored referendum on reunification, but the agreement was heavily skewed in favour of Turkey, and perhaps unsurprisingly, it was accepted by 65% of Turkish Cypriots and rejected by 75% of Greek Cypriots. As a result, the Southern Republic of Cyprus entered the EU alone in May 2004. Border restrictions have eased, but reunification remains controversial. Many Greek Cypriots fear the struggle will be swept under the carpet in the EU's enthusiasm to sign Turkey as a new member state. And here we are, 20 years later, Lonely Planet. 20 years later, I think you'll find that Turkey is still not a state. You're doing fab. Greetings from sunny Yorkshire. Oh, thank you so much, Cyberroof. That's very kind of you. So Cyprus, listen, right, seriously, I've been to Northern Cyprus. I've been all around Southern Cyprus. I absolutely love this place. Absolutely delicious food. Beautiful place. Just to chill out, go and do some cool stuff. I don't like the British tourists you get over there, who are just going for cause trouble. And, I just bit my tongue. My best friend at school was a Cypriot refugee. It's so sad. It's so sad. A lot of Russians in Cyprus now, especially the past 4 years, peculiar that, isn't it? They're hiding from the inevitable draft that's going to come in at some point. This woman presenting the weather looks like she's had some work done. Anyway, yeah, Cyprus, cool place. I like Cyprus. Right, moving on. We're gonna go to Czechia. Check it out. It's Czechia, which until 2016 was called the Czech Republic. In fact, I actually went to Czechia on the day it became known as Czechia. True story. Czechia, also a great place. Government's not so great at the moment, but kind of everything. Capital Prague is absolutely beautiful, breathtakingly gorgeous. I hope they don't give us just pictures of car parks again, like they've been doing other places. Beautiful bridge there. They've got a famous clock in Prague, which no one's going to send me pictures of. Fine, whatever. I'm going to zoom into somewhere random. Thanks for that. So there's Prague there, the capital. And it's a really, really cool place. I really like Czechia, which was Czechoslovakia until the 90s. And when I first went there as a kid, it was still Czechoslovakia. It became Czechia. It became the Czech Republic, and then it became Czechia. So you got Czechia and Slovakia. which used to be Czechoslovakia, obviously. So I'll just have a quick look here. Media franchise has been pulled off. Oh, that's about Married at First Sight, which is kind of depressing. Oh my God, this. Just looking at my. Sorry, I picked up the wrong book. I picked up the Southeast Asia book, but if you can see, oh, hang on a sec. If you saw there you go. Look at that. Pelny shipping ports and major routes. That's me drawing lines on how to get from one island to the next. In Indonesia. We're still a long way off, mate. We're still in the seas. Right, so where was I? In the seas. I need Europe. There it is, Europe. Europe, come home to me, Europe. Beautiful place. So, would you like to know a little bit about the Czech Republic? For a country that's only been around since 1993, the Czech Republic does a fine job of showcasing an exciting history. Here the past becomes real. Castles and chateaux abound, illuminating the stories of powerful families and individuals whose influence was felt way beyond the nation's current boundaries. The good King Wenceslas of the Christmas Carol, of the Christmas Carol fame, was actually a prince, and the land he looked after was the ancient territory of Bohemia, as in Bohemian like you, by the Dandy Warhols. Another one of my great travel tracks, actually. Beatified as Saint Wenceslas, he remains the country's patron saint because he looked out when there was a poor man who came into view, gathering winter fuel. In the heart of Europe, the tides of war and imperial domination have washed through Bohemia and Moravia for centuries. Events in Czech history have impacted throughout Europe. Two Habsburg councillors were thrown from a Prague castle from a window in 1618, the famous defenestration of Prague, igniting the 30 Years' War. Don't know how long that went on for, though. Hitler's 1938 annexation of the Sudetenland, the western borderlands of Czechoslovakia, triggered the final slide towards World War II. The two golden ages of Czech history were the rule of Charles IV from 1346 to 78, who founded Prague St. Vitus Cathedral, built Charles Bridge and established Charles University, and the reign of Rudolf II, who made Prague the capital of the Habsburg Empire and drew many great artists, scholars, and scientists to the court. Bohemia and Moravia remained under Habsburg domination for 4 centuries. The 20th century was notable for the Years of Eight Czechoslovakia had created after the fall of the Habsburg Empire in 1918, was occupied by the Nazis in 1938 and fell into a communist coup in 1948. The hopeful Prague Spring, when censorship was relaxed and political prisoners were released, was crushed by the Soviet invasion of 1968. You know, the Soviets who keep invading their neighbours when they don't like what their neighbours do. But, you know, the biggest tragedy of all time was the collapse of the USSR. According to, let's make a list, Vladimir Putin and Owen Jones. Anyway, the Velvet Revolution, the bloodless overthrow of the communist regime, however, didn't happen until 1989. It was soon followed by the Velvet Divorce of 1993, when Czechoslovakia split into Czech and Slovak republics, and the former led by famous playwright and former political prisoner Václav Havel, whose term in office lasted until 2003. The Czech Republic joined the European Union in 2004. Graham just showed us his super secret spy notes. Yes. Anyway, so that's the story of a little bit of the story. So Bohemia was the place that we now call Czechia. Well, actually, I think the region of Czechia is still called Bohemia. But Prague, honestly, fantastic place to come and visit. What's the program to in the background? I don't know. But that is the A's and the B's and the C's. All done. Right, what's next? There's hardly any D's, you know. What have we got? Dominican Republic, Denmark, Djibouti. There's only, for the F's, you've only got Fiji, France, Finland. But then I'm sure they're going to have the Faroe Islands in there. you know, there's a guy up in Scotland, and he said, "How far is it to those islands over there?" And he said, "Oh, it's a fair row." It's a fair row. I'm just far away from it. Mmm. Mmm. I will never not giggle when I hear Djibouti. Mmm. Tang, says Cuthbert. Yeah, I'm alright for time. Actually, no. I was going to say, I don't need to stop now. But on my time for OBS, I'm only on 9 hours and 18 minutes because OBS crashed. But that didn't stop that didn't stop the stream, did it? That did not start the stream. Stop the stream. So yeah, Dominican Republic, Djibouti, Denmark. Let's drop in, shall we? Let's drop in with the D's. I think we could do a few D's. I'm gonna take 15 minutes off. So I'm gonna stop here at 20:45, but I am gonna keep the camera there, which has got the feed on what's it called? Twitch going. That camera there is going to continue, and hopefully my TikTok will continue, as long as it doesn't come up with one of those solve this problem here, and then I'll have to solve it, but I won't be here. I'm going to say a 15-minute break. I'm probably going to go for a walk outside, get a bit of fresh air, because obviously I don't want to be going mad, and I can take an hour off. I go to the loo. I might have a long trip to the loo. Anyway, listen, Czech Republic, can't recommend it enough. Brilliant. Oh, and also the beer is really cheap. The beer is incredibly cheap in the Czech Republic, so that's always good. And if you buy this book, Man of the World by Graham Hughes, and you look up what it says about the wonderful, wonderful country that is Czech Republic, as it was then. The Czech Republic tops the charts for beer consumption per capita. It's over twice that of the UK. That's crazy. Anyway, didn't go to Cyprus in the first year, so there you go. Graham, where did you come on? Sailor bangs his leg. Orkney. Orkney, you say? Tank. So yeah, next up we've got the wonderful, 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 wonderful country of Denmark. So I'm going to talk about Denmark for a few more minutes, and then I'm going to stop this stream. Just the main YouTube stream is gonna just go off for a few minutes. I'll leave the other streams running, even though they won't count towards the final total, because I'll obviously be away from the camera, and that wouldn't be fair. You can't just set up a camera up in your house and then walk off and say, "Hey, look, I'll do this long stream." So yeah, I'm gonna zoom out and go up to Denmark here. So Denmark is in Europe, clearly, and there's Jutland, which sticks out at the top here. There's this island called Fyn in the middle, Fyn Island, and then there is this island here, which is called Zealand. Like New Zealand, but this isn't what New Zealand was named after. And Copenhagen is on Zealand, so is Roskilde. And if you ever want to go to what's it called? That place. Legoland. It's in Billund. That's actually a picture from Legoland. There's some more pictures from Legoland. There's some Legoland castles. There's also roller coasters and things to go on in Legoland. It's brilliant. But don't get a kebab there, because they sell cold kebabs, which is a weird thing to do. Why do you sell cold kebabs? I don't know. Roskilde, they have a festival there. I would be going there next month if I didn't have family responsibilities, but and if I had some money. But for a few years, so in 2001 and 2006, there was no Glastonbury Festival. The field was left fallow, and the fields were left fallow. And as a result, I went to Roskilde as well, because it's the same. It's a big festival there, big music festival. I saw some really good acts in Roskilde. I saw the old guy with his guitar. What's his name? You know, I can't remember his name though. That's embarrassing. The answer, my friend, is blowing in the wind. The answer is blowing in the wind. Oh, shit. What's his fucking name? Billy. Billy. No, not Billy. What's his name? Someone's going to tell me in the chat now. Big artist from the 1960s. American. Someone shouted traitor. Doesn't know which way the wind blows. How can I forget his name? This is what happens when you've been streaming for like almost 12 hours straight. C6 Steve. No. You know, why am I thinking of the name Billy? His name's not Billy. Oh, no, Keith. No, not Keith. It's you know, Bob. That's it. Bob Dylan. Thank you. Don't know why that took me so long. Yeah, so Bob Dylan in Roskilde must have left an impression on me because I can't bloody remember. Anyway, so that's Roskilde. So worth going to the Roskilde Festival. Very, very cool. I recommend it. I heartily recommend it. And then there's Copenhagen here, which has got a Roseburg Slot here, which is a beautiful building in the middle of Copenhagen, which is very cool. It's Rosenborg Castle. And then to the north of Copenhagen is Hellerup, Osterbro, Nijhaven. There's a castle somewhere that is that it? Amalienborg Palace? No, that's where the king lives or something, or the queen. And you can actually drive through. That's actually a road. The King's Winter Residence. Oh, so it's a king now. But yeah, you can. This is a roundabout. You can actually drive in here. It's kind of like cobbled streets. It's very cool. And what else have we got here? We've got Osterpoort. That's the main train station coming in there. And also you have got the Museum for Kunst. That's the Reform UK Museum right there. And you've also got this amazing bit of this fortress here, which is very cool. This old fortress in that old fort shape. There's also Christiania, which is where there used to be a military base, and now it's a home for hippies. So hippies just hang out there. There's a Hellerup Museum. There's Friedrichsberg, and there is Tivoli. So if we get Tivoli up, where's Tivoli? Let's show everyone Tivoli, which is I love it backwards. Oh God, if it would help if I could spell Tivoli, wouldn't it? I'm trying to write it backwards. There we go. Tivoli. So this is Tivoli. So you get into the station here. You get into Vesterbro Ost station, and you get the Tivoli Gardens, which I really recommend. It's really beautiful and awesome and amazing. And they have some very scary rides. They have a ride where you go up and you're on like the swings, like on chairs, swinging around, really high up, which is kind of terrifying. This has the most pretentious literary joke I've ever made. I feel unclean. Yes. If we're in Denmark, surely it's the Museum for Country Matters. That would be an ecumenical matter. But yeah, Denmark, absolutely stunning country. One of the highest rates of happiness in Europe, if not the world. I'll tell you an interesting fast fact about Denmark now for, shit and giggles. Sweden, Norway, Finland, Denmark. The Danish have a word for that nice, cozy feeling of togetherness when you're relaxing with friends. And it looks a bit like higgy, but I think it's pronounced like huggy or something. Someone's going to tell me in the chat the correct phonetic pronunciation of it. But yeah, Denmark's synonymous with Vikings, obviously, and also the Danelaw. I mean, in the UK, it was named after, in what's now the UK. In England, was named after the Danish Danelaw. Present-day Denmark traces its linguistic and cultural roots to the arrival of the Danes, a tribe thought to have migrated south from Sweden. So, God, another place that is named after another place. People coming from another place. Copenhagen is, of course, the capital there. And it's quite a small country, all things considered. But it's been, it's outsized. Oh, Tangy's back. Go away, Tang. Didn't ask for you. This is saying it's pronounced Higgy. Present-day Denmark traces its linguistic and cultural roots back to the arrival of the Danes, a tribe thought to have migrated south from Sweden around 500 AD. In the late 9th century, the Viking chief Hargigon conquered the Jutland Peninsula. The Danish monarchy, Europe's oldest, dates back to Hardigon's son, Gorm the Old, who reigned in the early 10th century. Gorm's son, Harald Bluetooth, completed the quest of Denmark and subverted the Danes to Christianity. Converted, not subverted. Or maybe a bit of both. Successive Danish kings invaded England and conquered most of the Baltic region. In 1397, Marguerite I of Denmark established a union between Denmark, Norway, and Sweden. Sweden withdrew from the union in 1523, and for the next few hundred years, Denmark and Sweden had numerous border skirmishes that wars over control of the Baltic Sea. Denmark's golden age was under Christian IV from 1588 to 1648. So 1588 was the Spanish Armada, and 1648 was Treaty of Utrecht. I think those two numbers resonate. With Renaissance cities, castles, and fortresses flourishing throughout his kingdom. In 1625, hoping to neutralize Spanish expansion, he fought and lost the 30 Years' War to the Swedes, who won large chunks of Danish territory. Denmark was neutral throughout World War I, World War II, bulking from full-scale invasion by the German troops in 1940. The Danes agreed to run the country under Nazi supervision. In August 1943, the Germans took outright control. The Danish resistance movement mushroomed, and 7,000 Jewish Danes were quickly smuggled into neutral Sweden, like pretty much overnight. It was an amazing operation. Denmark joined NATO in 1949 and the European Community, now the EU, in 1973, along with the UK and Ireland. The Danes supported expanding an EU only tepidly. In 2004, the country's most eligible bachelor, Crown Prince Frederick, married Australian Mary Elizabeth Donaldson in a hugely popular and exhaustively covered $1 million fairy tale wedding in October 2005. Crown Princess Mary gave birth to their first son, Prince Christian. It's not been all fairy tales, though. Critics say Denmark's increasingly tough immigration laws are proof of creeping xenophobia and even racism. And in 2006, Denmark came under fire from Muslims around the world after a cartoon by a Danish illustrator depicted the Prophet Muhammad and was published in publications all over Europe. Okay, keep it up, Graham. You're doing great. I'm switching off for the night. Take care, be kind, rest well, peeps and pipettes. Right, I'm going to stop this stream, but I will return anon. I will return soon, but I'm going to have to stop this stream because I've got to. I'm going to take 10 minutes break and then I'll come back just before 9 o'clock. I think if you want to see what's happening on the TikTok channel, on the Twitch channel, it's just at Graham David Hughes on those platforms. You should be able to find me pretty easily. Yeah, so I'll be back. I'll be back soon. But in the meantime, I'll say thank you very much for watching for the last nearly 12 hours. But I have to stop this, otherwise it will not record. So I've got to stop it now while the going's good. So give me 1 second, and I will do that. We're up to 11 hours and 47 minutes here, and yeah, okay, here we go. Right, bye everyone. See you in about 10 minutes time. I'll be back on. Okay. Okay.